Make a bet with me and we shall see, Xianxia said. Well, even if you refuse my bet and take me away forcefully, there's nothing I can do. It's just that I find it ludicrous how a heavenly high immortal from the Hall of Gods would actually fear a mere lesser true immortal cultivator like me. From the looks of it, it seems like the Hall of Gods isn't anything impressive. Lesser true immortal realm? Hearing those words, the trapped Elder Cho immediately took a closer look, and it was only then that he noticed the change in Xianxia's cultivation. This stunned him. The battle earlier had placed him in such a dangerous position that he did not have the luxury of allowing his mind to wander at all. He never would have thought that Xianxia would manage to achieve a breakthrough so quickly after leaving the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. If the information that they had received was true, Xianxia should only have been at Dimension Shatter Realm primary stage when he first entered the sect, but in slightly more than a day, his cultivation had risen all the way up to Lesser True Immortal. But bro, no matter how I look at you, you seem to be interested in nothing but causing trouble. After tumbling from one mess into another, where in the world did you find the time to cultivate? Does your cultivation rise just by you breathing? More importantly, what do you mean by killing the other party with a book? Are you serious about this? Having lived for over 200 years, Elder Cho had read several 100,000 books, but he had never seen a single book that could kill a person. There's no use provoking me, the black-robed, heavenly high immortal expert replied nonchalantly. I know that someone as powerful as you won't fall for my provocation, but you shouldn't look down on my determination either. If you don't agree to my terms, I'd rather end my own life than go with you. Xianxia replied. End your own life? The heavenly high immortal expert burst into laughter. Do you honestly think that you will have an opportunity to do so before me? You seem to be blinded by your own arrogance. Xianxia replied with composed smile. Didn't those high immortal tier swords disappear before you knew it earlier? Those words made the heavenly high immortal expert's eyes narrow in shock. Indeed, with his strength, there was no need for him to waste his words with Xianxia at all. He could have easily captured Xianxia and dragged him over of the Hall of Gods. But the reason he had yet to make a move thus far was because those high immortal tier swords had disappeared way too bizarrely. Even though he had been observing the scene the whole time, he was still unable to make sense out of what had happened. As such, he had thought that there might be some stronger power lingering in the area, and he had devoted all of his attention to guarding against it. That was also why he had watched as his subordinates were killed before his eyes without making his move. He feared that if he revealed an opening, that power would devour him in an instant. The heavenly high immortal harumphed coldly. I can make a bet with you, but you are to rely only on your own strength. If anyone intervenes at all, I can't guarantee that I'll keep my end of the bargain. He had gotten a thorough look at the young man's fighting prowess, and no matter what kind of trump card the latter had, it was impossible for the latter to kill him. His only worry was the expert, who had made all the swords disappear. As long as that expert did not appear, there would not be any problem at all. Of course, even if the expert did appear, the other party might not necessarily be a match for him. In this space, he was the absolute ruler. Unless one's cultivation had reached semi-divinity realm, no one would stand a chance against him. In fact, he would not worry much even if sect leader Han of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion appeared before him. Fine by me. Xianxia nodded. What he was going to do was, naturally, use the prowess of the Golden Page. The reason he had bothered saying so much beforehand was because this folded space was concealed from the heavens, so he had no idea whether that would affect his ability or not. Furthermore, considering how powerful the heavenly high immortal expert was, it was likely that he had many life preservation means. If he noticed the tremendous might of the Golden Page beforehand and made his escape before the Golden Page even came close, he might have ended up wasting the Golden Page for nothing. That could have ended in a catastrophe, especially since he only had a single Golden Page with him at the moment. He only had one shot, so he had to do everything he could in order to increase his chances of success. In any case, if this promise could delay the other party's movements by even a split second, it would still be worth the effort to do so. Fine, I'll stand here. Let me see what kind of means you have. The black-robed, heavenly high immortal expert stood on the spot as he looked at Xianxia nonchalantly. Despite not moving in the least, in truth, he was driving his Jinqi furiously in order to defend against anything that came his way. He was convinced that Xianxia was setting this up in order to distract him, and he was prepared to counterattack as soon as the hidden expert made his move. Here it comes then. With a thought, Xianxia used the golden page that had formed earlier when he formally accepted by Wanqing as his direct disciple. The Book of Heaven's Path immediately shot out from his glabella and appeared above the black-robed, heavenly high immortal expert in an instant. It's really a book? The heavenly high immortal expert was slightly taken aback. He had honestly thought that it was just something ludicrous the other party had come up with on the spot in order to throw him off. But who could have known that it would actually be a real book? He took a closer look at the book above him, wanting to determine what kind of artifact it was. Yet, to his astonishment, even with his eye of discernment, he was unable to see through its true nature. He could not feel any energy pulsating from the book, making it seem as if it was an ordinary item. Yet, for some reason, he felt deeply pressured by its presence. It felt like he was standing before an inviolable being that he could not oppose no matter how he struggled. This is bad. I have fallen for that fellow's trap. This isn't a distraction but the real killing move. The heavenly high immortal expert widened his eyes in realization. He could not tell whether the book was a semi-divinity artifact or not, but one thing was for sure, it was not weak at all. If the book smashed down on him, even with his current strength, he was not confident that he would be able to withstand it. Break! Without any hesitation, the heavenly high immortal whipped out a sword and charged right toward Xianxia. No matter what, he had to launch a preemptive move in order to protect himself. Sila! Due to his tremendous strength, several lacerations immediately appeared around the originally stable space. It felt like the entire folded space was starting to collapse. Crush him! Xianxia willed. Who? The Book of Heaven's Path swiftly descended from the sky. Kacha! It fell squarely on the black-robed, heavenly high immortal expert's head, causing it to burst apart. Put on. His corpse fell limply to the ground. Elder Cho Hua immediately felt the force binding his body loosening, allowing him to move once more. However, the sight that had appeared before him shocked him beyond words. His face was completely pale, and his body simply trembled on the spot. It would be no exaggeration to say that the heavenly high immortal expert wielded strength comparable to even their sect leader, but he had been killed by a single book. It was a decisive kill, such that the other party could not even retaliate at all. Elder Cho Hua's eyes slowly fell on Xianxia once more, but this time, his gaze was filled with deference. Previously, he had only thought of Xianxia as a junior, but at that very moment, the latter had already become someone equivalent to appear to him. He silently swore to himself that he would never cross the terrifying young man before him. It succeeded. On the other hand, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing that the Book of Heaven's Path had successfully rid him of his enemy. He had worried that the golden page would not work properly. After all, the last time he used it was on a mere dimension shatter realm cultivator, so he had spent a lot of time trying to negotiate favorable terms that would raise its chances of success. But from the looks of it, there was no need to have done so at all. The golden page was just as formidable as before. No matter how powerful the enemy was, he would slay the other party with a single Book of Heaven's Path. Xianxia quickly flitted up to the deceased heavenly high immortal side and flicked his wrist. Who? The corpse was stowed into his storage ring, following which, he did the same for the other three heavenly true immortal experts. Experts of their tier could be said to be walking treasure troves. As long as he could make use of them properly, he would be able to significantly increase the number of trump cards he had. He did not think much of the matter in the past, but now that he had witnessed the tremendous strength wielded by those of the Hall of Gods, he knew that he had to be careful or else he might really lose his life. Kacha! With the death of the heavenly high immortal expert, there was no longer anyone to maintain the folded space. As a result, it swiftly collapsed. The next moment, the bustling commotion of a lively street sounded in Xianxia's ears. When he looked around him, he realized that he had returned to the street just outside the market. Elder Cho Hua was standing nearby with a dazed look on his face. After recovering from the earlier shock, Elder Cho Hua anxiously urged, "Elder Zhang, let's return to the sect. That was simply too dangerous." He had always taken pride in his own strength, but when he was faced with the earlier black-robed figure, he had tasted the helplessness of despair. Even though the two of them were both heavenly high immortals, an unimaginable gap stood in between the two of them. Xianxia nodded in response to those words. He did not have any golden pages left, so it was important for him to take caution. If he encountered any experts of the same caliber as the black-robed figure from earlier, he might just meet his end. Receiving Zhang Xian's approval, Elder Cho was swiftly wrapped Zhang Xian in his zhenqi, and the two of them quickly made their way toward the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. There was no guarantee when the Hall of Gods would send more people after them, so it was best for them to leave as soon as possible. As for Bai Ruanqing, she should be safe since she was not the target of the Hall of Gods. They could always inform her of what had happened through a communication jade token afterward. Elder Cho Hua, I recall that you have mentioned that those of the Hall of Gods have always been cold-natured. What does that mean? Zhang Xian popped a couple superior immortal pills into his mouth as he spoke. I don't really know too much about the Hall of Gods myself, but I once heard sect leader Han mentioning that they select their members in the same way goo is bred. Those who eventually join their ranks are the survivors who have gone through countless battles and undergone the cleansing of blood time and time again. The process killed all their emotions, and the only thing that remains in their minds is the will to accomplish whatever mission they are entrusted with. Aside from that, the concepts of camaraderie and so on don't mean a thing to them, Elder Cho Hua replied. The Hall of Gods was an incredibly elusive existence on the Forsaken Continent, and this was actually the first time that he had met the members of the Hall of Gods. He did not think much of them when he first heard those stories, but only upon encountering them in person did he realize just what kind of monsters the Hall of Gods was filled with. Take the heavenly true immortal whom Zhang Xian had stabbed in the rear multiple times earlier. In truth, Zhang Xian had not been fooling around when he did it back then. The attack was definitely fatal, but the heavenly true immortal, despite being caught off guard, had been able to maneuver himself at the last moment to reduce the damage as much as possible. Not only so, his fighting prowess seemed to only grow as he sustained more and more injuries, as if it was impossible to wear him down. The same went for the one whose arm Zhang Xian had severed. Losing an arm seemed to have only triggered his true fighting potential. Only those who had gone through the most hellish of circumstances could possibly display such frightening tenacity in a battle. Did the Hall of Gods make a move because I have comprehended the God's sword intent and feared that my growth would pose a threat to their authority? Zhang Xian was a little confused by the situation. When he first heard of the Hall of Gods, he had thought that the latter was a lofty organization that refused to involve itself with mortal affairs unless a person overstepped their bounds and challenged the gods. However, to dispatch such powerful experts to take his life as soon as they learned of his existence, was that not way beneath their standing? Another detail that he noticed was that the black-robed figures were instructed to take him back alive, and they seemed to be deeply fearful of accidentally taking his life. This did not make sense at all. If their goal was just to get rid of a potential threat, would they not have been much better off killing him on the spot? I'm afraid that I don't really know, but I believe that to be the primary reason. Otherwise, sect leader Han wouldn't have sent me to protect you around the clock. Elder Cho Hua replied. Those who are aware that I'm the one who has comprehended the God's sword intent should only be limited to those among the Elder Council. Zhang Xian murmured with a deep frown. How did the Hall of Gods know that it's me? Furthermore, given by how quickly they acted, it seems like they were aware that I was in Wuhai City as well. This was indeed something that was worth thinking over. He had checked the background of those present in the Elder Council with the Library of Heaven's Path, and they were definitely trustworthy. It was also in the spur of a moment that he had decided to head to the Wuhai City, and he did not give any indications beforehand. Unless he could figure out the truth behind this matter, he would not be able to rest easy. Let's discuss it with sect leader Han. He might have some ideas in mind. Elder Cho Hua was also unable to figure out the answers to those questions. so he could only reply with a shake of his head. Bai Ruanqing should still be cultivating in the silent chamber in the ethereal hall. I'll have to trouble you to inform her that I have headed back to the sect, Xianxia said as he swallowed another 2 superior immortal pills. Elder Cho Hua replied with a nod before hastening his speed. 10 minutes later, they were back at the Elder Council once more. You mentioned that the Hall of Gods has already sent assassins after Elder Xianxia? Hearing Elder Cho Hua's report, Han Jianxiu's face twisted in shock. That's right, Elder Cho Hua replied. They dispatched a heavenly high immortal and 3 heavenly true immortals. A heavenly high immortal and 3 heavenly true immortals? Han Jianxiu recoiled in horror. He looked at the 2 of them with a look of disbelief. Given that powerful lineup, how did the 2 of you manage to escape from them? It's truly an embarrassment to say this, but I wasn't of much help at all. It was Elder Xianxia who pushed for a breakthrough to the lesser true immortal realm at that critical moment, and with the Tongshang sword you have gifted to him earlier, he slew the 3 heavenly true immortal experts before. In the midst of his explanation, Elder Cho Hua turned to glance at the young man standing beside him, and all of a sudden, his entire body stiffened on the spot. His eyeballs nearly popped out from sheer shock. Why you? When in the world did you reach the heavenly true immortal realm? What Elder Cho Hua said was the truth. He had followed Xianxia in order to ensure the latter's safety, but of the 3 heavenly true immortals, the latter had individually killed one, impaled the second one that he was fighting with, and diced the last one into pieces. Even the heavenly high immortal expert had been crushed to death by the latter's book. Thinking back, he really was not of much use. If there was anything that he had done, it was drawing a portion of the mob's aggro. It was also due to the lack of his contribution in the battle that he did not dare complain when the latter took all the drops away as well. He could not help but wonder how the young man was able to advance his cultivation so quickly that he inadvertently shot a glance over. Then he found himself shocked once more. Before he knew it, the young man's cultivation had risen from lesser true immortal to heavenly true immortal. I thought that I was still far too weak, so on the way back, I ate a couple of immortal pills and pushed for a couple of breakthroughs, Xianxia explained. If only he had raised his cultivation to heavenly high immortal realm prior to the assault, he would have been able to deal with those 3 fellows easily even if they had ganged up on him. In view of his safety, he had kept munching on his superior immortal pills while driving his Heaven's Path divine art on the way back. With his accumulation from the earlier battle, it did not take long for him to advance his cultivation all the way to the heavenly true immortal realm. He did not reveal it previously out of fear that there might be spies from the Hall of Gods keeping track of his movements. He would not want to let the enemies know that he was in possession of such a formidable cultivation technique. Now that he was back at the Elder Council though, he felt that he was finally safe once more, so he did not think that there was any need to conceal his cultivation. Who could have thought that he would have ended up frightening Elder Cho Hua? Ate a couple of immortal pills? And pushed for a couple of breakthroughs? Hearing how simple Xianxia made his breakthroughs sound, Han Jianxiu, Elder He Tian, and the others nearly spurted blood on the spot. Just a few hours ago, they had been slightly displeased by how playful Xianxia was, choosing to sneak out of the sect instead of focusing on advancing his cultivation. Yet, within the 4 short hours that he had been out, he had successfully advanced his cultivation to the heavenly true immortal realm. If what they had heard from Elder Lu Yun was true, the young man's cultivation should only have been at Dimension Shatterer Realm primary stage a day ago. What left them feeling even more frenzied was how insignificant the young man was making this accomplishment sound. If the key to achieving breakthroughs was just to devour immortal pills, why isn't anything happening to us? Han Jianxiu suddenly thought of an even more frightening notion, and he hurriedly said, "No, wait a moment. You mentioned that Elder Xianxia fought off the experts of the Hall of Gods using the Tongshang sword. Are you saying that he has tamed the sword as well?" The Tongshang sword was a treasure that he had acquired a couple of years ago, and he knew just how arrogant it was. Even he would have to put in a great deal of effort if he wanted to tame it, and it was due to how troubling he thought the process would be that he had chosen not to do so. How in the world did Xianxia manage to tame the sword when his cultivation had only been at the heavenly pseudo-immortal realm back then? More importantly, It only took him a few hours to do so. Yes, he had already tamed the Tongshang sword when I saw it earlier. Elder Cho Hua replied with a bitter smile. It had been less than a day since he met Xianxia. But with each event that happened, he felt like his confidence was swiftly getting shocked out of him. Sighing deeply, Elder Cho Hua swiftly went through everything that had happened in detail. When the elders heard how the heavenly high immortal expert had been able to subdue Elder Cho Hua with a mere finger, they were all shocked. Then, when they heard that Xianxia had crushed the powerful heavenly high immortal expert with a single book, they were all rendered speechless. That book is actually a defensive artifact that my teacher left for me. It can only be used once, so I won't be able to rely on it again in the future, Xianxia replied. He could not possibly talk about the Library of Heaven's Path, so he could only push everything on to his non-existent teacher. In any case, the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion had no qualms about their disciples coming under the tutelage of other experts as long as they remained loyal to the sect. Hearing those words, the crowd nodded in realization. All along, they had been intrigued by how a mere 20-year-old young man could possess such powerful cultivation and deep comprehension of swordsmanship. When they heard that he actually had a teacher, it left them feeling greatly relieved. Only under the tutelage of a formidable expert could anyone possibly possess such formidable capabilities at such a young age. It challenged their very common sense to think that the young man could possibly get so powerful on his own. The Hall of Gods has always acted domineeringly, but usually, they can't even be bothered to make a move on anyone beneath the high immortal realm. It's truly unheard of for them to dispatch a heavenly high immortal and 3 heavenly true immortals just to deal with a pseudo-immortal. Not to mention, they even brought out a folded space to seal the surroundings. Han Jianxiu frowned. More importantly, it shouldn't be possible for the Hall of Gods to know of your identity and whereabouts. No one left the Elder Council after your departure, so it's impossible for the information to have leaked out. As lofty as the Hall of Gods is, it isn't omniscient. The Elder Council discussed the matter for quite a while, but they were unable to find a convincing explanation. As a result, they could only put their doubts aside for the time being. If the Hall of Gods dispatches assassins to the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion as well, will the sect be able to defend against them? Xianxia finally posed the critical question. This was what he was the most concerned about. If the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion was no match for the Hall of Gods, there would be no point in him seeking their protection. He would be much better off wandering the lands so that the Hall of Gods would not be able to find him easily. Han Jianxiu pondered silently for a moment before responding grimly. I don't have an answer to your question, but it's unlikely for what you are thinking of to happen. We are exiles of the firmament, people who have been cast aside by the gods. We fear the gods, but we won't let them walk all over us. It's one thing for the Hall of Gods to attempt to assassinate you in the shadows, but if they make a move on the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, they will risk turning the entire Forsaken Continent against them. The Hall of Gods might be powerful, but even it would suffer great casualties if it made an enemy out of the entire Forsaken Continent. The Hall of Gods might attempt to send assassins into the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion in order to claim your life, but you need not worry about that. Our sect has been reinforced by generations of predecessors, such that even their high immortals won't be able to breach our defenses. Hearing those words, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. It was great to hear that he was still in safe hands for the time being. Thinking back on what had happened, Han Jianxiu's words did make sense. If the Hall of Gods truly did not fear the cultivators of the Forsaken Continent, those black-robed figures would not have bothered pulling him into a folded space before making a move. May I know if there are any high immortal realm cultivation technique manuals in our sect other than those in the Elder's Library? Xianxia asked. I need as many of them as possible. I still have some doubts concerning that realm, so it would be helpful to have as much reference material as possible. It was still best for him to grasp his own fate in his own hands. He did not feel too comfortable being too reliant on the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion for his own safety, so he knew that he had to become stronger as quickly as possible. If he could just reach the high immortal realm, the Hall of Gods could send as many experts as it wished, and it still would not worry him. Thus, His priority at hand was to raise his cultivation to the high immortal realm. All of the high immortal realm cultivation technique manuals we have are in the Elder's Library, Han Jianxiu replied with a shake of his head. High immortals were beings who stood at the zenith of the Forsaken Continent. Naturally, there were not that many of them around. Given so, it was inevitable that there were even fewer high immortal realm cultivation technique manuals lying around. The entire sect only has 10 high immortal realm cultivation technique manuals. Yes, Han Jianxiu nodded. Other than the Ascendant Cloud Sword God formula, which only the sect leader is qualified to cultivate, all of the high immortal realm cultivation technique manuals are stored in the library. The Ascendant Cloud Sword God formula? Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. Do I have the right to view its manual? As one who has comprehended the God Sword intent, you are next in line to succeed the sect leader position. So there's no doubt that you are qualified to learn the Ascendant Cloud Sword God formula. However, the way that this cultivation technique is passed down is a little peculiar. It doesn't have a specific cultivation technique manual to it. You'll have to experience it for yourself in order to learn it. Follow me, Han Jianxiu said as he rose to his feet and walked out of the Elder Council. Zhang Xian quickly followed behind him. Soon, they were standing before a private chamber. Han Jianxiu took out his sect leader token to release the seal surrounding the chamber before entering. Within the chamber was a row of statues. With a quick count, there were exactly 12 of them. Each of them was holding a sword, and they were displaying a different sword art. Is this the Ascendant Cloud Sword God formula? Zhang Xian frowned. Indeed, the cultivation technique is the key to comprehending the God's sword intent, and the secret behind it lies among the statues, Han Jianxiu replied. Zhang Xian slowly assessed the 12 statues one by one. Each of them was standing in a different pose. There was nothing to indicate the flow of Jinqi, making it hard to believe that a cultivation technique was hidden among the statues. These 12 statues represent a sword maneuver each. These sword maneuvers are extremely bizarre, defying the very physical constitution of a human. However, if you move in accordance with these sword maneuvers, your Jinqi will flow on its own, forming a cultivation technique. This cultivation technique is what we call the Ascendant Cloud Sword God formula. It's not only the highest high immortal realm cultivation technique of our sect, it's also the key to reaching the semi-divinity realm, Han Jianxiu explained. Just as Han Jianxiu had said, the sword maneuvers were extremely bizarre. All 12 statues were bent at unbelievable angles that defied the very physical constitution of a human, such that they felt like they were some sort of abstract art instead of sword maneuvers. You should start by practicing this first maneuver. The maneuvers will get progressively harder as you continue. Back then, it took me 3 whole days before I finally mastered the first maneuver, Han Jianxiu said with a bitter smile. 3 whole days? Zhang Xian asked as he looked at the first statue. The maneuver required one to bend his back backward, and the sword would pierce right above one's head. It was an extremely awkward pose to look at, let alone trying to imitate it. Yes, and this is the easiest one. Han Jianxiu nodded. The second maneuver took me 10 days. The third one took me a year. All in all, I took 15 years to master all 12 maneuvers. Considering that this was the highest cultivation technique left behind by their founder, it was already an amazing feat that he had been able to master it within 15 years. He could be considered one of the more talented sect leaders in the entire history of the sect. On the other hand, Zhang Xian was only astonished by how long the other party had taken. 15 years, that was already 3/4 of his current age. Noticing the bizarre look on Zhang Xian's face, Han Jianxiu replied with a dignified harumph. You shouldn't underestimate the difficulty of the cultivation technique. In the entire history of our sect, my feat of mastering all 12 maneuvers within 15 years ranks me within the top 10 sect leaders. Only the most talented sword practitioners could become the sect leader of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. The very rules of the sect had already determined that, if he did not possess superior capabilities, he would not have been the one in this seat. 15 years did sound like a long time to spend on a single cultivation technique, but considering that it was the Ascendant Cloud Sword God formula that they were talking about, it was already a formidable feat. Is that so? Xianxia asked doubtfully as he whipped out the Tongshang sword. He bent his back backward till it was parallel to his body before directing his sword upward. In an instant, he had already perfectly imitated the pose of the first statue. Han Jianxiu's eyebrows shot up. Just a moment ago, he had said that it had taken him 3 days to master the first move when the other party copied it perfectly right away. This left him with a horrible premonition. He cleared his throat as he awkwardly attempted to salvage his dignity. Well, the first maneuver is the easiest of the 12 maneuvers. As someone who has comprehended the God's sword intent, it's expected of you to grasp it right away. However, the rest won't be as easy as this. Really? Let me give it a try. Xianxia's body began bending at an unbelievable angle, and before long, he had already perfectly imitated the second pose as well. After that, he moved on to the third maneuver, the fourth maneuver, the fifth maneuver. By the time Han Jianxiu regained his wits, Xianxia was already at the 10th maneuver. Han Jianxiu was frenzied. He wondered if it was because of people like Xianxia that good cultivators eventually despaired and resorted to unorthodox arts. He could still argue that Xianxia was able to perform the first maneuver instantly because it was the easiest, but the latter continued and performed the other maneuvers without a hitch as well. Could it be possible that the young man had practiced the maneuvers before? But that should have been impossible. Other than the generations of sect leaders, there was no way anyone else could have entered this private chamber. Hoo-hoo! While Han Jianxiu was still trying to make sense out of this irrational situation, the young man went on to perform the 2 remaining maneuvers impeccably. As if he was unable to wrap his head around how anyone could spend so long to master these basic maneuvers, the young man turned to him and asked, "Did you really spend 15 years on this?" What could Han Jianxiu say in a situation like that? It was just a moment ago that he had boasted about how he had only spent 15 years mastering those 12 moves, and he had even gleefully bragged that he was amid the top 10. Yet, the young man in front of him had crushed this achievement of his in just 15 short breaths. He suddenly understood why there were recluses in the world. At this very instant, he felt like holding himself up as well. Just as he was still wondering how he could flee from the current situation before him, the young man's voice suddenly sounded once more. "Speaking of which, if you have practiced this cultivation technique for 15 years, haven't you realized that the sequencing of the maneuvers is actually wrong?" Wrong! Han Jianxiu was stunned. Han Jianxiu was perplexed. The difficulty of the maneuvers increased progressively as one advanced from one maneuver to the next. While he was cultivating the technique himself, he didn't feel awkwardness in the flow of his jinqi or any discomfort either. More importantly, his cultivation and comprehension of swordsmanship swiftly surged when he cultivated in such a manner too. Given so, how could the sequence be wrong? If you were to swap the first maneuver with the 7th maneuver, the rate which you are able to refine your jinqi at will be much swifter. If you swap the 8th maneuver with the 11th maneuver, you will be able to enhance the prowess of your sword intent. If you swap the 6th maneuver with the 3rd maneuver, you will be able to sharpen your concentration to unprecedented levels, Xianxia said as he casually pointed his finger around. Perplexed, Han Jianxiu quickly cultivated in accordance with the sequencing that Xianxia mentioned. Boom! His jinqi surged forth like a torrential river, swiftly pouring his energy into areas where he was unable to cultivate previously. At the same time, he could feel his conceptualization of swordsmanship deepening significantly with each move, causing his sword intent to be far sharper than before. He felt like he could sever the surrounding space with a simple slash of his sword. "You're right." Han Jianxiu was stunned. It had been 80 years since he started cultivating this technique, but not once had it crossed his mind that the sequencing could have been wrong. What was even more unimaginable to him was that the technique could actually be so much more powerful just by swapping a few of the sequences. His mastery of swordsmanship, which had stagnated for quite some time now, had finally begun to advance once more. The advancement was still very minor at the moment, but with time it would snowball and gather greater momentum. One day he might even comprehend the God's sword intent, just like the young man before him. As he slowly recovered from his shock and excitement, he couldn't stop himself from gazing upon Xianxia with an incredulous look. He had spent 15 years to master the 12 maneuvers, but the other party achieved the same within just 15 breaths. And if that wasn't enough, the other party even managed to discern the flaws in the cultivation technique and listed out some practical steps for further improvement. Whatever the thing standing before him was, there was no doubt that he wasn't human. He was still thinking that luck played a huge part in the young man comprehending the God sword intent, but given the current evidence laid out before him, the difference between them lay not in their luck but their talents. The young man simply possessed an inconceivably immense talent for swordsmanship. In fact, there was no saying that the young man might even be able to rival the master of the ethereal hall. Several thousand years ago, the master of the ethereal hall appeared out of nowhere. Within several short months, he had already swept across the entire Forsaken continent and become an undefeatable existence. After which, he even barged into the Hall of Gods all alone and snatched the Sun God character from it, thus establishing the ethereal hall. Over the past several thousand years, there had been no one who was able to match the accomplishments of the master of the ethereal hall. However, it seemed like that was just about to change. At this rate, by the time the Azure Bridge opens once more and the geniuses of the Six Sects gather, our Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion would surely be able to acquire the best positions. Han Xianxia thought as excitement flickered in his eyes. In the past, even though their Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion had acquired half a Sun God, one character in the past, they were still unable to unite the Six Sects together due to their limited prowess. However, with Xianxia on their side, they would surely be able to convince the remaining Six Sects to follow their lead. He excitedly turned to look at Xianxia, only to see the latter standing quietly on the spot, as if he had just received an epiphany. Knowing that such epiphanies didn't come easily, Han Xianxia quietly left the private chamber. Just as Han Xianxia had guessed, Xianxia had indeed received an epiphany. It was regrettable that the Ascendant Cloud Sword God formula wasn't of much use to him in pushing for a breakthrough to high immortal realm, but it did allow him to better control his God sword intent. He had used the golden page he had received from accepting Dan Xiaotian was his direct disciple to seal the God sword intent that had rushed toward him back them. He had already managed to comprehend the entirety of the God sword intent thus far, but due to the limitations of his cultivation and soul, he was still unable to bring out the full prowess of it. However, when he practiced the 12 maneuvers he had just learned, he found that the God sword intent was fusing together with his body. In other words, the God sword intent had truly become a part of him, and he could execute it as and when he liked. It was no longer limited by the strength of his body anymore. That would explain why Han Xianxia has mentioned that this cultivation technique is the key to comprehending the God sword intent. Feeling the changes in his body, Xianxia thought, if he could execute the full prowess of the God sword intent when he faced the black-robed figures back then, he would have been able to defeat the 3 heavenly true immortals even if he hadn't achieved a breakthrough to true immortal. That was just how powerful the complete God sword intent was. Gugu. As the God sword intent flowed through his body smoothly, Xianxia could feel his presence becoming sharper and sharper. It felt like his sword intent could pierce through the heavens at his will. As sword intent flowed relentlessly through Xianxia's body, he felt his zhenqi morphing into a sword, and slowly, his body began to rise into the air. This is flight. Xianxia's eyes gleamed in agitation. Due to the increased spatial pressure in the Azure as compared to the Master-Teacher continent, only those who had reached high immortals were capable of flight. Xianxia's cultivation was still only at heavenly true immortal at the moment, but through the God sword intent in his body, he was able to morph his zhenqi into a sword and rise into the air. In terms of speed, he should be able to move even faster than Elder Chouhua. With my current means, I should be able to put up a fight against heavenly high immortals now. Even if I were to be faced with the black-robed heavenly high immortal expert from the Hall of Gods once more, I wouldn't as helpless as I was anymore. Feeling the changes in his body, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. While he lamented the fact that he hadn't been able to find any high immortal realm cultivation technique manuals to compile his Heaven's Path divine art, nevertheless, these 12 maneuvers granted him a much deeper understanding of the God's sword intent. With this, his fighting prowess was pushed to a much greater height. Given his current fighting prowess, he figured that even Elder Bai Yi wouldn't be a match for him anymore. Pulling his thoughts away from his cultivation, Xianxia turned to his dantian and asked, "Dongshu Gourd, where are the swords you have swallowed? Did you leave one for me?" He had this fellow devour his opponent's swords during the battle against the assassins from the Hall of Gods back then, and that had relieved him from much pressure back then. Well, it would have been much better if it hadn't devoured Elder Cho Hua's sword too. Due to how urgent things were earlier, he didn't have time to inquire about its condition. Since he had some time on his hand now, it would be good to show some care and concern to the new legendary beast he had just tamed. Upon hearing Zhang Xian's question, the Dongshu Gourd immediately backed away warily. "Hold it right there. Didn't you promise that you wouldn't make me spit out those swords? No backsies. Of course. Do I look like such a dishonorable person to you? I am just worried that you are going to get a tummy ache after stuffing yourself so much." Zhang Xian replied with a perfectly calm smile. "Oh, that's nothing at all. I'm already done digesting all those swords." The Dongshu Gourd shook its bottom gleefully. "You are already done digesting those swords?" Zhang Xian's eyebrows shot up. He quickly took a closer look at the Dongshu Gourd, and the latter was lazing around his dantian as per usual. It displayed no signs of discomfort, as if assimilating the tremendous amount of energy from 4 high immortal tier swords was nothing to it at all. Forget it! Knowing that it was impossible for him to take back the swords the Dongshu Gourd had digested, Zhang Xian sighed deeply as he flicked his wrist and took out the Tongshang sword and several corpses. They were the Heavenly High Immortal and 3 Heavenly True Immortals whom he had defeated earlier. Wang! As soon as the corpses appeared, a sword suddenly rushed right toward Zhang Xian's glabella. It was the sword of the black-robed Heavenly High Immortal was using back then. It was too shocked by the sight of a book crushing its master to death that it failed to react even while it was being kept into a storage ring. Upon seeing its enemy once more, it immediately made its move to avenge its master. "Who?" Zhang Xian calmly raised his hand and pinched his fingers together. With perfect precision, the sword was pincered right in between his fingers. He might be helpless against a high immortal tier sword back when he was still at pseudo-immortal realm, but now that he had raised his cultivation to Heavenly True Immortal and completely comprehended the God Sword intent, not even Heavenly High Immortals would necessarily be a match for him. Naturally, dealing with a mere sword was well within his means. "Why you?" The sword could hardly believe what was happening. It had only been an hour. How did this fellow become so powerful all of a sudden? Zhang Xian couldn't be bothered to waste its time with the sword. While grabbing the sword with a hand, he swiftly flicked several points of the sword with his other hand. So, as sword intent struck several points of the sword spirit could barely release a pitiful wail before dissipating into nothing. Zhang Xian could tell that the sword spirit was loyal to the Heavenly High Immortal, such that even if he were to tame it, there was a good chance that it might still betray him. He didn't want to be in a position where he would have to guard against his own sword turning against him while being in the midst of an intense battle with others. In order to avoid trouble, he decided to wipe away the spirit existing within the sword with his God's sword intent. That's no different from crippling that sword." Seeing his actions, the Tongshang sword shuddered in shock. Its strength was at the same level as the other sword, but its master was able to dissipate the spirit of the other sword within moments. Didn't this mean that its master wielded the ability to destroy it too? It could understand why its master would want to destroy the other sword, but a high immortal tier sword without a spirit would have its prowess significantly diminished. It would be nothing but a slightly more resilient weapon. "Don't worry, it isn't crippled for good." Zhang Xian chuckled softly, and he tapped his finger lightly on the sword. 2 breaths later, a crisp buzz reminiscent of the melodious singing of birds sounded from the sword. It sounded like the celebration of a new life. The sword has gained another spirit? Upon seeing this sight, the Tongshang sword nearly plummeted from the sky. It would have usually taken many years of nurturing for a sword to gain spirit. Yet, the young man was able to destroy a spirit with a flick of his finger and reconstruct a new one with another flick. The Tongshang sword couldn't help but tremble in fear as it recalled what it had done in the past. The reason why it dared to act haughtily was because it knew that the sword would be ruined once it was gone. There was no sword practitioner who would willingly destroy their own sword. But when it saw what Xianxia did, it realized that it was actually expendable. The heck, this fellow really couldn't be gauged by normal means. He was actually capable of bestowing spirits upon weapons. In other words, its pride meant nothing at all before the other party. It seemed like it would have to make sure to lie low in the future, or else it wouldn't even know how it died. At this moment, the Tongshang sword had really submitted to Xianxia in both body and soul. It dared not to harbor any thoughts of opposing the latter anymore. From now on, I shall call you the sword. Taming the weapon he had just enchanted with ease, Xianxia looked at the weapon in his hand contentedly. Just like the Tongshang sword, it was another heavenly high immortal tier weapon. The sword. The newly enchanted sword nearly plummeted from the sky upon hearing that. Wasn't this name a little too flippant? No matter what, it was still a high immortal tier sword, one of the strongest existence on the Forsaken Continent. How could it live with such a frivolous name? Unable to accept this, the sword protested, Master, can I request for another name? I think that the name you have come up with is a little too casual. Casual? This Xianxia frowned a little. Well, shall I call you Little Swordy instead? Put on. The sword collapsed to the ground in despair and began wailing. The heck? If this is going to be it, I might as well have just gone with the first name. With the death of their masters, the imprints on the storage rings were released. Thus, Xianxia only had to drip his blood on them in order to tame them. He quickly browsed through the contents of the storage rings, and soon enough, a bitter smile surfaced on his lips. He thought that he would be able to gather quite a few treasures given how powerful his opponents were. But to his shock, they were appallingly poor. Other than the high immortal tier swords which the Dongshu gourd had already swallowed, there were only a couple of recovery pills, edible food, clear water, and a few sets of clean clothes. Xianxia continued looking through the contents of the storage ring, but there was nothing else that was of value. However, he did find something surprising in them. This is the ethereal token? Did the experts of the Hall of Gods use ethereal tokens too? That notion somehow didn't seem too convincing to him. It was hard to picture the lofty experts of the Hall of Gods utilizing a creation of what they presumed as inferior beings of the Forsaken Continent. Something felt rather bizarre here. A frown furrowed his forehead as he picked up the ethereal token and tapped on it lightly. He slit the tip of his finger and dripped a droplet of blood on the token, intending to tame it and take a look at what was within. However, in the next moment, the ethereal token abruptly crumbled into innumerable pieces. Seeing such a sight, Xianxia shook his head and sighed. The ethereal token wasn't like the other artifacts, where it was possible for others to tame it after the original owner died. It was designed in a way such that it would be destroyed if anyone other than the original owner tried to claim possession of it. In other words, he wouldn't be able to view what was within the ethereal token. He tried maneuvering with the other 3 ethereal tokens, but they ended up disintegrating too. Left with no choice, Xianxia could only give up on it. It seems that Kong Shi's invention has been acknowledged by even the Hall of Gods, Xianxia murmured. He looked at the 4 corpses before him once more and smiled to himself. Even though there's nothing valuable amongst their possessions, at the very least, their very bodies are already treasures. These bodies could be forged into soulless metal humanoids, and that was already an invaluable treasure to him. Time to get to work then. Sitting on the floor, Xianxia drew his soul out of his glabella and began working on the corpses before him. In the faraway sky of the azure, Gia, a door shrouded in shadows creaked open, and a black-robed figure rushed in anxiously. He walked right into the center of the dark hall. The area was illuminated by flickering candlelight, and the imposing back of a figure could be vaguely seen at the center of the room. Master! The black-robed figure kneeled onto the floor and greeted subserviently. How did it go? The imposing figure asked without moving in the least. It's a failure. The 4 of them have been wiped out. The black-robed figure replied with a trembling body. He dared not believe that it was possible for something to be true when he first received the news. He had to check several times before he could even process the information in his head. That was a heavenly high immortal and 3 heavenly true immortals from the Hall of Gods. To think that they could be killed by a mere pseudo-immortal, such a thing was completely inconceivable to him. "They are dead?" the imposing figure remarked with a contemplative voice. There wasn't the slightest surprise to be heard in his voice at all. He nodded his head slightly as if he had expected such an outcome, and he said, "As expected of a person chosen by the heavens. He is indeed blessed with great luck. Just like that man. However, the more that's the case, the more he moves my heart." The black-robed figure kept his head lowered in fright as he listened to his master's mutterings. He dared not to interject for fear of incurring his master's wrath. "Where is he at the moment?" "Master, he seems to have returned to the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion," the black-robed figure reported. "Since he is back at the Sword Pavilion, there's no need to make a move on him for the time being," the imposing figure instructed. "Yes, master," the black-robed figure replied subserviently. "If he chooses to never leave the Sword Pavilion, what should we do then?" "He will have to come out soon," the imposing figure replied confidently. "Understood, master. I'll keep a lookout on him and make a move as soon as he leaves the premises," the black-robed figure replied. Dispatch more capable personnel the next time around. Same as before, I need him alive. It doesn't matter whether he's injured or not, but I want a breathing man presented before me," the imposing figure instructed. "Yes, master," the black-robed figure replied with a deep bow before backing out of the room. At the same time, the silhouette of the imposing figure gradually grew dimmer and dimmer before fading amidst the darkness of the room. There was no way Xianxia could have been aware of the happenings over at the Hall of Gods. At this very moment, he was pinching his glabella in distress as he rose back up to his feet. "The corpses of the 3 true immortal corpses are still within my means to refine, but I'm still a little too lacking to deal with the high immortal corpse." It took only a few moments for him to refine the corpses of the 3 heavenly true immortal experts into soulless metal humanoids, but when it came to the heavenly high immortal expert, no matter what he tried, it didn't seem to work at all. "My soul is still a little too weak at the moment." Xianxia shook his head sourly. He had managed to find cultivation technique manuals to advance his Xianxia cultivation all the way to heavenly true immortal realm, but he wasn't so fortunate when it came to his soul cultivation. At the very moment, his soul cultivation was still only at heavenly pseudo-immortal realm. Without the corresponding Heaven's Path soul art, he was unable to make a breakthrough. As the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion focused mainly on sword art and sword intent, there wasn't any particularly high requirement on one's soul energy. As such, there weren't too many books regarding soul cultivation. Due to that, he was still a long way off from compiling his true immortal realm Heaven's Path soul art. "I should try to find ways to further my soul cultivation," Xianxia thought as he kept the corpse of the heavenly high immortal back to his storage ring. This wasn't just so that he could refine the corpse of the heavenly high immortal. It was a requirement for him to achieve a breakthrough to high immortal as well. Even though he hadn't managed to gather enough cultivation technique manuals to compile the high immortal realm Heaven's Path divine art yet, through the books he had gathered thus far, he was still able to gain some understanding regarding the cultivation realm. Similar to his breakthrough to ancient sage back then, his soul, physical body, and Xianxia must be in perfect harmony in order for him to successfully reach high immortal realm. Such a problem didn't exist for others as they had never cultivated their soul in the first place, as their Xianxia cultivation would have taken a far more dominant position. As such, it was much easier for them to harmonize their souls together with their Xianxia cultivation. On the other hand, Xianxia would need to establish an equilibrium between his soul cultivation and Xianxia cultivation in order to achieve a breakthrough, and that could only be done by raising his soul cultivation up to par as well. Thus, the most urgent matter at hand for him was to find soul cultivation techniques. With such thoughts in mind, he walked out of the private chamber. Since he had already mastered the Ascendant Cloud Sword God formula and fully grasped the God Sword intent, there wasn't much reason for him to remain here anymore. Han Jianxiu was standing outside of the private chamber when Xianxia came out, and he hurriedly asked with a smile, "How is it?" "It's still all right." Sect leader Han, may I know which of the 6 sects specialize in soul arts? Xianxia pondered for a moment before asking. He had already browsed through all of the books in the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, and honestly, he bore no hopes that he could gather sufficient true immortal realm soul cultivation techniques here. As most cultivators on the Forsaken Continent still focused on Jinshi cultivation, unless he were to find a sect that specialized in soul art, otherwise it would really be terribly difficult for him to find the necessary books to advance his soul cultivation. This, not quite comprehending the rationale behind Zhang Xian's question, Han Jianqiu replied contemplatively, "If I have to name the power among the 6 sects that is the most skilled in soul arts, it would definitely be no other than the Starchaser Palace. They are capable of communicating with the gods, and they are even able to make use of tributes to allow gods to descend upon lower dimensions. I can't think of any other power that is more skilled in the field of soul arts other than them." Starchaser Palace? Zhang Xian nodded quietly. He had heard the name of this sect far too many times in the past. Each of the 6 sects has its own field of specialty. Unlike the rest of us, the members of the Starchaser Palace aren't exiles of the god tribe but the indigenous population of this land. They are blessed with powerful souls at birth, so their field of specialty naturally gravitated towards soul arts. For our Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, as you can see, we are more skilled in the field of sword, but in contrast, we are much lacking in the development of our souls. The Myriad Beast Hall, just as its name suggests, is proficient in the art of taming beasts. Every single one of their core disciples has at least a powerful beast as their companion, so their fighting prowess really isn't to be underestimated. The 7-star Pavilion is the #1 business on the Forsaken Continent. It acquires and sells all kinds of artifacts through its vast channels that spread across the entire continent. In terms of fighting prowess, it's definitely unable to match up to the other 5 sects, but its vast wealth is more than enough to prop it within the ranks of the 6 sects. The Black Mirror Citadel specializes in the forging of weaponry and artifacts. Your Tong's Hang sword is one of their masterpieces. Last but not least is the Evanescent Immortal sect. They reside in the northernmost sea, and their disciples are incredibly skilled in movement techniques. Han Jianqiu quickly explained the backgrounds of the 6 sects in the Azure. "I see." Zhang Xian nodded in realization. He had heard about the 6 sects quite a few times, and they were frequently mentioned in books as well. However, it was much more insightful to have someone who was knowledgeable about the Azure explaining it to him directly. "You mentioned that the members of the Starchaser Palace are from the indigenous population of this land and not exiles of the god tribe. May I know what that means?" Zhang Xian asked. Most of the matters that he had gotten himself involved with recently somehow ended up being related to the Starchaser Palace in one way or another, and that had made him deeply interested in this power. As you might know, most of those living on the Forsaken Continent are people who have been exiled from the god tribe. However, this piece of land wasn't barren prior to our arrival. Those people who have been living here even before us are known as the indigenous population. The Starchaser Palace is a power formed by the indigenous population, and the source of their strength originates from their superior souls that allow them to communicate with even the gods, Han Jianqiu explained. Zhang Xian nodded in realization. "Are you intending to learn soul arts?" Han Jianqiu asked. "That's indeed what I have in mind at the moment." Zhang Xian nodded. "I would like to make a trip over to the Starchaser Palace to take a look." This, Han Jianqiu frowned. It's a vast distance between the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion and the Starchaser Palace. Even if you were to ride on an immortal beast, it would take you 10 days at the very least to arrive there. Considering that you have already caught the eye of the Hall of Gods, and judging from how hostile the Starchaser Palace is toward outsiders, I don't advise you to make this journey. Zhang Xian nodded with a deep sigh. He had also thought of these factors as well. Considering that it was an organization made solely out of the indigenous population, it wasn't too hard to deduce that they weren't too friendly toward the exiles who had claimed possession of their lands too. It would be hard for him to convince them to allow him to access their repository of soul cultivation technique manuals. Furthermore, it was very likely that the Hall of Gods was keeping a lookout on his movements, so leaving the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion at this juncture was an extremely dangerous move. However, if he didn't make this trip, he would never be able to advance his soul cultivation and eventually achieve a breakthrough to high immortal realm. It was a risky move, but he viewed it to be necessary as well. Wasting any time would just be giving the Hall of Gods more time to prepare itself, thus placing him in a worse position. Besides, the Godblood rock he had seen back at the Wuhai market could very well be related to Luo Ruoxin. No matter what, he had to make a trip over to the Starchaser Palace to investigate the matter too. As for the dangers, he was indeed a bit apprehensive at the notion of having to face the experts of the Hall of Gods. Without a doubt, he wasn't a match for them at the moment. However, as long as he disguised himself well and made sure not to expose his god sword intent, it shouldn't be too easy for the Hall of Gods to find him either. If you insist on heading to the Starchaser Palace, allow me to go with you then. While Du Qingyuan isn't an easy person to deal with, I think I should at least be able to convince her to give you leeway to study their soul arts. Han Jianqiu proposed. With his semi-divinity realm cultivation and superior swordsmanship, even if he was unable to subdue the experts of the Hall of Gods, he should still at least be able to buy some time for Zhang Xian to escape in dire situations. However, Zhang Xian shook his head and said, "It's fine. I'll head there alone." If Han Jianqiu were to follow him, the chances that they would be exposed would be much higher. He felt that he would be in a much safer position sneaking over discreetly. More importantly, he was intending to look into the matter concerning the Godblood rock and Luo Ruoxin. At least for the time being, he didn't want too many people to know about it. "It's too dangerous," Han Jianqiu exclaimed anxiously. In response to Han Jianqiu's worry, Zhang Xian replied, "I am someone who has comprehended the God sword intent. Just like you have mentioned many times before, it's only a matter of time before I become the sect leader of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. How can I mature if I were to constantly remain under your protection? A sword practitioner should have the tenacity of a raging bull, charging down adversities without any hesitation. Fear would only fill my swordsmanship with hesitation." But even so, Han Jianqiu wanted to protest, but he knew that there was some sense in what Zhang Xian was saying. It was often in times of danger that cultivators matured and rose to greater heights. Without facing adversities and putting one's swordsmanship to the test, it was impossible for one to reach the peak. It was not to say that being careful wasn't important, but things that had to be done must be accomplished with gusto and spirit. Once a sword practitioner lost his decisiveness, his swordsmanship would only become dull and conventional. There were such cases in the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion too. 1,000 years ago, there was a sect leader whose swordsmanship had reached an unsurpassable level, such that he had no rivals in the world. However, a small incident caused him to accidentally harm his closest friend, and under great self-reproach, he ended up doubting his own path. This seed of doubt swiftly grew, wavering his faith in the sword. Eventually, his very sword intent collapsed, resulting in the swift regression of his cultivation. Eventually, he died a humble man. There were bound to be many regrets and difficulties in life, but learning how to overcome them was the way how one could mature and grow. If someone who had comprehended the God's sword intent were to falter in the face of danger, he would never become a great person. Protecting someone didn't mean sheltering him from all dangers in the world. It was to provide him with the necessary conditions required for him to mature and eventually become independent in the world. "I understand. I'll lend you the swiftest aerial immortal beast in our sect then." Han Jianqiu was still deeply apprehensive, but he knew that this was something he would just have to learn how to cope with. "There's no need for that. That would be too eye-catching," Zhang Xian replied. He contemplated for a brief moment before asking, "Are these any aerial immortal beasts residing around the area? I think I'll try to tame one myself." He didn't know where the experts of the Hall of Gods were hiding, but riding an aerial immortal beast of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion would simply be too eye-catching. That would be no different from declaring to all of them that he was leaving the safe grounds of the sect. Since that was the case, he might as well discreetly leave and tame an aerial immortal beast while he was at it. That shouldn't hinder his journey by too much. "You wish to tame an aerial immortal beast yourself?" Han Jianqiu was stunned. Immortal beasts are known to be extremely arrogant, and taming them often takes a very long time. It isn't as easy as you think it out to be. The aerial immortal beasts that the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion were rearing were all bought over from the Myriad Beasts Hall. Their members were completely focused on furthering their swordsmanship that practically none of them knew anything about beast taming at all. Nevertheless, they were still aware of the difficulties in attempting to tame the immortal beasts. Even the disciples of the Myriad Beasts Hall, who devoted their lives to learning to master their craft of beast taming, would take an incredibly long time in order to tame even a single immortal beast. I understand. I'm just intending on giving it a try, Xianxia replied with a smile. I see that you have already made your mind. Since that's the case, I won't stop you either. This is a protective jade token I have forged. In times of danger, you can infuse your Xianxia into it, and it'll form a defensive light barrier around you. It will protect you from a single decisive strike by a semi-divinity realm expert. Seeing that Zhang Xian's mind was made up, Han Jianqiu shook his head helplessly before passing a jade token over. Thank you, Zhang Xian replied as he accepted the protective jade token. Regarding the aerial immortal beast you mentioned earlier, on the Ascendant Cloud Mountain roughly 10,000 li away from here, there are several high immortal and true immortal realm beasts. The Myriad Beasts Hall has sent their members over to tame them several times, but none of them have succeeded to date. You have to take caution if you really wish to head there, Han Jianqiu advised. Zhang Xian nodded in response. He moved on to clarify the location of the Starchaser Palace and inquire a few more questions. And once he received all the answers he needed, he quickly headed over to Dan Xiaoyan's residence. By this moment, Bai Wanqing had already received a message from Elder Bai Yi and returned back from Wuhai City. Xiaotian, I have taken Wanqing in as my direct disciple. From this day onward, she'll be your senior. Paying respects to senior, Dan Xiaotian clasped his wrist and greeted Bai Wanqing. These are the cultivation techniques and sword arts you will be practicing in the future. Feel free to pose any doubts you have, Zhang Xian said as he passed 2 jade tokens over to them with a flick of his wrist. Embedded within the jade tokens were the cultivation techniques and some pointers regarding the direction they should focus on in the future. Dan Xiaotian and Bai Wanqing quickly immersed their consciousness into the jade token to take a look, and soon, they found themselves completely engrossed with what they were reading. The cultivation technique and sword art recorded within the jade token truly an ingenious work. As long as they practiced it seriously, they would surely be able to advance their cultivation swiftly. It didn't take them long to finish going through everything in the jade token, and they began posing the uncertainties they harbored in their minds. Zhang Xian answered their doubts one after another patiently. After which, he swiftly entered the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion's ethereal hall and purchased 2 bottles of standard immortal pills and superior immortal pills. Passing one of each to his 2 direct disciples, he said, "These are the immortal pills that the 2 of you will require for your cultivation. I hope that you'll be able to meet my expectations the next time we meet." By the time he finished arranging future plans for his direct disciples, dawn was already around the corner. Before he knew it, he had already spent 2 days in the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. That was quite a long period of time. Fortunately, the time he had spent here had been quite fruitful as well. He managed to advance his cultivation to heavenly true immortal realm, and he had comprehended the God's sword intent as well. At the same time, he tamed 2 high immortal tier weapons and refined 3 heavenly true immortal realm soulless metal humanoids. All in all, he had become much more powerful than before, and he was no longer completely helpless even against the top echelons of the Forsaken Continent anymore. Will not let down teachers' expectations. Bai Wanqing and Dan Xiaotian kowtowed deeply with reddened eyes. Watching this sight, Zhang Xian nodded his head in satisfaction. His journey in the Azure was destined to be a short one, especially since his primary goal was to find Luo Ruoxin. It was not a part of his plan to take in any direct disciple at all, but he didn't regret his decision. Dan Xiaotian and Bai Wanqing had fine youths with resilient characters, and he was very satisfied with them. It was just a pity that he couldn't bring them around like Xiaoya and the others and teach them carefully. They could only rely on themselves in the future. Chao Qingli, I want you to take care of Xiaotian and Wanqing after I leave. These are your cultivation techniques and pills. Stop lusting over women all the time and focus more on your concentration. Instead of hearing you talk about your sexual exploits and how you have conquered 100 flowers or something, I hope to see substantial improvements in your cultivation the next time we meet. Is that understood? Xianxia called the bandit Chao Qingli over and lectured him. Cough, cough. Young master, I have actually conquered my 1,000th flower already. Chao Qingli replied with an awkward scratch of his head. Then, he peeked at Xianxia curiously and asked meekly, just out of sheer curiosity, young master, but how many flowers have you conquered at the moment? Those words immediately turned Xianxia's face utterly black. This fellow sure was getting ahead of himself. I heard that you have been hopping across the doors recently? Just look at what is becoming of your manners. If I were to ever find out that you have been conducting yourself in such a ridiculous manner, you can be certain that I'll break your darned legs. I can't hop across the doors either? Chao Qingli was appalled. The left leg was a no-go, and the right leg was a no-go too, and now he couldn't even hop across either. Was the young master thinking of keeping him out of the residence or confining him inside the residence for life? Leaving Chao Qingli to reflect on his own wrongdoings, Xianxia harumphed coldly once more before leaving the residence. By the time the sun started rising by the horizon, he had already left the mountain gate, disappearing completely amidst the vast wilderness. A moment after he disappeared, two elders suddenly appeared in midair. They looked at one another with utterly confused looks on their faces. They were no other than Elder He Tian and Elder Cho Hua. Han Jianqiu did permit Xianxia to leave on his own, but eventually, he found himself unable to leave the latter to be. It was the safety of their future sect leader they were talking about here. Nothing must go wrong. Thus, as soon as Xianxia left, he immediately arranged for the two elders to follow Xianxia closely and protect him from the shadows. Who could have thought that they would lose Xianxia as soon as they left the sect? Quick! We have to find him. The two of them combed the area frantically in search of the young man, but the entire area was completely empty. There was no sight of Xianxia to be seen at all. For hours later, the two of them had no choice but to return to the Elder Council awkwardly to report on their failure. To think that two heavenly high immortals like them would lose sight of a heavenly true immortal. They had no idea how they could face the sect leader like that. You lost him. Han Jianqiu seemed to have guessed what had happened upon seeing their figures, thus sparing them from the agony of having to explain their own failure. This, Elder He Tian and Elder Cho Hua dared not to raise their heads. He knew that I would send the two of you to follow him, so he made countermeasures in advance. Han Jianqiu sighed helplessly. He knew that we were following him? The two elders raised their heads simultaneously. This is the message he has left for the two of you, Han Jianqiu said as he flicked two jade tokens into the hands of the two elders. The two elders quickly infused their Xinqi into the jade token, and soon, Xianxia's voice sounded in the air. Elder He and Elder Cho, there's no need for you two to follow me. I'm capable of protecting myself. This is a sword art I have created for the two of you after analyzing the flaws in your swordsmanship. As long as you cultivate according to it, you should be able to bring your mastery of swordsmanship to greater heights. They quickly peered into the contents of the jade token, and in the next moment, the two of them were shocked speechless. The sword art in the jade token happened to resolve all of the flaws in their swordsmanship. As long as they practiced this technique diligently, they would be able to reach a higher level in their mastery. In fact, it might even prop their cultivation to higher grounds even. How did you see through this? The two of them widened their eyes in disbelief. It was only common sense for a sword practitioner to keep the flaws of his swordsmanship to himself. Such a thing was not something one could reveal even to one's closest kin. Yet, all it took was a single duel for the young man to uncover the entirety of their flaws and figure out a feasible method to correct them. They had known all this while that the sword practitioner who had comprehended the god sword intent was bound to be exceptional, but this was way beyond their imagination. One must know that every single move in a swordsmanship was like a gear in a complete system. Even if one were to become aware of a problem in this single gear, altering it haphazardly could cause even more trouble in the entire system instead. It was for this reason that they dared not to correct their flaws despite being aware of the problems they posed. It was not that they didn't want to do so, but that they were unable to do so. Yet such a feat was achieved impeccably by the young man. How can we ever hope to repay this favor? The eyes of the two elders reddened in agitation. They were intending on protecting the young man. But not only did the young man not need their help, he even gifted them with such a huge present. Words could hardly describe their current feelings. It isn't just the both of you. Every single one of us received something similar too, Han Jianqiu said as he looked out of the Elder Council with a deep look in his eyes. It felt as if the young man was a deity who had descended upon them, bestowing them with his blessings before vanishing without a trace. Elder He Tian and Elder Cho Hu looked around the room, and it was only then did they realize that the sect leader and the other elders had a jade token in their hands as well. Most likely, these jade tokens contain their flaws and the ways to resolve the issue. Cultivate well. Don't let down his expectations of you, Han Jianqiu said as he stood up. Given Zhang Xian's capabilities, I believe that the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion would only soar to greater heights under his leadership. Indeed, the others in the room nodded their heads in agitation. It turned out that the appearance of a practitioner who had comprehended the God Sword intent wasn't just a blessing to the sect but its individual members as well. As long as they could internalize Zhang Xian's teachings, they could pass the knowledge down to the disciples as well. And the fighting prowess of the sect would soar swiftly. Just thinking about the matter left every one of them trembling in excitement. A talented genius could ensure a sect's prosperity for a generation, but a talented teacher could ensure the prosperity of the sect for generations to come. I have made up my mind, Han Jianqiu suddenly declared with conviction. As if knowing what was on Han Jianqiu's mind, Elder He Tian asked in astonishment, "Sect leader Han, are you certain?" "Absolutely so," Han Jianqiu replied. "I was still worried about his boastful temperament, so I thought that there's a need to temper his character a little more before entrusting the sect to him. However, the fact that he's willing to impart his teaching unreservedly to us shows that his mind is already in the right place. I believe that he's ready." After saying those words, Han Jianqiu took out the token which represented his identity as the sect leader and held it in front of him. His deep voice echoed loudly across the entire Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. "From this day forth, Zhang Xian shall be the new sect leader of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion." In the core disciple sector of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, a young man was charging forward furiously with a sword in his hand when he suddenly released his grip, causing his sword to fly forth with astonishing swiftness. It pierced right into the bark of an old tree a far distance away. "Senior He, are you practicing her techniques?" a young man asked excitedly as he made his way over. If Bai Ruanqing was here, she would have recognized the two people standing here. They were no other than He Jingxian, the first ranker of the core disciples, and Hu Chan, the fourth ranker. After the battle with Bai Ruanqing, He Jingxian had been studying the two moves that he had lost to, and it was only till now that he finally made some progress. "I must say that these two moves are true works of ingenuity. I am completely awed by just how beautiful and elegant such a simple move could actually be." He Jingxian sighed in amazement. When he first encountered it, he thought that it was nothing more than a simple sword toss. But the more he tried to study it, the more fearsome he realized it was. It was as if that single sword toss harnessed the secrets hidden in the crux of swordsmanship. He simulated many different scenarios in his head, but no matter what he did, he wasn't able to overcome that sword toss at all. It was as if that single sword toss had collapsed every single possibility that lay ahead of him, sealing his fate to certain doom. "If that wasn't the case, we wouldn't have all lost to her," Hu Chun replied gloomily. Given the current circumstances, there was no way they couldn't acknowledge Bai Ruanqing's strength, but this only served to deepen their indignation. After all, it felt like Bai Ruanqing had nothing other than those two moves at all. "Did you manage to find out who she learned those two moves from?" He Jingxian asked. "I have narrowed down the possibilities, and my guess is that she has learned them from I am low profile, the person who has conquered the inner disciple sector not too long ago." Hu Chun replied. "It's him." He Jingxian frowned. "If I'm not mistaken, Isn't his cultivation only at dimension shatterer realm consummation? He should have achieved a breakthrough to lesser pseudo-immortal realm not too long ago. In fact, based on what I have gathered thus far, it seems like I am very handsome, who has defeated all of us back then is very likely to be him. Hu Chun replied. He was just about to move on to explain the rationale behind his deduction when a deafening voice echoed across the entire mountain range. From this day forth, Xianxia shall be the new sect leader of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. That's the voice of our sect leader. But what is it that he's saying? Xianxia will be our new sect leader? Who the hell is Xianxia? He Jingxian and Hu Chun were stunned. It was not uncommon for an incumbent sect leader to step down and pass his position on to someone else. However, most of the time, the person to inherit the position would be an esteemed elder or someone deeply respected within the sect. But Xianxia? Where did this fellow even come from? Just as the two of them were wondering what was going on, Han Jianxiu's voice continued sounding on. I know that the name Xianxia is probably unfamiliar to most of you. He is both, I am low profile, and I am very handsome. The person who has single-handedly defeated the inner disciple sector and core disciple sector within a single day. I am low profile? He Jingxian was stunned. Didn't he just achieve a breakthrough to pseudo-immortal realm not too long ago? It was unthinkable for a lesser pseudo-immortal realm to become the leader of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. One must know that the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion was one of the 6 sects, and it wielded more than enough power to sway the fate of the Forsaken Continent. This was ridiculous. Xianxia has comprehended the God's sword intent. Even though his cultivation has only reached heavenly true immortal, with his superior might in swordsmanship, he has managed to slay a heavenly high immortal and 3 heavenly true immortals in succession. In the same cultivation realm, he possesses the strength to subdue the combined prowess of me and 4 other elders. Han Jianxiu carried on to justify the rationale behind his decision. Wait a moment. He's at heavenly true immortal realm? Did I just hear that he has slain a heavenly high immortal? He actually managed to defeat sect leader Han and 4 other elders? He Jingxian and Hu Chun stared at one another with widened eyes. That fellow was actually that powerful? Were they really the same person? Considering how that fellow was only at Dimension Shatter Realm consummation a day ago, it was already an incredible feat that he was able to reach lesser pseudo-immortal realm within the span of a single day. So, what in the freaking world did sect leader Han mean by his cultivation has only reached heavenly true immortal? Furthermore, slaying a heavenly high immortal? How in the world was that even possible? The reason why I am saying all of this is to tell you all that it's out of my own volition that I chose to pass the role down to him. I hope that you'll support him as your sect leader and push our Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion to greater heights. After which, the voice gradually faded away. Hu Chun looked at He Jingxian in disbelief. I guess we should listen to sect leader Han's orders. From this day onward, our sect leader will be none other than Xianxia. But we don't even know what sect leader Zhang looks like, or even how old he is. He Jingxian and Hu Chun were deeply perplexed as to what they should make of the situation before them. Even if you want us to follow this new sect leader, you should at least tell us what he looks like. You aren't even providing us any information about him at all, so what do you expect to do? In the inner disciple sector, Chao Qingli was currently seated before the entrance of the residence, studying the Doorzill intensely. I can't use my left leg, I can't use my right leg, and I can't hop either. It seems like I can only crawl in and out then. Chao Qingli shook his head helplessly. At the moment, however, Han Jianxiu's voice sounded in the air. Our young master has become the leader of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, one of the 6 sects? Chao Qingli toppled backward in shock. He shook his head vehemently, as if trying to accept the information he had just received. He knew from the very start, back when they were still at Xinjiang City, that the young master was a formidable person, but he would have never thought that the young master would actually be this amazing of a figure. It was just 2 days since they had arrived at the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, but he had already risen from the follower of an inner disciple to the leader of the entire sect. How in the world did he even climb through the ranks so quickly? The cultivating by Ruanqing and Dan Xiaotian were taken aback by what they had just heard as well. Slowly, their eyes began blazing with fiery passion. Their teacher had become the leader of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. As his direct disciples, they couldn't afford to sully his reputation. Thus, they had to work harder than ever. The same sight was happening across the entire Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. In this very moment, every single disciple and elder etched a single name to their mind, Xianxia. This young man had appeared from nowhere, but within a short span of 2 days, he advanced from an insignificant figure whom no one knew about to become the esteemed leader of the sect. There was probably no one in the world who had climbed to the top of the corporate ladder as quickly as he did. Elder Han, is it really wise to make such an announcement? Such a conspicuous move would only make the Hall of Gods more wary of sect leader Zhang. Elder He Tian asked with a frown. Since Han Jianqiu had stepped down as the sect leader, he was automatically demoted to the position of a core elder. They had been trying their best to conceal Zhang Xian's identity, all this while so as to protect him from the Hall of Gods. But Han Jianqiu actually announced the matter publicly all of a sudden. Was it really fine to do this? Elder He, the Hall of Gods has already made their move. It's too late for us to be trying to hide anything anymore. Since that's the case, we might as well announce the matter and make it public. This way, even if the Hall of Gods wishes to make a move, they would have to consider whether it's really to their benefit to assassinate the new leader of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion and risk drawing the wrath of the Forsaken Continent on them. Han Jianqiu said, if Zhang Xian was a nobody, the Hall of Gods could have done anything they liked with him, and no one would have given a damn. After all, the world didn't have that much spare time to be overly concerned with someone who had no relevance to them. However, it was different now that Zhang Xian had become the head of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. If the Hall of Gods wanted to kill him, they better be prepared to offer an acceptable explanation to the entire Forsaken Continent. Otherwise, the assassination of the leader of a top power would surely cause widespread panic. If the Hall of Gods was willing to go this far with the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, it could very well do the same to the other 5 sects too. While the 6 sects were rivaling powers to one another, they knew the importance of huddling together before a stronger enemy. And a tight collaboration among the 6 sects was definitely one of the situations which the Hall of Gods would have wanted to avoid. Hearing that explanation, Elder He widened his eyes in realization. The Starchaser Palace. Beyond a door reminiscent of a full moon stood a lady. She was dressed in a white robe which contrasted beautifully against her cascading black hair, almost as if ink imprinted on a piece of paper. She often spent her days gazing into the sky with a deep look in her eyes, as if she was trying to fathom the will of the world. It was no exception today either. Sect leader. A maiden suddenly rushed through the full moon door and kneeled on the ground before the white-robed lady. What's wrong? The white-robed lady turned around, revealing her moving beauty. We have just received news from our informants in the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. Sect leader Han Jianqiu has stepped down from his position, the maiden reported. The 6 sects have their own information network. Through the ethereal hall, news could be delivered to all corners of the Forsaken Continent with unprecedented swiftness. Step down? What is that man thinking? The white-robed lady frowned. The reason why Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion was able to rank within the top 3 of the 6 sects was tightly related to Han Jianqiu's overwhelming might. If such a powerful expert were to step down all of a sudden without a legitimate reason, it could cause the morale of the entire sect to plummet, and even a pandemonium wasn't completely out of question. I'm not too sure. Based on the news we have received, the announcement came completely out of the blue, and there was no indication beforehand, the maiden replied. I guess the successor must be the person who has comprehended the God's sword intent then. When is the inauguration happening? The white-robed lady asked. The only reason why Han Jianqiu would have made such a move was because he had found someone more suitable than himself for that position. And the only person who could have been more qualified than Han Jianqiu was no other than the expert who had comprehended the God's sword intent. That's indeed the case. Sect leader Han Jianqiu has mentioned that the new sect leader has comprehended the God's sword intent, and his name is... The maiden pondered to jot her memory before replying, Zhang Xian. Xianxia. The white-robed lady widened her eyes. Kacha! Kacha! The stone pavement she was standing on began cracking. The intense fluctuation in her emotions caused her to be unable to control the energy in her body for a moment. Sect leader! Shocked, the maiden quickly lowered her head fearfully. It's nothing. I just never thought that he would be so fast. The white-robed lady quickly recovered from her abnormal condition, and the destruction of the stone pavement beneath her also halted as well. Have our informants met the new sect leader yet? Do we have any information on how powerful he is? The new sect leader has yet to appear in public view yet, but based on what sect leader Han Jianxiu has said thus far, this person's cultivation is only at heavenly true immortal realm at the moment. Nevertheless, he managed to slay a heavenly high immortal and 3 heavenly true immortals. The maiden replied. The informants that were undercover in the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion had relayed sect leader Han Jianxiu's words in detail. Despite only being at heavenly true immortal realm himself, he managed to slay a heavenly high immortal? The white-robed lady remarked with an incredulous expression on her face. How long has it been since then? He grew so quickly within such a short span of time. Kacha! Kacha! The stone pavement began to crack once more. Sect leader Du, are you acquainted with sect leader Xianxia? The maiden asked. In her impression, their sect leader was someone who could remain calm even if the sky fell, but on this very day, she had already lost her cool twice. The white-robed lady shook her head and quickly recovered from her daze. With a smile on her lips, she replied, I wouldn't say that we are acquainted, but I know someone who is. Call Wu Chun over. Yes. The maiden backed out of the room, and a few moments later, she returned with an adolescent youth beside her. Paying respects to sect leader Du. The adolescent youth bowed deeply. With her hands behind her back, the white-robed lady looked at him and remarked impassively. He's here. Those were 2 short words, but the adolescent youth seemed to immediately understand what the white-robed lady was driving at. His eyes immediately lit up, and he clasped his fist. Sect leader Du, I wish to pursue him. I'm willing to brave through flames and die for his sake. I beseech you to fulfill my wish. You wish to pursue him? Do you know where he is at the moment and how powerful he is? The white-robed lady asked. The adolescent boy shook his head. He's currently the sect leader of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. He has comprehended the God's sword intent, and his cultivation has reached heavenly true immortal as well. Furthermore, he has even managed to slay a heavenly high immortal as well, the white-robed lady said. This, the adolescent youth was shocked. With an unbelievable look on his face, he exclaimed, he was able to grow so quickly? Indeed. All along, I thought that the spirit god has made a wrong judgment this time around. Just how can a person from a lower dimension possibly be qualified to win her fancy? However, it has become clear that he's indeed someone who possesses extraordinary capabilities and talents. He wouldn't pale in comparison even against Kong Shi back then. As the white-robed lady spoke, she walked through the full moon doors and said, Let's head to the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion together. I'd like to verify if the newly appointed sect leader is truly him or not. After saying these words, she suddenly vanished on the spot together with the adolescent youth. Forsaken Continent, Hall of Gods. A tall silhouette flickered within a dim hall illuminated by only candlelights. Amidst the dim illumination, it was impossible to make out the appearance of the tall silhouette clearly. A black-robed figure kneeled on the ground and greeted, Master, what is it? An emotionless voice sounded from the tall silhouette. Sect leader Han Jianxiu of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion has stepped down. Passing his position on to Xianxia, do we still proceed on with our initial plan? The black-robed figure asked. He passed down his position? The tall silhouette harumphed coldly. Interesting. Does he think that I'll back down because of that? Pay that matter no heed. Capture that person as soon as he appears. Understood. But, the black-robed figure hesitated. If we were to touch a leader of the 6 sects, I fear that we might turn everyone against us. Pong! Before he could even finish his words, he was sent flying backward. His body crashed into the ground, and fresh blood seeped from the corners of his lips. This single impact had caused his face to pale. "Did I ask you to teach me what to do?" The tall figure narrowed his eyes coldly. "I dare not to." The black-robed man kowtowed again and again, knocking his forehead on the stone-cold floor in seek of redemption. "That better be the case. I'll repeat myself just once more. No matter what, I want him to be presented before me alive. If anything were to go wrong, I'll rip the skin off your flesh." The tall silhouette waved his hand. "Who?" As if an extinguished candle flame, he vanished on the spot. The black-robed figure struggled to his feet. He wiped away the cold sweat trickling down his cheeks before quickly backing out of the room. Wuhai City. The disguised Xianxia walked into Wuhai Market with widened strides. After leaving the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, he flew using the God Sword intent for roughly 10 minutes straight till he finally arrived here. As such, he was still unaware of the news that Han Jianxiu had passed down the position of the sect leader onto him. "Is there anything you require?" the receptionist asked with a smile. "I would like to rent an aerial beast," Xianxia replied with a cold voice. He was currently disguised as a suave middle-aged man in his late 30s. He had a clean face and towering frame, but he emanated an aura of coldness that seemed to push others away from him. To be honest, the Ascendant Cloud Mountain was not too far away from here, and it would only be a 10 minutes journey with his flight ability. However, this was the place the Hall of Gods noticed and attempted to assassinate him. In this world where only high immortals were capable of flight, it would be simply too conspicuous if he were to fly right over to his destination. Even when he was making his way to Wuhai City, he had made sure to fly close to the ground, under the cover of the lush greenery, even though he knew that it would slow down his speed significantly. It might have been safer for him to travel by foot instead then, but he thought that the Hall of Gods might have placed sentries around the perimeter of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, so he felt that it would be better for him to leave the area as quickly as possible back then. "This way, please," the receptionist nodded. Wuhai Market didn't just deal with the sales of artifacts and the sort. It also offered its customers transportation service as well. Following behind the receptionist, Xianxia was soon led to the stables where the aerial beasts were kept. There was a massive beast character at the entrance. Soon, an old man walked over and greeted Xianxia. "Passenger, where will you be heading to?" "Ascendant Cloud Mountain. That will be 10 ethereal coins." "Very well." With a wave of Xianxia's hands, 10 ethereal coins were delivered right into the hands of the old man. He had made sure to secretly exchange his sword pavilion coins to ethereal coins as soon as he arrived at Wuhai City. He knew that he would stand out if he were to trade using sword pavilion coins here, even though it was an accepted currency. The old man's eyes immediately lit up upon seeing the money. He walked into the stables where the aerial beasts were kept and led one out. "Let's go." The two of them got onto the back of the aerial beast, and before long, they were well on their way to Ascendant Cloud Mountain. Xianxia took a look around him and saw that there were several other passengers riding on aerial beasts around him as well. Knowing that he wouldn't stand out amongst the crowd, he heaved a sigh of relief. Following that, he turned his sights upon the young lad driving the aerial beast and noticed that there was an emblem pinned in front of his chest. There was a beast character on the emblem, similar to what he saw at the entrance of the stables. Thus, he asked, "You are from the Myriad Beasts Hall?" "I'm a menial disciple from the Myriad Beasts Hall. I'm getting ahead in my age, and it doesn't seem like I'm making too much progress in my cultivation either. So, the sect dispatched me here so that I can make a living for myself," the old man replied. "You were the one who tamed this aerial beast?" Xianxia asked. The disciples of the Myriad Beasts Hall were skilled in everything that was related to the beasts, and this included driving aerial beasts as well. Transportation was an extremely lucrative business on the Forsaken Continent since most cultivators here were incapable of flight. Naturally, the Myriad Beasts Hall would capitalize on this to their advantage. As the facts would have it, a substantial amount of their income came from the sales of aerial beasts and transportation services provided by their disciples all over the Forsaken Continent. Most small businesses wouldn't even earn 10 ethereal coins within a month, but this was the cost for a to-and-fro trip to the nearby Ascendant Cloud Mountain. Of course not. How can someone of my cultivation possibly tame such a formidable aerial beast? The Wuhai market bought it from the Myriad Beasts Hall. I'm just the person driving it around, the old man replied. Xianxia continued on to ask a few more questions, but perhaps because the old man was just a menial disciple, it turned out that he didn't know too much about the more in-depth details of beast taming. The only skill that he had really grasped in his time there was how to drive aerial beasts around. Seeing that he was getting nowhere, Xianxia eventually gave up. As one of the 6 sects, the Myriad Beasts Hall was a massive organization with at least 10,000 inner and core disciples. Given so, there must be a hulking number of menial disciples under them. It was inevitable that the sect would be unable to devote too much time and effort to nurturing their menial disciples as well, so the things that they could learn were severely limited. As the atmosphere between the two of them lightened up through their chatting, the old man advised, "Customer, where do you wish to land? The Ascendant Cloud Mountain is filled with many ferocious beasts, so I suggest for you not to proceed too deeply in. Otherwise, it might prove to be very dangerous." "Are you familiar with the Ascendant Cloud Mountain?" Xianxia asked curiously. "I've been there a few times," the old man replied. "That place is really a playground for the beasts. The last time I was here, I explored its depths in hopes of taming a beast myself, but it nearly cost me my life. After that, I have never dared to come here anymore." As someone who had once aspired to be a beast tamer, he still wished to have a tamed beast of his own. It was just a pity that his strength was too weak, and he hadn't properly learned the means of a beast tamer yet. Thus, it was simply too difficult for him to succeed. "Shall we strike a deal? If you share some useful intel with me regarding the Ascendant Cloud Mountain, I can help you tame a beast," Xianxia suggested with a smile. "Oh," the old man was slightly surprised by Xianxia's offer. "Are you a core disciple of the Myriad Beasts Hall? It doesn't really matter who I am, right?" Xianxia replied. "I have my own means. Don't worry, I won't lie to you." "I see." Considering how casually Xianxia had passed him 10 ethereal coins previously, it did seem like the middle-aged man was from an extraordinary background. Besides, even if the middle-aged man reneged on his words, he didn't have much to lose anyway. Amongst the beast tamers, the Ascendant Cloud Mountain is also known as the Four Beasts Mountain. It's a dangerous area which even beast tamers would be wary to enter, and the main reason behind that is because it's the territory of 4 powerful immortal beasts. 4 powerful immortal beasts? Indeed, these 4 immortal beasts have reached heavenly high immortal realm, and the strongest of them is a serpentine dragon. It's a real serpentine dragon, and not just mere offshoots of the dragon tribe that possess just a sliver of the dragon bloodline. Hearing those words, Xianxia's eyes lit up a little. There were several beasts he had tamed back at the Master Teacher continent which had the word dragon in its name, but they were simply faraway distant relatives which possessed a hint of the dragon bloodline. Serpentine dragons were not pure-blooded dragons, but they could already be considered as a member of the dragon tribe. As a true serpentine dragon, its fighting prowess definitely exceeded that of ordinary immortal beasts. "What about the others?" Xianxia asked. "The second strongest is a 9-headed fiery phoenix, carrying the phoenix bloodline within it. The last 2 are namely a 7-tailed swordfang tiger and a white-eared fox." The old man paused for a moment at this point before carrying on. "Speaking of which, it's indeed a little weird. Even though the white-eared fox is the weakest of the 4 immortal beasts, for some reason, even the strongest serpentine dragon heeds its words. The Myriad Beasts sect have tried to tame the serpentine dragon several times, but each time, their plans were foiled by the schemes of the white-eared fox, leaving them no choice but to leave in defeat." "White-eared fox." Xianxia nodded contemplatively. There were several records regarding the white-eared fox within the several million books in the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. It was a powerful immortal beast that could reach high immortal realm upon maturing. It was known to be particularly cunning, and as if reflecting that trait, it was skilled in constructing illusions, causing those who dared to approach it to lose sight of themselves. Even high immortals were susceptible to its illusions. There were many in history that had tried to tame a white-eared fox, but to date, there had been no records of anyone who had succeeded in doing so. Even the most formidable genius of the Myriad Beasts Hall had fallen in defeat before it. For this reason, the white-eared fox had been conventionally viewed by beast tamers to be untamable. Considering that there was such a fellow on this mountain, it was no wonder why this region would end up being reigned by the beasts, such that major powers were unable to expand their influence into it. If you wish to tame any beast here, it would be best for you to steer clear from the territories of the 4 immortal beasts. Perhaps you might still stand a chance at success like that. Otherwise, you will be putting yourself in a great deal of peril. The old man advised kindly. Which areas are under the rule of the 4 immortal beasts? Xianxia asked. The ascendant cloud mountain spans over several hundred li, and the 4 beasts rule over its 4 peaks. As the old man spoke, he took out a map and began introducing the detailed locations of the 4 immortal beasts. Xianxia made sure to imprint the information on his mind. He was able to gain a deep understanding of the various powers scattered across the entire ascendant cloud mountain. Shortly after, a mountain shrouded amidst clouds came into sight. The old man drove the aerial beast to land at the midpoint of the mountain as he said, "I can only send you up till here. Any deeper than this would be too dangerous." He couldn't help but feel as if countless crimson eyes were staring at him from the veil of the clouds, and this left him feeling deeply frightened. He wasn't a particularly strong cultivator in the first place, and the aerial beast he was riding on wasn't skilled in battle either. His life would be at risk if he proceeded any deeper in. "This place is fine too. I promised you that I'll tame a beast for you earlier, right? If you have some time to spare, it would be good if you can wait for me here," Xianxia said with a smile. "You are serious about that?" the old man asked. He thought that Xianxia was just mentioning it in passing. Such a deal sounded too good to be true. But even if Xianxia did have the intent to help him, beast taming wasn't that easy that one would be able to do it just by sheer will. Xianxia didn't respond to the old man's question. Instead, with a smile on his lips, he picked up a stone and threw it toward the forest ahead. Roar! Roar! Alarmed by the rock, the call of countless beasts echoed in the air. Those hidden crimson eyes stepped out from the veil of the clouds. Shockingly, they were all Dimension Shatterer realm beasts. There was a huge variety to them. Some were skilled at flight, whereas others were skilled at offense. Their faces were warped in savagery, and the stench of blood could be smelled from them. "What?" The old man's face paled. The aerial beast behind also used its wings to shield its face, not daring to face what was standing before it. With so many Dimension Shatterer realm beasts upon them, it would only take a blink of an eye for them to be torn into shreds. They wouldn't even be able to escape. If only he knew that this middle-aged man was so reckless. There was no way he would have accepted this job. Just as the old man thought that certain death awaited him, the middle-aged man suddenly said, "There are many beasts for your picking here. Which one do you fancy?" "Which one do I fancy?" The old man nearly fainted. "So what if I fancy any single one of them? Are you telling me to pick out the beast which I would become supper for? What a life I have lived! To think that I would meet my end like this. If you are going to give me a choice, I'd rather be eaten by that fiery eagle over there. The greatest dream of my life is to tame such a beast. Even if I am unable to do so, I guess it would be fine if my life comes to an end under its talons too." The old man sighed deeply as he pointed toward one of the beasts. "Fiery eagle?" Xianxia nodded. "Understood. It'll be the one then." "Who?" In the next instant, Xianxia vanished from the spot. While the old man was still wondering what was going on, a massive fiery eagle suddenly crashed into the ground right before him, causing him to recoil in horror. "Hurry up and acknowledge him as your master," Xianxia said from behind the fiery eagle. Chirp! The arrogant fiery eagle immediately lowered its head and bowed down to the old man. The old man widened his eyes in utter bewilderment. He might not be a true disciple of the Myriad Beasts Hall, but he had plenty of opportunities to witness full-fledged beast tamers moving to tame beasts before. The very act of the fiery eagle lowering its head meant that it was willing to pledge complete servitude to him. In other words, it was willing to become his tamed beast. But how could this be? Just by tossing the fiery eagle before him, the fiery eagle was already tamed? When did beast taming become so easy? I have fulfilled my promise to you. Farewell. The old man was still wondering what kind of sorcery the middle-aged man had used in order to tame the fiery eagle when the latter's voice suddenly sounded. Right after that, the latter warped into a streak of shadow as he charged right into the midst of the beasts. Kacha! Kacha! In just a few moments, the beasts, which were baring their fangs at them not too long ago, ended up lying subserviently like domesticated pets by the side. Their tongues were stretched out as if lapdogs trying to please their owners. I'll choose you. Let's go. Xianxia casually picked a green spot leopard and leaped onto its back. After which, the two of them charged toward the depths of the forest, disappearing amidst the clouds in a blink of an eye. Watching as the middle-aged man's silhouette vanished, the old man clutched his hair in frenzy. Even a long while later, he was still unable to regain his sanity. That middle-aged man was actually able to make all of those Dimension-Shatterer realm beasts submit to him willingly. Was that really humanly possible? It didn't seem like the Hall Master of the Myriad Beasts Hall would possess such incredible capabilities either. I heard that the Myriad Beasts Hall has recently released an incredibly difficult test for its members. Regardless of who he is, as long as a beast tamer is able to tame any one of the 4 immortal beasts, he would be placed under consideration to become the next Hall Master. Could that middle-aged man be an elder from the Myriad Beasts Hall who has come here to take on the test too? The old man wondered as he recalled the news he had heard just a few days ago. Similar to how the Ascendant Cloudsword Pavilion chose its sect leader through the mastery of swordsmanship, the Myriad Beasts Hall followed a similar system as well. Its sect leader was on the grounds of one's proficiency in beast taming and the strength of one's tamed beast. Without a doubt, the 4 immortal beasts of the 4-beast mountain were incredibly powerful, and taming them was an extraordinarily difficult feat. Succeeding in such an accomplishment would prove one's capability in beast taming, and the sheer strength of any one of the 4 immortal beasts was enough to catapult one to the top of the Myriad Beasts Hall. No one would question the sect leader chosen in such a manner. That must be the case? The old man nodded affirmatively. It was no wonder why the other party was so skilled in beast taming. Considering that he was an elder of the Myriad Beasts Hall, which was one of the candidates to become the sect leader, it wouldn't be too surprising if he displayed extraordinary capabilities. The green spot leopard was extremely swift, such that its movements seemed almost as if it was traversing across the wind. In the blink of an eye, it had already flown past a mountain peak, swiftly advancing toward the mountain where the serpentine dragon was located. Since he was here to tame a beast, it went without saying that he should tame the strongest of them all. Not to mention, he was capable of voicing the 8 notes of the heavenly dragon too. This ability allowed him to curb those who possessed the dragon bloodline, making them much easier to tame than other immortal beasts. The green spot leopard was a beast native to the Ascendant Cloud Mountain, so there weren't too many who stood in its way as it sprinted by. Occasionally, though, there would be a foolish beast who tried to hinder its passageway, but they would be cut down by a surge of sword chi. It didn't take long for the green spot leopard to arrive in the vicinity of the peak where the serpentine dragon resided. It was at this point that it suddenly came to a halt. It looked at the path ahead with wariness, hesitant on whether it should proceed ahead or not. Knowing that this was an instinctive fear toward immortal beasts, Xianxia leaped down the green spot leopard and said, "It's fine. You don't have to push yourself. Have a good rest here." He morphed his Jinchi into the form of a sharp sword and advanced toward the mountain peak. Something is wrong. After traveling for a while, Xianxia suddenly came to a halt. A slight frown could be seen on his forehead. The area around him was filled with trees, just like the areas he had passed through previously. However, through the eye of insight, he was able to discern some signs of human interference. There were quite a few formations and traps laid around the area. It was very likely that these formations and traps were to comber the immortal beasts in the area so as to tame them. Could it be that someone had already beat him to it? Let me head over to catch a closer look. Exploiting the flaws in the setups, Xianxia was able to weave through the formations and traps discreetly while making his way closer to the mountain peak. Soon, he saw 7 men hiding behind a massive boulder. One of them was holding onto a couple of formation flags as he swiftly set up a formation in the area discreetly. "I'm done. All we have to do now is to lure the serpentine dragon over, and it'll be trapped in our formation. Once we have it successfully trapped, it would be much easier for you to tame it. At the same time, this formation will protect us if anything were to go awry too." The old man setting up the formation said with a sigh of relief. "You have my gratitude, Elder Liao." A middle-aged man amidst the group clasped his fist and said, "You're too courteous. Of the 2 candidates within the sect, I believe that you are more suited to become the sect leader. I have no doubt that the Myriad Beasts Hall would be able to advance to new heights under your leadership. We aren't just helping you. It's with the welfare of the entire sect in mind that we have chosen lend you a hand." Elder Liao replied with a smile. "I'll have to work hard to meet up to your expectations then." The middle-aged man chuckled softly before his expression turned serious once more. "All right, I'll lure it over right now." As he spoke, he took out a jade bottle and uncorked the cap. A powerful smell immediately drifted into the surroundings. Hiding not too far away from the group of 7, Xianxia's eyebrows shot up. "That is dragon blood." He couldn't catch a good glimpse of whatever was in the jade bottle, but he was still familiar with the unique scent and aura diffusing into the surroundings. Back then, in order to recover from his injuries, Sovereign Chenling had refined dragon blood. This scent from back then was similar to that from the jade bottle. Furthermore, it seemed to have a much deeper aroma to it, indicating that the dragon blood was of greater purity. "Elder Yuan, is that the blood of a pure-blooded dragon?" Elder Liao asked in astonishment. He didn't think that the middle-aged man would have such a treasure in his possession. One must know that there wasn't even a single pure-blooded dragon on the Forsaken Continent, so it should have been impossible to acquire its blood. As such, despite being the authority on beast taming on the Forsaken Continent, none of the members of the Myriad Beasts Hall had seen a pure-blooded dragon before. "It isn't the blood of a true pure-blooded dragon but the refined blood of a serpentine dragon. I forcefully refined a bucket of serpentine dragon down to just 10 droplets. It is still no match for the blood of a pure-blooded dragon, but at the very least, it's not that far away from it anymore." The middle-aged man, Elder Yuan, replied with a hint of pride in his voice. Refining dragon blood was one of the matters which was far more difficult to put into practice than it sounded. Dragon blood was known to be extremely volatile and violent. If an ordinary human were to ingest even a droplet of it, his entire body would explode on the spot due to the rampaging energy. Given so, refining the dragon blood was even more so difficult. It must have taken a great deal of effort and time for Elder Yuan to come this far. "Formidable," Elder Liao nodded. "With such a thing, the serpentine dragon would surely be lured over. Once it tries to make a move on you, it would fall into our trap. Once that happens, it would only be a matter of time before you tame it." The reason why no one had been able to tame the serpentine dragon to date was due to how wary it was. It had never allowed anyone to corner it before. Thus, as long as they could corner the serpentine dragon, the rest should be easy. Given the means of the Myriad Beasts Hall, taming a cornered beast shouldn't be too difficult. Roar! Just as they were talking to one another, a thunderous rumbling suddenly echoed from the sky. Raising their head, the crowd saw a massive serpentine dragon floating right above them. Its massive eyes that were reminiscent of glowing lanterns were fixed on the jade bottle Elder Yuan was holding. The strongest serpentine dragon of Ascendant Cloud Mountain had indeed fallen for the allure of the dragon blood they had prepared. "It's here!" Elder Yuan's body tensed in agitation as he gazed at the serpentine dragon. Elder Yuan and the others didn't bother concealing their traces too much, so the serpentine dragon had also noticed their presence as well. Gazing upon them coldly, its voice resounded thunderously. "Human, did you think that you can lure me in with mere dragon blood?" In face of the imposing serpentine dragon, Elder Yuan stepped forward calmly and said, "I know that you have already noticed us long ago. How could someone of your caliber be oblivious to the presence of intruders in your territory? I also know that the reason why you refused to appear is because you wanted to see the treasure we have to offer you. Incredible power gushed forth from Elder Yuan's body as he spoke, as if signaling that he was no pushover either. Heavenly High Immortal? Xianxia muttered beneath his breath. Elder Yuan had an appearance that seemed as if he was in his early 40s, but who could have thought that he was actually a Heavenly High Immortal expert? The aura he emanated was even stronger than that of Elder Chohua. It was no wonder why so many elders had gathered here to support him. He did possess extraordinary capabilities. Everything else is just empty talk. If you want to tame me, you need to prove that you are even stronger than me, the serpentine dragon harumphed. Considering how long these fellows had been lingering around the area, it was obvious to it that they were here to tame it. Just as what Elder Yuan had said, the reason why it chose not to make a presence till now was to see what kind of treasure they had come with to lure it in. If the treasure they had prepared wasn't enough to win it over, it would just have its subordinates chase them away. If they were sincere enough to bring something that could catch even its eye, it could at least consider facing them. As one who possessed the dragon bloodline, it had never really feared a fight before. You wish to challenge my strength? Hearing those words, Elder Yuan chuckled softly. I admit that I am not a match for you in terms of strength. However, my capabilities don't just stop at being able to refine dragon blood. I am also capable of refining the dragon bloodline within your body as well. Refine my dragon bloodline? The serpentine dragon was stunned for a brief moment before its eyes narrowed in astonishment. The reason why the dragon tribe was so powerful was mainly due to its dragon bloodline. If the other party was truly able to refine its dragon bloodline, there was a possibility that it might be able to overcome its bottleneck as a serpentine dragon and evolve into a true pure-blooded dragon. This was an irresistible offer to any single member of the dragon tribe. How can you prove that you possess such capabilities? The serpentine dragon harumphed. Shouldn't this bottle of dragon blood more than sufficient as evidence? Given your eye of discernment, you should be able to tell that this dragon blood originated from a serpentine dragon like you. However, I was able to refine it to a level near to that of a pure-blooded dragon, and that's more than enough to prove my ability. This is a rare opportunity for you to evolve into a pure-blooded dragon. It's up to you whether you wish to grasp it or not. Elder Yuan replied confidently. An opportunity to become a pure-blooded dragon was simply too great for anyone in the dragon tribe to resist. He didn't believe that the serpentine dragon would be able to resist the allure. I must admit that you have brought an extremely moving proposition to me, the serpentine dragon replied slowly. However, even if what you said is true, you'll still have to prove your worth in order to tame me. Come, show me whatever capability you have in store. If you can't even stand your ground before me, you need not dream of returning back alive. Boom! In the next moment, the serpentine dragon tore its claws down, causing the surrounding space to freeze. Rampaging might gushed into the surroundings, whipping up a furious storm. Formidable, Elder Yuan remarked with a light chuckle. However, I knew that you would resort to this move. I have also prepared my hand as well. With a wave of his hand, a round sphere appeared on his palm. It emanated a brilliant radiance. That's the Northern Sea Dragon orb? Elder Liao remarked in astonishment. The other elders were also surprised by the artifact that Elder Yuan had just brought out. The Northern Sea Dragon orb was a treasure unique to the Northern Sea. It was an artifact that could produce lifelike illusions, and it was particularly deadly toward those of the dragon tribe. It was said that the master of the ethereal hall had used this artifact to bait a pseudo-dragon from the Hall of Gods out back then. There was a strict hierarchy in the dragon tribe. Those who possessed only a sliver of the dragon bloodline couldn't even be considered as a part of the dragon tribe. Even the serpentine dragons were only the weakest members of the dragon tribe. Towering above the serpentine dragons were the pseudo-dragons, and last but not least, the pure-blooded dragons. Even the weakest of the pseudo-dragons was at semi-divinity realm, but the Northern Sea Dragon orb was still able to lure it out from hiding. Just from this, it was apparent how deadly its charm was toward the dragon tribe. That being said, the Northern Sea Dragon orb was a particularly rare naturally occurring artifact, and the northern sea stretched on for millions of li, making it nigh impossible to find the dragon orb. There were beast tamers who roamed the northern sea for their entire life, only to never catch a glimpse of it. As a result, its existence was highly controversial, and there were many who viewed it as an artifact that only existed in the legends. Who could have thought that Elder Yuan would have actually managed to find one? It seemed like he had really gone all out in order to tame this serpentine dragon. With how prepared he was, the position of the sect leader was most likely his to take. As soon as the dragon orb appeared, the eyes of the serpentine dragon in the air glazed over with confusion. It seemed as if it was in an intoxicated state. Hee. Having expected such an outcome, Elder Yuan chuckled softly. He leaped into the sky, and with a flick of his wrist, he tossed the northern sea dragon orb toward the side. Utterly infatuated with the artifact, the serpentine dragon immediately chased after the dragon orb. Hoo. As Elder Yuan controlled the dragon orb, the serpentine dragon would move in accordance as well. Mirroring the dragon orb, the serpentine dragon twisted and turned its body, causing sonic booms to echo in the air from the sheer weight of its motions. That is teasing the dragon, Elder Liao exclaimed with glowing eyes. Those of the dragon tribe are known to be extremely haughty, and every single one of them is a huge bundle of pride. They would not submit to another even if they were defeated. The reason why Elder Yuan is using the dragon orb to lure the serpentine dragon is to break its pride and crush its dignity. At the same time, this would deplete its stamina, thus leaving it powerless to retaliate later on. The crowd nodded in agreement. There were different known ways to tame a serpentine dragon, but teasing the dragon was known to be the most efficient, especially since it tackled both the mental and physical state of the dragon. The pride of a dragon would prevent it from submitting even when it was defeated and its life was at stake. Thus, it was to crush its pride and dignity first. Hoo. While they were chatting, the movements of the serpentine dragon grew more and more vigorous under the teasing of the dragon orb. It flew higher and higher, gradually pulling distance away from them. It didn't take long for Elder Yuan and the serpentine dragon to become dots in the sky. Seeing this sight, Xianxia couldn't help but frown. Something is wrong here. He sensed that something was amiss, but he couldn't really tell what was wrong here. If he really had to point it out, it would be that the serpentine dragon simply fell for everything too easily. The old man that had ferried him over told him that the Myriad Beasts Hall had dispatched many experts to tame the serpentine dragon, only to end in defeat each and every time. Since that was the case, the serpentine dragon should have been guarded against Elder Yuan. But why did the serpentine dragon still fall for the dragon orb so easily? Was the dragon orb really that potent, or it's acting a little too recklessly? To be lured out by the dragon blood and challenge Elder Yuan so carelessly. Xianxia had tamed beasts possessing the dragon bloodline before, and he knew just how prideful they could be. As attractive as Elder Yuan's dragon blood was, it was not enough for the serpentine dragon to lose its rationality. Furthermore, even if the serpentine dragon were to lose its cool, it should have made a move right away. There was no way it would have wasted its words on so much nonsense and ended up giving Elder Yuan an opportunity to exploit its weakness. No matter how he looked at it, the situation seemed inconceivable to him. Perplexed, Xianxia didn't rush to make a move. Instead, he chose to continue assessing the situation for the time being. Unknowingly, Elder Yuan, who should have been baiting the serpentine dragon with the dragon orb, ended up getting further and further away from the surface, such that it was getting hard to see him. And at this vital moment, there was suddenly a surge of wind echoing in the air. A gray-robed elder was rushing in their direction. Before even landing on the ground, the gray-robed elder had already spurted a mouthful of blood. There was a bloodied depression in his chest, and fresh blood was flowing down his body. He was severely injured. "Elder Liao, we need to leave right now," the gray-robed elder exclaimed anxiously. "Elder Wang, didn't you set off with Elder Lu to tame the nine-headed fiery phoenix? Why are you here? Where are the others?" Elder Liao asked anxiously as he quickly fed Elder Wang 2 pills in order to curb the latter's injuries. The 2 candidates to become the sect leader were 2 of the more popular beast tamers. One of them was Elder Yuan, and the other one was Elder Lu. As for the rest of them, they were just here to play a supporting role. Elder Wang was one of the elders who had chosen to help Elder Lu tame the nine-headed fiery phoenix. Given so, why would Elder Wang suddenly appear here with such severe injuries? We have fallen for their tricks. The nine-headed fiery phoenix, serpentine dragon, and seven-tailed swordfang tiger have banded together in order to deal with us. Elder Lu was killed on the spot, and the other elders had also sustained severe injuries. I'm the only one who has managed to escape, Elder Wang said as he recovered a little bit of his strength. The three immortal beasts have banded together? When did that happen? Elder Liao asked anxiously with narrowed eyes. Just a moment ago. The other elders urged me to rush over to inform you while they hold them back. If not for that, they would have already been here by now, Elder Wang exclaimed. We must leave right now, or else it would really be too late. Just a moment ago? That's not right. Elder Yuan has just lured the serpentine dragon away. So how could it have collaborated with the nine-headed fiery phoenix and the seven-tailed swordfang tiger over at your end? Elder Liao shook his head in disbelief. The serpentine dragon had been here for a while now, and its attention had been firmly caught by the northern sea dragon orb. How could it have banded together with the others then? Ah, the serpentine dragon is here? But that's impossible, Elder Wang exclaimed incredulously. No matter what, we have to leave right now. Halfway through Elder Wang's words, he suddenly narrowed his eyes as his body stiffened entirely. Tracing his line of sight, the crowd saw a serpentine dragon, a phoenix, and a swordfang tiger soaring over from afar. Their movements were so swift that it only took them a few moments to arrive above them. How could it be? Elder Liao was stunned. He quickly turned his gaze toward Elder Yuan's direction and saw the latter still manipulating the dragon orb around to control the serpentine dragon. How could another one appear at this moment? Could it be that there were actually two serpentine dragons on the ascendant cloud mountain? You scoundrel! The other elders roared in rage as they swiftly got into position to guard against the beasts. The nine-headed fiery phoenix released a shrill cry before it glided across the air, raining arrows of flame upon the elders. One of the elders was just about to soar into the air when a fire arrow pierced through his chest, pushing him back to the ground. On the other hand, the seven-tailed swordfang tiger charged right into the midst of the crowd. With a swift swipe, its claws tore through two elders, inflicting deep lacerations on their bodies. Most of the elders of the Myriad Beasts Hall were at Heavenly High Immortal Realm as well, but the three immortal beasts were blessed with superior constitutions that granted them far greater fighting prowess than that of human cultivators. It was not to say that the elders of the Myriad Beasts Hall were weak, but they were simply no match for the three immortal beasts. In just a few breaths, most of them were already lying injured on the ground. Activate the formation. Elder Liao knew that they would be defeated at this rate, so he immediately rushed over and stomped on the crux of the formation they had set up earlier. Wang! The formation whirred into action. While trying to tame a beast tamer had to be prepared for the possibility that he could be killed as well. Thus, beast tamers would usually set up multifunctional formations that could be used to trap the beasts, coordinate their strength together, and block the offense of the immortal beasts. Such flexibility would prove to be valuable in times of need, especially given how the situation could change in the blink of an eye. After the formation was activated, the injured elders also quickly retreated into the formation as well. Do you really think that a formation that I permitted you to set up in my presence would really work? The serpentine dragon sneered coldly before releasing a deafening roar that tremored the lands. As if having received an order from the serpentine dragon, the earth began rumbling intensely, causing the formation flags of the formation which Elder Liao and the others were hiding in to collapse. Colonies of ants rose from the places where the formation flags were previously planted. The serpentine dragon had stationed these ants beneath the formation flags in advance so that he could deal with the formation whenever it liked. With the collapse of the formation flags, the formation also lost its effectiveness too. As such, Elder Liao and the others were exposed before the three immortal beasts once again. We were too focused on trying to tame the serpentine dragon that we didn't even notice that we have already fallen into their trap. Seeing how they were completely encircled by the three immortal beasts and their subordinates, Elder Liao's face paled in despair. They had come here confidently, thinking that even if they were to fail in their mission, they would still be able to get away without any problem. Yet they ended up falling for the other party's ploy. The white-eared fox used its own ability to disguise itself into the serpentine dragon, so as to lure the northern sea dragon orb away. On the other hand, the real serpentine dragon was moving alongside the nine-headed fiery phoenix and seven-tailed swordfang tiger to assault the other group. As soon as they were done, they immediately rushed over to crush their group as well. Just like that, the tables were turned on them. A beast-taming session turned into a massacre instead. They would have never thought that the beasts would use their own plans against them. The white-eared fox told me that the humans are greedy. I was still harboring such reservations previously, but it seems like that's indeed the case. The serpentine dragon scoffed. If you haven't divided your forces into two groups and directed that powerful offensive artifact toward the nine-tailed fiery phoenix instead of just focusing it all on me, perhaps you might have still stood a chance. Just like how the northern sea dragon orb was prepared to deal with the serpentine dragon, what the other beast tamers had prepared to tame the nine-tailed fiery phoenix was an extremely powerful saber to suppress it forcefully. If the beast tamers had worked together, even if all four immortal beasts were to work together with one another, they would have stood a very good chance at victory. After all, the prowess of one of the six sex was not to be underestimated. Yet, perhaps it was arrogance or simply foolish greed, they chose to split into two teams. Unfortunately for them, the white-eared fox saw through their ploy and prepared a countermeasure beforehand. They would first suppress the team which possessed powerful saber before moving on to destroy the other group. We have really underestimated the enemies this time around, Elder Liao said with a bitter smile. None of the four immortal beasts were easy to tame. The very fact that Elder Lu and Elder Yuan had chosen to compete with one another to see who could tame one of them first was already an arrogant act in itself. They were assuming that success was already in their grasp. As the saying went, a proud general is bound to lead his army into defeat. Such a fate was already destined from the moment that such a thought surfaced in their minds. Putting everything aside, the strongest cultivator of them all, Elder Yuan, was still using the northern sea dragon orb to lure the white-eared fox around, completely oblivious that the rest of the group had already been plunged in a perilous position. At this point in time, it was already clear who was really teasing who. Let's just pit our lives against them. They might be powerful, but it won't be easy for them to defeat us without some sacrifices, Elder Liao said with determinedly. He knew it would be difficult for them to escape given the current situation. So the only choice they had was to force their way through. Yes, the other elders nodded in agreement too. With a flick of their wrist, they took out a bag each roughly the size of their palm. Who? Immortal beasts appeared all around them. Is that the tamed beast sack? Hiding by the corner, Xianxia thought. While they were making their way over, the old man had told him that the more qualified disciples and elders would have special tamed beast sacks, which worked in a similar fashion to his myriad anthive nest. They could store their tamed beasts inside the sack and bring them along with them. To be able to store the massive immortal beasts within it without sustaining any damage, the tamed beast sack was indeed an incredible invention. Roar! 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 It was an immediate surge in the fighting prowess for the beast tamers. While the situation still didn't look positive to them, at the very least, it was certain that their enemies wouldn't be able to take them down easily. Block them! Elder Liao and the others bellowed. Most of the tamed beasts that were brought out were at lesser high immortal realm, but nevertheless, their fighting prowess wasn't to be underestimated. They swiftly charged into the air to fend off the serpentine dragon, nine-tailed fiery phoenix, and the seven-tailed swordfang tiger. They might not be a match for the three heavenly high immortal realm beasts, but at the very least, they should be able to keep them busy for quite some time. As immortal beasts, you lot willingly allow yourselves to be used by these lowly humans. I can imagine no greater shame than this. The serpentine dragon harumphed coldly. It swallowed the dragon blood with a gulp, and in the next moment, an incredibly imposing aura gushed into the surroundings. This aura was frighteningly powerful, inducing the beasts which the elders had just released to tremble non-stop. Every single one of them froze on the spot, having lost their will to fight. It's the natural aura of intimidation that the dragon tribe possesses, Xianxia thought grimly. The dragons were also known as the sovereign of the beasts. The dragon bloodline represented supreme might and inviolable authority. There was no beast who wouldn't be intimidated by the heirs of a dragon. This was even more so for pure-blooded dragons. Every single one of them was a born emperor, and there was no beast who would dare not to submit to them. There was indeed a huge gap between a serpentine dragon and a pure-blooded dragon, but after swallowing the concentrated dragon blood in the jade bottle prepared by Elder Yuan, the serpentine dragon's aura reached a level that was on par with even that of pseudo-dragons. As a result, none of the tamed beasts brought out by the elders dared to oppose it. It was innate deference toward a higher existence. Just like that, the tamed beasts were reduced to nothing more than decorative accessories on the battlefield. Boom! With all of the tamed beasts paralyzed with fear, the 9-headed fiery phoenix and 7-tailed swordfang tiger made use of this opportunity to charge at the beast tamers. The elders did their best to protect themselves, resorting to a collaborative formation even. However, the gap in fighting prowess between both sides was simply too great. Before long, they were already lying defeat on the ground, blood flowing freely from the glaring wounds inflicted on their bodies. Capture them and bring them back to my lair. We'll use them as hostages to exchange for the method to refine the dragon bloodline, the serpentine dragon instructed. Even though there was no way it would ever submit to a human, it was still moved by Elder Yuan's earlier proposal. As such, it decided to use these humans as chips to negotiate with the other party. There was no way Elder Yuan could disregard the lives of his peers. The deaths of these elders would be a heavy blow to the Myriad Beasts Hall, and for allowing his fellow elders to die in vain, Elder Yuan himself would lose prestige from the members of his own sect as well. It was really foolish of the beast tamers to think that they could outsmart the 4 immortal beasts so easily. Xianxia shook his head in lamentation. It was no wonder why no one had managed to tame these immortal beasts all this while. They were simply too cunning. From the start to the end, the 4 immortal beasts were in complete control of the situation. In contrast, it felt like the elders of the Myriad Beast Hall were being toyed with. I should just focus my effort on taming another aerial immortal beast instead, Xianxia thought. He was indeed interested in taming the 4 immortal beasts, but that wasn't a necessity for him. All he needed was a medium for transportation. If need be, he could make do with an ordinary aerial immortal beast as well. It was not because he didn't think that he wasn't a match for the 4 immortal beasts. With his heavenly true immortal realm cultivation, God's sword intent, and heaven's path divine art, he was rather confident that he would be able to defeat the serpentine dragon. But if he were to do so, he could draw the attention of the Hall of Gods upon him. Furthermore, what he had to deal with over here wasn't just the serpentine dragon. He had never been a selfless man. He would lend a hand to Elder Liao and the others if he was absolutely confident of success, but he wouldn't go to the extent of risking his life for mere strangers. Elder Liao and the others knew what they were getting themselves into when they made the decision to tame the serpentine dragon, so they should have been prepared for the worst too. Just as Xianxia was about to depart from the scene, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Master, if you capture that bird over there and feed me its blood essence, I think I might be able to break free of my seal and return back to my original body. Return back to your original body? Xianxia's eyebrows shot up. He quickly turned his consciousness to his dantian and saw the Dongshu gourd pacing around anxiously. It had never been so riled up before. Yes, my current appearance as a Dongshu gourd is a form I assumed after my strength was sealed. My true body is a legendary beast that rules over the lands. Once I return to my true form, the likes of the Hall of Gods won't even pose a threat at all. The Dongshu gourd replied in agitation. Xianxia was silent for a moment before he asked solemnly, Are you certain? The Dongshu gourd wasn't very reliable, but there was no denying its tremendous prowess. That could be seen just by how it was able to devour and assimilate high immortal tier swords with ease. The only thing that was lacking about it was its offensive ability. If it was really able to break free of its seal, it might turn out to be an incredibly powerful ally on his side. Just the fact that it was able to induce fear in the heavenly high immortal from the Hall of Gods back then likely meant that it was an existence that had reached semi-divinity or even beyond. Of course. Are you looking down on me over here? The Dongshu gourd harumphed disdainfully. All right then. Hearing those words, Xianxia took in a deep breath and made up his mind. Gritting his teeth, he walked out from his hiding position and shouted, "Hold it right there!" His words immediately caught the attention of the serpentine dragon, nine-headed fiery phoenix, Elder Liao, and the others present in the area. They were all surprised to see that someone was hiding in the vicinity. Heavenly true immortal? Even someone of your caliber dares to appear before me as well? Capture him along with the rest. The serpentine dragon harumphed coldly with narrowed eyes. For a moment there, the young man's sudden appearance made it apprehensive. It thought that someone who was able to hide beneath its eyelids was bound to be extraordinarily powerful. However, who could have thought that the other party would just be a heavenly true immortal? It could easily slay numerous enemies of such caliber with just a swipe of its claws. Someone of that level couldn't possibly pose a threat to it at all. Who? Upon hearing the instruction, the nine-headed fiery phoenix glided over and breathed out blazing flames upon Xianxia. Standing before the nine-headed fiery phoenix's assault, Xianxia simply looked at the serpentine dragon and smiled. You seem to be very confident in yourself. Since that's the case, shall we play a little game? Let's see if you are able to withstand this. Ha! The serpentine dragon had no idea what Xianxia was trying to get at. Is there something wrong with that fellow's head? Or is he struggling desperately in hopes of a miracle? Thinking nothing of the matter, the serpentine dragon turned its head to the side and ignored Xianxia's prattling. Mao! Moo! It was as if the ground had split apart in that instant. The two frighteningly loud notes raised up a furious storm as they surged straight toward the serpentine dragon. As soon as those two notes reached the serpentine dragon's ears, the latter felt as if its blood had frozen on the spot. Its body convulsed uncontrollably as it began plummeting to the ground. Pada! The serpentine dragon crashed into the ground. Boss! Not expecting the most powerful serpentine dragon to plummet from the sky with those two notes, the nine-headed fiery phoenix and the seven-tailed swordfang tiger were startled. It's the 8 notes of the heavenly dragon. He's a pure-blooded dragon? As they swiftly came to a realization, they looked at Xianxia with horror reflected in their eyes. As the top immortal beasts of the Forsaken Continent, they knew quite a fair bit about the dragon tribe. The 8 notes of the heavenly dragon was a language that could only be spoken by pure-blooded dragons, but the middle-aged man was able to voice those notes as well. Wouldn't that mean that he was actually a pure-blooded dragon? One must know that the significance of a pure-blooded dragon was no different from that of a true god. How could they possibly dare to pick a fight with a god? With an incredulous look on their faces, they looked as the middle-aged man walked up to the serpentine dragon and patted its head. Good boy. Just listen to my words obediently, and you'll be fine. If you want me to listen to your words, why don't you remove your sword from my neck first? The serpentine dragon attempted to struggle, but its body was still convulsing from the earlier impact from the two notes. With a sheepish smile, Xianxia withdrew the Tongshang sword and placed it back to his storage ring. There was a brief moment of silence before the serpentine dragon remarked, You aren't a real pure-blooded dragon. Keen eyes. I don't deny what you have just said. However, it doesn't change the fact that I'm capable of voicing the 8 notes of the heavenly dragon, Xianxia replied. Furthermore, I am also able to refine the dragon bloodline in your body and increase your chances of achieving a breakthrough to higher realms. He didn't think that there was any point lying to the serpentine dragon. On the contrary, if he were to set up false expectations for the serpentine dragon, the latter might betray him in the future if it were to learn that it had been deceived. There was another long moment of silence as the serpentine dragon tried to struggle free from the suppression of its bloodline, but it was to no avail. Eventually, it had no choice but to nod its head slightly. I'll submit. The 8 notes of the heavenly dragon was an ability unique to the pure-blooded dragon. It was a known fact that producing these sounds was fundamentally impossible for other beings other than the pure-blooded dragons. The serpentine dragon had no idea how Xianxia was able to voice the 8th note of the heavenly dragon. But this showed that even if he wasn't a pure-blooded dragon, it was likely that he possessed a significant relationship with the top echelons of the dragon tribe. It viewed Xianxia to be a superior being, and it didn't think that it would be disgraceful for it to submit to a superior being. Not to mention, the middle-aged man's sword chi had already discreetly delved into the vitals of its body while it was immobilized. If it were to refuse the middle-aged man, it was likely that it would be torn apart from within. While the middle-aged man before it appeared to be only at heavenly true immortal realm, the sheer power of his sword chi was really not to be underestimated. Even with the resilience of its superior physique, it wasn't confident that it would be able to withstand the might of his sword chi. "You have made a wise decision," Xianxia replied as he proceeded on to seal a soul contract with the serpentine dragon. To be honest, he wasn't completely confident that the 8 notes of the heavenly dragon would work, especially considering that the serpentine dragon was a true member of the dragon tribe. He was prepared to resort to brute force if he needed to, but to his delight it worked much better than he had thought. From the looks of it, even if his opponent was a pseudo-dragon, he would still be able to subdue the other party easily with the 8 notes of the heavenly dragon too. The serpentine dragon actually submitted to him just like that. "Who is that middle-aged man? I don't recognize him at all. He doesn't seem to be from the Myriad Beasts Hall." The severely wounded elders of the Myriad Beasts Hall looked at one another in bewilderment. They thought that they were doomed this time around. Not even in their wildest dream did they expect that a true immortal realm cultivator would suddenly come to their rescue and tame the serpentine dragon within a single minute. One must know that Elder Yuan had spent many years refining the dragon blood and looking for the northern sea dragon orb. All in all, he had devoted 30 years of his life to ensure the success of this mission, and the sheer amount of resources he had expended for this was mind-boggling, but it still ended in a miserable failure. In contrast, all this true immortal realm cultivator did was to scream 2 notes, and the serpentine dragon just submitted to him just like that. What was with this difference in treatment? This was too much. It's only normal for a member of the dragon tribe to submit to one who is capable of voicing the 8 notes of the heavenly dragon. Even though the crowd was a little stifled by the abrupt twist in the situation, they weren't too surprised by the outcome. As elders of the Myriad Beasts Hall, they had also heard of the 8 notes of the heavenly dragon, and they knew that it signified the highest authority of the dragon tribe, the very will of the pure-blooded dragons. There was no lesser being possessing the dragon bloodline that could oppose that innate suppression. "You can rest for the time being. I'll go and tame that 9-headed fiery phoenix," Xianxia said with a wave of his hand as he walked toward the 2 utterly shocked immortal beasts in the sky. The fact that the serpentine dragon had moved along with those 2 meant that they had close relations with one another. He knew that he would be putting the serpentine dragon in a spot by forcing it to make a move on those 2. So the best he could do was to ask the latter not to interfere. He would just have to tame the 9-headed fiery phoenix by himself. "Thank you, master," the serpentine dragon replied in gratitude. It was indeed apprehensive that its new master would order it to make a move on the other 2. That would have really put it on a spot. As a subordinate tamed beast, it would have no right to disobey its master's order. However, having spent many years with the other 2, while their usual relationship was similar to that of rivals, it couldn't bring itself to betray them in such a manner either. It was clear that its master was taking its feelings into consideration when he said those words. "You wish to tame me? The Empyrean Phoenix bloodline runs in my blood, so that 8 notes of the heavenly dragon of yours wouldn't work against me." Hearing those words, the 9-headed fiery phoenix sneered coldly. The dragon tribe was known to be the sovereign of the beasts, but the Empyrean Phoenix tribe wouldn't pale in comparison either. The Empyrean Phoenix tribe was well respected even in the firmament, the world of the gods. The 8 notes of the heavenly dragon had the effects of suppressing other beasts, but it was completely useless against it. As such, even though the human standing before it was able to tame the serpentine dragon, his means would never work against it. "I don't need the 8 notes of the heavenly dragon to deal with you," Xianxia replied calmly as he raised his hand upward. The formation flags scattered all over the ground rose to the sky and floated in the surroundings. Activate! Xianxia bellowed as they rearranged themselves and plunged into the ground once more. The ants had destroyed a huge portion of the flags, but there were still some of them that were undamaged. As they were plunged into the ground, a huge formation encompassing an area of more than 20 li immediately activated. It's an isolation formation? Everyone was surprised. Even the serpentine dragon and the other two immortal beasts were perplexed as to what Xianxia was attempting to do as well. They had fully expected the middle-aged man to activate a slaughter formation or illusion formation in order to deal with them, but who could have thought that it would just be a mere isolation formation? Such a formation would prevent anyone outside from peering into what was happening within the formation, but it didn't seem to be of much use in a battle. By aligning the formation together with the geography of the ascendant cloud mountain, I should be able to maintain it for roughly 30 breaths. Xianxia muttered contemplatively before nodding with a smile. That's enough. What's enough? Do you mean to say that you are able to tame me within 30 breaths? Such blind arrogance. The nine-headed fiery phoenix scoffed in fury. Wasn't this little thing a little too conceited? The only reason why you are able to tame the serpentine dragon so easily is because you are able to voice the 8 notes of the heavenly dragon. That has nothing to do with your cultivation or your true capabilities. Do you think that a mere true immortal like you would really be able to withstand the might of a heavenly high immortal like me? Taming me in 30 breaths? Dream on. Who? Just as the nine-headed fiery phoenix was about to explode from fury, the figure on the ground suddenly blurred. Before it knew it, the arrogant middle-aged man was already standing right before it. You are capable of flight? The nine-headed fiery phoenix was stupefied. It wasn't the only one who was surprised by that. Every single person and beast in the area were stunned by what they were witnessing. Not even the serpentine dragon had expected its master to be capable of flight. While true immortals were highly respected on the Forsaken Continent, such that they were even viewed as powerhouses in some of the more remote territories, the ones that wielded the decisive power on the continent was still the high immortals. This wasn't just due to the difference in prowess but the ability of flight as well. Even if an army of true immortals were gathered together, there was only so much they could do to deal with a high immortal flying high in the sky. This difference in mobility created a huge rift in their fighting prowess. The middle-aged man before him was only a heavenly true immortal, so how was he able to fly as well? Furthermore, the speed of his flight was even faster than that of normal high immortals. Make your move. I also want to see what you are capable of as well, Xianxia remarked as he drew the Tongshang sword. With a low growl, he slashed his sword toward the nine-headed fiery phoenix. Since the Dongshu Gourd had said that is needed this fellow's blood essence, a battle was inevitable. He could still tame the serpentine dragon using the 8 notes of the heavenly dragon, but against the nine-headed fiery phoenix, such a mean wouldn't work. He could only resort to the good old beast pummeling taming method. Besides, he had recently achieved a few breakthroughs, so this would be a good chance for him to test out his newfound strength. The only issue with him fighting with his full strength was that he would risk exposing his true identity. To circumvent that issue, he sealed off the surroundings with an isolation formation, thus preventing any outsiders from peering into the happenings within. Hula! With the slash of Xianxia's blade, a massive sword chi, several dozen zhang in length, surged toward the nine-headed fiery phoenix. The nine-headed fiery phoenix clearly didn't expect a mere true immortal to dare make a move against it. On top of that, the might of the other party's attack had already surpassed its expectations. Realizing that the other party wouldn't be an easy opponent, it chose to make a temporary retreat to evade the sword chi before opening its mouth once more to shower devastating flames upon its enemy. In response to that, Xianxia raised his blade to sever the flames into 2. But before he could do so, the Dongshu Gourd suddenly rushed out from his dantian and declared valiantly, "Leave that bird to me!" As it spoke, it dashed right toward the flames. Hula! The massive expanse of flames abruptly vanished into the Dongshu Gourd just like that. Xianxia was stunned. This fellow was not just able to swallow weapons, it could swallow flames as well. Xianxia was not the only one to have such an appearance on his face. On the opposing side, the nine-headed fiery phoenix was indescribably horrified. Those possessing the Empyrean phoenix bloodline possessed superior aptitude toward the flame element. The flames that it produced couldn't be compared to that of ordinary flames. Not even high immortals would have been able to fend against its flames with their Xianxia. It was through the unique attributes of its flames that it was able to defeat the elders of the myriad beasts hall so easily. Yet, the Dongshu gourd actually swallowed its flames so easily, rendering its attack completely ineffective. How could this be? Let me see how much you can swallow then. Hfs. With a piercing shriek, all 9 heads of the 9-headed fiery phoenix spat flames simultaneously. The 9 bursts of flames converged together to form a fiery dragon that surged right toward Xianxia, tearing open a vacuum in the air. Hot! Feeling the temperature of the flames, even Xianxia, who possessed exceptional resistance to heat, was forced to retreat. He could fend against it with his god sword intent and Tongshang sword, but even he would sustain some damage in the midst of doing so. Would the Dongshu gourd be able to swallow such flames too? The apprehensive Xianxia began driving his sword intent, intending to charge forward to assist if the Dongshu gourd failed to stand its ground. On the other hand, even though it was standing right before the raging flame breath, the Dongshu gourd simply shook its bottom leisurely. Pooh! The incoming flames simply vanished once again. It took only a mere instant for the flames to be devoured clean. Xianxia was flabbergasted. He didn't think that the Dongshu gourd whom he had looked down on for the longest of time would actually prove to be such an invaluable ally. Perhaps the talent of the Dongshu gourd lay in its ability to devour energy. If that was the case, it was likely that even his strongest sword chi wouldn't be able to do a thing against the Dongshu gourd. It was no wonder why that fellow was so arrogant, acting so lackadaisically around him. Turned out that it really wasn't afraid of him at all. No way. What kind of monster are you? Seeing how its flames were so easily devoured, the 9-headed fiery phoenix felt unprecedented fear. Not only was the other party able to voice the 8 notes of the heavenly dragon, he even had a gourd that could devour its flames easily. In its mind, Xianxia's silhouette seemed to be becoming more and more enigmatic. Faced against a being that had surpassed its understanding, the 9-headed fiery phoenix trembled with terror. No matter how powerful that gourd is, it's no more than an artifact. It's bound to be under the control of that middle-aged man. As long as I can defeat him, that gourd wouldn't pose a threat to me anymore, the 9-headed fiery phoenix thought. In its view, the Dongshu gourd was reminiscent of what the northern sea dragon orb was to the serpentine dragon. It was an artifact specially prepared to curb its flames. But no matter how powerful an artifact was, it was still a lifeless being. As long as it was able to defeat its owner, the artifact would be of no threat to it at all. With such thoughts in mind, it flapped its wings and glided down toward Xianxia, swiping its sharp talons toward him. Sila! As if ripped curtains, the sharp talons tore huge lacerations through space. With narrowed eyes, Xianxia drove his god's sword intent, ready to meet the 9-headed fiery phoenix's move. But in this instant, the Dongshu gourd's voice sounded once more. Your opponent is me. Who? In the next moment, it was already right above the 9-headed fiery phoenix. Bam! 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 It was 9 consecutive knocks, one on each of its head. Just like that, the 9-headed fiery phoenix plummeted from the sky and crashed into the ground. It didn't lose consciousness right away, but it chose to lower itself to the ground subserviently as its body trembled fearfully. From the moment that the isolation formation was erected to this current point in time, only 10 breaths had passed so far. Ah! It was beyond Xianxia's imagination that the Dongshu gourd would actually be so powerful. At this moment, he was rooted to the spot as his mind struggled to make sense out of what had just happened. He had really intended to fight a battle with the 9-headed fiery phoenix, but each time he drove his god's sword intent, the battle would be interrupted somehow. Before he could even test his strength, his opponent was already lying on the ground fearfully. Having defeated the 9-headed fiery phoenix, the Dongshu gourd slit an opening on its body, causing its blood to spurt out like a fountain. Then it devoured the blood happily. "What are you doing?" Feeling that it was growing weaker and weaker as blood seeped out of its body, the nine-headed fiery phoenix's fear intensified. It tried to rise, but the Dongshu gourd sitting above it was like a mountain pinning it to the ground. It was not able to move at all. "Be good and stay still. I'll just drink for a bit." The Dongshu gourd shook its bottom as it drank large gulps of the nine-headed fiery phoenix's blood. Blood swiftly drained from the nine-headed fiery phoenix's body, such that it felt as if it would die from excessive blood loss at any moment. Unable to take it anymore, it turned to Xianxia and exclaimed, "I'll acknowledge you as my master." It had no other choice. It was a haughty existence, but it had never met such a bizarre gourd before. This was more frightening than anything it had ever gone through. Not only was the gourd able to devour its flames, it was even gulping down its blood. If it did not submit to the middle-aged man at this point, it would likely end up as a withered bird carcass on the ground. Under any other circumstances, it might have adamantly stood its ground in view of its pride. However, thinking about how the strongest of their group, the Serpentine Dragon, had already submitted to the middle-aged man, it felt like it would not be that big a deal if it acknowledged the other party as its master. "You wish to acknowledge me as your master?" Xianxia scratched his head awkwardly. It had planned on using the beast pummeling taming method to force it to submit to him within 30 breaths. But now, it felt like everything had simply happened without him lifting a finger at all. "Dongshu gourd, stop what you're doing." Xianxia walked up and ordered the Dongshu gourd. "Burp!" The Dongshu gourd suddenly belched. "Master, I'll go and digest it." After saying those words, the Dongshu gourd vanished from sight. The next moment it was already in Xianxia's dantian, snoring loudly as it slept. Seeing how this fellow was still as unreliable as always, Xianxia shook his head. With a tap of his finger, he sealed the soul contract with the nine-headed fiery phoenix. After dealing with two beasts in quick succession, Xianxia turned to the seven-tailed swordfang tiger in the sky and asked, "What about you?" The seven-tailed swordfang tiger was on the verge of a mental breakdown. It was only ranked third on the Ascendant Cloud Mountain. In terms of fighting prowess, it could not even begin to compare to the powerful Serpentine Dragon and nine-headed fiery phoenix. Yet, those two did not even last a minute before they were tamed. What was it supposed to do in a situation like that? Should it submit to the middle-aged man? Should it not submit? If it did not submit, it was likely that it might end up getting floored like those two. After witnessing how the nine-headed fiery phoenix had been pinned to the ground and drained of its blood, it had no wish to see it happening to itself too. If there was a choice, it would not want to be embarrassed in front of all of its subordinates in such a manner. The seven-tailed swordfang tiger eventually made up its mind and said, "You used the 8 notes of the heavenly dragon to tame the Serpentine Dragon, and you subdued the nine-headed fiery phoenix through an artifact. I would like to have a proper battle with you using our true strength. If you can defeat me in a proper battle, I'll submit to you. You wish to have a proper battle with me? That's fine by me." Relieved that he was finally getting some action, Xianxia leaped into the sky. With a slash of his sword, the god's sword intent that had been bottling up in his body for quite a while was released like a raging current. There was no sword afterimage or blur. The Tongshang sword simply appeared right before the seven-tailed swordfang tiger. Puha! Before it knew it, the two fangs that protruded from the seven-tailed swordfang tiger's mouth were sliced apart, and fresh blood spurted from its nose. "I surrender. I'll acknowledge you as my master." Facing such a frightening sight, the seven-tailed swordfang tiger felt cold sweat drenching its fur coat. It immediately lowered itself subserviently. It had thought that the young man was someone who relied only on unorthodox means, but who could have known that his swordsmanship would actually be so formidable? If it had not surrendered quick enough, putting aside its teeth, it might have lost its head. The seven-tailed swordfang tiger was not the only one surprised by the situation. Even the Serpentine Dragon and the nine-tailed fiery phoenix gulped in fright. Honestly, they had felt a little indignant at having to submit to Xianxia just like that. After all, the other party had only subdued them through the 8 notes of the heavenly dragon and a particularly powerful gourd, so they did not think that the other party would really be powerful. However, after watching this sight, they realized that even if the other party did not rely on anything else, they would still not be a match for him in terms of sheer strength. That earlier sword was simply too powerful and profound, so they could not fathom themselves withstanding its might. The isolation formation finally dissipated. 30 breaths were up. He has tamed all 3 of the immortal beasts? How long did he take in total? Seeing how even the 7-tailed swordfang tiger had submitted to him too, Elder Liao and the others became frenzied. They were the top elders of the Myriad Beasts Hall, grandmasters of beast taming, and those that had gone there with them were candidates in line for the position of hallmaster. Yet, one team had ended up getting completely obliterated, and Elder Yuan had been lured away by the white-eared fox, completely unaware that he was the one who was being played like a fool. On the other hand, the middle-aged man had actually tamed the 3 immortal beasts in quick succession just like that. It was as if he was the one from the Myriad Beasts Hall instead. They felt like they were still utterly lacking on the path of beast taming compared to the other party. At that moment, all the beast tamers felt a suffocating sensation in their chests as they simply stared at the situation before them with mouths agape. It was a while before Elder Liao could speak again. The Hall Master once said that regardless of whether it's Elder Yuan or Elder Lu, whoever manages to tame one of the 4 immortal beasts first will be qualified to inherit his position. However, now that one has been killed and the other one is still getting toyed with by the white-eared fox, how do we report this matter to the Hall Master? The main reason the Hall Master came up with this problem was to test their proficiency in beast taming and their strength. Those 2 factors are necessary if they wish to earn the support of the others in the sect. It's clear that Elder Yuan and Elder Lu have already failed the trial. If anything, it's this middle-aged man who has cleared the trial. Another elder replied in a hushed voice. What do you mean by that? Elder Liao and the others quickly turned their gazes over. What I'm thinking is that if this middle-aged man doesn't have a sect yet, we can recruit him into the Myriad Beasts Hall. As long as he becomes one of our elders, given his superior beast taming skills and fighting prowess that can subdue a heavenly high immortal beast despite only being at the heavenly true immortal realm himself, I believe that no one will dare question his credentials to become our hall master, the elder said. The crowd fell silent. It was unprecedented for an outsider to be nominated to become their next hall master, but after witnessing everything, they had no choice but to earnestly consider such a course of action. The Myriad Beasts Hall was known for its superiority in beast taming, but this middle-aged man was easily able to outdo all of them. Even their hall master would pale in comparison to him. If such a figure did not join their Myriad Beasts Hall, it would be a huge threat to them. If this middle-aged man simply joined any other sect or even established a sect of his own, the Myriad Beasts Hall could very well lose its standing on the Forsaken Continent. You're right. We have to bring him into our Myriad Beasts Hall. Elder Liao nodded. The others replied in agreement. Having made such a judgment, Elder Liao was just about to approach the middle-aged man and propose something when the latter suddenly turned to them and said, I have already tamed these beasts. They won't make a move on you anymore, so you are free to leave. But before you leave, there's something that I would have to trouble you for. You have saved our lives, so feel free to make any request of us. As long as it's within our means, we won't turn you down. Elder Liao bowed deeply. Putting everything aside, it was a fact that this middle-aged man was their savior. If not for him, they would have ended up getting tortured to death by those 3 immortal beasts. It was only right for them to repay the favor. I am a humble and low-profile person, so I don't wish to cause a huge fuss. Thus, I hope that you'll keep whatever has happened here a secret after you leave, Xianxia said. He had used the God Sword intent earlier and tamed the 7-tailed swordfang tiger within a single move. Of course, he had made sure to conceal the aura of the God Sword intent, such that it was impossible to see through it easily. However, if rumors started spreading, it would not take long for the masses to draw the link. Once the Hall of Gods caught wind of the news, danger would swiftly strike him once more. He knew that he was not fully prepared to deal with the Hall of Gods just yet. Thus, he could only hope for those people not to spread the word around. The crowd had been wondering what the request would be when they heard those words, and they immediately nodded in approval. If anyone else had tamed one of the 4 immortal beasts of Ascendant Cloud Mountain, they probably would have bragged about the matter for years, as if they would not rest till the whole world learned about the feat. In contrast, this middle-aged man had tamed 3 of them, but he did not show the slightest complacency at all. This low profile and steady personality was truly worthy of respect. "May I know how I should address you?" Elder Liao asked curiously. "I am ZH." Xianxia was just about to reveal his name when he realized that there was a good chance that the Hall of Gods had already learned of his true identity. Thus, he quickly changed his words and said, "Zhang Yang." This was the first name that popped into his mind. "So, it's Brother Zhang Yang." Elder Liao's mind swiftly churned as he tried to recall if he had heard this name anywhere else, but nothing came to mind. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he asked, "Brother Zhang, may I know which sect you are studying under at the moment?" The first thing they should do was understand the other party's background before proposing anything. Xianxia shook his head. "I am an unaffiliated cultivator." He was a core elder of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, but due to his unique identity, it would not be convenient for him to reveal that. Not to mention, it would be meaningless if he assumed a traceable identity. If the Myriad Beasts Hall started looking into the matter, he would only draw their suspicion more instead. Since that was the case, he might as well introduce himself as an unaffiliated cultivator. In any case, there were many sword practitioners in the Azure. Even the experts of the Hall of Gods were equipped with swords. Besides, there were plenty of unaffiliated cultivators out there who were exceptionally proficient in the way of the sword, so his story was not completely impossible. Unaffiliated cultivator? On the other hand, the eyes of Elder Liao and the others lit up upon hearing those words. If the middle-aged man had been from some other sect, it would have been inappropriate for them to try recruiting him. However, since he was an unaffiliated cultivator, there was no such issue. This was an opportunity to join the Myriad Beasts Hall and even become their hall master. They believed that the middle-aged man would not turn down such an invaluable opportunity. Indeed, Xianxia nodded. "So, regarding the matter I requested earlier, Brother Zhang, you need not worry. Since you have asked us not to talk about it, there's no way we'll expose the matter. It's just that..." Elder Liao paused a little at this point. "Just what?" "Even if we don't talk about this matter, it's impossible to conceal the fact that 3 of the 4 immortal beasts of the Ascendant Cloud Mountain have been tamed. Once news starts spreading, people might learn that it was an outsider instead of the elders of the Myriad Beasts Hall who succeeded, and that could cause quite the uproar." Elder Liao replied awkwardly. "What do you propose then?" Xianxia frowned. What the other party said made sense. The Myriad Beasts Hall was the #1 beast tamer sect in the world. Despite many years of preparation and dispatching so many elders, they had ended up returning in defeat. Instead, an outsider was the one who had tamed the immortal beasts. How were they to explain this matter to their sect? "Brother Zhang, would you be interested in following us to the Myriad Beasts Hall for a while? We'll introduce you as one of our elders and show the 3 immortal beasts before everyone else. I know that it sounds a little counterintuitive, but this is the best way to avoid an uproar," Elder Liao explained. Xianxia didn't expect to hear such a request. He hesitated for a brief moment before replying, "To be honest with you, I'm intending to head north. There's something which I am rushing in time for. Brother Zhang, it'll only take a little while. It won't delay you by too long. Besides, the Myriad Beasts Hall is also located north of here. It won't be too much of a detour," Elder Liao said. "If I were to follow you back to the Myriad Beasts Hall in the capacity of an honorary elder, could I be so impudent as to request access to your elder's library? To be honest, I'm deeply interested in browsing through your sect's book collection in order to clarify some doubts in my cultivation," Xianxia asked. As one of the 6 sects, the Myriad Beasts Hall should have a sizable collection of cultivation technique manuals as well. If he could just pay a visit to their library, he might be able to gather more high immortal realm cultivation technique manuals, thus taking another step further to the completion of the Heaven's Path divine art. The aim of his journey was to reach high immortal realm anyway, and if this short detour would help him achieve his aim, it would be a good opportunity to go along with them. Besides, he would have to acquire a few tamed beast sacks too. It would be as if he was begging to be noticed if the 3 immortal beasts were to follow him like that. Of course, as an honorary elder of our Myriad Beasts Hall, you are entitled to the same privileges as any other one of our elders. We'll provide you with free tamed beast sacks too so that you can bring the 3 immortal beasts around with you conveniently. Not only so, on the grounds that you have successfully tamed 3 of the 4 immortal beasts, there is a good chance that you could be nominated to become our next hall master. Elder Liao said with a light chuckle. I'd really appreciate the free tamed beast sacks, but as for the position of the hall master, I'm afraid that I'll have to refuse, Xianxia replied. He had no plans on settling down in the Azure. His main goal here was to find Luo Ruoxin, so anything aside from that was unnecessary. The reason why he had wanted to become the sect leader of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion previously was in hopes that he would be able to tap into its influence, but that had proven to be an extremely risky move. It had brought the attention of the Hall of Gods upon him. The more high-profile he was, the more conspicuous of a target he would be to the Hall of Gods. Thus, he didn't think that it would be wise of him to expose himself any more than this. Hearing those words, Elder Liao frowned. He didn't expect the other party to be interested in a relatively inexpensive tamed beast sack, only to think nothing of becoming the leader of one of the 6 sects. Wouldn't the other party be able to acquire whatever he wanted if he were to become the hall master? We can discuss the details later on, Elder Liao said with an awkward smile. The matter was just a suggestion that the lot of them had come up with so far. The only one who had the power to make the final decision was the hall master. All they could do was to bring the middle-aged man over to their sect. After coming to an agreement, Elder Liao and the others quickly focused on recuperating from their injuries. They had sustained severe injuries under the assault of the 3 immortal beasts earlier. As for Xianxia, he turned his attention to the 9-headed fiery phoenix to examine the latter's injuries. There were 9 huge bumps on its heads due to the consecutive strikes by the Dongshu gourd. At the same time, its body appeared to be a little withered, and fresh blood was still trickling out from the deep cut it was inflicted with. Given that the 9-headed fiery phoenix had already submitted to him, Xianxia was obliged to treat its injuries. Thus, he took out a jade bottle and passed it over. Drink this. In case of emergency, he had made sure to prepare several more bottles of the gourd's bathwater prior to setting off. The 9-headed fiery phoenix unhesitatingly drank the water in the jade bottle, and in just a few moments, it had already fully recovered from its injuries. In fact, it appeared to be more energetic than before. Thank you, Master. The 9-headed fiery phoenix replied in agitation. Using its strongest 9-headed flame breath had taken a toll on its body, and it had lost quite a bit of blood essence to the gourd earlier. Given the severity of its injuries, it thought that it would take at least a decade or so in order to recover back to its peak. Yet, who could have thought that a couple of clear water would actually bring it back to full health within moments? This further affirmed its choice of acknowledging the man standing before it as its master. Call the white-eared fox back, Xianxia instructed. Yes. The serpentine dragon rose into the sky and roared ferociously, causing the ground to tremor ceaselessly. Following that, the crowd saw the pair of human and dragon returning back to the surface. Elder Yuan was still driving the dragon orb around, and sweat could be seen trickling down his forehead. It was apparent that even up to this point, Elder Yuan hadn't realized that the serpentine dragon he had been teasing was a fake. What? How is it possible that there's another serpentine dragon here? Elder Yuan was stunned when he saw the real serpentine dragon. Paying no heed to the astonished Elder Yuan, the serpentine dragon said, White-eared fox, the rest of us have already submitted to our master. What do you intend to do now? You have submitted to him? The white-eared fox was stunned. Its figure swiftly morphed from that of a serpentine dragon to a massive gray fox. Despite being gray from head to toe, it had an eye-catching pair of snowy white ears. This was also probably where its name had come from as well. The white-eared fox contemplated deeply for a moment before lowering its back deeply. I am willing to submit to him as well. 3 of the 4 immortal beasts ruling over the ascendant cloud mountain had already submitted. Given that it was the weakest of them all and its illusion had already been exposed, there was no way it would stand a chance against the others. Rather than to be killed, it might as well pledge its loyalty to the same master as well. As the white-eared fox submitted to Xianxia as well, Elder Yuan finally came to realize what was going on, and he fell into a daze. He thought he would be able to tame the serpentine dragon without any trouble, especially since he had devoted 30 whole years into making preparations for this single moment. Who could have thought that a single white-eared fox would be able to foil all of his efforts? More importantly, within this short period of time, this Zhang Yang had already managed to tame the other 3 immortal beasts, thus becoming the biggest winner of this mission. What is more important than incentivizing the beast you intend to tame is to win its respect. The Northern Sea Dragon Orb and Dragon Blood you have prepared are indeed useful artifacts, but if you wish to truly win the respect of the beast you have tamed, you'll have to prove yourself to it, Xianxia said. One of the reasons why his beast pummeling taming method worked time and time again was because it proved his superiority in strength. Treasures and the sort were just material possessions. They could be used to accrue goodwill with one's tamed beast, but a relationship built solely upon goodwill was fragile. Ultimately, one would still have to prove his strength in order to take a dominant position in the relationship, or else there was no guarantee that one would be able to retain control over one's beast. I understand, Brother Zhang. Thank you for your guidance. Elder Yuan was one of the top geniuses of the Myriad Beasts Hall, or else he wouldn't have become one of the candidates to become the Hall Master despite his young age. Zhang Xian's words had really opened his eyes to a very simple fact. The Myriad Beasts Hall couldn't compete with the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion in the field of swordsmanship. It was beneath the Starchaser Palace in the field of soul arts. Its finances couldn't match the 7-star pavilion, and its movement arts were elementary compared to the evanescent immortal sect. All it had was its beast taming. For this reason, its disciples took pride in being able to tame beasts stronger than them. Such a mindset was ingrained so deeply in their mindset that none of them questioned it. However, now that he looked back on it, it was utterly wrong. The very foundation of a beast tamer was not his tamed beast but his cultivation. A tamed beast was only an auxiliary mean to enhance the fighting prowess of a beast tamer. Elder Yuan had devoted 30 years of his life making preparations to tame the serpentine dragon, and the resources he had spent on it was unimaginable too. If he had devoted his time and resources to his cultivation instead, he would have been much stronger than he was at the moment. Everything wouldn't have ended up in futility. Let's go. Since their work here was done, the group swiftly packed up and began making their way back to the Myriad Beasts Hall. Zhang Xian felt that their speed of travel was too slow, and he got all of them onto the serpentine beast and proceeded swiftly ahead. 3 days later, the Myriad Beasts Hall finally came into view. In terms of scale, the Myriad Beasts Hall paled nowhere in comparison to the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. The entrance to the sect was a massive dragon head, and the buildings beyond formed the scales of the dragon. These buildings stretched on for hundreds of li, forming the body and tail of the dragon. Looking at it from afar, the entire Myriad Beasts Hall looked like a living dragon that was prowling along the mountain range, biding its time before it soared into the vast sky once more. Zhang Xian had to admit that this was truly an impressive work of art. Even before entering the sect, the imposing presence of the sect would have already induced deference in the hearts of the visitors. How magnificent! Zhang Xian remarked as he looked upon the sight from the top of the serpentine dragon. He couldn't help but recall how impressed he was when he first caught sight of the massive mountain gate and humongous sword located at the entrance of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. It seemed like none of the 6 sects were to be trifled with. It said that the founder of the Myriad Beasts Hall had managed to tame a pseudo-dragon back in his time. All of these buildings were built in the era of the founder, and they were constructed to resemble the body of the pseudo-dragon. As a result of that, the sect carries the imposing authority of the dragon tribe. Any beasts who come near the Myriad Beasts Hall would feel innate deference and dare not to wreak havoc. Elder Liao explained solemnly. Xianxia nodded in response. The dragon tribe was known as the sovereign of the beasts. Buildings that were built in imitation of their form would naturally gather dragon energy over time, inducing deference in the other beasts. Brother Zhang, you can rest here for the time being. I'll report the incident to the hall master first. Elder Liao led Xianxia to a posh residence before clasping his fist and bidding farewell. Since he was already here, Xianxia decided to take a brief respite too. After the crowd from the myriad beasts hall left, he instructed the 4 immortal beasts to take a rest outside before entering the residence. He pondered for a brief moment before bringing the Dongshu gourd out from his dantian. How are you feeling? Ever since this fellow had absorbed the flames and blood essence of the 9-headed fiery phoenix, it had gone completely quiet. Over the past 3 days, there had been no movements from it at all. It seems like the blood essence from that bird is still lacking. I still need more energy. The Dongshu gourd sighed helplessly. You still need more energy? What's going on? Xianxia asked with a frown. As you know, I am a legendary beast who once ruled. The Dongshu gourd began on its long-winded story once more. That's enough, Xianxia interjected sharply. I know that you used to be very powerful. What I want to know is how did you end up getting sealed in your current body? Given how this fellow was able to devour high immortal tier swords and defeat the 9-headed fiery phoenix with ease, its prowess was really not to be underestimated. What that had left Xianxia perplexed was why the Dongshu gourd would appear in the master-teacher continent in the first place. Given its prowess, it was apparent that it was a being that belonged to the azure or the firmament even. Also, how did it end up in such a state? I have no idea either. My memories are a little hazy. I was already in a Dongshu gourd when I woke up. My instincts tells me that I'll only recover my memories once I return back to my full strength, the Dongshu gourd said. Seeing how it was futile to get anything out of this fellow, Xianxia sighed deeply and said, Forget it. Why don't you tell me what do you need in order for you to break free of your current form instead? The amount of energy I have gathered still isn't sufficient for me to break free of my shell yet. However, if you could just feed me some superior immortal pills, I just might be able to do it, the Dongshu gourd said. Superior immortal pills? How many do you need? Xianxia frowned. He did have some superior immortal pills on hand, but he didn't have too many of it. He had intended to acquire 100 of them back when he paid a visit to the Wuxia City Ethereal Hall. Unfortunately, the Ethereal Hall didn't have enough supply to meet his demand, so he could only make do with what they had on hand. That being said, the Ethereal Hall promised to gather the remaining amount, and they would hold another transaction a few days later. However, the assassination from the Hall of Gods happened right after that, and he was forced to leave the city in such a huge hurry that he hadn't managed to claim them yet. Of the superior immortal pills he had received, he had used quite a few of them himself, and he had given a couple of them to Bai Ruanqing and Dan Xiaotian for their cultivation too. As such, he only had 5 of them left in his possession. He was intending to use them for the breakthrough of his soul cultivation, but if the Dongshu gourd needed it, he had no qualms about giving them to it instead. With the token which Kong Shi had given him, gathering sufficient cultivation resources was no longer an issue to him anymore. As long as there was an ethereal hall nearby, he would be able to acquire almost anything he needed. I need roughly 200 superior immortal pills, the Dongshu gourd said. 200 superior immortal pills? Xianxia's eyebrows shot up. He seemed to have underestimated the Dongshu gourd's appetite yet again. Even a major city like Wuxia City could only bring out 20 superior immortal pills in a moment's time, but you are actually telling me you need 200 of them. Where do you expect me to find that many superior immortal pills for you? I'll only become more and more indebted to Kong Shi at this rate. Xianxia rubbed his glabella helplessly. There was no denying the Dongshu gourd's strength. In any case, it would surely prove to be an invaluable fighting force if he could help it to break free of its seal. Since Kong Shi had given him a token that allowed him to acquire as many cultivation resources as he required, it shouldn't matter how much he took from the ethereal hall. Superior immortal pills might be rare, but as long as he were to make the request, the ethereal hall would still gather the amount he demanded. It was just that it would be slightly more troublesome. However, it's probably impossible to use that token within the Myriad Beasts Hall. Xianxia thought. He figured that it was likely that the Myriad Beasts Hall would have its own local ethereal hall, as well, similar to the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. The token which Kong Shi had given him couldn't be used here. It seemed like he would have to drop by a larger city after leaving the Myriad Beasts Hall. There are simply too many things that I need to do. I'll have to move on quickly after I browse through the books here. Zhang Xian sighed deeply. While Zhang Xian was still questioning the Dongshu Gourd, Elder Liao and the others had already arrived at the Myriad Beasts Hall's Elder Council. Hall Master Qin. Standing right in front of them was a middle-aged man who appeared to be in his early 40s. Despite his seemingly young appearance, he emanated an aura of atrophy, reminiscent of one who had lived for a very long time. The beast core of the eternal youth beast allows me to retain my youthful appearance, but my body is more honest than how I look. Given the severe injuries I have accumulated over the years, I'd only have another 5 more years to go before I succumb. Hall Master Qin sighed deeply. Turning to Elder Liao and the others, he asked, "How did it go? Are the results out yet? Who is the victor? Is it Yuan Zhou or Lu Ran who succeeded?" Yuan Zhou was the one who had the Northern Sea Dragon orb, but was played like a fool by the white-eared fox, whereas Lu Ran was the elder who had been killed by the alliance of the 3 immortal beasts. If not for his lifespan coming to an end, he wouldn't be in such a rush to find a successor either, going to the extent of proposing such a dangerous trial. Hall Master Qin. Neither of them succeeded. Elder Liao swiftly explained everything that had happened earlier. The unaffiliated cultivator known as Xianxia managed to tame the serpentine dragon, 9-headed fiery phoenix, and 7-tailed swordfang tiger within 2 short minutes? And despite that, his cultivation is only at heavenly true immortal realm. Hall Master Qin was bewildered by what he was hearing. "That's right," Elder Liao replied with a nod. "Elder Yuan and Elder Lu have made a move personally, and many of us have followed along to assist the 2 of them. But even so, we still ended up sustaining huge losses. If news were to spread, it would surely be a huge blow to the Myriad Beasts Hall's prestige. Thus, I invited Zhengyang back to our sect. I was thinking that as long as we acknowledge him as one of our sect elders, not only would there be no harm to our reputation, it might even bring greater prestige to our sect." "I understand what you mean." With a nod of his head, Hall Master Qin rose to his feet and began pacing around the room. "Due to my lifespan coming to an end, the Myriad Beasts Hall has been in a weakened position compared to the rest of the 6 sects. The sect needs a young and powerful leader to lead it forward. If Zhengyang is really as formidable as you put him out to be, I won't oppose to him becoming my successor." Not too long ago, the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion has announced that Han Jianqiu has stepped down as the sect leader, passing down his seat to a young man known as Zhang Xian. As long as there's a suitable candidate, I don't mind giving up my position either. However, I would like to test him first. Hall Master Qin, are you worrying that he might be from the Hall of Gods? Elder Liao asked. The Hall of Gods has always taken on a lofty position on the Forsaken Continent, choosing to steer clear of conflicts and political struggles as long as it didn't touch on their bottom line. But for some reason, it has been showing ambitions of wanting to annex the 6 sects in recent years. I think that it's better for us to be cautious, Hall Master Qin replied. I understand, Hall Master Qin. How do you intend to test him? Elder Liao asked. Bring him to be atrium of myriad beasts to meet the old ancestor. The old ancestor is particularly sensitive toward those from the Hall of Gods, so it should be able to see through him right away. Hall Master Qin nodded. Understood. I'll have it done, Hall Master Qin, Elder Liao replied. The old ancestor that Hall Master Qin spoke of was a blue infernal beast, and it was the tamed beast of the 17th Hall Master. It was nowhere close to being the strongest beast in the history of the Myriad Beasts Hall, but it was known to possess spirituality unrivaled by any. Those from the Hall of Gods usually emanated a unique aura that the blue infernal beast was able to discern them by. As long as he isn't from the Hall of Gods, his capability in beast taming is enough for him to become the next Hall Master. Once he manages to reach heavenly high immortal realm, he might be able to tame even stronger beasts. By then, our Myriad Beasts Hall wouldn't have to worry about being overshadowed by the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. The next time I meet Han Xianxia once more, I would be able to tell him proudly that our Myriad Beasts Hall is filled with capable talents as well. Hall Master Qin clenched his fists tightly. Nodding in agreement, Elder Liao bade his farewell and backed out of the room. 2 hours later, he returned with a conflicted expression on his face. "How is it?" Hall Master Qin asked. "I have heeded your instructions and brought Xiangyang over to the atrium of Myriad Beasts. However," as Elder Liao recalled what he had witnessed earlier, his eyelids just couldn't stop twitching. "However? Did the old ancestor say that he's from the Hall of Gods?" "To be honest, I don't really know. The old ancestor made a huge fuss about wanting to acknowledge Xiangyang as its master, and we had to drag it out in order to stop it from doing so," Elder Liao said awkwardly. "The old ancestor wanted to acknowledge him as its master?" Hall Master Qin was stunned. "That's not all. As you know, the atrium of Beasts Hall is where most of the beasts of our sect reside. After Xiangyang took a short look around the area, there are already 300 sage beasts and 12 immortal beasts that are intent on acknowledging him as their master. This matter has caused a huge uproar in the sect, and many elders are dissatisfied with it," Elder Liao reported as he pinched his nose bridge in distress. "Those beasts want to acknowledge him as their master? What's going on over here? I only told you to bring him over to the atrium of Myriad Beasts, right? Why are those beasts acting in such a manner?" Hall Master Qin was a little overwhelmed by what he was hearing as well. It should have just been a simple identity verification, but why would such a huge mess be stirred up within a short span of 2 hours? The reason why the Myriad Beasts Hall was able to rise to the position as one of the 6 sects was because every single one of the elders, core disciples, and inner disciples had a tamed beast each. Through the tight coordination of the beast tamer and tamed beast, they had a decisive advantage over peers who were at the same cultivation realm as them. If the beasts of the sect were to all submit to a single person, wouldn't the very foundation that made the Myriad Beasts Hall strong in the first place collapse? This mustn't be allowed to happen. When the old ancestor heard that Xiangyang was able to tame the serpentine dragon and the others within 2 short minutes, he scoffed at the story, thinking that it was a fib. Thus, he ordered the sage beasts and immortal beasts in the area to encircle Xiangyang and teach him a lesson. I swiftly moved to stop them, but my strength was limited. Then, before I knew it, the situation has already become like that. Recalling everything that had happened earlier, Elder Liao was on the verge of bursting into tears. It was not as if he didn't want to stop the mess from happening, but what could he do against the old ancestor and hundreds of beasts? And that Xiangyang was even more of a monster. Despite facing so many opponents at once, he actually managed to floor all of them in less than 3 minutes. That wasn't all. It would be one thing if Xiangyang was powerful, but as it turned out, all of the beasts which he had pummeled suddenly began groveling before him like a loyal lapdog, insisting on acknowledging him as their master. Even the old ancestor was no exception to the rule either. That was the tamed beast of a predecessor many generations before them. If the old ancestor were to acknowledge Xiangyang as its master, what would become of their seniority? It would be as if they had become his grand disciple all of a sudden. His heart wouldn't be able to take it if he had to change from addressing the other party from Brother Xing to Old Ancestor Xing all of a sudden. Hall Master Qin also didn't expect so many things to happen within 2 short hours. With a sharp intake of breath, he said grimly, "Bring me to him. I would like to meet him in person." "What a bother." Xianxia looked at the massive congregation of beasts before him with a conflicted look on his face. Elder Liao came by earlier to bring him over to what atrium of Myriad Beasts. But shortly after he arrived at the destination, he suddenly came under the assault of these beasts. In order to protect himself, he could only beat all of these fellows up. Then, before he knew it, all of them had already submitted to him. It sure was hard to maintain a low profile, but that being said, the matter that was bugging his mind at the moment was that he still had no idea what Elder Liao was up to. Did the other party bring here to tame these beasts? But he already had the serpentine dragon and the others, so he didn't need these weaklings. All of you should disperse. I already have my tamed beasts, and I have no intention of accepting any more. If he were to tame all of these beasts too, he would pretty much be escorted by an army wherever he went. So, how could he remain discreet? The Hall of Gods would have come knocking before he could even get far. Even if you don't accept them, you should at least accept me. My cultivation has already reached high immortal realm. While my fighting prowess is nowhere on par with that of the serpentine dragon and the others, I am blessed with extreme spiritual sensitivity at birth. I have a sharp sense for danger, and I can warn you in advance. The blue infernal beast said with a smile as it walked over. Xianxia fell into deep thoughts upon hearing those words. It was just as what the other party had said. Even though its cultivation was only at lesser high immortal, its senses were indeed extraordinarily sharp. It was able to move in advance to dodge the brunt of his attacks in advance in the face-off earlier. It would indeed be a valuable ally. Very well. I'll accept you as my tamed beast. Xianxia nodded. Just as he was just about to seal the soul contract, a middle-aged man suddenly rushed into the room and called out, "Brother Zhang, please wait for a moment." Xianxia turned his gaze over. Following behind the middle-aged man was Elder Liao, and he quickly introduced, "Brother Zhang, this person over here is Hall Master Qin Yuan, the sect leader of the Myriad Beasts Hall." Nodding slightly, Xianxia clasped his fist and greeted, "Paying respects to Hall Master Qin. Brother Zhang, there's no need for you to be so formal with me," Hall Master Qin replied with a smile. "I have heard of your exploits from Elder Liao, and I am deeply in awe of your beast-taming skills." As the leader of the Myriad Beasts Hall, there was hardly anyone in the Forsaken Continent who could compete with him in the field of beast-taming. He thought that he had already reached the zenith in the field, but when he saw the middle-aged man before him, he realized that he still had a long way to go. His prided beast-taming skills were nothing much compared to that of the middle-aged man before him. They weren't worth a mention at all. Initially, he thought that Elder Liao had exaggerated the matter quite a bit, but after witnessing the sight before him, he realized that he had been severely underestimating the capabilities of this Xiangyang. Several hundred beasts submitting to a single person simultaneously. Even in the long history of the Myriad Beasts Hall, there had never been a single person who had accomplished such an illustrious feat before. Beast taming is actually not as complicated as many think it out to be, Xianxia remarked. It would be my delight to listen to Brother Zhang's words of wisdom. Hall Master Qin clasped his fist in response. Just like humans, beasts are beings with pride and dignity, and they should be treated as so too, Xianxia said slowly. If he were to claim that he was the number 2 beast tamer on the Master-Teacher continent, there would be no one who would dare claim himself to be number 1, not unless he wished to be beaten to death. Seeing that the two of them were interested in listening to his teaching, his instincts as a teacher kicked up, and before he knew it, he was already lecturing them. After listening to Xianxia's words for a moment, incredulity could be seen reflected in the depths of Hall Master Qin's eyes. He had studied the way of beast taming for many years, and he had never thought it would be possible to interpret the art in such a manner. It was as if a brand new world had opened before him, bringing his understanding of beast taming to a whole new level. Sometime later, Elder Liao couldn't help but sent a telepathic message over, "Hall Master Qin, do you think that Zhengyang is qualified to become the next sect leader?" "Of course," Hall Master Qin replied in agitation. The very fact that the old ancestor was willing to take Zhengyang as its master showed that the latter wasn't from the Hall of Gods. On top of that, the latter had shown that he had unique insights regarding beast taming, and if his insights could be compiled and passed down to the later generations, it would surely bring the average capability of the beast tamers in the sect to higher grounds. Given so, there was no doubt that this middle-aged man was the most suitable candidate to succeed him as the next Hall Master. With such thoughts in mind, Hall Master Qin looked at the middle-aged man before him and asked with a quivering voice, "Brother Zhang, would you be interested to become the Hall Master and take charge of the entire Myriad Beasts Hall?" "You want me to become the Hall Master?" Xianxia was stunned. "I have only been here for 2 hours, but the current Hall Master was already asking me if I want to take his position. Are the sects in the Azure so loose about the succession of leadership? Back at the Ascendant Cloudsword Pavilion, he had to slowly rise through the ranks, starting from pummeling the inner disciples before moving on to the core disciples, then the elders, and finally the sect leader. Despite moving along the conventional path with his swordsmanship, he was only given the position of a potential successor instead of the sect leader position. On the other hand, he had only arrived at the Myriad Beasts Hall for 2 hours so far, but before he could make sense of what was going on here, he was already offered the position as the next Hall Master. Was this some kind of new prank that cultivators played on one another in the Forsaken Continent? This was one of the 6 sects they were talking about here. They were selecting a sect leader over here, not cabbages for dinner. Or could it be that this Hall Master Qin actually had some sort of tragic history with the sect, so the other party wanted to destroy this wretched place of misery through his hands or something? Otherwise, he could only conclude that this bunch of people were fools who could trust even an outsider to lead them. If not for the fact that he had seen how majestic the entire place was, he would have really thought that he might have stepped into the headquarters of a multilevel marketing company. Indeed, Hall Master Qin nodded earnestly as he looked at Xianxia with intense eyes. After meeting Zhang Yang in person, he was certain that there was no one more suited to become the Hall Master than him. An organization as large as the Myriad Beasts Hall was bound to already have all of its administrative processes down, so there was no need for the leader to be too involved in the day-to-day administration of the sect. There were elders who were specially assigned to handle those matters. When it came to major issues, there was the Elder Council whose primary purpose was to confer over strategic decisions. To put it bluntly, the position of the sect leader was similar to that of a living mascot. They served to unite the sect members together as one and instill fear and deterrence in the enemies. Of course, it would be a huge blessing if a capable man were to become the sect leader, but otherwise, the sect would be able to function properly even without if the sect leader wasn't present. Given so, someone who possessed superior beast taming skills like Zheng Yang would be the ideal candidate. If he could pass down his knowledge, the overall fighting prowess of the sect could be brought to greater heights. On the other hand, seeing the earnest look on sect leader Qin's face, Xianxia realized that he wasn't being pranked over here. There was no value in pranking him either. He didn't rush into giving an answer, choosing to ponder carefully over the matter for a while before finally giving a response. There are pressing matters which I have to attend to. I'll have to head to the Sea of Exiled Stars very soon, so I fear that I won't be able to remain here for too long. Furthermore, I'm completely ignorant about the management of a sect. He had taken on many leadership positions in the past, such as the principal of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy and the head of the Zhang clan, but he had never involved himself in its administration before. There were always people there to manage those matters for him. Thus, his efforts had always been directed toward his cultivation. To be honest, he wasn't sure if he could really handle the troubles that came along with being the sect leader. In response to that, Hall Master Qin replied, "In truth, I don't know too much about the management of a sect either. The position of a Hall Master is mostly symbolistic. Your very presence will reassure the disciples in times of danger, allowing them to fight bravely without defeat. At the same time, a powerful leader would grant us more bargaining power on a negotiation table. As for the miscellaneous affairs, you need not worry too much about it. The elders are there to deal with them." Xianxia nodded slowly in agreement. Seeing that he was receiving a positive response, Hall Master Qin pressed on. "Besides, if you are intending on heading to the Sea of Exiled Stars, you would have even more need for the identity as the leader of our Myriad Beasts Hall." Those words left Xianxia tilting his head in confusion. The Sea of Exiled Stars is where the Starchaser Palace is located at. It consists of innumerable islands, and living on each of these islands are the indigenous population of the Forsaken Continent. They are an extremely exclusive group of people, and they tend to act hostile toward outsiders. There have been quite a few cases where those islanders have lynched visitors to death, and there are even high immortals who have fallen victim to that as well, Hall Master Qin explained. If you were to take on the identity of the leader of the Myriad Beasts Hall, your words would carry more weight. At the very least, no one would dare to make a move on you, and it would be much easier for you to get things done as well. Naturally, there was no one who would be foolish enough to offend the leader of the Myriad Beasts Hall. That would be as good as waging war on it. Xianxia nodded in agreement. He had asked Elder Liao some details regarding the Sea of Exiled Stars on his way over, and it was exactly the same as what Hall Master Qin was saying at the moment as well. It was rumored that some of the indigenous population practiced the art of slaughter, so their temperament tended not to be too good. If he were to enter as a nobody, it would be hard for him to achieve his goal of accessing their libraries and uncovering clues regarding Luo Ruoxin there. If you become the Hall Master, you'll be able to mobilize our informants hidden amidst the Sea of Exiled Stars, thus making it easier for you to gather information. Hall Master Qin dropped another bait before Xianxia. Xianxia's eyes lit up. Since that's the case, I guess I don't really mind taking on the position then. It would indeed be difficult for him to investigate the information he required by himself. However, if he were to become the leader of the Myriad Beasts Hall, he would be able to tap into its vast intelligence network, thus making it far easier for him to gather information. As the Myriad Beasts Hall had a monopoly in the business of transportation on the Forsaken Continent, its members were spread throughout the entire continent. There were many disciples just like the old man who had ferried him over to the Ascendant Cloud Mountain spread all over the continent. Given so, Xianxia could imagine that their intelligence network would be far more developed than that of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. That is wonderful news. I'll make preparations now, and the inauguration ceremony will be held a month from now. Hall Master Qin nodded. A month from now? Xianxia shook his head. I can't afford to wait that long. There's no need to hold an inauguration ceremony either. It's not convenient for me to show myself presently either. It isn't convenient for you to show yourself? Hall Master Qin frowned. They were an orthodox organization, not some shady demonic sect operating undercover to destroy the continent or something. Surely there was no need to be so secretive about this. My cultivation is only at heavenly true immortal realm at the moment. While I am able to barely defeat heavenly high immortal realm beasts using my secret art, I fear that my cultivation is still too weak at the moment. I'm worried that I might catch the attention of the Hall of Gods if I were to stand out too much. At this moment, Xianxia paused for a moment before adding, I heard that the genius who comprehended the God Sword intent at the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion had recently faced an assassination attempt from the Hall of Gods. It was better for him to be careful, especially since he didn't have a golden page with him at the moment. If the Hall of Gods were to dispatch numerous heavenly high immortal experts after him, he would be in a very dangerous position. The Hall of Gods? Hall Master Qin narrowed his eyes coldly. I have indeed heard of that matter from Han Jianxiu. Their informants had found that the Hall of Gods was becoming more active in recent years, and the news he had just received from Han Jianxiu affirmed his worries. This was also the reason why he was worried that Zhengyang might be a spy from the Hall of Gods. He had crossed blows with Han Jianxiu for many years now, and he had a good grasp of the latter's temperament. He thought that it was weird for the latter to step down all of a sudden and nominate a young man as his successor. It was only after inquiring about the matter did he learn from Han Jianxiu that the Hall of Gods had attempted to assassinate the disciple who had comprehended the God's sword intent. The latter had only passed down the position of the sect leader to that disciple in hopes of protecting him. To be honest, he hadn't expected the lofty Hall of Gods to lower their pride just to nip a potential threat in the bud. If an exceptionally talented individual were to emerge from the Myriad Beasts Hall, would the same situation occur as well? Hall Master Qin pondered deeply over these issues before finally giving his response. I think that your worries make perfect sense. Since that's the case, I'll put aside the inauguration ceremony for the time being and simply make an official announcement to declare that I will be passing the position of the Hall Master down to you. I'll introduce you as an ascetic core elder of our sect who has devoted all of his time to cultivation. Due to that, your cultivation has reached heavenly high immortal realm, and you wield capabilities beyond that of other core elders in our sect. That would help to justify how you were able to tame the 4 immortal beasts easily. Thank you for your consideration, Hall Master Qin. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. If his cultivation was at heavenly high immortal, it would make much more sense for him to be able to tame the 4 immortal beasts. At the very least, the matter wouldn't be so astonishing as to catch the attention of the Hall of Gods. It's no problem, Hall Master Qin nodded in response. With a flick of his wrist, he took out his sect leader token and floated it before him. Hear me, members of the Myriad Beasts Hall. I hereby officially declare that I'll be stepping down as the Hall Master, and the one who will succeed me is Elder Xianxia. Just earlier in the day, he has successfully tamed the 4 immortal beasts of Ascendant Cloud Mountain, and his prowess as a beast tamer is indubitably unparalleled. We are going to have a new Hall Master too? Why have I never heard of this Elder Xianxia before? You buffoon, are you even listening to what Hall Master Qin was saying? Didn't he say earlier that Elder Xianxia is an ascetic? Putting aside the elders, how many of the ascetics amongst the disciples do you even know? Well, I guess you're right. The abrupt announcement from Hall Master Qin caused all disciples and elders to halt whatever they were doing on hand and listen attentively. There was no one amongst them who wasn't curious about the mysterious Elder Xianxia, who had just been chosen to become their next Hall Master. That being said, due to the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion setting a recent precedent, this announcement didn't stir too much of an uproar from the disciples. Ascetics were cultivators who had foregone all social interaction to devote themselves entirely to the refinement of their craft. There were plenty of ascetics in every sect, and given how this group of people usually conducted themselves, it was inevitable that they would be little known by their peers. The Hall Master is passing down his position just like that? Elder Yuan and the others knew that there was a chance that Hall Master Qin would pass down his position to Xianxia, but they didn't expect it to happen so quickly. It had only been 2 hours since Xianxia had arrived in their Myriad Beasts Hall, but the most powerful position in the sect was already passed on to him. Why did the sect just have to be so damned efficient on a matter as important as this? Look, isn't that the serpentine dragon? It must be the one from the Ascendant Cloud Mountain. Look, the 9-headed fiery phoenix and 7-tailed swordfang tiger are there as well. They have indeed been tamed. The new Hall Master Xianxia sure is an amazing beast tamer. All of a sudden, Elder Yuan and the others heard a commotion outside. When they raised their heads, they saw the 4 immortal beasts they had encountered back at the Ascendant Cloud Mountain soaring through the air, flaunting Zhang Yang's accomplishments. It was hard for the members of the sect to accept a little-known figure as their new leader all of a sudden, so they were still harboring some doubts and reservations. However, upon seeing this sight, it felt like all of their doubts were vanquished in an instant. Disciples of the Myriad Beasts Hall, I am Xianxia, your new Hall Master. I have made some modifications to the beast taming techniques you have been learning previously, so may I invite you to head over to where Elder Ing is to receive the improved version. Following that, the voice of the new Hall Master echoed in the air. His deep and steady tone was charismatic and confidence-inducing. An improved version of our beast taming techniques? But the beast taming techniques of the Myriad Beasts Hall have been passed down for several millenniums now. Isn't it making light of them to alter them so casually? I think so too. The disciples were a little perplexed at the sudden announcement they had received. They weren't too sure what they could expect from their new Hall Master. Mu Su was an inner disciple of the Myriad Beasts Hall. His ranking was in the mid-LOOs. Amongst the 10,000 inner disciples, his ranking still wasn't too bad. However, he was currently facing his greatest crisis ever since he joined the Myriad Beasts Hall. He was on the verge of having his identity as an inner disciple revoked. It was not because he had made some kind of mistake or anything. It was because he had failed to tame a single beast whose cultivation was equivalent to him within the past 3 years. According to the rules of the Myriad Beasts Hall, those whose age was beneath 20 and cultivation had reached ancient sage were eligible to become inner disciples, but they had to tame a beast whose cultivation equaled theirs within 3 years in order to retain their position. Once the time was up, they would be automatically stripped of their identities as inner disciples, and in the worst-case scenario, they might even be asked to leave the sect. 3 years might seem like a long time, but in relevance to beast taming, it really wasn't much. After all, taming a beast required one to find an appropriate beast, capture it, and nurture feelings with it. Each of these steps was easier said than done. From the moment he was promoted to become an inner disciple, he had begun searching for a target, and it was just last year that he found a fitting target, an ancient sage stonefire beast. The attribute of the stonefire beast was a perfect fit with the cultivation technique and movement technique he practiced. If he were to fight alongside it, his fighting prowess would surely be greatly enhanced. The problem was that the stonefire beast was simply too haughty. It refused to submit to him no matter what he did. He had tried tempting it with all kinds of delicacies and treasures, but the stonefire beast wouldn't even spare him a glance, as if he didn't exist at all. Over the span of a year, he had tried more than 20 different strategies, but none of them were effective at all. And today was the very last day of the 3 years he had. If he still couldn't succeed today, he would have his identity as an inner disciple revoked, and he would be forced to leave the sect in disgrace. I'll have to give it my all. Wuxia gritted his teeth in determination as he walked into a room. There was a massive cage in the room, and locked within it was a beast with lava-like skin. It stood proudly on the spot, not moving at all, reminiscent of a statue. Stonefire beast, I am here again. I know that it's unlikely, but I still hope that I'll be able to move you with this, Wuxia said with a bitter smile. He took out a jade bottle and said, "This is a bottle of blood cleanser. It can nourish your meridians and make them more supple, allowing you to overcome your bottleneck more easily." The stonefire beast's meridians were known to be extremely stiff, which made it extremely difficult for it to achieve a breakthrough after maturity. The only way to resolve the problem was through the blood cleanser, which nourished one's meridians. Without a doubt, the blood cleanser was extremely alluring to it. The only issue was that the blood cleanser was simply too expensive. He had to rush 15 missions over the past half a year in order to earn enough money to purchase this bottle of blood cleanser. Every single mission that he took on was incredibly tough, such that he often survived only by a close shave. If not for his good luck, he would have returned to the dirt by now. Did you think that I would thank you for your gift? I suggest that you stop daydreaming. There's no way I'll submit to you. I would rather die than to serve a human. The stonefire beast harumphed coldly. Why are you so obstinate? Do you understand that your life is in my hands? Seeing how the stonefire beast was still persisting on, Wuxia sighed helplessly. What's there to fear about death? Even if you were to kill me, I'll be another proud stonefire beast 18 years later. Even if it'll bring me to my demise, I'll never bow down to a human. Kill me if you will. After which, the stonefire beast turned its head to the side and fell completely silent. You! Wuxia glared at the stonefire beast with his sword trembling in his hands. However, the latter showed no signs of wavering at all, as if he truly had no qualms about dying at this very instant. Seeing that the other party had no intention of submitting at all, Wuxia shook his head helplessly. With a look in his eyes, he threw his sword aside and turned around to leave the room. I have really lost against your obstinacy. I'll be leaving the Myriad Beasts Hall tomorrow, so you are free to. But at this moment, a voice suddenly echoed in the air. Hear me, members of the Myriad Beasts Hall. I hereby officially declare that I'll be stepping down as the Hall Master, and the one who will succeed me is Elder Xianxia. Hall Master Qin is stepping down? But again, what does this have to do with me anyway? I'm going to have to leave the Myriad Beasts Hall tomorrow anyway. Wuxia muttered gloomily beneath his breath. But soon after, another voice echoed in the air. I have made some modifications to the beast taming techniques you have been learning previously. So may I invite you to head over to where Elder Ing is to receive the improved version. Modifications to the beast taming techniques? Wuxia suddenly halted in his footsteps. I won't be a disciple of the Myriad Beasts Hall tomorrow anymore, so I should take a look at them while I'm still qualified to. He didn't bear much expectation at all, but nevertheless, he still went to look for Elder Ing to receive the improved beast taming techniques. When he first laid his eyes on the improved beast taming techniques, his eyes widened in utter bewilderment. In truth, the modification was extremely simple, such that its essence could be beautifully summarized with just a single word: violence. Basically, what it was saying was that when all other means failed, one could try to beat the beast till a near-death state. After that, offer the beast appropriate treasures to move it. Such pummeling method won't work. It didn't take long for Wuxia to finish browsing through the contents, and he couldn't help but sigh helplessly. There were such pummeling taming methods within the sect as well, and he had tried them too. However, none of them worked. Not only so, he even infuriated the Stonefire beast, and the latter nearly killed itself. Blind violence wouldn't resolve anything. Wait a moment. The Hall Master's new beast taming technique must be used together with this pill. Elder Ing, who was in charge of distributing the manuals, passed a jade bottle over as well. It must be used together with this pill? Wuxia uncorked the lid of the jade bottle and took a look at its contents. However, he only plunged deeper into confusion. It was only an ordinary recovery medicine. It wouldn't even be too effective on a Saint Nindan beast, let alone an ancient sage beast. The ancient sage beast would simply view it as an insult. Just give it a try, Eldering advised. Wuxia pondered for a moment before nodding slightly. He was going to be evicted from the sect tomorrow anyway, so he could only clutch onto any opportunities available to him. Gritting his teeth, he thought, this will be the last time. With the jade bottle in hand, Wuxia returned back to his room and began executing the beast pummeling taming method he had just learned from the book on the Stonefire beast. After some incredible shaking and rattling, the Stonefire beast was left lying on the ground with bleeding wounds all over. It looked as if it was going to die at any moment. You have humiliated me. If you were to keep me alive, I swear I'll return everything to you tenfold. The Stonefire beast bellowed with a savage look on its face. This was simply too much. Just a bit more. Wuxia muttered beneath his breath as he forcefully fed the pill into the Stonefire beast's mouth. Since he had already come to this point, he couldn't care less anymore. He could only pray that it would somehow work out. You bastard, what did you just feed me? I'll slaughter you. The Stonefire beast cursed furiously. But just as Wuxia thought that it was all over, a shudder suddenly ran through the Stonefire beast's body, and in the next moment, it suddenly looked at him with a bizarre look on its face. Master, I am your beloved little Firefire. Please don't go. I'll become your good tamed beast. Ah! Wuxia was stunned. This transformation. What in the world happened? Nevertheless, Wuxia quickly sealed the soul contract, and before long, he had already forged a telepathic connection together with the Stonefire beast. Through this telepathic connection, he could even induce the death of the Stonefire beast with just a single thought. But even after carrying all of this out, he was still a little dazed on the inside. He had been trying to tame the Stonefire beast for more than a year now, but it had never worked out. However, as soon as he carried the instructions provided by the new Hall Master, he succeeded in just 10 short minutes. What were the principles behind this beast taming technique? But regardless of what the principles were, the fact that it worked was more than enough to testify that it was truly effective. It seems like our new Hall Master is really a man of great capabilities, Wuxia thought. He couldn't help but recall the bitterness that had been weighing him down for a year now. Put on. He fell to his knees. Before he knew it, tears were already flowing down his cheeks. In this moment, he swore that he would serve the new Hall Master with his heart from this day onward, and he would never question the latter's commands. The same sight could be seen all around the sect. There were those who thought that the new Hall Master was just another skilled beast tamer, and that his inauguration wouldn't bring about any difference to the sect. However, such thoughts were swiftly overthrown. As the miraculous effects of the beast pummeling taming method started to show, the sect members began to understand why Hall Master Qin had chosen to give up his position to this Hall Master Zhang so suddenly. Under the leadership of such a capable individual, there was no need to worry that the Myriad Beasts Hall wouldn't grow stronger. I was still feeling a little indignant at the outcome, but now, I know that I'm still far too lacking as compared to him. It's the blessing of the Myriad Beasts Hall to have him as the Hall Master, Elder Yuan thought in agitation. Had the middle-aged man not appeared out of nowhere, the chances were that he would have been the next Hall Master. As such, he couldn't help but feel a little resentful of the other party for snatching what that should have been his. But as he witnessed the happenings around the sect, such a feeling had vanished without a trace. The very foundation of the Myriad Beasts Hall was its superior proficiency in beast taming. So the most stable and effective way for the organization to grow was to further its mastery in beast taming. This was also why the generations of hall masters were chosen their proficiency in beast taming. Elder Yuan knew that there was no way he would be able to do what Xianxia had done. In a sense, it was a blessing in disguise that things turned out the way they did. Ha ha ha! Let's see how Han Jianxiu dares to brag before me in the future. Our Myriad Beasts Hall has its own genius as well, Elder Qin Yuan exclaimed excitedly. It was just a few days ago that Han Jianxiu announced that there was a genius in their ranks that had comprehended the God Sword intent, and to be honest, he was extremely envious when he heard that. However, the Myriad Beasts Hall had finally found a genius of equal caliber as well. With this, Han Jianxiu would have no more bragging rights than he did. After our hallmaster is done dealing with whatever matter he has at the Sea of Exiled Stars, I'll arrange for a meeting between him and the new sect leader of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. That sect leader is indeed formidable to be able to defeat a heavenly high immortal as a true immortal himself, but I don't believe that he would be able to stand against the encirclement of 4 heavenly high immortal beasts simultaneously. Elder Qin Yuan laughed heartily. Ever since that day, Han Jianxiu had been bragging about that genius day in and day out, almost as if a grandfather showing off his grandson. But no matter how powerful that genius was, there was no way he could withstand the combined assault from the Serpentine Dragon and the others. Not to mention, Hallmaster Xianxia was plenty powerful himself too, wielding strength matching that of a high immortal despite only being at heavenly high immortal realm. To be honest, he did suspect that Xianxia and Zhang Xian might have been the same person for a moment. But considering the differences in their age, appearances, and names, there was no doubt that they were 2 separate people. The Forsaken Continent was vast and boundless, so it wasn't impossible to find 2 extremely talented geniuses one after another. Just wait and see, Han Jianxiu. Let's see if your Zhang Xian is more formidable or our Xianxia is stronger. On the second day after arriving at the Myriad Beasts Hall, Zhang Xian visited Elder Qin Yuan with a slightly exhausted look on his face. He had spent the previous day compiling his understanding of beast taming into books before distributing them around. At the same time, he also managed to browse through all of the books in the Elder's library as well. Just as he had guessed, there weren't enough high immortal realm cultivation technique manuals here for him to compile the Heaven's Path divine art, but it did grant him with a deeper understanding of the high immortal realm. Hall Master Zhang, are you planning on leaving now? Elder Qin asked. I have urgent affairs to attend to, so I'm afraid that I can't delay my schedule any longer. Zhang Xian replied with a nod. I understand. Allow me to accompany you on your journey then, Elder Qin said. There's no need for that. With the Serpentine Dragon and the others with it, I believe that no one would dare to make a move on me. Zhang Xian patted the tamed beast sack hanging on his waist and smiled. After becoming the hall master, he was given his own unique tamed beast sack. His tamed beast sack was extraordinarily large in size, allowing him to store all 4 immortal beasts in without it getting too squeezy. Elder Qin pondered over Zhang Xian's words for a moment before nodding in agreement. The other party was right. With the protection of the 4 immortal beasts, there should be no one who would dare to make a move on him. Not to mention, his identity had been kept a secret, and the other elders who knew about the matter had been strictly warned against speaking about it. Even if he were to leave right now, the others would only think that he was an ordinary heavenly true immortal. No one would have suspected that this middle-aged man would actually be the new hall master of their Myriad Beasts Hall. Hall Master Zhang, I'll dispatch a disciple and an immortal beast to escort you then. We can't allow you to drive the immortal beast on your own, Elder Qin said. It had become a known fact that the Serpentine Dragon had been tamed by the new hall master of the Myriad Beasts Hall. If he were to ride the Serpentine Dragon out at this moment, it would be as good as telling others that he was the new hall master. Thus, he could only use the ordinary aerial immortal beasts within the sect. All right then, Zhang Xian accepted the proposal. It didn't take long for the arrangements to be completed, and soon enough, Zhang Xian was already on his way northward. Elder Qin had prepared a lesser high immortal realm beast for him, and the disciple driving it was a heavenly true immortal realm cultivator. It was the best that they could do without being too eye-catching. They flew for 3 days straight. Hallmaster Zhang were not too far away from Biyuan City at the moment. The 7-star pavilion of the Six Sects is situated there as well. It's already the largest city within the region. If you wish to acquire anything from the ethereal hall, it would be the best place for you to head to, the disciple driving the immortal beast said with a smile. Over the past 3 days, the two of them got familiar with one another, and the disciple also learned about Zhang Xian's identity as the Hallmaster too. The 7-star pavilion? Zhang Xian muttered as he looked at the scenery ahead of him. A hint of a massive city could be seen on the horizon. Just by its width, it was already apparent that it was many times larger than Wuhai City. Let's head over to take a look, Zhang Xian instructed with a gleam in his eyes. The Dongshu gourd needed 200 superior immortal pills in order to break out of its seal. Perhaps, he might just be able to gather the required number here. Han Jianxiu had formally introduced the Six Sects to him before. The 7-star pavilion was known for operating the largest business and market in the Forsaken Continent, selling all kinds of powerful artifacts and weapons. 200 superior immortal pills would be a massive wealth anywhere else, such that even a city of the scale of the Wuhai City didn't have it. However, if it was the Biyuan City, the heart of the operations of the 7-star pavilion, it just might have such wealth. It didn't take long for the immortal beast to land before the massive square within the city. Hall Master Zhang, that's the 7-star pavilion, the disciple introduced with a smile. He was extremely familiar with Biyuan City as he frequented this place. Turning his gaze over, Zhang Xian saw a cluster of buildings towering before him. All in all, there were 7 of them, and they were positioned in a manner reminiscent of the Big Dipper formation. Together, they formed a massive formation that harmonized together with the stars in the sky. It seems like the 7-star pavilion mustn't be underestimated either, even though it mainly deals with commerce. Zhang Xian thought. There was bound to be something extraordinary about the 7-star pavilion for it to become one of the 6 sects of the Forsaken Continent. In terms of its infrastructure, the 7-star pavilion didn't appear to be as imposing as the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion or the Myriad Beasts Hall. However, those who had some understanding of formations would know that it was no easy feat to align the cruxes of a formation together with the stars in the sky, and that was exactly what the 7-star pavilion did. With the protection of this formation, it would be extremely difficult for anyone to harm the 7-star pavilion. Hall Master Zhang, do you wish to enter the premises to take a look? The disciple asked. It's fine. May I know where the ethereal hall of the Biyuan City is at? Bring me over, Zhang Xian said. There was no artifact or weapon that he needed to acquire, so he wasn't too interested in exploring the 7-star pavilion. Besides, if he were to enter the premises and the other party were to insist on him becoming their sect leader, what was he supposed to do? Outstanding people simply stood out like fireflies in the night no matter where they went. Even if he tried to dim his glow, others would still be attracted to him like moths drawn to the flame. It was more than enough for him to be the leader of 2 major powers. Any more than would just be plain troublesome. The local branch of the ethereal hall is located right next to the 7-star pavilion, the disciple replied. Zhang Xian turned his gaze over and saw a tall tower located not too far away from the 7-star pavilion. This tower wasn't as imposing or bustling as the 7-star pavilion, but its presence was still extremely conspicuous as well. He quickly made his way over and entered the ethereal hall behind the crowd. How much does a true immortal realm ethereal token cost? Zhang Xian asked. 2,700 star coins or ethereal coins? The receptionist replied. I'll take one, Zhang Xian replied as he heaved a sigh of relief. As it turned out, the value of the ethereal coin here was roughly the same as that in Wuhai City. As such, 2,700 ethereal coins was still well within his spending power. After acquiring the ethereal token, Zhang Xian rented a silent chamber. He instructed the disciple of the Myriad Beasts Hall to wait outside for him while he set up several isolation formations around the room before taking a seat. Holding the ethereal token in his hand, he swiftly activated it before immersing his consciousness into it. Before long, he was already amidst the virtual ethereal hall. He headed straight for the receptionist and passed Kong Shi's token over before saying, "I would like to purchase some cultivation resources." Upon seeing the token, the attendant's eyes immediately widened in shock. She quickly told Xianxia to please wait a moment, before hurriedly heading to the room behind the counter. Soon, an elder walked over and bowed deeply to Xianxia. "Esteemed guest, the token you hold is the insignia of our hall master, which grants you the same privileges as our hall master within this store. May I know what you intend to buy?" "I would like to purchase 200 superior immortal pills," Xianxia replied. 200 superior immortal pills? The elder nearly leaped in shock. For many years he had worked in the ethereal hall, but he had only seen customers purchasing at most 10 superior immortal pills in a single seating. Yet, for this young man to purchase 200 of them at once, was he planning on snacking on them during his leisure time? It was important to note that superior immortal pills were actually incredibly expensive. Each of them was listed at a price of 20,000 ethereal coins. To put it in other words, this was a massive transaction worth 4 million ethereal coins. This amount of wealth was already more than enough for one to buy an entire city. Indeed. Don't beat around the bush and tell me straight if it's possible to make this transaction, Xianxia replied with a frown. The elder hesitated for a moment before saying, "If we were to gather everything we have in Buyuan City, we should be able to put together 200 superior immortal pills. However, we would have to report this transaction to the headquarters for approval before going ahead with it. Please give me a moment." Feel free to do whatever you need to," Xianxia replied with a nod. After consulting the headquarters, the elder returned with a smile on his lips. "The headquarters have approved the transaction. Esteemed guest, you just have to activate the teleportation formation on your ethereal token in order to withdraw your goods. I've troubled you." Xianxia nodded before retracting his consciousness from the ethereal hall. Returning back to the silent chamber, Xianxia tapped his finger on his ethereal token lightly. 20 jade bottles materialized right before him. Each of these bottles contained 10 superior immortal pills each. "Here are 200 superior immortal pills. If you still aren't able to break free of your seal after swallowing them, well, just wait and see how I'll deal with you then." Xianxia summoned the Dongshu gourd out from his dantian and harumphed. "Rest assured, I am a legendary beast who has once ruled over the lands. I'm just temporarily trapped in this bizarre form. Once I gather sufficient energy, I would be able to break free of my seal and revert back to my almighty self," the Dongshu gourd boasted proudly. "You can stop bragging now. Hurry up and get on with it." Xianxia waved his hand dismissively. He couldn't be bothered to listen to the Dongshu gourd's boasting. The Dongshu gourd hopped over to the jade bottles, and with a sharp intake of breath, it swallowed all 200 superior immortal pills at once. Jai. Despite swallowing everything at once, the Dongshu gourd didn't seem to be stuffed in the very least. Instead, its aura grew stronger and stronger. What the Dongshu gourd had swallowed previously were standard immortal pills, but these 200 pills over here were all superior immortal pills. The difference in the potency of the two pills was massive. Before long, the Dongshu gourd began trembling non-stop. Boom! An indomitable aura burst forth from the Dongshu gourd, causing spatial cracks to appear in the surroundings. It seemed like even the stable space in the Forsaken Continent was unable to withstand the overwhelming strength that the Dongshu gourd was emanating. Remarkable! Xianxia's eyes lit up in excitement. It looked like the Dongshu gourd hadn't been lying to him. Just by this aura itself, the Dongshu gourd would definitely be able to defeat any high immortal easily. At the very least, the black-robed heavenly high immortal expert he had encountered back then would be no match for it at all. With this, he was assured that the 200 superior immortal pills hadn't gone to waste. It was fortunate that he had set up additional layers of barriers around this private chamber in advance, or else this commotion would have surely attracted many people over. As the Dongshu gourd gathered more and more energy, slight cracks began appearing on its top. The cracks slowly crept downward, and it looked as if the Dongshu gourd was ready to break free at any moment. Soon, Xianxia watched the scene with bated breath. To be honest, he was filled with curiosity as to what the Dongshu gourd truly was. The latter had claimed that it was a legendary beast that ruled over the lands, but Xianxia really could hardly imagine just what form it could possibly take. Kacha! Kacha! The cracks slowly inched downward, all the way till it reached its first bump before abruptly coming to a halt. Somehow it wouldn't move any lower than that anymore. At the same time, the aura the Dongshu gourd was emanating began dying off. What's wrong? Xianxia asked in bewilderment. This? The Dongshu gourd chuckled in embarrassment. I think that I might have underestimated the energy I require. I still need a little more than this. Why don't you get another 200 superior immortal pills for me right now? I promise you that I'll really break free this time around. Another 200 superior immortal pills? Xianxia nearly fainted on the spot. Did you think that superior immortal pills were cheap sweets that you can buy as and when you like? The heck? How could 200 superior immortal pills not be enough for you? Are you a black hole? Even though Kong Shi's token allows me to purchase as many cultivation resources as I require. The problem here is that Bun City doesn't have that many superior immortal pills to give me. If I were to ask for any more than this, Kong Shi might just start coming after me. Why don't you just hole yourself up in that gourd of yours for life? Xianxia scoffed speechlessly. He was still thinking that he would no longer have anything to fear once the Dongshu gourd broke free of its seal, but it seemed like his luck was really darned. He must have been a fool to take the unreliable Dongshu gourd's word for it. If you don't have any pills, weapons would do as well. You know, I have been quite interested in that tongs hang sword of yours for some time now, the Dongshu gourd exclaimed anxiously. Those words sent a shudder down the blade of the tongs hang sword. However, Xianxia simply glared at the Dongshu gourd coldly as he ordered it to get back into his dantian. Shaking his head in disappointment, he left the silent chamber. His goal for dropping by Bun City was to release the Dongshu gourd seal, but it didn't seem like things would work out for now. Just thinking about the matter left him feeling a little glum inside. Hall Master Zhang. Upon seeing Xianxia, the disciple from the Myriad Beasts Hall rushed forward to greet him. Let's get on our way. Xianxia shook his head helplessly, not bothering to explain the matter. Since he was unable to release the seal on the Dongshu gourd, he wasn't willing to waste any more time on this for the time being. It would be hard for him to gather any more cultivation resources from the Bun City's ethereal hall anyway. He would just have to find some other way to get it done when he arrived at the Sea of Exiled Stars. Yes, Hall Master Zhang. The disciple clapped his hand, and the aerial immortal beast flew out from his tamed beast sack. He quickly leaped onto its back. Xianxia was just about to do the same as well when he suddenly narrowed his eyes in alarm. He could feel a chilling sensation engulfing his entire body. This was the scent of danger. Damn it! Run! Xianxia shouted. But before he could finish his words, the body aerial immortal beast before him suddenly began bulging outward. Boom! It exploded into a mess of bloodied flesh and bits of bones. The abrupt explosion of a lesser high immortal realm beast released a wave of energy so great that the disciple that was on its back was blasted into the air before crashing heavily onto the ground. There were many burn marks all over his body, and it was hard to gauge whether he was still breathing or not. Pang! On the other hand, Xianxia drove his Jinqi and quickly formed a protective energy barrier around him to ward off the shockwave. Despite his swift reaction, he was still forced several steps back from the impact. And before he could even recover, he felt another chilling sensation headed right toward his back once more. So. 6 surges of energy darted right toward him from his front, back, left, right, top, and bottom, threatening to crush him. Darn it! Xianxia clenched his fists tightly as he whipped out the tongs hang sword. He quickly executed a defensive swordplay, forming a spherical layer of sword chi around him. Pong pong pong! The 6 surges of energy struck the spherical layer of sword chi he had formed around him like a truck, causing his hand to numb under the sheer impact. The 6 simultaneous blows from 6 different directions nearly caused him to black out. Pooh! After deflecting the 6th blow, A spurt of blood escaped from his lips. Even though he had managed to deflect the brunt of the attacks, the sheer might of the offense had still jolted his innards, causing him to sustain some internal injuries. To be able to fend against my attack despite being caught off guard, you are indeed a worthy opponent, a voice sounded. Xianxia quickly drove his heaven's path Xianxia to recover from his injuries as he raised his head to look toward the origin of the voice. There were 3 figures standing before him, and they all had youthful appearances. Despite their seemingly young age, their cultivations were at heavenly high immortal realm, similar to the black-robed figure he had faced from the Hall of Gods previously. However, these 3 had a more domineering presence, such that it felt as if they could tear apart space with just a wave of their hands. This made Xianxia's body stiffen a little as it dawned upon him the situation he was in. He quickly took a look around him and found that he had already been pulled into a folded space. Even the earlier explosion of the lesser high immortal realm beast had been confined within this folded space. Why did the 3 of you assault me? Xianxia questioned with a wintry expression on his face. Why? You should know that better than anyone else, right? Xianxia, the youth that stood at the forefront, remarked coldly. You are from the Hall of Gods? Xianxia asked. He was confident in his disguise. Not even Hall Master Qin from the Myriad Beasts Hall had been able to see through it. Yet, the other party was able to point out his real identity right away without any hesitation. He really couldn't understand how did this happen. Just what about his disguise had given him away? He had made sure to proceed very carefully this time around ever since he nearly lost his life from the previous assassination. He used Luo Ruoxin's disguise amulet to alter his appearance, soul aura, voice, and even his bloodline. Whenever he used his god's sword intent, he tried his best to conceal the nature of his swordsmanship as well. No matter how discerning the Hall of Gods was, he was confident that he would have been able to fool them. Yet he was still seen through so easily. Not to mention, the other party was affirmative that he was indeed Xianxia, assaulting him without the slightest hint of hesitation. Even if news of his whereabouts had leaked somehow, he would have expected the Hall of Gods to harbor some reservation upon seeing him. Or could it be that the Hall of Gods had some unique means of tracking him? If so, that would really be a huge disaster. Indeed, the youth replied. The fact that you were able to slay 4 of our warriors shows that you are fairly strong yourself. However, this will be where your luck comes to an end. Meanwhile, Xianxia quickly assessed the current situation he was in. Given his previous experience with the Hall of Gods, he knew that it would be impossible for him to break apart the folded space unless he were to kill these 3 heavenly high immortals in front of him. He had faced only 1 heavenly high immortal the previous time around, but that was already more than enough to force him to a corner. Yet, he had to face 3 of them simultaneously this time around, and it was clear that every single one of them was stronger than the black-robed expert he had faced previously. This was really a disadvantageous situation for him. Let's make a move together. If we were to fail this time too, our master will really kill us, the youth said as he raised his palm and made the first blow. His 5 fingers felt like 5 heavy mountains descending from the sky, crushing everything that stood in its way. At the same time, the other 2 also charged forth and flanked Xianxia by his sides. Go! Xianxia immediately patted his tamed beast sack. The 4 immortal beasts that he had tamed flew out. The serpentine dragon charged toward the youth coming from the front, whereas the 9-headed fiery phoenix and the 7-tailed swordfang tiger faced the other 2 heavenly high immortals coming from the sides. A child's play. The youth coming at Xianxia from the front was slightly surprised by the appearance of the 4 immortal beasts. But in the blink of an eye, he had regained his calm. With a light chuckle, he continued pressing his palm downward. The serpentine dragon felt as if it was pinned to the ground by 5 towering mountains. No matter how it exerted its strength, it was unable to move an inch at all. Is it? While the leading youth in front was busy dealing with the serpentine dragon, Xianxia made use of this opening to charge forward. Driving the god's sword intent, it was as if his entire body had morphed into an incomparably sharp blade. With his opponents being 3 heavenly high immortals from the Hall of Gods, he dared not to let his guard down at all. He had to eliminate one of them as soon as possible in order to even out the scales. Otherwise, once they were to successfully encircle him, he would be placed in a difficult position. Furthermore, he didn't have a golden page with him at the moment. If he were to be defeated here, it would really be the end of him. Formidable. The youth in front didn't expect Xianxia to be able to have such a keen grasp of timing. Making use of the exact moment he was subduing the serpentine dragon to execute his offense, he immediately whipped out a sword to deflect Xianxia's attack. His sword felt chilling and sinister, leaving goosebumps rising all over one's body. Nevertheless, as soon as a sword was in his hand, his aura suddenly surged. It was a heavenly high immortal tier weapon. In terms of its sharpness, it was even above that of the Tongshang sword. Wang Wang. The youth slashed his sword several times, releasing innumerable outbursts of sword qi that gushed right toward the charging Xianxia. If Xianxia were to be struck by this attack, not only would his assault fail, most likely, he might even end up losing a limb as well. Humph! Despite facing such an imposing attack, Xianxia didn't retreat at all. Instead, with a furious war cry, he continued pushing his way forward. "You are courting death!" The youth sneered coldly as he focused all of his strength on his sword, intending to overwhelm Xianxia with this single blow. But all of a sudden, his grip loosened. The body of the youth froze on the spot. To his horror, the heavenly high immortal tier which he was brandishing imposingly a moment ago had vanished without a trace. When did it happen? Puha! Without his sword sustaining them, his sword qi swiftly dissipated as well. Before the youth could even react, Xianxia's sword had already pierced into the youth's palm, skewering him all the way to up his shoulder. Break! Following that, he immediately infused sword qi into his sword frenziedly. Pong! With a resounding explosion, the youth's arm was blown into bits. HHH! The youth cried in agony as he hurriedly retreated. Xianxia intended to chase after the youth, but at the critical moment, he chose to back away instead. Who? Right after Xianxia retreated, several bursts of sword qi sliced through the area where he was standing a moment ago. When he glanced at the sides, he found the serpentine dragon, nine-headed fiery phoenix, and white-eared fox lying on the ground feebly. In that short encounter with the experts from the Hall of Gods, they had already sustained heavy wounds. The ones who had just made a move on him were, of course, the other two youths. He had barely managed to inflict a single strike on the leading youth when the two youths had already defeated all four of his tamed beasts. This was much faster than he had expected. Furthermore, it didn't seem like they had sustained any injuries while defeating the four immortal beasts. The situation really wasn't looking good at all. The leading youth might have lost an arm, but that only translated to a slight loss in fighting prowess. With the loss of his four immortal beasts, he was in an even more perilous position than before. At this moment, the leading youth had already managed to regain his footing in the battle. He forcefully clotted the gaping wound on his shoulder in order to stop the bleeding before taking out a metal seal with a flick of his wrist. As an earthly high immortal tier artifact, this metal seal wasn't as powerful as the earlier sword. However, due to its heavy material, it felt frighteningly heavy. Go! The leading youth tossed the metal seal out. Who? Xianxia immediately felt as if he was shrouded by a towering mountain. It felt like his body had been bound by some shackles which he was unable to struggle free from. The Tongshang sword was of higher tier than the metal seal, but the metal seal was simply too heavy. Even with Xianxia's superior swordsmanship, it would be difficult for him to confront the metal seal directly. This was similar to how a rapier would never be able to best a mace in a direct clash no matter how powerful the rapier was. Ha ha ha! Let me see how you will deal with this. Seeing that Xianxia had been shackled down by the pressure of the metal seal, one of the youths sneered coldly as they charged toward Xianxia and thrust their palms toward him. As long as they could incapacitate Xianxia, they would be able to succeed in their mission. In any case, the only requirement they had was for the latter to not be dead, so it didn't matter how severely injured he was. You should watch with your eyes wide open then. As the palm thrust from the youth swiftly approached Xianxia, the latter suddenly burst into laughter instead. In the next instant, the metal seal in the sky suddenly vanished without a trace, causing the shackles weighing down Xianxia to vanish. Making full use of this opportunity, Xianxia immediately brandished his sword at the youth before him. Puha! 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 Just like that, the youth had all of his vitals punctured by a flurry of sword chi. With an indignant look in his eyes, he collapsed to the ground. He wouldn't have expected the metal seal to vanish all of a sudden, freeing the young man who should have been immobilized. He also hadn't expected the young man to have charged up so many sword chi, waiting just for an opportunity to make his move. Who? After slaying one of the youths, Xianxia exhaled deeply, but he dared not to let down his guard. In order to bait one of them, he intentionally withstood the pressure from the metal seal. Furthermore, in order to ensure a kill, he pushed his sword chi to his limits earlier, causing quite a few meridians to rupture. He wasn't in a very good state, but he knew that this wasn't time for him to rest yet. The other youth had noticed that he was in a weakened state, and it was apparent the other party just wasn't going to allow him to catch his breath. While he was making his move, the other party had already circled to his back to launch a devastating palm strike. The powerful outburst of strength caused Zhang Xian's body to ricochet into the air. The strike was so powerful that Zhang Xian's body went completely limp as it flew across the air, seemingly having lost all senses. It was as if that strike had killed him. What? The eyebrows of the youth shot up in alarm. He had made sure to hold back earlier out of fear that he might accidentally bring about Zhang Xian's death. If the latter were to die, there was no way he would be able to face the master. Yet, for Zhang Xian's body to go completely limp, could he have struck a vital and killed him by accident? This couldn't be. This mustn't be. He would be slaughtered if that was the case. Who? Worried, the youth immediately rushed toward Zhang Xian's completely still body, wanting to see what was going on. However, his vision suddenly blurred as a figure appeared before him. You! The figure standing before him was dressed in the exact same clothes as him, but the other party wasn't a member of their group. He was one of the black-robed, heavenly true immortal experts who had failed the previous mission. Hula! Just as the youth was wondering why this fellow would suddenly appear before him, he suddenly felt an intense pain in his throat. He lowered his gaze to take a look. Pada! His head rolled off his neck. The truth was that Zhang Xian had brought out not one but two soulless metal humanoids. While the attention of the youth was captured by the first soulless metal humanoid, the other one executed a sword art and lopped off the youth's head. Under normal circumstances, such a ploy wouldn't have succeeded. However, all of the abrupt situations occurring one after another in quick succession had unnerved the youth's heart, causing his guard to be down for a brief moment. This created an opening for the soulless metal humanoid to strike. Pooh! 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 In the next moment, however, Zhang Xian's limp body crashed heavily onto the ground and coughed 3 mouthfuls of blood. Through utilizing the Dongshu Gourd's ability and the soulless metal humanoids, he had managed to take down 2 of his opponents within 5 breaths since the start of the battle. With this, he had finally managed to balance the scales. But he had to put his own body on the line in order to do so, and he was on the verge of reaching his limits. This was especially so when he intentionally took a palm from one of the youths in order to trick him. If not for his Heaven's Path divine art and the other party holding back, he might have really lost his life then. Zhang Xian swiftly took out a jade bottle and gulped it down. Gradually, he could feel his injuries recovering. Heaving a sigh of relief, he turned his gaze to the final youth, the one who had lost an arm. Why does your master want to capture me? Even though Zhang Xian had heard that it was due to him comprehending the God's sword intent, he didn't think that it made much sense. The God's sword intent was indeed formidable, but it didn't seem likely for an organization as lofty as the Hall of Gods to stoop so low as to make a move on a mere true immortal realm cultivator. Furthermore, they seemed far too desperate to capture him alive. The clues simply didn't link together. He felt that something was amiss, but he simply couldn't put his finger on what was wrong. You aren't qualified to know, the youth replied coldly. To be honest, he was taken aback by the situation as well. He would have never thought that a person who was an entire cultivation realm weaker than them would actually be able to lop off his arm and slay 2 of his peers within 5 breaths. Realizing how fearsome the young man before him was, his face turned livid. The master was already very displeased at the failure the previous time around. If he were to fail this mission as well, he shuddered to imagine the fate that awaited him. The master possessed means that could make a person never so much in his life desire death. Thus, he took a deep breath and narrowed his eyes. The master was right. You are a fearsome opponent. I didn't want to use the treasure which the master has bestowed upon me on you, but it seems like I have no other choice now. With a flick of his wrist, a round plate-like object floated into the air. As soon as it appeared, cracks began appearing in the surrounding space. A semi-divinity artifact? Xianxia's eyes narrowed into slits. He had never seen semi-divinity artifact before, but the fact that the mere presence of that artifact induced the collapse of the surrounding space was indicative of its prowess. Furthermore, the intensity of the aura emanated by the artifact was very similar to that of Xianxia. Without a doubt, it was definitely an artifact that had surpassed heavenly high immortal tier. The plate-like artifact emanated a brilliant glow that enveloped the area in brightness. Standing amidst the brilliant glow, Xianxia felt his body stiffening up. He found that he was unable to move nor drive his Jinqi at all. You should be proud that you have forced me to use the golden spirit lock. The youth looked at Xianxia with utter coldness in his eyes. Just as Xianxia had thought, the plate-like artifact was indeed a semi-divinity artifact. The golden spirit lock. This artifact could seal the life force, soul, and Jinqi of an individual, locking it down in place. Break! Xianxia desperately drove his Jinqi in hopes of breaking free of these shackles. But for some reason, no matter how he drove his energy, it felt like there was a powerful dam blocking his way. No matter how much momentum he had built up, he was unable to force his energy through it all. Without any energy to sustain his body, there was no way he could fight. The only fate that awaited him was to be captured. Go! The golden spirit lock slowly descended from the sky. Even before it could come into proximity, he could already feel tremendous force crushing down on him, causing fresh blood to spurt forth from his acupoints. Wang! A resounding buzz suddenly echoed in the air. The jade token which Han Jianxiu had given him shattered in this instant, and a spherical light barrier swiftly formed around him. Who? The formation of the barrier neutralized the pressure that was crushing down upon Xianxia, allowing him to regain his footing. He quickly gulped down a bottle of the gourd's bathwater before he felt himself recovering a fair bit. Nevertheless, he still felt sapped of strength from head to toe. He thought that he shouldn't be too far off from matching semi-divinity realm cultivators and artifacts since he was able to fight toe-to-toe with heavenly high immortal realm experts, but he realized he couldn't be more wrong than that. As soon as he came into contact with the golden spirit lock, he realized that the difference between the two realms was far greater than what he could have imagined. It was no wonder why the entire Azure was so fearful of the gods. Even a semi-divinity artifact was powerful enough to render high immortals helpless in its presence. A protective amulet forged using a semi-divinity realm cultivator's blood essence? You sure do have quite a few good things on you. However, how long will your protective barrier last? The youth laughed coldly as he infused his Jinqi into the golden spirit lock. Boom! The artifact continued descending down upon Xianxia, and the sheer pressure caused pitch-black lacerations to appear in the surrounding space. Even the light barrier forcefully dented inward under the crushing force exerted by the golden spirit lock, seemingly ready to burst apart at any moment. Xianxia was still standing within the protection of the light barrier, but he could already feel a suffocating sensation seizing his chest. This won't do. I'll die at this rate, Xianxia thought. The energy in the protective amulet was limited. Even though Han Jianxiu claimed that it was able to withstand an attack from a semi-divinity, he knew that it would only last till all of its energy was expended. Once the light barrier shattered, he would be a goner. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and devour that artifact up there, Xianxia exclaimed anxiously. It's too powerful. Unless you can halt its attack long enough for me to devour it whole, Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to handle the crushing pressure it was emanating either. The Dongshu gourd cried out indignantly. Halt its attack? Zhang Xian's face turned livid. If he was able to do so, he wouldn't have been cornered to such an extent either. Knowing that he couldn't afford to hold back his trump cards anymore, Zhang Xian shouted, "You should come out and help too." Who? His clone immediately materialized not too far away, with a disapproving frown etched on his forehead. He rammed his body furiously right toward the youth. The crushing pressure emanated by the golden spirit lock spanned over an area, which meant that his clone was affected by it too. However, it didn't seem to hinder his clone's movements by too much. His clone was forged out of the 9 Hearts Lotus, which granted him an unbelievably powerful body. By the sheer strength of his body, his clone was able to remain unfazed before the immense pressure coming from the golden spirit lock, thus minimizing the reduction in his fighting prowess. This is your clone? The youth didn't expect Zhang Xian to have a clone so powerful that it could withstand the pressure from the semi-divinity golden spirit lock. However, he quickly recovered from his surprise and sneered coldly. It won't make a difference. Your fate is already sealed. As the youth spoke, he gathered his strength in his fist and executed a powerful punch right toward the clone. Pong! The powerful punch accurately struck the head of the clone. Pada! The head of the clone was crushed inward. But as if it was unaffected by the attack, the clone continued ramming forward with the same frightening momentum. Kacha! Kacha! The clone rammed right into the chest of the youth, causing numerous fractures on the latter's ribcage. You! The youth was taken aback by the sheer tenacity of the clone. When he raised his gaze once more, he was even more astounded to see that the latter's head had already recovered back to normal, as if nothing had happened to it at all. This is indestructibility? The youth narrowed his eyes as cold sweat poured down his back. Indestructibility was said to be an ability that the gods possessed, but the other party's clone actually reached such a frightening level. What was going on over here? I don't believe it. There's no way a mere clone could have reached the level of indestructibility, the youth bellowed. With a swift leap forward, his body warped into a blur as he charged right toward the clone. He only had a single arm right now, which placed him in a disadvantageous position. The appearance of the protective amulet and the indestructible clone had really taken him aback. Just the notion that he might fail his mission at this rate was enough to make him berserk. No matter what, he couldn't afford to fail here. The youth flailed his arm so swiftly that it seemed as if several more arms had sprouted from his body. As his Xianxia gushed forth along with his movements, the surrounding air suddenly felt incredibly heavy. Despite having one of his hands destroyed, it didn't seem like his fighting prowess had been affected by too much. The strength he could summon at his will was still as terrifying as before. Petty tricks. Just watch how I'll unravel your attack with a single move, the clone declared proudly. Without resorting to any technique or anything, he simply forcefully rammed his body toward the youth once again. Pong, 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 pong. The youth sank his fist into the clone's face, chest, belly, and all over. Innumerable depressions were appearing all over the clone at a rapid pace. But even something like this couldn't stop the clone's charge at all. Before he knew it, the youth had been knocked down by the clone's tenacious ram once more. Pooh! Blood spurted from the youth's mouth as he was sent flying backward. In this very moment, he felt so indignant that he could explode on the spot. What the heck? This wasn't a battle at all. The other party was simply exploiting the indestructibility of his body to charge all around. This was the first time he felt so stifled ever since he started cultivating. If you are truly capable, why don't you stop ramming me with your shoulders and fight me in a proper battle? The youth hollered angrily. You don't want me to ram you? The clone tilted his head questioningly. I'm fine with that too. Following that, the clone leaped up and sat right down on the youth. Pada! Feeling a searing pain on his face, the youth spurted blood. I told you not to ram me, so you used your bottom to sit on my face instead? Do you have no dignity as an expert? Hell, you are even worse than a common ruffian. Watching as his clone fought with the youth, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Due to the youth having his hands full dealing with his clone, the pressure from the Golden Spirit lock lessened significantly. This was the ideal time for him to make a move. With such thoughts in mind, he quickly exclaimed telepathically to the Dongshu gourd, "What are you waiting for? Go!" "All right." The Dongshu gourd rushed out from Xianxia's dantian, and before the Golden Spirit lock could even react, it had already vanished from the spot. It was devoured whole just like that. Gotcha! At the same time, the light barrier from the protective amulet also reached its limit and dissipated as well. It was fortunate that he had moved quick enough, or else the Golden Spirit lock would really be a huge pain to deal with. Heaving a sigh of relief, Xianxia turned to his clone and his youth as he quickly assessed how he could best intervene in the fight to help his clone defeat the last heavenly high immortal. But all of a sudden, the space above him suddenly began shaking intensely. An indomitable aura was slowly leaking out into the surroundings. Alarmed by this aura, both the clone and the youth halted their battle and turned their gazes to the sky. A gourd was floating quietly in the air. Devouring the semi-divinity artifact had provided it with the final push it required in order to break free of its seal. "That's the culprit who devoured all of my artifacts?" The face of the youth paled as his body trembled slightly. His heavenly high immortal tier sword, earthly high immortal tier seal, and semi-divinity golden spirit lock, they were all devoured whole by this fellow? Was that fellow really just a gourd? Did it succeed? Xianxia's eyes lit up. When he gave the Dongshu gourd 200 superior immortal pills earlier, the latter said that he was already on the verge of a breakthrough, just that he was lacking that one final push. Who could have thought that devouring the semi-divinity artifact would actually provide it with the momentum it needed to break free of the seal? He couldn't wait to see just what kind of legendary beast the Dongshu gourd was to emanate such an imposing aura. Was it an ancient divine dragon? A Taotai? A Pishio? Xianxia stared at the scene intently with bated breath. Based on the Dongshu gourd's self-introduction and his ability to devour artifacts and energy, he knew that the other party was bound to be an extraordinary beast. He had browsed through some relevant materials, and he eventually narrowed the selection to these legendary beasts. Ancient divine dragons were blessed with the strength of a god at birth, making them frightening foes to make enemies out of. Taotai was known for its ability to devour all matter in the world. It was born with an innate space within its stomach, allowing it to store any prey of any size. Pishio devoured their preys whole, never allowing anything to go to waste. The prey it consumed would eventually become parts of its body. Regardless of which of the three it was, one thing was for sure. Once the Dongshu gourd broke free of its seal, no one would be able to stop its rise anymore. Even if the Hall of Gods were to dispatch a real god to deal with him, he would have nothing to fear too. Xianxia couldn't stop trembling in excitement as he looked forward to much easier days ahead. The aura that the Dongshu gourd was emanating from above was still growing stronger by the moment, such that the folded space was starting to collapse inward. The cracks on the Dongshu gourd's exterior began to creep further downward, and resounding "Kacha! Kacha!" sounds could be clearly heard. There's no way I can match something like this. I need to run away right now." Seeing such a sight, the body of the youth tensed up. He immediately turned around and began tearing apart the folded space before him, intending to flee from the scene. Even if he had to abandon his mission, he had to report to his master that the target possessed an overpowered artifact. "Do you think that you can still get away?" How could Xianxia allow the youth to run away and tip off the Hall of Gods? He channeled his god's sword intent into the Tongshang sword and drove it right toward the youth. His clone, the Dongshu gourd, the soulless metal humanoid, and his protective amulet, he had displayed all of his trump cards to the other party. If he were to allow the other party to get away with his secrets, the Hall of Gods would be able to start making preparations to deal with him. No matter what, he had to get rid of the youth by hook or by crook. Ding 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 ding. Faced with Xianxia's ferocious offense, the youth had no choice but to turn around and protect himself. With his forceful palm strikes, he was able to keep Xianxia's sword chi at bay. Despite the overwhelming prowess of the god's sword intent, Xianxia's cultivation was simply a little too lacking. Faced against a powerful heavenly high immortal like the youth before him, he was unable to claim the decisive advantage. So, seeing that the battle had resumed, the clone began ramming toward the youth once more. Before long, the youth suffered more fractures all over his body. Ah! The youth felt so stressed inside that he felt like screaming hysterically. He had never felt so stifled in his life before. He had faced plenty of opponents that were stronger than him in his lifetime, and he had always been able to defeat them with ease. This was the first time he had felt so indignant fighting against someone of lower cultivation than him. At the very worst, I'll just bring you down with me. Seeing how the coordination between Xianxia and his clone was swiftly improving, the youth realized that it was impossible for him to get away. There was a good chance that he would lose his life here. Something within his snapped in that instant, and with a furious howl, he channeled all of his Jinqi into his dantian. He was planning on exploding his cultivation. Even if he couldn't get away, he had to make use of such means to tell his master that this fellow was more frightening than they had thought. Shit! Xianxia narrowed his eyes in astonishment. He hurriedly put up a defensive swordsmanship, forming a massive sphere of sword chi around him. He couldn't hope to stop the explosion of an expert of such caliber. All he could do was to reduce the damage he would sustain. Boom! Before the explosion even began, Xianxia could already sense a heavy pressure caused by the extreme condensation of Jinqi within the youth's body. It was so heavy that even holding onto his sword felt extremely strenuous. The blood in his body was forced against his veins and arteries, and it felt like they would soon break apart under the pressure. This is the prowess from a heavenly high immortal exploding his cultivation? Xianxia narrowed his eyes in disbelief. This was the first time he saw a heavenly high immortal exploding his cultivation, and it was far stronger than he had thought. Even though he had already infused his god sword intent into his defensive swordsmanship, he knew that he would sustain severe injuries that he wouldn't be able to recover from in the short run if the explosion were to really occur. The pressure only continued to grow stronger and stronger. Just when Xianxia thought that he was going to succumb to it, all of the tension in the air suddenly vanished like a receding tide. Could it be a feint? Alarmed, Xianxia quickly raised his head to take a look. It suddenly crossed his mind that the other party could have been pretending to explode his cultivation in order to find an opportunity to flee. Xianxia turned to the youth anxiously, but when he caught a clear glimpse of the latter's appearance, his eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. The fellow who was trying to explode his cultivation had a fragment of a gourd in his head, and an entire half of his head had been blasted away. He was smashed to death by the gourd before he could gather sufficient power for an explosion. It was no wonder why the explosion halted all of a sudden. How could this be? The youth muttered indignantly with his dying breath. Putong. His corpse fell from the sky. He had considered the possibility that he might be killed by Xianxia, but never had he thought that he would be killed by a fragment of a gourd in such a manner. What a huge embarrassment! On the other hand, after confirming that the youth had died, Xianxia quickly turned his sights toward the Dongshu gourd with excitement gleaming in his eyes. Has it broken free of its seal yet? Following that, he saw a golden irradiance as brilliant as the blazing sun engulfing the surroundings. After which, a silhouette reminiscent of a canary slowly unfurled its wings. Shrouded by the flames, it was impossible to tell what it was right away. Nevertheless, from the imposing air it emanated, one could feel that it was an extremely powerful beast. It was no wonder why it was able to devour heavenly high immortal tier and even semi-divinity artifacts easily. The Dongshu gourd really wasn't bragging at all. Even if it wasn't a legendary beast that had ruled over the lands, there should be very few in the azure that could hurt it. I have succeeded. I'm finally out of this darn shell. Hearty laughter echoed in the air as shadows flickered amidst the radiance. Slowly, the brilliance died down, and the silhouette in the air became clearer and clearer. Xianxia's clone also quickly turned his sights over. He had known the Dongshu gourd for quite some time too, and he was extremely curious to find out just what kind of monster was sealed within it. Who? The light finally dissipated entirely, leaving the silhouette concealed amidst it in plain sight. "You are the legendary beast who used to rule over the lands?" Upon catching a clear look at the Dongshu gourd's appearance, Xianxia nearly bit down on his own tongue. "Why, do I not look like it?" A little yellow chick which looked as if it had just broken out of its shell waddled its way over. Its head was tilted upward, making it seem as proud as a peacock. Xianxia and his clone rubbed their eyes, but the sight before them still remained the same. The sheer ridiculousness of the situation nearly made them tug their hair out. Where is the promised ancient divine dragon? Where is the promised Taotai? Where is the promised Pishio? Instead of all of that, you are actually a little yellow chick instead? Just tell me, what the hell about you resembles a legendary beast? Are chickens considered legendary beasts too? Xianxia uttered in disbelief. The Dongshu gourd had boasted so much in the past that it had unknowingly built up great expectations in him for the revelation of its true form. But it actually turned out to be a little yellow chick instead? The hell! If it was a dragon or the sort, how awe-inspiring it would be for him to ride on it and dominate anyone who dared to cross him. Not even the Hall of Gods would dare to mess around with him. What was he supposed to do with a chick like this? Toss it at his enemies and hope that it could fluff them to death? You are the one who is a chicken. Your entire family are chickens. The little yellow chick scoffed furiously. Tilting its head up proudly, it said, "I am a legendary beast who once ruled over the lands. I am. As for what I am, I haven't recovered my memories yet, so I can't say for sure, but I am very certain that I am not chicken. Whatever." Xianxia waved his hand dismissively. He didn't want to think or argue about this matter anymore. He felt like he might really suffer a mental breakdown if he were to continue harping on this matter. He turned to look at the surrounding folded space instead and noted that it was already on the verge of shattering apart. So he quickly kept his clone, his tamed beast, and the corpses of the 3 youths into his storage ring. Then he shot a look at the little yellow chick, and anger began boiling within him again. With an impatient voice, he harumphed, "We'll talk later. Get back to my dantian for now. I have already broken free of my seal. I don't need to return to your dantian anymore." The little yellow chick replied smugly, "Get your ass back in there." Xianxia picked up the little yellow chick with 2 of his fingers and spoke sharply. "Otherwise, you'll be going into my storage ring instead." "Fine." The little yellow chick meekly returned back into Xianxia's dantian. Who? Barely after these were all done, Xianxia suddenly found that he had returned back to the street outside the ethereal hall. Just like before, no one had noticed the intense battle that had just happened here not too long ago. Heaving a sigh of relief, Xianxia rushed over to the disciple from the Myriad Beasts Hall and noted that while the latter was severely injured, he was still breathing. Thus, he fed the latter a bottle of the gourd's bathwater and instructed him to recuperate well. After that was done, he began reflecting on what had happened over the past few days. He had made sure to disguise every single aspect of himself, such that there was no trace of the original Xianxia to be seen in him anymore. Yet, those from the Hall of Gods were still able to find him. Just what were they basing their search criteria on? And how could they be certain that they had gotten the right person? As long as Xianxia was unable to figure this out, he would never know when he would be in danger. After the disciple had recovered a fair bit, Xianxia instructed him grimly, "You should return to the sect. I'll be fine on my own." After which, he dived into the crowd, and not too long later, he had already assumed a different appearance. He wanted to check if the Hall of Gods was really able to see through his disguise. Thus, he chose to linger around the vicinity where he was assassinated for more than 2 hours, but there were no more assassination attempts. If the Hall of Gods was really able to see through his disguise, they would have noticed him and struck again by now. That shouldn't be it then, Xianxia thought. Thinking back, if the Hall of Gods was really able to see through his disguise, they should have made a move on him back when he first left the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. I really have no idea at all, but since they aren't able to see through my disguise, I guess I should still be fine for the time being. Xianxia sighed helplessly. He returned back to the ethereal hall and booked another silent chamber. He quickly set up a series of isolation formations and the sword around before bringing out the little yellow chick once more. What abilities do you have? And how strong are you at the moment? He thought that he shouldn't jump into assumptions about this fellow. It would be best for him to clarify the situation first. After all, the Dongshu gourd was also much more powerful than it looked as well. If he could find out what the little yellow chick was capable of, he would know how he could utilize it in a battle. My abilities? The little yellow chick cocked its head to the side. I don't really know either. Are you able to fly? Xianxia asked. The little yellow chick tried flapping its tiny wings. Paji crashed back to the ground. I don't think so, it replied. What about your fighting prowess? Pa! In the next instant, a slap flew right toward the little yellow chick. It was sent twirling into the air before crashing into the wall. It's a no then. What about your strength? Feeling as if he was staring right into the abyss of despair, Xianxia brought out one of the corpses of the heavenly high immortals and tossed it on the little yellow chick. The little yellow chick was immediately crushed to the ground. A tiny claw could be seen trembling at the very corner of the corpse. 10 minutes later, Xianxia was really on the verge of a mental breakdown. Is this the strength you used to rule over the lands? This fellow had been boasting about how powerful it was since a long time ago. But it turned out to be such an adorable and harmless beast instead. What was even more ridiculous was that it didn't seem to possess any strength at all. It was a being which any cultivator could easily stomp to death. That being said, there was indeed one thing that was noteworthy about it, its recovery ability. Even when it was smacked and crushed under a high immortal, it swiftly recovered from the damage it had sustained. I'm sure that I am a legendary beast who once ruled over the lands. It's just that I have just broken out of my seal, and my energy is exhausted. I just haven't recovered yet. Why don't you bring me another 200 superior immortal pills? No. Make it 200 premier immortal pills instead. I should be able to recover quite a bit after that. The little yellow chick flailed its wings around anxiously. 200 premier immortal pills? Why don't you go to hell instead? Xianxia was rendered speechless. It was already difficult enough for him to procure 200 superior immortal pills, and this fellow wanted him to gather 200 premier immortal pills. I really should smack that idea out of your mind. As stifled as Xianxia was, he knew that there was a good chance that what the little yellow chick was saying was true. After all, it was able to devour even a semi-divinity artifact in its sealed state. There was no way it could possibly be ordinary. Since you are my tamed beast, you should have a fitting name too. I can't possibly keep calling you Dongshu gourd or little chick. Xianxia sighed deeply and said, On. The little yellow chick nodded in agreement. It must be that I still have some seals which I have yet to release yet, so I'm still not sure what exactly I am either. However, if one is for sure, I'm definitely not a chicken. I must be a legendary beast who once ruled the lands, a powerhouse in this world. No matter how powerful a chicken was, it couldn't possibly be capable of devouring a semi-divinity artifact whole. As such, it was extremely opposed to its master calling it a chick. Thus, it looked at its master with a hopeful look, hoping that it would come up with an imposing name for it. No matter whether you are a real chicken or not, it's a fact that you look like a chick at the moment. You have also claimed that you are a legendary beast, a ruler of the lands. Since that's the case, why don't we call you? Xianxia pondered very deeply at this moment before his eyes lit up in excitement. Supercock! The little yellow chick collapsed to the ground. Are you sure that this is an appropriate name for a legendary beast? An extremely powerful human is known as Superman. An extremely powerful male chicken is simply known as Supercock. It took a lot of arguing before the little yellow chick managed to convince Xianxia to go with little chick instead. And words couldn't begin to describe how happy it was with it, given how tragic its master's naming sense was. It was already a huge blessing that it was let off with just little chick. Otherwise, if it had to go with what Supercock or little chirp chirp or that sort, it would never be able to live with it. How would it be able to face its fellow legendary beasts in the future with such a disastrous name? I am the legendary beast who rules over the 9 heavens and 10 continents, primordial ancient dragon, Aotion El. I am the legendary beast who has scorched the great barren wilderness and vaporized innumerable oceans, the 9-headed fiery phoenix, Huoqianyu. Then, when it finally came to its turn to introduce itself, I am the legendary beast, Supercock. Its body would really wither just by how naughty it sounded. What the heck was this? How did it land itself such an unreliable master? At this point, Little Chick couldn't help but lower its head to take a closer look at itself. Heck, I really do look like a chick. The kind which had just crawled out of its egg at that. Furthermore, I don't have any memories of what I am either. Just what kind of legendary beast am I? Little Chick fell into deep contemplation, paying no heed to the little yellow chick which was pondering over its reason of existence. Xianxia took out the corpses of the 3 heavenly high immortals whom he had just killed. Similar to those he had defeated previously, these 3 didn't have anything valuable in their storage rings either. The only things of value were their very bodies. To be honest, he was feeling very worried about his current plight. Till now, he still didn't know what it was that gave him away, and that left him deeply insecure. He had never craved power this much ever since he started cultivating. In any case, if he could turn these heavenly high immortals into soulless metal humanoids too, he would be in a much safer position. If he had an army of them previously, he could have lined them up before him to form a line of defense when that youth tried to explode his cultivation earlier. In the Hall of Gods, a towering silhouette flickered into existence once more at the center of the room. Yet another failure? The silhouette remarked coldly as a pair of cold eyes pierced through the black-robed man, kneeling before him. Yes, the black-robed man trembled. I have underestimated him. A person chosen by the heavens is indeed blessed with great luck. The silhouette remarked coldly. You'll be making a move personally then. If you were to fail, don't bother coming back to look for me. End your own life there and then. Also, I want you to investigate what trump cards he has that allowed him to take down even 3 of our heavenly high immortals. Yes, master. The black-robed man nodded before subserviently retreating out of the room. Hold on for a moment. The silhouette suddenly raised his hand. Announce the decree of the Hall of Gods. The Azure Bridge shall descend half a month from now. Half a month? The Azure Bridge going to descend prematurely? The black-robed man asked. Usually, it would still take quite a while longer before the Azure Bridge descended. For it to appear half a month from now, wasn't that a little too fast? Since the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion has confirmed him as their sect leader, their intention is likely to have him join as a challenger. If we were to leave it as it is, it'll still take some time before the Azure Bridge finally descends. He might achieve a breakthrough to High Immortal during this period of time, and if so, none of you will be able to match him anymore, the silhouette said. With a cold gleam in his eyes, he said, He mustn't be allowed to succeed by any means, or else all of you will be killed. Yes, I understand, the black-robed figure replied grimly before leaving the room. A slender boat floated in the air just above the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. Standing atop of it was a lady, and standing behind her was an adolescent youth. Palace Chief Du, what are you doing here? A figure suddenly appeared in front of the boat, Han Jianxiu. I have come for your newly appointed sect leader, the lady replied with her hands behind her back. She was no other than the chief of the Starchaser Palace, Du Qingyuan. Our newly appointed sect leader? Han Jianxiu frowned. Indeed. Can you invite him out to meet me? Du Qingyuan replied with a nod. This? Han Jianxiu paused for a brief moment before replying. Palace Chief Du. My apologies, but our sect leader is currently practicing the Ascendant Cloud Sword God formula. He's in a crucial moment in his cultivation, so it's not convenient for him to meet any guests at the moment. He knew that it was of utmost importance for him to keep the news that Xianxia had left the sect a secret. Otherwise, if the Hall of Gods were to somehow hear of the matter, they would surely make a move. Xianxia was their greatest hope at achieving a breakthrough at the Azure Bridge, so he would do anything to protect the young man. He's in seclusion? Du Qingyuan frowned. She knew that the sect leaders of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion would practice the Ascendant Cloud Sword God formula. There was nothing wrong with Han Jianxiu's words, so she didn't harbor any doubts regarding his words either. Thinking back, Han Jianxiu had gone through that phase as well, and he was gone into seclusion for 15 whole years. No matter how talented Zhang Xian was, it was unlikely that he would be able to master the Ascendant Cloud Sword God formula too quickly either. It was really bad timing. As the chief of the Starchaser Palace, she couldn't possibly spend years waiting here for him to come out of seclusion. Do you have his portrait by any chance? I would like to take a look, Du Qingyuan asked. With a doubtful look on his face, Han Jianxiu asked, Pardon me, Palace Chief Du, but I must ask for your purpose for seeking our sect leader. As the palace chief of the Starchaser Palace, one of the 6 sects, Du Qingyuan was a lofty figure that stood at the peak of the Forsaken Continent. Before Zhang Xian became the sect leader, he was nothing more than an insignificant figure living in a small town. Given so, it was unthinkable for the two of them to be associated with one another. I just found his name extremely familiar. He seems to be an acquaintance of mine, so I would like to verify if it's really him, Du Qingyuan replied. If Zhang Xian was here, he would recognize Du Qingyuan to be the deity, whom Sovereign Qinyong had summoned back then through the ritual of the otherworldly demonic tribe. Back then, in order to save Sovereign Qinyong, Zhang Xian requested Du Qingyuan to take Sovereign Qinyong's soul away with her. Using some sort of secret art, Du Qingyuan managed to reconstruct a new body for Sovereign Qinyong, and the latter was currently the very adolescent youth standing right behind her. Our sect leader is an acquaintance of yours? Han Jianxiu frowned. As unlikely that it sounded, he couldn't help but recall how adamant Zhang Xian was regarding his decision to head to the Sea of Exiled Stars. Not too long after, Du Qingyuan made the long journey here to look for Zhang Xian too. Could the two of them really be acquainted with one another? Han Jianxiu hesitated for a moment before flicking his wrist. A jade token appeared in his grasp. He tapped on the jade token lightly, and Zhang Xian's portrait floated into the air. This is our sect leader Zhang Xian. The Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion and the Starchaser Palace couldn't be said to be on friendly terms. Nevertheless, while Du Qingyuan could be rather difficult at times, she wasn't an unreasonable person. Considering the implications, it was unlikely that she would try to harm their sect leader. Not to mention, he didn't tell her where Zhang Xian was heading either. Thus, it shouldn't matter whether she knew of his appearance or not. Indeed, upon seeing the portrait, Du Qingyuan's eyes lit up. Behind her, the adolescent youth, Wuxia, trembled in agitation. Is our sect leader the acquaintance Palace Chief Du is looking to? Han Jianxiu asked. Indeed, we have met each other once before. Du Qingyuan nodded. After which, she turned to the adolescent youth behind her and said, Wuxia, if you wish to stay here, I can talk to Elder Han on your behalf. Thank you, Palace Chief Du. Wuxia clasped his fist in gratitude. Du Qingyuan nodded. Just as she was about to continue speaking, her eyebrows suddenly shot up. At the same time, Han Jianxiu's eyes widened slightly as well. A moment later, their faces paled at the same time. The Azure Bridge is going to descend half a month from now? That's way too fast. Han Jianxiu's body stiffened. The Azure Bridge was the only path into the Hall of Gods, and it only descended once every century. Once they missed the occasion, they would have to wait another 100 years. If the Azure Bridge were to descend on its usual timing, Zhang Xian would definitely have more than enough time to cultivate to Heavenly High Immortal Realm. That would significantly boost his chances of clinching the rights to challenge the Hall of Gods. With his superior swordsmanship, Zhang Xian would have been in a good position to snatch the other half of the Sun God character for the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. But if the Azure Bridge were to descend in half a month from now, the other party wouldn't be able to make it in time at all. Not to mention, the other party had already embarked on his journey to the Sea of Exiled Stars. They didn't know where the young man was at the moment, and they had no way of getting in touch with him at the moment either. The situation wasn't looking good at all. Let's enter the ethereal hall. Without any hesitation, Han Jianxiu took out an ethereal token and immersed his consciousness into it. Du Qingyuan quickly did the same as well. This was the ethereal token which only the top experts of the Forsaken Continent were bestowed with. The purpose of it was to provide a convenient platform for them to gather and discuss major issues. Of course, there was no guarantee that the ethereal hall would be a secure place to communicate, as it wasn't something under the control of their sect. This was also why they would preferentially meet in person when it came to discussing major issues. However, since this was just a simple meeting to discuss the rough plan regarding a known issue, it shouldn't pose too much problem. Within a sealed room in the ethereal hall, figures appeared one after another. The other sect leaders had clearly received the same news as well, so they swiftly made their way into the ethereal hall as well. Once the leaders of all 6 sects were present, Xianxia shot a sweeping glance across the crowd before asking, "What are your current plans regarding the Azure Bridge?" "The descent of the Azure Bridge is an important affair, so we have to deal with it carefully. Elder Han, hasn't the new leader of your Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion comprehended the God Sword intent? Why isn't he here?" An elder glanced over and asked. Due to Xianxia's announcement a few days ago, it had already become a known fact throughout the Forsaken Continent that the new sect leader of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, Xianxia, had grasped the God Sword intent. That should be more than enough to qualify him to participate in this meeting. He's in seclusion at the moment, so I couldn't disturb him, Xianxia replied. What about your newly appointed Hall Master Zhang? The elder turned his gaze to Elder Qin Yuan. He is also in seclusion as well, Elder Qin replied grimly. They are both in seclusion? The elder frowned in displeasure. It's only once in every century that the Azure Bridge would descend, granting us an opportunity to challenge the Hall of Gods. Yet, the 2 of the most hopeful sect leaders are in seclusion at the moment. What should we do then? There was a great deal of excitement when they heard the news about the inauguration of 2 new sect leaders. But how could the 2 of them be in seclusion during such a crucial moment? We'll try and see if we can get in touch with our sect leader and inform him of this matter. Meanwhile, the rest of you should quickly pick out the strongest and most talented members in your sects as well. 10 days from now, we'll meet at the heaven-anchoring boulder in the Sea of Exiled Stars. Before the Azure Bridge appears, we should verify the strength of each sect before deciding on the leader of the expedition, Xianxia said. Sounds fine. It's settled then. The crowd nodded. This was indeed the best they could do at the moment. The Hall of Gods was located above the Sea of Exiled Stars, so the Azure Bridge appeared here as well. Thus, it was decided to be their gathering area as well. It'd be easier for us to devise a strategy if we gather together in advance too. At this moment, a voice suddenly echoed from the entrance of the room. Following that, a tall figure appeared within the room. Upon seeing this figure, the crowd quickly rose to their feet and clasped their fists. Hall Master Kong. The person who had just arrived was no other than the master of the ethereal hall. There's no need to stand on ceremony. I have just heard the news as well. Please dispatch the top experts of your sects to the heaven-anchoring boulder as soon as possible. Once the leader of the expedition has been chosen, I'll have a personal chat with him to fill him in on the details concerning the Azure Bridge and the Hall of Gods, Hall Master Kong said. After which, he turned to Xianxia and smiled. I'm looking forward to meeting your new sect leader, Xianxia. Please do introduce me to him when he arrives at the heaven-anchoring boulder. I am expecting great things out of him. Definitely, Hall Master Kong. I'll bring him over to express our gratitude to you for your help all along. Xianxia replied with a nod. All right, we shall meet at the heaven-anchoring boulder then. Hall Master Kong chuckled softly before leaving the area. The others also departed the room one after another. After leaving the ethereal hall, Du Qingyuan swiftly regained her consciousness. Standing on the boat, she looked at Xianxia and clasped her fist. Elder Han, I have to return to my sect to select a suitable group of cultivators. Farewell. She had hoped to meet Xianxia there, but the matter concerning the Azure Bridge was more important. In any case, the latter was bound to be there for the descent of the Azure Bridge, so there was no need to rush the matter. Farewell. Xianxia nodded. This boy over here, Wuchan, is a close friend of sect leader Zhang. I'll have to trouble you to take care of him well, Du Qingyuan said with a smile. Following which, She drove her boat toward the north, and in just a moment, it had already vanished from view. "You are acquainted with our sect leader?" Han Jianqiu looked at the adolescent youth before him doubtfully. Wu Qin nodded in response. "I see. Come with me then," Han Jianqiu said. With a wave of his hand, he propped the adolescent youth into the sky, and they flew back into the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion together. Xianxia was not in the sect at the moment, so they had to find a way to inform him of this important news. Just that, how could they do so? It had been several days since Xianxia had left for Starchaser Palace, so he could be anywhere. He was out of range of their communication jade tokens, so their hope was to reach him through the ethereal hall. But what if he never entered the ethereal hall and missed the information that they were trying to relay to him? Since he's heading to the Sea of Exiled Stars, he should be able to catch wind of the news there, Han Jianqiu thought. He did not know where Xianxia was exactly at the moment, but as long as the latter was heading to the Sea of Exiled Stars, that would simplify matters. As long as one of them headed there in advance, they should be able to reach him via the communication jade token once they were in range. Having decided on a course of action, Han Jianqiu immediately returned to the sect to choose the candidates that would be heading over to the Heaven Anchor Boulder. The greatest restriction to entering the Azure Bridge was that one's cultivation must not exceed Heavenly High Immortal. In other words, semi-divinity realm experts were forbidden from passing through the Azure Bridge. Furthermore, one's age must not be beyond 100. These two tight restrictions effectively eliminated a huge chunk of the top experts in the six sects. Even in the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, there were not many suitable candidates. Han Jianqiu quickly browsed through the list of candidates and nominated a few as potential substitutes should they fail to find Xianxia. Then, together with Wu Qin and a few others, they got onto an aerial immortal beast and began making their way over to the Sea of Exiled Stars. The same sight was also happening in the Myriad Beasts Hall. Their hall master had gone missing, and they could not get in touch with the other party. Thus, they could only gather a search party to look for him. Exhaling a deep breath, Xianxia rose to his feet. After a great deal of hard work, he had finally managed to forge the 3 heavenly high immortal realm cultivators from the Hall of Gods into soulless metal humanoids. However, due to the limitation of his soul cultivation, the final product was incomplete, so the strength of the soulless metal humanoids was still rather lacking. Nevertheless, with these 3 additional soulless metal humanoids, as long as the Hall of Gods did not dispatch semi-divinity realm experts for him, it would not be easy for them to take him down. Just as Xianxia was walking out of the room, Little Chick suddenly waddled up to him. "Master, I was thinking very deeply earlier, and I think I know what my ability is." Little Chick flapped its tiny wings arduously as it tried to get onto Xianxia's shoulder. It looked at Xianxia with beady eyes filled with confidence. "What's your ability?" Xianxia asked. "I can eat." Little Chick cocked its head proudly. "If you can bring me another semi-divinity artifact, I'll be able to devour it whole." Xianxia clutched his chest. He had always been the one to anger others, but ever since he met this darn chick, he felt as if his blood pressure had been shooting up. Just what did he do so wrong for the heavens to bring such a dastardly fellow to his side? If it had been any other ordinary immortal beast, he would have long tossed the other party away. But what could he do? This chick happened to be a legendary beast that made a good pot of nourishing chicken soup when boiled. Thinking back, if not for this fellow's help in devouring his enemy's weapons, he might have just lost his life to those experts from the Hall of Gods. In a sense, he did owe his life to this little yellow chick. "Fine. I'll tolerate you for now. Other than eating, do you have any other offensive abilities? I remember how you were able to knock the 9-headed fiery phoenix into submission back when you were still a gourd. Do you have any powerful moves similar to that?" Xianxia asked. "I don't think I can do that anymore. The only reason I was able to knock that bird out is because the gourd I was sealed in was exceptionally tough. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had trouble trying to break free from it. Wait, I swallowed the flames that bird vomited out back then, right? I think that I might still be able to do that," Little Chick said. "Oh? You are still able to devour flames?" Xianxia nodded slightly. He tapped his tamed beast sack and summoned the nine-headed fiery phoenix. Nine-headed fiery phoenix, use flamethrower on little chick, Xianxia ordered. Yes, master. Devastating flames blasted forth from the 9 heads of the nine-headed fiery phoenix, and they converged on the little yellow chick on the floor, drowning it in searing heat. It took quite a few minutes before the flames were finally put out. A little ashen ball could be seen lying amid the black ashes. Vaguely, one could smell the scent of delectable meat from it. Ah! Zhang Xian's eyelids twitched wildly. Was that chick well done? Did the other party not just say that it was still able to devour flames? Why was it so easily cooked then? Not to mention its flesh smelled incredibly fragrant. It caused saliva to drip from the edges of his mouth. Master, I didn't know that it would be so weak. The nine-headed fiery phoenix jolted in fright. Considering how this little yellow chick had come out of the gourd, the nine-headed fiery phoenix had expected the other party to be an incredibly powerful beast despite its seemingly innocent exterior. Yet, who could have known that it would start giving off such a delicious scent once it was seared? It really had no intention of cooking its master's tamed beast. I didn't know either. Zhang Xian sighed helplessly. He stretched his hand over to check if the little yellow chick was still alive. If it had really lost its life, even though it did smell quite delicious, he would just bury it out of respect for it, although it would be a waste of food. Right as Zhang Xian's finger touched the charred chick, the sound of a ceramic shattering echoed in the room. Kacha! Kacha! Cracks appeared on the charred exterior. Whoosh! A yellow silhouette popped out from within. This time, the little yellow chick seemed to have grown a little rounder than before. Not only so, it was starting to emanate a slight aura. It flapped its wings and rose into the air without any difficulty. With smooth movements, it landed on Zhang Xian's shoulder. Have you reached the heavenly high immortal realm? Zhang Xian was stunned. After being seared by the nine-headed fiery phoenix, this little yellow chick had grown from a powerless chick to a heavenly high immortal realm chick. It had reached the same level as the nine-headed fiery phoenix. Indeed, little chick nodded gleefully. So, the key to unlocking you is torching you with flames? Got it. Let's continue then. With eyes glowing with excitement, Zhang Xian instructed the nine-headed fiery phoenix to continue breathing flames on the little yellow chick. But not too long later, they stopped. It seemed like little chick's cultivation would only advance on the first encounter with the flame. Anything more than that would be ineffective. Forget it. It's good enough that you are at the heavenly high immortal realm and that you are able to devour weapons, Zhang Xian said. He continued testing it, and to his horror, it turned out that the little yellow chick's fighting prowess was really no different from before. Despite being a high immortal with its small wings and claws, it might not even be a match for a true immortal. Seeing this, he could only shake his head and sigh deeply. In any case, it was already good enough that little chick was able to devour weapons. This ability could work wonders during battle. There was no need for him to greedily wish for more. Thus, he placed little chick back into his dantian and the nine-headed fiery phoenix back into the tamed beast sack before leaving the room. He walked over to the receptionist of the ethereal hall and said, I would like to rent an aerial immortal beast. May I know where I should head to? His serpentine dragon was already plastered with a tag that said, I am the tamed beast of the Myriad Beasts Hall's hall master, so there was no way he could bring the other party out too carelessly. On the other hand, ordinary immortal beasts were simply too slow. Thinking back, he should have tamed a few more aerial immortal beasts back when he was still at the Ascendant Cloud Mountain. Back then, he did not think that there was a need to take so many beasts along with him, but it seemed like it was always best to prepare spares. You wish to rent an aerial immortal beast? There aren't too many of them even in our Bun city, and most of them fly a specific route. May I know where you wish to go? The receptionist asked with a polite smile. I intend to head north to the Sea of Exiled Stars, Zhang Xian replied. North? The receptionist frowned a little. It's uncommon for people to head to the Sea of Exiled Stars, so there aren't too many aerial immortal beasts heading there. Let me check for you. Following which, she lowered her head and swiftly flipped through a book. A moment later, she said with a smile. There'll be a lesser true immortal realm aerial immortal beast heading to the Sea of Exiled Stars 3 days from now. It'll only take a month for you to arrive at your destination. A month? Xianxia frowned. Is there no faster aerial immortal beast than that? He was not willing to waste so much time traveling. The Hall of Gods had already noticed him, and there was no knowing when the next assassination attempt would be. He had to head to the Starchaser Palace as soon as possible to gather the soul cultivation technique manuals required for him to achieve a breakthrough. If he could ride on the Serpentine Dragon, it would only take 7 days at most for him to arrive at his destination. A month was simply too long. Hearing those words, the receptionist shook her head and said, I'm afraid that there aren't any other alternatives. The locals living in the Sea of Exiled Stars aren't too welcoming toward outsiders, so it's rare for anyone to head there. Furthermore, the flight services of aerial immortal beasts are expensive, so there aren't too many riders. Most powerhouses had their own tamed beasts to ride on, and those who had reached the high immortal realm were able to fly on their own. There was no need for them to ride on aerial immortal beasts. Besides, those formed the Sea of Exiled Stars were hostile toward outsiders. Only large cities like Bun City would have a flight route there. How much would it cost if I individually rented a high immortal realm beast to head toward the Sea of Exiled Stars? Xianxia asked. The receptionist did not have a response for Xianxia's question. I have never come across that query before. I'll check with our elder for you. She turned around and left. Not too long later, she returned with an elder behind her. Sir, are you heading toward the Sea of Exiled Stars? The elder asked. Xianxia nodded. Do you have any high immortal realm beasts for rent? There aren't any high immortal realm beasts for rent, but I have just heard that those from the 7-star pavilion intend to head to the Sea of Exiled Stars as well. They will be setting off tomorrow, and the tamed beast they are riding on will allow them to reach their destination within 5 days. The elder replied with a smile. 5 days? Xianxia was slightly stunned. That was even faster than the Serpentine Dragon. Most likely, the immortal beast was at the heavenly high immortal realm as well. Indeed, the elder replied with a nod. I'll have to trouble you to explain how I can share a ride with them. Xianxia clasped his fist. The speed of the immortal beast was ideal for him. However, this also meant that the identities of those who were going to ride on the immortal beast were anything but ordinary. He would likely have to fork out a heavy price for the ride. Through challenging the inner disciples and core disciples, he had earned quite a number of Sword Pavilion coins back in the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. However, as he thought that he did not have much use for them, he had spent most of his wealth on immortal pills for Dan Xiaotian and by Ruanqing. As such, while he was not exactly poor, the amount of money he had left was definitely insufficient for him to strike a deal with the 7-star pavilion. However, since it was guaranteed that he would be able to purchase a ride on the immortal beast as long as he had enough money, everything else would be simple to deal with. He would just have to find a way to earn some money. With such thoughts in mind, he looked at the elder and asked, How much will it cost? It's the personal mount of the head of the 7-star pavilion, and considering the location is the faraway Sea of Exiled Stars, it'll cost at least 20,000 ethereal coins. The elder replied after a swift calculation. 20,000 ethereal coins? Xianxia frowned. Even the true immortal realm ethereal token only cost 7 ethereal coins. With 20,000 ethereal coins, one would be able to buy even a high immortal tier weapon. It was indeed very pricey. Yes, the elder nodded. Well, I'll be frank with you. I'll be taking half of the sum as commission. However, you should know that without my introduction, even with 20,000 ethereal coins, you might not be able to strike a deal with the 7-star pavilion on your own. Hearing those words, Xianxia nodded in agreement. He was an outsider, and he did not know anyone in the 7-star pavilion. Without the elder putting aside striking a deal with them, he would not even be aware of this piece of information. I understand. I'll go and prepare the money now. Xianxia nodded as he turned around and walked back into the private chamber in the ethereal hall. Safety came first. As long as he could avoid getting found by the Hall of Gods, spending that bit of money was nothing at all. As for how he would earn his money, wherever there was an ethereal hall, there would be public duels as well. Considering how he was invincible in his cultivation realm, it was a piece of cake for him to earn his money. As long as he did not reveal his god's sword intent, the Hall of Gods should not be able to find him. He quickly set up a few isolation formations within the silent chamber before immersing his consciousness into the ethereal token. The layout of the virtual ethereal hall was similar to the one in the real world. He quickly made his way over to the dueling ring. As one of the largest cities on the Forsaken Continent, the Bun city was filled with experts. While true immortal realm cultivators were already considered to be in the top echelon in smaller cities like Wuxia City, over here, there were so many of them that it was hard to believe that they were a rarity in other parts of the continent. As such, the dueling rings were filled to the brim. After registering at the receptionist, Xianxia waited roughly 10 minutes before being ushered toward the dueling ring. The receptionist turned to the elder and asked curiously, "Elder, is the 7-star pavilion really sending people to the Sea of Exiled Stars?" The Starchaser Palace was known to have bad relations with the other 5 sects. So why would the 7-star pavilion send its men over? It's confidential news, so make sure not to spread it around. It's said that the sect leader is heading over there to discuss something important, the elder replied. He was the person in charge of managing the Bun city's ethereal hall, and his cultivation had long reached the heavenly high immortal realm, making him a highly esteemed figure there. However, he was still not privy to the matters happening within the 7-star pavilion. Oh. Hearing that it was confidential, the receptionist did not dare probe any deeper into it. With a chuckle, she changed the topic and said, "I wonder if that fellow will be able to raise 20,000 ethereal coins in time." Heh! The elder scoffed. Other than high immortals, it's impossible for anyone to fork out such a huge sum. Then? The receptionist blinked, surprised by the elder's reaction. "I'm just letting him know that he should know his place and back off. It would only take a month riding on a normal aerial immortal beast, and it would only cost 200 ethereal coins. On the other hand, going with the 7-star pavilion will cost him 20,000 ethereal coins. There's no one who would pay 100 times the price just to save 20 days of travel." The elder shook his head. Those at their cultivation realm could easily spend months in seclusion for their cultivation. Only a madman would spend so much money just to save 20 days. "Well, that's true." The receptionist nodded in agreement. Thinking about it, based on his tone, it doesn't seem like he has the money, so he's intending to head off to earn a bit of money first. The elder harumphed in response. The fastest way to earn money in the ethereal hall is through the dueling ring. However, even with the stakes multiplying with each victory, he will have to win many rounds consecutively. Even the core disciples from the 7-star pavilion who frequent our dueling rings find it hard to win 4 rounds consecutively, let alone him. As the 7-star pavilion was located in proximity to Bun City's ethereal hall, the disciples of the 7-star pavilion often frequented the place. The registration price is 5 ethereal coins. Even if he manages to win 5 rounds back-to-back, that would only be 80 ethereal coins. He's still a long way off from reaching his goal of 20,000 ethereal coins. The receptionist replied with a chuckle. The initial cost for joining the dueling ring was set to not be too high, just 5 ethereal coins. This was to attract more people to participate in the duels. If one won a round, the stakes would immediately double. The next challenger would have to pay a corresponding price in order to join the battle. The elder nodded with a smile. "All right, I'll be heading back to rest now. Call me if anything else happens." Following which, he turned around and returned to his room. However, barely after he took a few steps, another receptionist rushed over anxiously and shouted, "Elder! What's wrong?" The elder frowned. "Just earlier, someone has won 10 consecutively rounds in the dueling ring," the receptionist exclaimed. 10 rounds. The elder was taken aback. It's been a long time since anyone has been so successful in the dueling ring. Is he a core disciple from the 7-star pavilion? In Bun City, those who could possibly win 10 rounds consecutively were, more often than not, core disciples of the 7-star pavilion. These experts would make an appearance from time to time, but they would rarely participate in the duel. After all, it would be simply too unfair for the other cultivators. It would be like a professional fighter going on stage to challenge amateurs. It would not reflect well on them even if they did win. According to Zhao Meng, he isn't a core disciple from the 7-star pavilion, the receptionist replied. Zhao Meng was one of the core disciples of the 7-star pavilions, and his ranking was rather high. I see. The elder was stunned for a moment before quickly rushing back to his room. I have to head over to take a look. He took out his ethereal token and immersed his consciousness into it. Before long, he was standing within the virtual ethereal hall. With a few steps, he made his way over to the dueling ring. Atop the dueling ring, there were two figures fighting one another barehanded. The gray-robed fighter on the left was launching a series of powerful palm strikes. In response, the fighter on the right swiftly treaded around the battlefield nimbly, dodging the attacks. Isn't that gray-robed fighter over there the top ranker of the 7-star pavilion's core disciples? Meng Han? I never thought that he would come here personally. Well, the other fighter up there has already won 12 rounds consecutively with ease, and 3 of his opponents were fellow core disciples from the 7-star pavilion. As the top ranker of the core disciples, he probably feels obliged to make a move to protect the reputation of the 7-star pavilion. Barely after arriving at the dueling ring, the elder could already hear such discussions all around. This is already the 13th round? The elder was stunned. He vividly recalled the receptionist reporting to him earlier that someone had won 10 rounds consecutively. When did it turn into winning 12 rounds consecutively? He must have won 2 more rounds while I was looking for you? Beside him, the receptionist from earlier had a look of disbelief on her face. But that doesn't seem right either. It hasn't even been a single minute since I left the ethereal hall to look for you. The elder's lips twitched. This fellow actually defeated 2 more opponents on the dueling ring within a single minute. Look! While the elder was trying to rationalize how such a thing could have been possible, the fighter who had been dodging the palm strikes all along suddenly executed a punch. Pong! The top ranker of the 7-star pavilion's core disciples, Meng Han, collapsed to the ground as his body convulsed uncontrollably. Taking a closer look, his head was dented inward. Even Meng Han has been defeated so easily? The elder was taken aback. Meng Han had been at the top of the ethereal hall's dueling ring ranking for at least 3 years, but who would have thought that even he would fall to a single punch? This was too anticlimactic. Not only was the elder shocked by what he was seeing, the rest of the crowd was stunned as well. For such a powerful person to be defeated within a single move, it was hard to believe that this was really happening. In the Elder Council of the 7-star Pavilion, pong 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 pong, 2 middle-aged men were exchanging blows with one another. Shockwaves rippled from their clashes, causing the inscriptions on the surrounding formations to glow from time to time as they neutralized the incoming force. The 2 of them appeared to be in their 40s or 50s, but their cultivation had already reached heavenly high immortal. Every move that they made seemed to sway the forces of nature. Eventually, the green-robed elder managed to get close enough to launch a direct jab toward the gray-robed elder's neck, stopping just the distance of a single finger away. I have lost. The gray-robed elder surrendered. It was a good fight, the green-robed elder replied cheerily before turning to the crowd. Is there anyone else who wishes to have a match with me? Silence. An elder stepped forth and announced, since that's the case, I hereby declare that Elder Hong Wu has won the tournament. I'll be bringing him with me to the Sea of Exiled Stars. This elder was the head of the 7-star pavilion, Kuei Xiao. Yes, Pavilion Master Kuei. The crowd clasped their fists. 2 hours ago, Kuei Xiao had ordered for all elders whose cultivation had reached the heavenly high immortal realm and were beneath 100 years of age to gather together in this hall. He had made all of them fight one another in a round-robin tournament, and eventually, it was this Elder Hong Wu who had emerged victorious. As such, there was no one who had any issues with Kuei Xiao's verdict. There are some things that I would like to tell Elder Hong Wu privately. The rest of you are dismissed for now, Pavilion Master Kuei said with a wave of his hand. The crowd nodded before leaving the hall. But before they could walk out, an elder suddenly rushed over and reported, "Pavilion Master Kuei, something has happened." "Oh," Pavilion Master Kuei frowned. The elder who had just walked into the hall was the first elder of the seven-star pavilion. Even though the other party's cultivation was beneath his, the other party was still one of the strongest heavenly high immortal realm cultivators on the Forsaken continent. Given his strength, there were very few things in the world that could faze him. Yet, for the other party to rush over so anxiously, it had to be something of vital importance. An expert has appeared in Bun City's ethereal hall. This expert has challenged many opponents consecutively, but there's no one who is able to stand against him. So far, he has already won 13 rounds. Our core disciple, Meng Han, challenged him as well, but even he was defeated with a single punch, the first elder reported through Xianxia telepathy. Even Meng Han wasn't a match for that person? Pavilion Master Kuei was clearly a little surprised. Meng Han was not just the top ranker of the seven-star pavilion. He was also his direct disciple. It was very likely that Meng Han would eventually rise to the position of the first elder, or even succeed his position. Given Meng Han's strength, he should have been invincible existence when facing others at the true immortal realm, but he had ended up getting defeated within a single punch? Was this for real? Unable to remain calm before a bizarre situation like this, Kuei Xiao said with a wave of his hand, "Let's head over to take a look." "Yes." The first elder quickly brought out the ethereal tokens that he had prepared beforehand. Taking one of the ethereal tokens, Kuei Xiao was just about to enter the ethereal hall when he suddenly recalled something. He turned to Elder Hong Wu and said, "You should come along with us, too." As he spoke, he threw an ethereal token over. "Yes, Pavilion Master Kuei," Elder Hong Wu replied as he caught the ethereal token. Considering how this expert was able to defeat even Meng Han with ease, he was curious just how powerful the other party was. "What's the name of the person who defeated Meng Han?" Pavilion Master Kuei asked as he dripped a blood droplet on the ethereal token to activate it. "His name seems to be..." The first elder paused for a moment to ponder for a moment before replying. "Lu Yang." "Lu Yang." Kuei Xiao frowned. This name, he had never heard of it before. "Let's head in to take a look." Knowing that it was much more effective for them to head in to take a look instead of asking all sorts of questions outside, Kuei Xiao quickly immersed his consciousness into the ethereal token. Over at the dueling ring, he swiftly caught sight of a young man scanning through the crowd intently. "Is there anyone else who would have to have a battle with me?" There was no response. The other party had won 14 rounds so far, defeating even the number 1 core disciple of the seven-star pavilion. Knowing the strength that the other party wielded, there was no way they would be so naive as to think that they would stand a chance against a monster of that caliber. Thus, no one was willing to step onto the stage. "Allow me to give it a try," Elder Hong Wu declared. It was just a moment ago that he had challenged all the elders and defeated them. He was still overflowing with fighting will. "Be careful," Kuei Xiao advised. The registration was swiftly completed, and before long, Elder Hong Wu was already assessing the opponent before him on the dueling ring. The other party seemed to be in his 20s, but that being said, it was extremely easy to disguise one's appearance in the ethereal hall. As such, it was futile to attempt to assess another person through his appearance in the ethereal hall. However, most youngsters were reluctant to disguise themselves as elderly, and elderly disliked the notion of passing themselves off as youngsters. Furthermore, through the other party's mannerisms, Elder Hong Wu could gauge that the person standing before him was unlikely to be too old, perhaps 50 at most. Elder Hong Wu sent a Xianxia telepathic message. "I am Hong Wu from the seven-star pavilion. Is there any chance that we might be acquainted with one another?" "Hong Wu." The young man on the other side shook his head. "I don't think that I know you." Hearing those words, Elder Hong Wu's eyebrows shot up a little. Even though he was not as famous as the semi-divinity realm pavilion master Kuei Xiao, he was still a highly renowned figure within the seven-star pavilion. There was hardly anyone in Bun City who did not know of him. Yet, this person did not seem to recognize him at all. Was he not a local of Bun City? The young man seemed to have figured out something from Elder Hong Wu's slight facial movements, and after a slight moment of hesitation, he said, "As long as you are willing to fork out 2,560 ethereal coins after your loss, I don't mind saying that I know you if it's important to you. Beyond the 10th round, the ethereal coins on stake would not double anymore, or else it could reach ridiculous amounts that no one would be able to afford." In other words, all the matches beyond the 10th round had only brought Xianxia 2,560 ethereal coins each. Having won 14 rounds consecutively so far, he had a total of 15,353 ethereal coins. He was not too far away from his goal of 20,000 ethereal coins. Those words made Elder Hong Wu's face collapse. He quickly shook his head and said, "Make your move! A person like you who doesn't know how to talk must not have any friends at all. If you know me, so be it. If you don't know me, so be it too. Why do you have to make it sound like I'm begging you to notice me? More importantly, why are you speaking as though my loss is already guaranteed? You might be the one losing 2,560 ethereal coins, just so you know." Elder Hong Wu could not be bothered to waste his breath anymore. His silhouette blurred as he charged forward at an incredible speed. Raising his palm, he leaped up and thrust a palm strike toward Xianxia from above. Flowerless palm. The Jinqi gathered within the palm strike swiftly crept toward the young man like strands of vines. Even though his cultivation had been lowered to the true immortal realm, he was still able to bring out the true strength behind his flowerless palm. Countless vines shot forth and entangled themselves around the target. There was no incredible might nor decisive momentum, but the palm strike seemed to wrap around its target like a specter, binding him. It was through this move that he had been able to emerge victorious over the many elders previously. Not too bad. Xianxia nodded. The skills of the opponent whom he was facing at the moment could be said to be the strongest of the 14 matches that he had fought so far. The same as before, he retaliated with a single palm strike. Against an opponent of the same cultivation realm, he would not even need to rely on his library of Heaven's Path in order to defeat the other party. Voila! It was as if his palm strike carried blazing flames, burning all the vines. This anomaly caused Elder Hong Wu to narrow his eyes in shock. The next instant, he felt some kind of peculiar energy bogging down his body, leaving him unable to move at all. Pada! The palm strike struck his head squarely, and his lifeless corpse collapsed to the ground. After knocking out his opponent, Xianxia found that his fortune had indeed grown by another 2,560 ethereal coins, causing him to heave a sigh of relief. He turned his attention to the crowd once more and said, "All right, who else wants to have a battle with me?" He had already gathered 17,915 ethereal coins so far. He just needed to defeat one more opponent in order to raise 20,000 ethereal coins. Even Hong Wu ended up losing so quickly? Beneath the dueling ring, Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao took a sharp breath. Elder Hong Wu had just fought all the elders in the 7-star pavilion, and he had not even faced a single defeat. Yet, when faced with this fellow, he was defeated within a single punch. Just who in the world is this person? Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao frowned. He's probably not from our 7-star pavilion. Otherwise, we should have long heard of him. The fact that the other party was able to enter the true immortal realm ethereal hall showed that his cultivation had reached the true immortal realm. If put in the 7-star pavilion, the other party would be a core disciple at the very least. Given how the other party was able to defeat the top ranker Meng Han and Elder Hong Wu so easily, the 7-star pavilion would definitely have noticed him a long time ago if he was a core disciple of the sect. There was no way that he could have remained unnoticed. Lu Yang? Kuei Xiao pondered for a long time, but no similar name came to his mind. Seeing that no one was stepping forward to accept Lu Yang's challenge, the first elder hesitated for a moment before leaping into the ring. "I'll try facing him." Even though his cultivation was at the heavenly high immortal realm, in terms of prowess, he was far stronger than Elder Hong Wu. It was only because his age had exceeded 100 years old that he was unable to challenge the Azure Bridge. Nevertheless, seeing how this Lu Yang was able to defeat Elder Hong Wu so easily, he could not help but wonder how he would fare against the young man. In the ring, Xianxia's heart had been leaping in trepidation when no one was stepping forward after some time. So he was particularly relieved when he saw Elder Hong Wu stepping forward. With a deep sigh of relief on the inside, he beckoned with his hand and said, "Let's begin." He was determined to get this over and done with as quickly as possible so that his opponent would not have a chance to back out. Otherwise, he just might fail to raise enough ethereal coins. As for why he had gone with the name Lu Yang, well, he had no choice. His usual choice of names such as "I am low profile" and "I am very handsome one" were simply too indicative of his true identity. Thinking back, since he had blurted out Xiangyang back at the Myriad Beasts Hall, instead of burning his brain cells trying to come up with a refreshing, creative name, he might as well just use another of his direct disciples' names. As long as he did not choose Xiaoya or Wei Ruyan, it should be fine. This was so much less stressful. "Let's begin then." The first elder of the 7-star pavilion nodded. From the very start, he launched a powerful frontal strike. In an instant, dozens of palm afterimages appeared in the air. They were connected to form something reminiscent of a chain. Dragon Transformation Palm. It was said that upon reaching major accomplishment, the practitioner would be able to warp their palm into a divine dragon and bring devastating damage upon their enemies. Formidable. I never thought that he would have trained the technique to such a level within the past few years. He's already close to reaching major accomplishment. Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao nodded. Ever since he achieved a breakthrough from the semi-divinity realm, he had rarely fought with high immortal realm experts like the First Elder. As such, he had no idea what kind of level the other party had reached. Thus, when he saw this move, he could not help but nod in approval. The Dragon Transformation Palm was one of the most difficult battle techniques to cultivate in the 7-star pavilion, but he was still able to achieve such a high level of mastery in it. To be honest, not even Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao had absolute confidence in achieving victory. It's just a pity that he's beyond 100 years old. Otherwise, Elder Hong Wu would surely be unable to defeat him. Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao shook his head in lamentation. It was impossible to reach the semi-divinity realm just through normal cultivation. It did not matter no matter how talented one was. The only way was to enter the Azure Bridge and venture into the Hall of Gods. The main reason that he was at his current realm was because he had been able to enter the Azure Bridge 100 years earlier. There was no doubt that Elder Hong Wu was not too bad either, such that there was no one currently in the 7-star pavilion who could match him. However, the other party was still a little lacking compared to him back then. Of the 6 sects, only the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion is in a slighter better position, Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao remarked. The greatest goal of those from the 6 sects was to enter the Hall of Gods and snatch the God character. Snatching the Wunsen God character was not just an act of vanity that brought pride and honor to one's sect. More importantly, this God character was also the key to reaching semi-divinity. Sects without it could only rely on the centennial descent of the Azure Bridge to push for a breakthrough. If not for the Azure Bridge, even if a sect was filled with monstrous geniuses, none of them would ever have the chance to peer into the semi-divinity realm. The founder of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion had once snatched half a Shahuashen Sun, God character from the Hall of Gods, and it was for this reason that their Ascendant Cloud Sword God formula, when trained to the limits, could allow one to surpass the limits of a high immortal and become a semi-divinity realm cultivator. The chances were slim, but nevertheless, it still represented a ray of hope. On the other hand, the 7-star pavilion and other sects did not enjoy such privilege at all. As for the ethereal hall, it was known that it had managed to snatch an entire sun, God character, but the entire organization remained veiled in mystery. There was no one who knew where its headquarters were and how many experts it had. But one thing was for sure. The leader of the ethereal hall who had snatched an entire sun, God, one character back then, Hall Master Kong, definitely had the ability to raise semi-divinity realm experts and even beyond that. These thoughts swiftly flitted through Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao's mind before he turned his sights to the dueling ring once more. After executing the Dragon Transformation Palm, the First Elder seemed to have morphed into a soaring dragon, bolting from place to place with a speed so swift that it was nigh impossible to accurately determine his whereabouts. The crowd felt as if they were seeing a massive dragon towering on top of the dueling ring, treading around the place and launching attacks from all directions. It was such an impressive sight that it was hard to tear one's eyes away from the battle. Not bad, Xianxia thought. There were indeed plenty of formidable experts on the Forsaken Continent. After fighting 15 rounds, he was starting to think that this was all the experts of Buyuan City, so he could not help looking down on this new challenger. However, it seemed like this new challenger was instead a worthy opponent. Putting everything aside, just the other party's palm strike was a joy to behold. Even for him, if he showed the slightest gap, there was a chance that he could lose the battle. Xianxia activated the Eye of Insight, and before long, he was able to discern some of the flaws in the other party's moves. Using his finger as a sword, he jabbed forward with incredible speed. In order to avoid revealing his identity, he still chose not to use the God's Sword intent for this move. That being said, he did infuse the crux of the Heaven's Path sword art into it. This single jab carried a transcendent aura to it. It appeared to be a simple move, but somehow it was impossible to predict its trajectory, as if it did not follow a predetermined path as the laws of the world would have enforced. If there was one word to describe it, it was simply unfathomable. As soon as it appeared, it seemed to gravitate toward the offensive trajectory of the dragon transformation palm. Mysteriously, it felt as if the dragon in the sky was drawn to the finger jab as well. It simply continued rushing toward the sword chi, as if a moth drawn to a flame. Seeing this, Xianxia could not help but chuckle. This was a move that he had casually come up with after being inspired by how Elder Yuan used the Northern Sea Dragon orb to tease the Serpentine Dragon. In this case, he used his sword chi to form a gravitating power that capitalized on the momentum of the dragon transformation palm to draw it toward his finger jab, causing the other party to lose control of his own body. Go! Xianxia's sword chi shot forth. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed in the air, causing the entire dueling ring to tremble non-stop. The first elder never would have thought that the other party would use the momentum of his own palm strike to control his movements. Everything happened so swiftly that before he could even recover, a stabbing pain had already pierced his throat. Lowering his head, he realized that the other party's sword chi had sliced through his neck. What a formidable offense! I have never seen swordsmanship like this before. With a creak, the first elder's head fell to the ground with a bewildered look on his face. Soon after, his body collapsed into a heap as well. Even at the moment of his death, he dared not believe that his ultimate technique had been undone by a mere surge of sword chi. This, Pavilion Master Kuei Zhao's body stiffened. He was so shocked that he could hardly speak a word at all. To be able to neutralize the dragon transformation palm and kill the first elder within a single move. Just who the hell is this fellow? With such fighting prowess, would I stand a chance against him if I stepped forward? Finally, I have gathered all of the ethereal coins I need. Xianxia was overjoyed to see the starting digit of the balance of his ethereal card growing from AT to a 2. He had thought that he would have scared away the cultivators from the ethereal hall due to the overwhelming prowess he had displayed, but from the looks of it, it seemed like he had been overthinking the matter. It seemed like there were plenty of masochists there who enjoyed being killed by him after all. The elder in charge of the ethereal hall's dueling ring looked at Xianxia and asked, "Do you wish to continue?" "There's no need for that anymore." Xianxia waved his hand with a smile as he walked out of the dueling ring. Wait a moment. A figure suddenly leaped onto the dueling ring. "I would like to have a duel with you." He was none other than Pavilion Master Kuei Zhao. He was usually unfazed by most matters, but after witnessing the defeat of the first elder, his fighting will had been ignited for the first time in many years. He wanted to know how well he could fare against such a powerful opponent. Yet, who would have thought that right after he registered at the counter, the other party would suddenly withdraw from the dueling ring and leave. "You can't just excite me and leave me hanging right after. That's unfair. I still have matters to attend to, so pardon me for not being able to entertain your request." Xianxia waved his hand leisurely. After earning the amount of money that he needed, he did not have any motivation to carry on fighting. It was not as if he was a battle maniac after all. He would only fight when there was a need for him to do so. Have a duel with me first before leaving. I want to see just how powerful you are, Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao said, as he released a surge of Jinqi to block Zhang Xian's path. A thought had arisen in his mind after witnessing how this young man defeated Elder Hongwu and the First Elder with ease. I'm not free, Zhang Xian replied impatiently. He was in a rush to deliver money to the Elder so that he could head to the Sea of Exiled Stars with those from the Seven-Star Pavilion. It would be a tragedy if he somehow missed them due to getting delayed here. Then I'll have to ask you to make time for me. Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao scoffed as he launched a palm strike toward Zhang Xian. His palm strike was not as imposing as the dragon transformation palm, but the sheer sharpness of the attack made it a huge threat. It was aimed at a point that left Zhang Xian with no choice to retaliate. If the latter continued hesitating, he would surely be injured. The abrupt assault made Zhang Xian frown in displeasure. He tilted his body slightly as he took a small step to the left. It was an extremely minor movement, but it effectively unraveled Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao's palm strike. You have really keen eyes. Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao's eyes gleamed with excitement. It was no wonder the other party was able to defeat the First Elder so easily. The other party's ability to overcome his attack with minimal movements was truly a beautiful work of art. He never would have expected someone to be capable of something like this. To untrained eyes, it would have appeared nothing more than a mere sidestep, and it was excessive to be so impressed by such a simple movement. However, as the person behind the palm thrust, Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao was well aware that his move had a total of 136 transformations in order to deal with all kinds of scenarios. No matter how his opponent reacted to his palm strike, he would have a way to press on and eventually corner his opponent. Yet, that single move was completely out of the calculations of his transformations. This was because that location happened to be the blind spot of his attack, such that his energy would not be able to flow smoothly if he attempted to force that attack. Just like that, Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao's palm strike fell empty. He could not imagine how powerful the young man's intuition and reflexes were in order to make such a sharp judgment in the midst of a battle. Intrigued, he began on his next move. On the other hand, seeing how the other party was practically throwing himself at him in order to stop him from leaving, Zhang Xian said with a frown, "If you insist on it, I'll have to ask you to pay me 2,560 ethereal coins." It was surprising how quickly the situation had turned around. Initially, he was worried that he was scaring customers away with his overwhelming might, but who could have thought that this fellow over here would be drawn to his strength instead, desperately trying to keep him there. "If you can take me down, I'll give you 10,000 ethereal coins." Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao harumphed coldly. What did mere ethereal coins matter? He had mountains of those in his storage ring. As the head of the Seven-Star Pavilion, any problem that could be solved with money was not a problem to him at all. He would pay any amount of money as long as he could explore the depths of the other party's strength. 10,000 ethereal coins? Zhang Xian was stunned. "You are being too kind. How can I accept so much money from you?" Normally, he would only earn 2,560 ethereal coins each time around. Thus, he was a little taken aback to see the price getting jacked up fourfold all of a sudden. "We can talk about that after you have defeated me." Hoo. Seeing how the other party was acting as if he had already won the battle, Pavilion Master Mo Zhao's face turned livid. With a roar, he thrust his palm forward with a speed 2 times faster than before. But with just very slight movements, Zhang Xian was able to avoid his moves with ease. He placed his fingers under his chin contemplatively as he asked, "Since you are willing to pay so much, I shouldn't take advantage of you. All right, feel free to tell me how you wish to be defeated. I'll try to fulfill your request as best as I can." "What?" Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao nearly fainted on the spot. "You are asking me how I wish to be defeated. What the heck do you mean by that? Are you trying to tell me that you are so powerful that there are plenty of methods you can use to defeat me? You must be joking. There's no need to get too excited. You are still rather powerful, so the choices you have are quite limited," Zhang Xian explained with a smile. As the saying went, the customers are the masters. What else could he possibly do after the other party offered him 10,000 ethereal coins? Nowadays, the service was much more important than the product. Since he was accepting so much money, he would have to make sure the other party enjoyed the entire process thoroughly. Limited. Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao gnashed his teeth together in fury. So, you are saying that even though I am strong, you still have several ways that to defeat me? Very well. Let me see what you capable of then. Feeling so stifled that he could explode, Pavilion Master Kuei was just about to speak when the other party beat him to it. Indeed. All in all, there are just 173 options. There's the a fist smashing your head package, a palm blasting off your head package, sword chi severing your neck package, a leg crushing your heart package. If physical means aren't enough to satisfy for you, I also offer various soul and mind crushing services as well. May I know which one you prefer? 173 options? Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao nearly spurted blood. When the other party said limited, he had thought that it would be less than 10, but it seemed like he was being too optimistic. Was this fellow being serious? Those who could defeat him in a battle, even in the same cultivation realm, could be easily counted on 2 hands, but this fellow was actually asking him to choose a way to die while fighting with him. If you are that capable, why don't you kill me right now? By this point, Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao could not be bothered to waste his breath with the other party. He channeled his energy into his palm and pressed it down upon his opponent. This was his strongest battle technique, bolting lightning clutching cloud. The execution of this technique produced a deafening rumble reminiscent of thunder. If one achieved a mastery of major accomplishment in the technique, one would be able to even shatter lightning bolts and dissipate clouds with a single palm strike. He would not execute this palm strike easily because there was no one within the sect who would be able to withstand it. However, he simply could not stand just how arrogant the fellow before him was, so he decided to execute his trump card. Voila! His palms descended like 2 massive mountains, crushing everything in its pathway. The surrounding space seemed to have frozen under the sheer pressure, rendering those that stood in its path incapable of fleeing. But Xianxia chuckled softly on the spot, seemingly oblivious to the overwhelming strength of this attack. You wish to be killed right now? That's easy. So he made a move. Who? In contrast to Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao's offense, Xianxia's palm strike appeared to be weak and powerless, reminiscent of a light breeze. Pa! Before the 2 palms could collide, Xianxia's palm was already right above Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao's head. The latter's vision immediately went black as the palm smashed his brain right into his chest. Put on. The corpse fell to the ground. It sure is weird. I offered him so many services, but all he wanted was to be killed right away. I guess that masochistic fellow just couldn't wait for the climax. Xianxia muttered beneath his breath as he walked out of the dueling ring. To be honest, the other party was plenty strong. Without using the Library of Heaven's Path, he had to admit that he had been pressured slightly by the other party's offense. However, facing numerous assassinations from the experts of the Hall of Gods had allowed his comprehension of battle to deepen significantly. Even without the Library of Heaven's Path, there was no one in the same cultivation realm who could be a match for him anymore. It was with such confidence that he had dared step into the dueling ring and face any opponent. In the real ethereal hall, a pale-faced elder looked at the receptionist beside him and anxiously urged, "Quick, check who that person is." He was the elder of the ethereal hall who had demanded 20,000 ethereal coins from Xianxia in exchange for a trip on the 7-star pavilion's immortal beast to the Sea of Exiled Stars. It was unbelievable, but he had just witnessed an individual winning 16 consecutive battles without sustaining the slightest bit of damage. He had not been told that the last 2 opponents were the first elder and the head of the 7-star pavilion, but through their battle techniques, he was still able to deduce a thing or two. In other words, someone had just thrashed the entire 7-star pavilion in Bun City's ethereal hall. Even the semi-divinity realm pavilion master Kuei Xiao was not a match for the young man. This news would surely cause a huge uproar across the Forsaken continent. Elder, the other party seems to have used some kind of isolation formation that prevents us from tracing the details of his ethereal token. We were only able to deduce that he's likely in one of the private chambers of our ethereal hall, But we still can't confirm his identity, the receptionist reported. They had checked on the other party as soon as he defeated Meng Han, the top ranker of the Seven-Star Pavilion's core disciples, but it was as if the other party had predicted that they would make such a move and set up an isolation formation in advance. As such, they were only able to gather his rough location. There is a total of 13,700 private chambers here. Start sieving through the records to narrow down the targets to those who have reached the true immortal realm and whose timeline coincides with that of Liu Yang's arrival. I want a list of their names as soon as possible, the elder instructed. It was infeasible to check all the private chambers one by one, but there were methods to narrow the targets down. After you find him, make sure to accord him the highest level of hospitality. Don't let him leave by any means. I'll come right over to pay my respects to him, the elder said. A person who could defeat the head of the Seven-Star Pavilion was bound to be an extraordinary figure, even if the latter's cultivation was lowered to the true immortal realm. The receptionist nodded, but just as she was about to get to work, the young lady managing the front reception suddenly called out, "Elder, the young man who intends to head to the Sea of Exiled Stars is looking for you urgently." "He's looking for me?" The elder waved his hand impatiently. "Tell him that I'm not free. I won't waste my time entertaining him if he doesn't have the money." What was more important at the moment was for him to find that expert. He did not have any time to waste on a mere true immortal realm lad. He said that. The young lady paused for a brief moment before continuing. "He has already managed to gather the required ethereal coins. He's here to pay the sum." He has already gathered the required ethereal coins? The elder was stunned. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind, and he felt as if his mind had just gone through a mini-explosion. His eyes widened as he muttered beneath his breath, "Could it be him?" He immediately turned to the young lady and exclaimed, "Hurry up and invite him in. True immortal realm." Check. Thinking about it, the other party had told him to wait for a moment. Then Liu Yang had suddenly appeared in the ethereal hall's dueling ring and won 16 matches straight, and right after the duel ended, the other party came rushing over to tell him that he had raised the required money. Timing check. More importantly, Liu Yang had said that he had earned enough and would not be fighting anymore after winning the 15th round. Doing a quick calculation, the accumulated earnings at the 15th round happened to be slightly more than 20,000 ethereal coins. Price check. While he was still in the midst of his contemplation, Xianxia walked into the room and passed a card over. "Here's the 20,000 ethereal coins," he said. The elder quickly snapped out of his daze and received the ethereal card with both of his hands. Checking the contents, there were indeed 20,000 ethereal coins inside. His body tensed up a little as he nervously asked, "May I know how I should address you?" "Don't be mistaken. It's not that I'm trying to probe into your identity or anything. It's just that I'll need to introduce you to the Seven-Star Pavilion later on, so I'll have to know your name and your background." Of course. Xianxia nodded. "I am Liu Yang. Put on." The collapsed elder struggled a little as he rose back to his feet. As he looked at the young man before him, he could feel his eyes slowly becoming a little moist. If only he had known that this fellow was so formidable, he never would have thought of profiting off him. Who could have known that this ordinary-looking young man would actually be able to defeat the entire Seven-Star Pavilion? "Were you the one in the dueling ring earlier?" The elder eventually popped the question. "You mentioned that it would cost 20,000 ethereal coins, and I couldn't think of a better way to raise the money within such a short period of time. So I could only try my luck at the dueling ring. It's fortunate that my opponents weren't very strong, or else I really would have had trouble trying to raise the money." Xianxia replied with a bright smile. Since he did not reveal his god sword intent or expose his identity as the head of the Myriad Beasts Hall, it should be fine for him to admit to this. After all, he could not possibly not lift even a finger just to avoid the Hall of Gods, right? "Your opponents weren't very strong?" The elder swayed a little on the spot as he tried to hold back the blood welling up at the back of his throat. "Do you know whom you just fought against? Are you honestly saying that the first elder and the head of the Seven-Star Pavilion aren't strong at all? What would be considered strong in your eyes?" If only I'd known that you were this powerful, I never would have dared demand money from you. The elder muttered in a daze beneath his breath and sighed deeply. Lifting his gaze once more, he looked at the young man before him and said, "Rest assured, I'll contact the 7-star pavilion right now." As he spoke, he quietly passed the ethereal card back. It was not that he was not interested in the money, but he did not dare accept it. If he offended an expert of this caliber, he could imagine that the life ahead of him would be a living hell. The elder took out a communication jade token and wrote a few words on it. A few moments later, he turned to Xianxia and said, "Elder Lu, the head of the 7-star pavilion wishes to meet you personally. Shall we head there?" As soon as the elder reported what that had happened earlier, the other party had immediately requested for him to take Xianxia over. Naturally, the elder immediately understood what was going on. He knew that the young man before him was going to undergo a massive change in his standing, so he unhesitatingly changed his form of address to Elder Lu as well. "All right," Xianxia nodded. The 7-star pavilion was located relatively close to the ethereal hall. Within 10 minutes, they were already on their way into the Celestial Dipper Palace, the central hall of the 7-star pavilion. Sitting in the middle of the room was Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao, the First Elder, and Elder Hong Wu. Upon seeing the two of them walking over, they centered their gazes upon Xianxia. The figure in the virtual ethereal hall was young, but the person standing before them was even more so. All in all, he appeared to be no more than 30 years in age. He was only in his 20s, but he had already reached the heavenly true immortal realm and become so powerful that even they were not a match for him in the same cultivation realm. "Are you the person who won 16 matches earlier in the ethereal hall?" Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao asked. As the other party's appearance in the ethereal hall and in reality was different, they could not really be sure if they were the same person. "Yes," Xianxia nodded. "I have some urgent matters that require me to head to the Sea of Exiled Stars as soon as possible." Pavilion Master Kuei, "Would it be fine if I shared a ride with you? I'll compensate you according to the market price." On the way there, the elder had already told him that the person whom he would be meeting was Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao of the 7-star pavilion. Had it been in the past, he would still have had some deference for semi-divinity realm experts. However, after meeting Han Jianxiu and Qin Yuan, killing 4 heavenly high immortals from the Hall of Gods, and witnessing Little Chick devouring a semi-divinity artifact, his deference was slowly wearing off. "You are heading to the Sea of Exiled Stars, too." Pavilion Master Kuei frowned upon hearing those words. "Brother Lu, may I ask which sect you are from? Pardon my ignorance, but I don't recall having heard your name before." Out of fear of crossing the indigenous population, the experts of the Forsaken Continent would rarely make their way over to the Sea of Exiled Stars. However, the other party actually intended to make his way on his own accord. This reminded him of the matter concerning the Azure Bridge. Could the young man before him possibly be a genius from some other sect? If that was the case, Elder Hong Wu would not stand a chance at all. It was not that easy to advance to the high immortal realm, but if a sect devoted all of its resources into grooming a single person, it should not be too difficult. Naturally, such a talented young man was worth a sect investing all its resources into. Xianxia clasped his fist and said, "I am an unaffiliated cultivator." If he said that he was from the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, the other party would immediately think of the God Sword intent. If he said that he was from the Myriad Beasts Hall, the other party would immediately think of the newly inaugurated sect leader. Instead of going to the trouble of trying to explain himself later on, it would better for him to maintain a low profile. Shortly after he caused a commotion in the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, he faced an assassination attempt from the Hall of Gods. The same happened after he got too high profile in the Myriad Beasts Hall. So, what he had to do right now was conceal his glow so that others would not notice him too much. Unaffiliated cultivator? Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao's eyes immediately lit up. Then, a slight frown emerged on his forehead as he asked, "May I know the reason behind your visit to the Sea of Exiled Stars, Brother Lu?" "It's to resolve my private business," Xianxia replied. "Private business?" Hearing those words, Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao finally heaved a sigh of relief. Since it was a private business, it had nothing to do with the Azure Bridge. That being the case, the young man should really be unaffiliated with any of the other sects. Pavilion Kuei Xiao looked at Xianxia with piercing intensity as he asked, "Since you are an unaffiliated cultivator, Brother Liu, may I know if you are interested in joining our 7-star pavilion?" Joining the 7-star pavilion? Xianxia was stunned. What was with this sudden invitation? He was rather certain that he had maintained a low profile ever since he arrived in Biyuan City. All he did was fight 16 battles earlier on and defeat a bunch of not-too-strong opponents. Surely battles of that caliber would not be enough to catch the attention of the leader of one of the 6 sects. Indeed, as long as you become an elder of our 7-star pavilion and represent our sect in a battle, I'll gather all of the resources of the sect to help you reach the heavenly high immortal realm within 10 days. Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao offered with a shrewd gleam in his eyes. You would help me reach the heavenly high immortal realm. Xianxia narrowed his eyes. There were 2 reasons he was in such a hurry to head to the Sea of Exiled Stars. One was to uncover the secrets behind the Godblood Rock, and the other was to gather soul cultivation techniques to raise his soul cultivation so that he could achieve a breakthrough to the high immortal realm as soon as possible. After facing 2 assassination attempts from the Hall of Gods, it would be a lie to say that he was not concerned. He felt a heavy pressure prompting him to raise his fighting prowess as quickly as possible. Thinking back, he had been in the Azure for more than 20 days now, but he had only managed to raise his cultivation from Dimension Shatterer Realm primary stage to the heavenly true immortal realm. How slow and pathetic. After all, there was a time difference between that of the Azure and the Master Teacher continent. 20 days here was equivalent to more than half a year in the latter world. That's right. Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao nodded. There was no true immortal who would not be tempted by an offer to achieve a breakthrough to the high immortal realm. You mentioned earlier that he wanted me to represent the 7-star pavilion in a battle. May I know what the battle's regarding? Will I face any danger? Xianxia asked. There was no such thing as a free lunch in the world. It was no easy feat to help someone raise their cultivation up to the heavenly high immortal realm. Since the other party was willing to offer him something as attractive as this, it was likely that the other party had to gain something out of it as well. Rest assured, it's just a duel among the 6 sects. Everyone will be of the same cultivation realm, and there won't be any danger. If you surrender, no one will go too far, Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao said. Furthermore, if you do it well, I'll nominate you as my successor. You'll inherit my position in the future, becoming the leader of the 7-star pavilion. The purpose of the battle was to determine the leader of the expedition, so they would stop wherever appropriate. There would not be any danger at all. As for entering the Azure Bridge and challenging the warriors of the Hall of Gods, this was a rare opportunity to achieve a breakthrough to the semi-divinity realm. It might be dangerous, but the rewards were definitely worth the risks. Both he and Hall Master Qin Yuan from the Myriad Beasts Hall had reached their current realms by surviving the trip to the Azure Bridge. As long as the other party reached the semi-divinity realm, he was bound to become the leader of the 7-star pavilion. There was no one who would possibly oppose it. I'll become your successor and inherit your position in the future? It's fine, I won't need that. Xianxia shook his head. Then, a thought suddenly came to his mind, and he looked at Pavilion Kuei Xiao with a smile. However, since you said that the battle won't be dangerous, I don't mind becoming an elder of the 7-star pavilion, and as an elder, I should be able to access the libraries of the 7-star pavilion, right? Of course. Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao nodded. There were many books in the 7-star pavilion due to the nature of its operations. All of them were pretty much goods that could be sold. As an elder and possibly the future pavilion master, the other party was, of course, qualified to browse through their book collection. Then it won't be a problem then. I'll agree to it. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. As long as he could reach the high immortal realm, he would be in a much safer position against the Hall of Gods. It could be said that pretty much all the problems that he was facing at the moment would be resolved. If the other party was able to help him reach the high immortal realm as quickly as possible, he did not mind doing a favor for them. He was already an elder in the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion and the head of the Myriad Beasts Hall. He did not mind taking on another role. In any case, he was assuming a persona at the moment. At the very most, he would just have to get his clone to disguise himself as him later on. On the other hand, seeing that the other party was agreeable, Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. As the information that was going to be relayed afterward involved the confidential issues of the Seven-Star Pavilion, it would be inconvenient for those from the Ethereal Hall to remain there for too long. Thus, the Ethereal Hall elder bade farewell and left. After the elder left, Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao flipped his wrist and took out a jade bottle. This is a high immortal tier breakthrough pill. It'll increase the chances of achieving a breakthrough to high immortal realm for you by 20%. Since you have already reached the heavenly true immortal realm, as long as you prepare yourself well, it shouldn't be too difficult for you to make a breakthrough. Even though it was just 20%, this difference could easily spell a vast difference to many. Not to mention, the young man before him clearly possessed exceptional mastery in his cultivation technique and battle technique. With the help of the breakthrough pill, it was a sealed deal that the other party would achieve a breakthrough. You have my gratitude. Xianxia received the jade bottle gratefully. He had never seen it in person before, but from the books he had read, he knew just how valuable the breakthrough pill was. A single pill was equivalent to the price of a high immortal tier artifact. It was really a huge favor to receive such an invaluable pill from the other party. It seemed like he would have to do his best in the later fight. There's no need to stand on ceremony. There's a private chamber in our sect that is forged solely out of calm heart stone. If you cultivate in there, not only would you not be affected by inner demons, your chances of achieving a breakthrough will also be increased significantly. Elder Lu, feel free to tell me if you would like to use that chamber. I can take you over right now, Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao said. There's no need for that. I only have some doubts regarding my cultivation, so I would like to browse through some books to resolve it. May I know where the library of the Seven-Star Pavilion is located? I would like to head there to look, Xianxia replied. As someone who cultivated the Heaven's Path divine art, he was unaffected by inner demons. Thus, he had no need for the private chamber made of calm heart stone. The only time that it had happened was an unfortunate mishap, and it had been resolved by the pendant that Luo Ruoxin had given him. You wish to browse through some books? Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao had thought that the young man would immediately consume the breakthrough pill, but who could have known that the other party would have the patience to resolve the doubts in his heart first? He could not help but nod in approval. To be able to resist the temptation of rushing into a breakthrough, and instead bide his time till he found the most suitable method to do so, it was no wonder this young man was so powerful. With this, Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao felt much more assured. He turned to the First Elder and said, First Elder, I'll be troubling you to take Elder Lu there. At this point, Pavilion Master Kuei pondered deeply for a moment before adding, if there's a need for it, he's also authorized to view the confidential books in the hidden chamber. Yes, Pavilion Master Kuei, First Elder replied with a nod. The Seven-Star Pavilion had its own lineage and heritage, but it would still collect books of all sorts for auctioning purposes. As such, their collection was really one to behold. It was just that the auctions that they held were often for the top echelons of the Forsaken Continent, so the books that they dealt with contained the secret arts of other sects. As such, the disciples and elders were forbidden from accessing that content, or else it could undermine the credibility of the organization as a business partner. However, given how matured this young man was, Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao did not think that there would be any problem allowing the young man to access this collection, especially if the other party needed them to push for a breakthrough to the high immortal realm. Of course, this was in consideration of the fact that the Azure Bridge was about to descend, or else he would never have made such an exception. The libraries were all located in the Celestial Authority Palace. Following the First Elder, he was soon inside the Elder's library. Feel free to look around. I'll be heading back now, but please do inform any of the nearby disciples to call me if you need any assistance, the First Elder said before taking his leave. Xianxia finally took a good look at his surroundings. This library was much more spacious than that of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion. Proportionate to its size, There were many more books there as well. All kinds of cultivation technique manuals could be seen placed neatly atop shelves. Its collection was much more diverse than that of the Myriad Beasts Hall and Ascendant Cloudsword Pavilion. It did not take long for him to collect all the books on the first floor. He quickly proceeded on to the second floor, then to the third floor. Within 6 hours, he collected every last book that could be found there into the Library of Heaven's Path. Following which, he headed to a nearby private chamber and looked through his gains. There are some true Immortal Realm soul cultivation technique manuals here, but not enough for me to compile a Heaven's Path soul art. The books in the 7-star pavilion covered many different fields. All in all, there were several hundred books regarding soul cultivation techniques, but that was still insufficient for Xianxia. As high Immortal Realm cultivation technique manuals, while the collection in the 7-star pavilion was indeed larger, there were only 30 or so books. He was still a long way off from compiling the corresponding Heaven's Path divine art. From the looks of it, it isn't too possible for me to make a breakthrough in the short term. Xianxia sighed deeply as he rubbed his glabella. It seemed like he would still have to make a trip to Starchaser Palace after all. While Xianxia was in the library, the atmosphere in the Celestial Dipper Palace was particularly heavy. Pavilion Master Kuei, do you intend to substitute me with that outsider? Elder Hong Wu's face was incredibly livid. Pardon my insolence, but I can't accept your judgment. You have fought the warriors of the Hall of Gods before, but you can't even withstand a single blow from the other party. What about my judgment are you unable to accept? Pavilion Master Kuei frowned. He isn't from our 7-star pavilion. What right does he have to be bestowed with the centennial opportunity to challenge the Azure Bridge? Elder Hong Wu replied indignantly. That person claims to be an unaffiliated cultivator named Lu Yang, but the truth is that we know nothing about his background. We have instructed our intelligence team to look into him, but so far, they haven't been able to uncover anything about him. If he turns out to be an expert from the Hall of Gods in disguise, this could potentially become our undoing. No, this won't do. I need to force him to spit out his true identity. There was no way someone who was so powerful would be able to remain completely unknown. But given the vastness of the 7-star pavilion's intelligence network, if there was anything that could be uncovered about Lu Yang, they should have uncovered it by now. It was as if this fellow had appeared out of thin air. Such a situation was really worrying. After all, the outcome on the Azure Bridge would determine how the next 100 years of their sect would be. If anything happened, there was a good chance that their 7-star pavilion would be dropped from the ranks of the 6 sects. I have fought the warriors of the Hall of Gods before, and his battle techniques and cultivation technique are all unlike theirs. Pavilion Master Kuei replied with a shake of his head. But that being said, it's likely that Lu Yang is an alias he has assumed. I have already instructed the first elder to investigate him based on his appearance. We should be able to get some results soon enough. As the head of the 7-star pavilion, Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao was not so negligent as to disregard these doubts. The very act of nominating Lu Yang to the Azure Bridge was as good as declaring his intention to make the other party the successor of the 7-star pavilion. Naturally, he had to exercise the highest level of vigilance regarding the matter. Who? Right after those words were spoken, the first elder walked into the hall. How did it go? Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao asked. I have already relayed the instructions to all the branches of our 7-star pavilion, but none of them have any information about a genius who shares the same appearance and soul aura as Lu Yang. The first elder replied. The 7-star pavilion was very different from the Ascendant Cloudsword Pavilion. Just as it was a sect, it was also a multi-city corporation that had countless branches all over the Forsaken Continent. For this reason, its intelligence network was also quite developed. Nothing at all? Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao frowned. He pondered for a moment before asking, where are sect leader Xianxia and Hall Master Zhang Yang's portraits and soul auras? They are over here, the first elder said as he passed 2 jade tokens over. Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao tapped on them, and 2 figures immediately materialized in the air. They were Xianxia and the Zhengyang that he had disguised as. As Xianxia had stayed in the Ascendant Cloudsword Pavilion for some time, It was not too surprising that the other powers had managed to obtain his portrait and soul aura. However, he had only been at the Myriad Beasts Hall for a single day, and he had hardly met anyone. Yet, the 7-star pavilion had somehow obtained his details. It had to be said that its intelligence network was extremely fearsome. Seeing Pavilion Master Kuei examining the appearances and soul auras of the two intently, the first elder asked, "Pavilion Master Kuei, are you suspecting that Lu Yang might be either sect leader Zhang or Hall Master Zhang in disguise?" Pavilion Master Kuei nodded in response. "I know that sect leader Zhang is a heavenly true immortal realm cultivator, which tallies with Lu Yang's description. However, the former is known for his unparalleled swordsmanship, whereas Lu Yang was able to defeat both you and me with his bare fists. It doesn't seem very likely that they are the same person," the first elder said with a frown. "As for Hall Master Zhang, according to the news we have received thus far, his cultivation is at heavenly high immortal, and due to that, he was able to tame the serpentine dragon, 9-headed fiery phoenix, and the others with ease. Since that's the case, it's even more unlikely for him to be Lu Yang. Besides, I examined their soul auras carefully, and it's clear that they are 3 different individuals." The first elder was simply unable to understand the basis behind Pavilion Master Kuei's suspicion. There's a plant that grows only in the city of collapsed space called transmogrification. It allows a cultivator to alter their appearance and soul aura. Pavilion Master Kuei explained. "I have seen this plant in person once, but I was unable to obtain it." Pavilion Master Kuei, you are suspecting that Lu Yang might have consumed transmogrification? The first elder asked. "I'm not implying that. I'm just trying to tell you that it's possible to disguise one's appearance and soul aura. Just because the two of them appear and feel completely different from one another doesn't necessarily mean that they are 2 different people." Pavilion Master Kuei replied calmly. "It's just that I can't help but find it a little queer." Queer. It was just a few days ago that the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion found itself a sect leader who has comprehended the God Sword intent, and not long later, a formidable genius who possesses unparalleled beast-taming skills emerged amid the Myriad Beasts Hall. Then, all of a sudden, an invincible true immortal realm cultivator whom none of us are a match for appeared in our city. Pavilion Master Kuei Shao shook his head. "Don't you think that it's too much of a coincidence for all of them to appear like that?" Those words stumped the first elder. He had not paid much attention to this matter before, but thinking about it, it did seem rather suspicious. Under normal circumstances, it would already be a huge blessing if geniuses of such caliber appeared once every few centuries. Yet, within a short span of 10 or so days, 3 of such figures suddenly emerged. There was indeed something really unnatural about this situation. Pavilion Master Kuei, do you find Lu Yang suspicious, too? Elder Hong Wu's eyes lit up hopefully upon hearing those words. He had thought that the Pavilion Master had gotten a little too excited by the appearance of such a formidable expert, to the extent that the latter was ignoring the possible threats. However, it seemed like he had underestimated the shrewdness of the man who had ruled over the 7-star pavilion for many years. At the very least, the points that were listed out were not things that he had considered before. "Well, I wouldn't really say that I'm suspicious of Lu Yang." Pavilion Master Kuei shook his head. "I asked the elder of the Ethereal Hall about how he came to know Lu Yang earlier. According to what he said, Lu Yang was initially intending to rent an aerial immortal beast to get to the Sea of Exiled Stars as soon as possible, and it was the elder who recommended that he join our ride. However, the Ethereal Hall hiked up the price by quite a bit in order to earn a commission for their service, and this forced Lu Yang to head to the dueling ring. From this, the rationale behind his appearance in the dueling ring doesn't seem to be to capture our attention, and he doesn't seem to have any interest in the 7-star pavilion. Furthermore, based on how he has conducted himself before us thus far, it doesn't seem like he's even aware that he defeated us in the dueling ring." This, Pavilion Master Kuei's analysis left the first elder and Elder Hong Wu a little lost for words. As they recalled those bitter memories in that dueling ring, it did seem like the other party had not given a damn about who they were. Based on their encounter with Lu Yang, the latter was not a completely tactless person. If the latter had known their true identities in advance, he would not have thrashed them so mercilessly. Everything that had happened seemed to suggest that Lu Yang had not approached them intentionally, which meant their conspiracy theories did not hold. It could also be that he's shrewd enough to have set all of this up in order to fool me. Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao shook his head grimly. That was also why I gave him the breakthrough pill and promised to help him achieve a breakthrough to the high immortal realm. I wanted to gauge how he would react when I held him in high esteem, but instead of making more requests, he asked me for permission to access our repository of books. The first elder and Elder Hong Wu fell silent. It seemed like the Pavilion Master had been thinking about this matter right from the start. His every single action had another motive behind it. The fact that the Pavilion Master had given Lu Yang a breakthrough pill and promised to help him reach the high immortal realm showed just how highly the Pavilion Master regarded him. Lu Yang should have caught the drift as well, and under such circumstances it was likely that any request, even if it was slightly overboard, would be accepted. But it was as if Lu Yang was completely oblivious to all of that. As though a fool, all he requested was access to their library. Of course, knowledge was an extremely valuable asset to a cultivator, but it had to be slowly accumulated over time. It was not as if one could attain enlightenment after reading for a couple of hours. As such, Lu Yang's request was nothing compared to what he could have asked for. Pavilion Master Kuei turned to the first elder and asked, "What is Lu Yang doing at the moment?" "He's still reading in the library." "He isn't out yet," the first elder replied, clasping his fist. "I see. Since that's the case, try to find out what books he's reading, compile a list and submit it to me," Pavilion Master Kuei instructed. "Yes, Pavilion Master Kuei," the first elder replied before taking his leave. A few moments later, the first elder returned with a conflicted look on his face. "How did it go?" "Well, Pavilion Master Kuei, this is the recording from the library. You should take a look at it personally," the first elder replied with a reddened face. Perplexed, Pavilion Master Kuei took a jade token from the first elder's hand, and with a tap, its contents immediately floated into appearance. In the recording, Lu Yang could be seen standing in the middle of the library, whipping his head everywhere. The recording was roughly 10 minutes long, and throughout those 10 minutes, he did nothing but whip his head. If a shelf had 10 rows of books, he would whip his head 10 times toward the shelf before moving on to the next one. Is he having a stroke? Pavilion Master Kuei and Elder Hong Wu were stunned. Was the young man not planning to browse through their collection of books? Why was he shaking his head around with such a serious look on his face? It was almost as if he was a young lad trying to practice his head-whipping skills to charm the ladies. Unable to comprehend the reason behind Lu Yang's actions, Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao could only say, "Continue keeping tabs on Lu Yang." But even as more recordings were brought into the Celestial Dipper Palace, they showed nothing more than Zhang Xian's frenzied head whipping. "It doesn't seem like he's trying to steal the secrets of our 7-star pavilion either." The first elder squeezed these words out from his stifled chest. If the young man was planning to steal their secret arts, he would surely take out their books and secretly copy them down so that he could study how to decipher them later on. However, all this young man did was whip his head for 4 hours straight, not bothering to browse through any of the books. If it was possible to steal a sect's secrets just by whipping one's head, there would not be any secrets in the world anymore. There must be some kind of reason for him to continue whipping his head for 4 hours straight. "Let me give it a try," Elder Hong Wu said. With a flick of his wrist, he took out a couple of books and placed them around him. Following which, he took a deep breath before whipping his head in the same manner as Zhang Xian in the recording. Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao and the first elder hurriedly turned their gazes over and asked, "How is it? Did you notice something peculiar?" "My head, giddy. I want to puke," Elder Hong Wu said with difficulty. Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao and the first elder. It was only at the 6th hour that Lu Yang finally halted his head whipping. He sat down on the floor and closed his eyes, seemingly at rest. Finally, the crowd heaved a sigh of relief. They were getting lightheaded just by seeing that fellow whip his head all around. They really had no idea how anyone could continue whipping their head like that for 6 hours straight. "He's cultivating," Elder Hong Wu exclaimed. It was likely that the young man was exhausted, and he was planning to recuperate a little after shaking his head for so long. Wait, is he consuming a superior immortal pill? In the recording, not too long after Lu Yang sat down, he began consuming pills. 1 pill, 2 pills, 3 pills. After eating 5 superior immortal pills straight, he suddenly rose to his feet. As a heavenly true immortal, is he really able to assimilate that much medicinal energy? The first elder's face paled. Superior immortal pills were a cultivation resource that was effective even on high immortal realm experts. Even he would have to take at least 10 days to assimilate the energy from a single one properly. Considering the other party was only at the heavenly true immortal realm, consuming 5 of them at once was tantamount to suicide. Was the young man not afraid of stuffing himself to death? Is he intending on pushing for a breakthrough to the high immortal realm? Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao remarked with a frown. But at that moment, Lu Yang suddenly rose to his feet. Hoo. His palm began moving around with astounding ferocity. Is that my dragon transformation palm? The first elder was stunned. The move that the young man was executing was the dragon transformation palm that he specialized in, but somehow the other party's movements were much swifter and smoother. He had cultivated the battle technique for many years before he was able to master it, but the young man was already able to execute it better than him on his first try. All of a sudden, he felt as if his years of hard work had all gone to waste. No, something is wrong. Isn't he executing this portion a little wrong? Why does it feel like his version is much more logical? It seems to be far stronger than the original. The first elder remarked in bewilderment. As someone who had immersed himself in mastering the dragon transformation palm for many years, he could tell that the young man's execution of the technique diverged from the original secret manual. But for some reason, it seemed to flow even more smoothly. It was almost as if the other party was using the original version, whereas what he had was the pirated version. Let me give it a try, the first elder said as he rose to his feet. He executed the dragon transformation palm according to how the young man did. Hong Long. With a resounding echo, a surge of Xianxia gushed through his body, and an indomitable aura could be felt from him. This is major accomplishment? The first elder felt as if he was going bonkers. Even though he had spent many decades studying the dragon transformation palm, he knew that he was still a far way off from reaching major accomplishment. He was famed for being the only cultivator in the 7-star pavilion who had mastered the technique, but in truth, he had already resigned himself to being unable to reach major accomplishment in his lifetime. Yet, who could have known that he would be able to achieve a breakthrough just by imitating the other party's movements? This was a little too fast. At this moment, the person in the recording switched from executing the dragon transformation palm to the flowerless palm. This time, it was Elder Hong Wu's turn to be stunned. Soon enough, he began imitating the young man's movements. Hong Long. Similarly, it did not take him too long to surpass the current bottleneck that he was facing. Soon after, the young man began executing Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao's bolting lightning clutching clouds, and just like the other two, shortly after Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao imitated the young man's movements, he achieved a breakthrough. It took a while for Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao to recover from his shock, and he muttered to himself. Just by shaking his head for 6 hours, he managed to grasp the most profound battle techniques of our sect and even improve them, making them even more powerful than before. Could it be that whipping one's head can clear one's mind, allowing one to learn battle techniques faster than normal? But he had secretly tried it earlier, and it had only caused his head to spin, leaving him unable to see anything clearly. How did the young man do it? He must have used some kind of secret art to accelerate his learning, but he didn't browse through any of the relevant books at all. How did he manage to learn all of our techniques? Elder Hong Wu was perplexed. Throughout the entire 6 hours of head whipping, the young man had not touched a single book, so how could he have learned their techniques? Not to mention, he had even reached major accomplishment in them within such a short span of time. They had sunk decades into their battle techniques in order to reach their current levels. Pavilion Master Kuei paused for a moment before saying, "It could be that he secretly learned them while we were fighting with him." There are incredibly talented people out there who are able to remember every single detail of a battle technique just looking at its execution. It was said that Hall Master Kong possessed such an ability. This was the only way he could reason this out. Otherwise, it made no sense for the other party to be able to learn all their battle techniques and even master them to such a formidable degree just by whipping his head around. Right at that moment, the first elder's anxious voice echoed once more. Pavilion Master Kuei, look! Pavilion Master Kuei raised his head. In the recording, after executing the bolting lightning clutching clouds, Xianxia clenched his fists together and began executing yet another set of battle techniques. This is Red Dust of 10,000 Li, River of the Purple Sun, Dawn of the 100 Canaries, Obliteration of all Trails. The trio spat out the names of the top battle techniques of the 7-star pavilion one after another. It was as if the young man in the recording had turned into the founder of the 7-star pavilion. All sorts of battle techniques and cultivation techniques seemed to flow right out of him, and every single one of them had reached major accomplishment. Utter silence. It took a while before Pavilion Master Kuei Zhao's hoarse voice sounded in the air. There is a total of 23 top-notch battle techniques in our 7-star pavilion. In history, the elders and pavilion masters who were able to master even one of them left their mark on history, becoming famed figures whose names were recited by others even after their death. Yet, he actually managed to master all 23 of them. The 7-star pavilion had quite a few battle techniques that were on the same level as the bolting lightning clutching clouds, but they were all extremely difficult to cultivate. Every single one of them would take a great deal of time and effort in order to interpret and master. In order to master the bolting lightning clutching clouds, Pavilion Master Mo had gone through a lot of trouble. He had specially paid a visit to the highest peak of the Forsaken Continent to examine thunder and lightning. He had also ventured into the western regions in search of a cloud-shaped accessory. He had even entered the city of collapsed space in order to seek the answer to a doubt he had regarding the battle technique, and he had nearly lost his life there. On the other hand, the young man had only whipped his head for 6 hours, and he had already mastered everything. Furthermore, all the battle techniques that he had executed were far stronger than what Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao remembered. In other words, it seemed like the young man had found the flaws in them and corrected all of them. Was it really possible for a human to be that talented? If he becomes our leader, our 7-star pavilion could very well become the 7-star God Pavilion in the near future. Elder Hongwu could hardly close his agape mouth. Become our leader? Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao looked at Elder Hongwu curiously. You aren't going to beat anymore? It was just a moment ago that Elder Hongwu had said that he was going to beat the young man up until the latter confessed his true identity. This, Elder Hongwu's face reddened. Even though I'm an entire cultivation realm stronger than him, there's no way I could be a match for him. He might not be as discerning as Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao, but he knew where he stood. Given the other party's superior battle senses and top-notch battle techniques, there was no way he could be a match for the other party even though his cultivation was higher. If they really fought, it would have surely ended in a tragic defeat for him. He stood no chance at all. He would only be making a joke out of himself if he challenged the other party. Considering that he's able to defeat you despite being a cultivation realm weaker, if he successfully achieves a breakthrough to reach Heavenly High Immortal, is there any chance that we could win the fight against the other 6 sects and secure the best position? The eyes of the first elder lit up. This, Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao fell into deep thought. Sect leader Xianxia from the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion has comprehended the God Sword intent, so there's a good chance that he'll be able to match high immortals despite only being at the true immortal realm himself. As for the newly appointed Hall Master Zhengyang of the Myriad Beasts Hall, the fact that he was able to tame the Serpentine Dragon and the others shows that he's no weakling either. Nevertheless, if Lu Yang is neither of them in disguise, he should still be able to stand his ground against them. The first elder pondered over those words for a moment before remarking, Actually, isn't there a very easy way to verify the matter? Pavilion Master Kuei, you could just enter the ethereal hall and ask Elder Han Jianxiu and Elder Qin Yuan. Ah, I forgot that there was that as well. Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao was stunned for a moment before nodding in agreement. Indeed, he could simply check with those two to see if Lu Yang was either one of those two in disguise. In consideration of their relations, especially during such a critical period, Han Jianqiu and Qin Yuan would not maliciously lie to him. With such thoughts in mind, he took out the special ethereal token that was exclusive to the top echelons of the Forsaken Continent and immersed his consciousness into it. Within the ethereal hall, he shook the bell at the very center of the area. A moment later, the summoned Han Jianqiu and Qin Yuan appeared before him. "Pavilion Master Kuei, do you need anything from us?" Qin Yuan asked with a wave of his hand. "May I know if the two of you recognize this person?" With a tap of his finger, a silhouette appeared in the air. It was the image of Xianxia in his current disguise. "I don't recognize that person." One after another, Han Jianqiu and Qin Yuan shook their heads. Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao heaved a sigh of relief before turning his gaze to Han Jianqiu. "Brother Han, may I ask if sect leader Xianxia is currently in the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion?" "Our sect leader is currently practicing the Ascendant Cloud Sword God formula, and he should be able to achieve a breakthrough very soon. Naturally, he's in our sect at the moment. Where else could he possibly be?" Han Jianqiu frowned. "Pavilion Master Kuei, may I ask why you are asking this question?" Naturally, there was no way he could compromise Xianxia's safety by revealing that the latter was not in the sect. He could not allow any more mishaps to occur before the Azure Bridge descended. "It was just a casual question," Pavilion Master Kuei replied after receiving a firm response from Han Jianqiu, following which, he turned to Qin Yuan and asked, "Then, Brother Qin, may I ask if Hall Master Qin Yuan is in the Myriad Beasts Hall at the moment?" "Of course." Qin Yuan's eyebrows shot up. "Our Hall Master has just tamed the Serpentine Dragon and a few other immortal beasts. So naturally, he has to work on their coordination in preparation for the duel in a few days." "Do you suspect that I'm lying to the group, Pavilion Master Kuei?" "No, that's not what I mean." Pavilion Master Kuei shook his head. "I was just asking due to some doubts I have in my mind. Your answers have clarified my doubts, and for that, I thank you. Apologies for calling you two here on such short notice, but that's all I wanted to ask. I still have some other business to attend to at the moment, so I'll be taking my leave." Knowing that those two were still cultivating in their respective sects, Pavilion Master Kuei left the ethereal hall as a relieved man. Returning to the central hall, he told the two elders staring at him intently, "Sect leader Xianxia and Hall Master Zhang Yang are currently in their sections. I think that there's a really good chance that Lu Yang is an unaffiliated cultivator." The first elder nodded. It's hard to believe that someone who has comprehended the God Sword intent or is so capable in beast taming would possess such extraordinary means as to learn battle techniques with just a single glance as well. There were many geniuses in the world, but none of them were talented in everything. It was hard to believe that a person could be so proficient in so many arts at once. If there was really such a person, their name would have long spread far and wide across the Forsaken Continent. Since that's the case, we should spare no resources in grooming Lu Yang, Pavilion Master Kuei declared with a hearty laugh. Previously, when he heard the news that someone in the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion had comprehended the God Sword intent, he had felt deeply envious. But it seemed like the heavens were kind to their 7-star pavilion as well. At this crucial moment, a genius possessing such extraordinary capabilities appeared right before them. Considering how this young man was able to master the 23 top-notch battle techniques of the 7-star pavilion, once he successfully achieved a breakthrough, there was no one in the world who would be able to stop him. Even the famed sect leader Xianxia, who had comprehended the God Sword intent, might not necessarily be a match for him. Xianxia exhaled deeply before walking out of the library. Even though browsing through the library of the 7-star pavilion did not induce any growth in his cultivation, he had gained a deeper understanding of battle techniques, thus furthering his fighting prowess. This was especially so for the 23 battle techniques that he had just learned. They were lacking compared to his God Sword intent, but if he mastered them, they would surely prove to be formidable weapons at critical moments. Barely after leaving the room, the first elder walked over and said, "Elder Lu, Pavilion Master Kuei wishes to meet you." Xianxia quickly followed the first elder to the Celestial Dipper Palace. "Elder Lu, you have browsed through an entire night's worth of books. May I know if you have had any breakthroughs? If there's any help that we can provide that would aid you in achieving a breakthrough to the high immortal realm, feel free to tell us. Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao said with a smile. My Jinchi cultivation and physical body are already up to par, but my soul is still a little too weak at the moment to achieve a breakthrough, Xianxia said. If he could raise his soul cultivation to the true immortal realm, even without the high immortal realm Heaven's Path Divine Art, he should still be able to achieve a breakthrough using the breakthrough pill. It was just a pity that even though he had collected quite a few soul cultivation techniques in the 7-star pavilion, there still was not enough. Your soul is still slightly weak at the moment? Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao widened his eyes in realization. It was no wonder the young man did not consume the breakthrough pill right away to push for a breakthrough. In the end, it was because he felt that his soul was still not up to par. It's not too easy to cultivate one's soul. However, you are in luck. One of the treasures of our 7-star pavilion, the 7-star immortal grass, happens to be exceptionally nourishing to the soul. Shall I take you over to give it a try? 7-star immortal grass? Zhang Xian repeated the unfamiliar term in confusion. He had browsed through many books ever since he arrived in the Azure, but he had no recollection of this medicinal herb at all. Yes, it's no exaggeration when I say that it's the foundation that has allowed us to stand as one of the 6 sects for the past several thousand years. It's the crux that has sealed our luck, allowing us to groom generation after generation of capable disciples. Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao said. The 7-star immortal grass was a medicinal herb that had absorbed the energies that had gathered from the 7 celestial stars above through the sex formation. It emanated a calming aura that relieved any disturbances in one's mind. For this reason, despite the 7-star pavilion being located in the midst of a bustling city, those in its premises would feel as if they were standing in the midst of serene nature. Such an environment allowed the disciples of the 7-star pavilion to focus their attention on cultivating without being disturbed by mortal distractions. It was through this that they were able to stand alongside the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion and the other sects. I'll be troubling Pavilion Master Kuei then. Zhang Xian bowed deeply. He was not accepting favors from them blindly. He had noticed that they were peeping on him earlier, and in order to repay the favor, he had intentionally executed their improved battle techniques at a speed slow enough for them to follow. In a sense, it was equivalent to him imparting those moves to them. It's no trouble. As an elder of the 7-star pavilion, this is one of the privileges that you are entitled to. Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao replied before leading the way forward. Soon, they arrived in the area that corresponded to the Polaris of the 7-star pavilion. It was a vast courtyard. Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao released the seal around the courtyard, and a 7-colored immortal grass came into appearance. It had 7 leaves, and every single one of them glistened with a different color. They swayed under the tug of the light breeze, and slight ripples could be vaguely seen in the surroundings. Astonishingly, this single feeble-looking plant had reached heavenly high immortal tier. Zhang Xian walked up to the immortal grass to take a closer look, and his eyes could not help but light up. It's indeed extremely nourishing to the soul. In just a few moments after entering the courtyard, his soul, which had been stuck at the heavenly pseudo-immortal realm for some time, was on the verge of achieving a breakthrough. As expected of the treasure of the 7-star pavilion, it was indeed an invaluable resource. This is the 7-star immortal grass. Most of the elders who have reached the heavenly true immortal realm choose to achieve a breakthrough here. Under the protection of the immortal grass, they are unperturbed by inner demons, thus making their soul more wholesome. Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao explained. Zhang Xian nodded in response. The 7-star immortal grass was rather similar to the Bodhi tree that he had planted in his myriad anthive nest back on the Master-Teacher continent. It was extremely effective in nourishing one's soul. If he cultivated near it, even without a true immortal realm soul cultivation technique, it should not be too difficult for him to achieve a breakthrough in his soul cultivation. There are still 2 more hours before dawn, so you can use this time to cultivate here. We'll be heading off to the Sea of Exiled Stars at daybreak. Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao said before leaving the area. After his departure, Xianxia flicked his wrist and took out several formation flags. Wang! With a light flick, the formation flags flew all around the courtyard and got into position. Right after, a brilliant semi-spherical light shone in the surroundings, isolating his aura entirely. Naturally, he had obtained these formation flags from Elder Liao back at the Myriad Beasts Hall. The latter was skilled in setting up formations, so he had plenty of such equipment. After finishing his preparatory work, Xianxia sat down on the floor cross-legged and began drawing his soul out from his glabella. Gugugugu. As he began driving his soul cultivation technique, he could feel the energy from the immortal grass surging into his soul. But a moment later, a frown emerged between his brows. The energy in the surroundings was extremely plentiful, similar to the lake eyes back at Huanyu Empire. Under normal circumstances, even if he just immersed his soul in such an environment, his soul would gradually be nourished. But for some reason, even though he was already driving his soul cultivation technique, he found that he was suddenly unable to assimilate the energy that he had absorbed. Thus, he turned his gaze to the immortal grass, only to see the latter swaying non-stop. The next instant, the energy in the surroundings that was nourishing his soul suddenly vanished without a trace. What's going on here? Xianxia's face darkened. The situation was very clear. The 7-star immortal grass was the reason behind this anomaly. Who? Xianxia brought his soul back to his body and walked closer to the immortal grass, wanting to see what was going on. However, barely after he took a step, the spiritual energy in the surroundings jolted a little. That familiar calming energy that was nourishing to souls had returned. With narrowed eyes, Xianxia drew out his soul through his glabella once more. But just as he was about to absorb the energy, it suddenly vanished again. When Xianxia brought his soul back to his body, everything reverted to how it had been. This fellow is really trying to play with me. Xianxia frowned in displeasure. He did not have any true immortal realm soul cultivation techniques with him, so if he wished to make a breakthrough, he would need to have plenty of energy to nourish and cleanse his soul so as to make it purer. Only then would he be able to overcome his current bottleneck. He had thought that he should be able to achieve a breakthrough easily given the massive amount of energy the immortal grass was emanating. But who would have thought that the latter would play hide and seek with him? If he cultivated while his soul was within his body, not only would his rate of cultivation be much slower, it might also affect the level of his breakthrough. It seems like Pavilion Master Kuei hasn't been completely honest with me. This 7-star immortal grass isn't just an ordinary herb that nourishes one's soul, Xianxia thought. Putting aside his cultivation for the time being, he walked over to the immortal grass. Bending his knees, he reached out to touch the immortal grass, hoping to use the Library of Heaven's Path to confirm the latter's attributes and properties. However, with a light sway, the immortal grass suddenly vanished right before his eyes. Before he knew it, it suddenly appeared several dozen meters away. What? Xianxia was stunned. He had never thought that the immortal grass would actually be able to run away on its own. Thus, he walked over once more and reached out to touch it. Who? The immortal grass bolted off to the opposite end of the courtyard. It was as if his touch was poisonous, so it was desperately trying to avoid him. So, you want to play? Interesting, Xianxia murmured with a smile. Of course, it could not possibly be that easy to deal with a heavenly high immortal tier medicinal herb. He would have to win it over first. Let's see where you can escape to. Taking a deep breath, Xianxia made his move. He rushed over to grab it, but all of a sudden, blurry shadows flashed across his eyes. The 7-colored leaves abruptly extended through the ground and rose from beneath his feet, wrapping thick vines around his wrists and ankles. Hula! Caught off guard, Xianxia was raised upside down into the air. In the Celestial Dipper Palace, the first elder looked at Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao and said, "Even though the 7-star immortal grass is the treasure of our sect, it has quite an eccentric temperament. It doesn't even pay much heed to you even though you are the head of our 7-star pavilion. Is it possible that it will make a move on Elder Lu?" The 7-star immortal grass had been around since the founding of the sect, and it had lived for several thousand years since then. Its long life had resulted in its haughty personality, such that it would not show much respect even toward the sect leader of each generation. Considering how young Elder Lu was, as well as the fact that his cultivation was only at the heavenly true immortal realm, would the immortal grass make things difficult for him? It's not as if you have never interacted with the immortal grass before. It's just a little playful. After it's had its fun, it will release its soul-nurturing energy. Pavilion Master Kuei chuckled softly. Considering Elder Lu's achievements despite his young age, it's inevitable that he might get a little complacent. Facing a small hiccup here and there will be good for building his character, and it will be helpful for tempering his soul. I see. The first elder nodded slowly in agreement. However, Elder Hongwu was still a little worried about the matter. I don't think that there's too much of a problem for the immortal grass to tease Elder Lu. What I am afraid of is that Elder Lu might destroy the immortal grass out of rage. That would really be a catastrophe. Even though it had not been long since he met this young man, he knew that the other party was not an easy character to deal with. Otherwise, the other party would not have defeated all of them so easily back in the ethereal hall. Rest assured, the 7-star immortal grass has lived for several thousand years, and it resides in the area where the energies in the 7-star pavilion converge. Even I would be unable to capture it, let alone the heavenly true immortal realm Elder Lu. In the entire Forsaken continent, other than Hall Master Kong, I can think of no other person who possesses the capability to harm the immortal grass. Pavilion Master Kuei stroked his beard as he spoke. The 7-star pavilion consisted of 7 major palaces, and these palaces occupied corresponded to the positions of the 7 stars. The center of the 7 stars was the Polaris, which corresponded to the courtyard where the immortal grass resided. While the immortal grass had been nourishing everyone in the 7-star palace, at the same time the spirit, mind, and psyche of everyone in the 7-star palace were nourishing it as well. This was also how a mere plant like itself was able to reach heavenly high immortal tier. Hearing those words, Elder Hongwu heaved a sigh of relief. If even a semi-divinity realm expert like the Pavilion Master was unable to capture the 7-star immortal grass, the others would stand even less of a chance. Nevertheless, just to be safe, I discreetly left a communication jade token that's directly connected to a record crystal inside the courtyard. It will allow me to view what's going on in there in the form of a recording. So if anything does happen, we'll be able to intervene right away. Pavilion Master Kuei said with a chuckle. With a flick of his wrist, he took out a record crystal and infused his Xianxia into it. Brilliance immediately glowed before a scene rose from the record crystal, revealing the bare outline of the courtyard. However, the scenery was completely cloaked with mist, leaving them still unable to discern what was happening within. This is an isolation formation? Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao was stunned. He had done this before in the past, and such a situation had never happened before. For the connection to be abruptly terminated. Could this be Lu Yang's doing? But this should not be. There were many formations cast over the courtyard, such that overlapping an isolation formation on top of it was no easy feat. Even he would have to take a long time studying the existing formations in order to figure out a feasible way to set up another isolation formation there. How did the other party manage to do it? Furthermore, it had not been long since they had left the courtyard. This was way too fast. We won't be able to see what's happening inside with the isolation formation around the area. Most likely, Elder Lu doesn't want us to see him embarrassing himself inside. Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao sighed deeply as he moved to keep the record crystal back into his storage ring. However, the first elder suddenly exclaimed with a grave expression at that moment. Look! The mist is moving. Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao glanced over to the recording once more, and indeed, the mist was drifting around. It was apparent that there was some kind of fight occurring behind the veil of mist. Vaguely, they could see cracks appearing on the ground, and the crisp chirping of a young chick could be heard as well. Surges of energy were gushing around the area. It was apparent with a look that it was an extremely intense battle. The first elder and Elder Hongwu glanced at one another in bewilderment. They knew that the immortal grass was playful. They had gone through that themselves. But what was with the chirping of the young chick? Did Elder Lu bring a chick in as well? Seeing the facial expressions of the other two, Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao chuckled softly. Don't worry, the immortal grass won't go so far as to harm Elder Lu. But before he could finish his words, the mist suddenly parted slightly, revealing the scene within to them. With a napkin placed neatly before his chest, a young man was seated on the ground with a pair of chopsticks in his hands. There was a campfire and a metal pot in front of him. The water in the metal pot was already boiling, and within the water, they could see a stalk of 7-star immortal grass turning completely red due to the high heat. It was being cooked. The 7-star immortal grass struggled with all its might, trying to escape from the pot, but a little yellow chick floating amid the boiling water as well would peck it down every time it tried something. Eventually, the immortal grass simply stopped struggling at all. As if cooked seaweed, it drifted around the pot lifelessly. It was a surprisingly sad sight. The young man flicked his wrist and took out a small bowl. In there, he added sesame oil, salt, chili paste, peanuts, vinegar, and a few other seasonings before mixing them well. After that, he plucked out a leaf from the immortal grass, dipped it into his specially crafted homemade sauce, and swallowed it with gusto. A moment of silence lingered among Pavilion Master Kuei and the others as their eyes slowly widened into bulging circles. No, this won't do. Quick! We need to save the immortal grass. It took a while before they finally recovered from their shock, and they quickly rushed out of the hall. In the blink of an eye, they arrived back at the courtyard. There, they saw the furiously sweating Xianxia. You came just in time. Come, join me. It doesn't taste too bad. Xianxia stood up and passed them a pair of chopsticks warmly. You! Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao walked straight over to the hot pot to fish the immortal grass out from the boiling water. The immortal grass looked incredibly withered, not moving in the least. Of its initial 7 leaves, 4 of them had been plucked off. Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao quickly placed it down gently before checking its vitals. After confirming that it was not dead yet, he heaved a sigh of relief. Unable to tolerate this, he turned to Xianxia and said, Elder Lu, the 7-star immortal grass is the treasure of our 7-star pavilion. How could you eat it? I brought you here in order to absorb the energy emanated by the immortal grass so that you could nourish your soul, but you ended up cooking it as if you are in a hot pot store. More importantly, it should have been extremely difficult for anyone to capture the 7-star immortal grass. Not even Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao himself was certain he could capture it. How did the other party manage to put it into the pot? Furthermore, the temperature of boiling water wouldn't even harm a true immortal. How did he manage to cook the heavenly high immortal tier immortal grass? I tried to absorb its energy to nourish my soul, but it simply wouldn't allow me to. Not only that, it even made a move on me. I tried warning it several times, but it wouldn't listen. So I had no choice but to cook and eat it, Xianxia said. If not for little chick pecking on it, honestly, Xianxia was not entirely confident that he would have been a match for it. In fact, the suggestion to cook it and eat it had come from little chick as well. If he simply absorbed the 7-star immortal grass energy, while he would be able to achieve a breakthrough, it would take quite a long time. Eating it would be far more efficient. And just as little chick had said, with the first leaf he ate, his soul cultivation had successfully made a breakthrough to the true immortal realm. Following which, he had eaten 3 more leaves, and that had advanced his soul cultivation all the way to the heavenly true immortal realm. To put it in other words, as long as he could harmonize his soul energy and jinchi impeccably, he would be ready to push for a breakthrough to the high immortal realm. On the other hand, Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao was frenzied. You knew how invaluable the 7-star immortal grass is, but you still cooked it and ate it. Do you really have nothing you would like to say for yourself? As the treasure of the 7-star pavilion, generations of pavilion masters had treated the 7-star immortal grass with utmost respect, not daring to offend it. Yet this fellow had actually tucked into it. Did he not feel guilty at all? Anything that I would like to say for myself? Xianxia pondered for a moment before nodding. Well, it's not too bad. It tastes like seaweed, but the texture is more QQ. Pavilion Master Kuei was speechless. Rest assured, since I have eaten it, I'll surely restore its vitality, Xianxia said with a smile. He knew what Pavilion Master Kuei was worried about. He had just been teasing them when he spoke about the flavors earlier, but thinking back, it might not have been a very funny joke for them given the current situation. He first stowed the swimming little chick back into his tamed beast sack before carrying the entire pot of boiling water over to the 7-star immortal grass. Sla. He poured the water on the immortal grass. The withered immortal grass was not scalded by the hot water. Instead, it seemed to have absorbed some sort of mystical power that caused its withered leaves to unfurl themselves once more. The 4 eaten leaves also began budding, and it seemed like they would grow back anytime soon. Such a sight made Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao, the first elder, and the others stunned. Was it possible for an immortal grass of the tier of the 7-star immortal grass to grow back so quickly after being eaten? It'll take roughly a month before it fully grows back, Xianxia said. In truth, this immortal grass is rather similar to sweet potatoes. Even after it's harvested and eaten, it can be regrown. Since that's the case, it would be a waste not to eat it. He had not been sure about the attributes of the immortal grass initially, but after touching it, through the library of Heaven's Path, all of its secrets were unveiled before him. Even though the 7-star immortal grass was incredibly haughty, ultimately, it was just another medicinal herb. The fundamental purpose of a medicinal herb was to be eaten. Usually, if 4 of its leaves were eaten, it would take at least 100 years for it to grow back. However, through the nourishment of the chicken soup broiled using little chick, most of its damage could be repaired within a few breaths. This, Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao's lips twitched. Now that he thought about it, he remembered his predecessor telling him that the 7-star immortal grass could be eaten. However, it had been so long since anyone had managed to capture it that such a thing had been erased from everyone's mind. A semi-divinity realm expert like him was unable to do anything to the 7-star immortal grass, but this true immortal realm young man actually managed to capture it and boil it in a pot of soup. It was hard to believe such a thing had happened even when he witnessed it with his own eyes. Knowing that the immortal grass was fine, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao assessed the young man before him curiously and asked, "Elder Lu, may I ask how effective the immortal grass is?" "It's not too bad. My soul has been nourished to a satisfactory level," Xianxia replied. "That's good. It's already dawn. Let's set off now, shall we?" Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao asked. Since the young man had received what he wanted, there was not much point remaining there anymore. After all the shocks they had been through, the sun had already risen. Xianxia nodded quietly in response. There were 8 aerial immortal beasts prepared specifically for this journey. All 8 of them were pulling a massive carriage that was still extremely spacious even after the entire group got into it. Peering through the windows, Xianxia noted that the speed of the carriage was even faster than that of the serpentine dragon. After confirming that the general direction was indeed headed to the Sea of Exiled Stars, he turned his attention away from this matter and began cultivating. Over the next 2 days, he successfully reinforced his soul cultivation. "It's about time for me to try pushing for a breakthrough to high immortal realm," Xianxia thought as he took out the breakthrough pill that he had received from Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao. His Jinqi, physical body, and soul cultivation had all reached the heavenly true immortal realm, so he was literally prepared in body and in soul. As long as he could reach the high immortal realm, he would finally have the power to protect himself in the azure. Even if he came under the assault of semi-divinity realm experts from the Hall of Gods, he would not be utterly powerless anymore. The only caveat with the current plan was that he had not compiled a perfect high immortal realm Heaven's Path divine art. He also was not sure if he would be able to do so in the near future. "I can't afford to wait that long anymore." As his cultivation progressed, it was only natural that the number of cultivation technique manuals that he had would reduce. He could not possibly stop cultivating just because he was unable to compile a perfected Heaven's Path divine art, right? It was time for him to overcome his fears. Besides, he had also advanced through the realms of ancient sageback when he was on the Master Teacher continent, even though he had not managed to compile the corresponding Heaven's Path divine arts. Perfection or safety, this was the trade-off that he had to make at this moment. Currently, he viewed the latter as a more urgent need. If he did not raise his cultivation fast enough, disaster would soon befall him. He did not think that he would be able to avoid the Hall of Gods for too long. I should start. Having made up his mind, Xianxia uncorked the jade bottle and swallowed the breakthrough pill inside of it. Boom! The rich energy harnessed within the pill gushed through his entire body, leaving him feeling as if a flame had been ignited within his body. He focused his attention on concentrating all his jinqi toward overcoming the bottleneck that hindered his path to becoming a high immortal. The Heaven's Path divine art was like a key to the gate between each cultivation realm. As long as he acquired this key, no matter how heavy the gates were, he would be able to open them with ease. However, since he did not have the key with him right now, he had no choice but to crush the gate with brute strength. As long as he could gather sufficient energy to build up enough momentum, he would be able to reach the high immortal realm. Wang! A resounding reverberation echoed as Jinqi gushed forward to break down the wall. Blood immediately spurted out from Xianxia's lips. "It's more resilient than I thought." He had thought that it should not be too difficult for him to reach the high immortal realm with his current cultivation, but the bottleneck was like a secure metal vault. No matter how hard he charged into it, it simply would not budge. "Are you trying to achieve a breakthrough via brute strength?" Noticing what Xianxia was trying to do, Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao and the others were appalled. The high immortal realm was one of the hardest obstacles for a cultivator to overcome on the Forsaken Continent. There were many experts who had devoted their lives to uncovering tricks and methods to overcome this bottleneck. Yet, this fellow actually wanted to overcome it with brute strength. This was as good as trying to knock down a 100-meter-thick wall on a steed. How could it be possible? If it was possible to do it through brute strength, those cultivators stuck at the heavenly true immortal realm would not have been at such a loss as to what they could do. Meanwhile, Xianxia realized that his attempts were not working well, so he turned to the crowd and asked, "Do you, by any chance, have any premier immortal pills?" Superior immortal pills were insufficient for him to build up enough momentum to achieve a breakthrough to the high immortal realm. If he wished to succeed, he would need something even more potent. "I have 2 of them," Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao said as he took out a jade bottle. There were not many premier immortal pills on the Forsaken Continent. Even as the head of the richest organization in this world, he did not have many of them. "I'll repay the favor to you after we arrive at the Sea of Exiled Stars," Xianxia said as he took the jade bottle without any reservations. He knew that these 2 premier immortal pills would play a vital role to him in achieving a breakthrough. Without any hesitation, he took out the 2 pills and popped them into his mouth. Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao's eyelids twitched in shock. Even a semi-divinity realm expert like him would take at least 3 days to assimilate the energy in a premier immortal pill, but the young man before him, a heavenly true immortal, actually swallowed 2 of them at once. Was he not afraid of blowing up? Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao walked over to Xianxia and ordered the others, "Everyone, focus your attention and keep a close lookout." Such a forceful breakthrough came with huge risks. They would have to keep a close lookout so that they could intervene in time if the young man's cultivation was about to go berserk. The first elder, Elder Hongwu, and the others quickly gathered around. This young man before them was the hope of the 7-star pavilion. Be it sect leader Xianxia or hall master Zhengyang, the likes of them could not possibly be a match for this monstrous genius. Thus, they were willing to give their all to protect him. Boom! As the 2 premier immortal pills melted, Xianxia felt a tremendous amount of energy flooding through his meridians. If the breakthrough pill had generated a river within his body, after consuming the 2 pills, the river had evolved into a massive tsunami that charged right toward the resilient gates of high immortality. Boom, boom, boom. With each attempt to crush the gates, Xianxia would suffer significant damage due to the recoil. Blood was flowing from his nose, mouth, and ears, but even after several tries, the gates still refused to open. He had sustained significant injuries, and his body was on the verge of collapsing. Thus, he quickly took out a jade bottle filled with the gourd's bathwater, and only then did he feel himself recovering a bit. He gritted his teeth tightly together as a determined glint shone in his eyes. With a whip of his hand, he took out several more jade bottles. An incredible amount of energy was emanating from these bottles. Those bottles contained the blood essence of the heavenly high immortals from the Hall of Gods. Prior to forging the corpses of those heavenly high immortals into soulless metal humanoids, he had gathered their blood essences and stored them safely in jade bottles. These blood essences harnessed the power of those heavenly high immortals, so they were overflowing with energy. Pong! Uncorking the jade bottles, the blood essences quickly morphed into mist before flowing into his body through his acupoints. A crimson glow appeared on the surface of Xianxia's skin, and his body was starting to show signs of drying up. It seemed like he had gathered so much energy within him that the energies accumulated within his body were trying to devour him instead. Humph! With a cold harumph, Xianxia bore the tearing pain and drove his true immortal realm heaven's path divine art to its limits. He forcefully took control of the energies rampaging within his body and channeled them toward the gates once more. Jia! With the sheer amount of energies gathered, the gate began to waver. It's working. Xianxia's eyes lit up. He quickly gathered the energies back together to make one attempt after another. To be honest, the bottleneck to the high immortal realm was much more terrifying than he had thought. He had gathered so much energy within on him that he was starting to lose control even with the Heaven's Path divine art. He had thought that he would be able to achieve a breakthrough easily after going so far, but even after so many attempts it still was not fully torn down yet. This was probably the greatest hurdle that he had faced in his cultivation so far. It'll be difficult for him to achieve a breakthrough in the future if he doesn't succeed the first time. We must lend him a hand, Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao ordered. He placed his hand on Xianxia's back and infused a surge of pure energy right into the latter's body. He had seen plenty of geniuses who had anxiously rushed to push for a breakthrough to the high immortal realm only to end in failure. Most of them would try again later in their lives, but the difficulty was really on a whole new level then, such that most of them ended up never managing to make a breakthrough. Once the energies within the young man's body calmed down, it would be hard for him to achieve a breakthrough in the future. If so, their hopes at the Azure Bridge would be shattered. Thus, even if they had to gather the strength of everyone present, they needed to ensure that the young man was successful in his breakthrough. Hearing those words, the first elder and the others quickly gathered around. Zzzzzzzzz. They channeled their Jinqi into Xianxia's body, and their Jinqi was immediately assimilated into the roaring tsunami of energies within the latter's body, enhancing its might and momentum. You have my gratitude. Xianxia did not think that they would go so far to help him achieve a breakthrough to the high immortal realm, and he could not help clenching his fists tightly in agitation. He swiftly asserted his control over the augmented tsunami of energies and channeled it toward the gates once more. Jai. The gate wavered even more. With the assistance of those experts, Xianxia could feel his bottleneck loosening significantly. However, the toll of having so many different energies on his body was also starting to show as well. Cracks were starting to surface on his body, signaling that he was on the verge of suffering a physical breakdown. Xianxia immediately swallowed several more bottles of Gourd's bathwater before focusing his attention back on his breakthrough. Boom! After innumerable attempts, the gates were finally forced open, allowing the surge of energies to burst through. As those energies quickly circulated around his body, Xianxia's aura surged. High Immortal Realm, reached. With the aid of the Breakthrough Pill, High Immortal Realm Blood Essence, Premier Immortal Pills, and Jinqi from Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao and the others, he had finally succeeded. Gugagugu. The Jinqi within his body swiftly condensed together to become even more concentrated and powerful. As this concentrated Jinqi flowed through his body, the heavy injuries that he had sustained in the midst of the breakthrough swiftly healed up. At the same time, his soul and body were being nourished as well. What pure Jinqi this is! As energy flowed through his body, Xianxia felt vigor like he had never experienced before. It was no wonder why high immortals were so much more respected than true immortals. The strength that he wielded was at least several times stronger than before. As he did not have any more premier immortal pills, he could only drink more blood essences from the heavenly high immortals in order to sustain his breakthrough. It took roughly a dozen bottles before his Jinqi finally settled down. While he did manage to reach the high immortal realm, due to the lack of the corresponding Heaven's Path divine art, he was unable to progress any further than that at the moment. Nevertheless, even though he was only at the lesser high immortal realm, the strength that he wielded was not something that should be underestimated. If he was faced with those 3 heavenly high immortals who had made an attempt on his life once more, even without relying on any external help or trickery, he would still be able to easily smack them to death. Barely after Xianxia's cultivation settled down, Pavilion Master Kue Zhao's voice sounded. It's a relief that everything went well. Xianxia raised his head and saw the elders who had helped him earlier looking at him with pale faces. The Jinqi in their bodies was on the verge of depleting entirely. I am extremely grateful to all of you for your help. Xianxia bowed deeply. If not for their unreserved assistance in devoting their Jinqi for his use, there was no way he would have been able to achieve a breakthrough to the heavenly high immortal realm. He quickly passed a bottle of gourd's bathwater to each of them and said, "Drink it. It'll heal your injuries." The crowd accepted the bottles and quickly drank the water. A tinge of redness quickly returned to their pale faces. The swift depletion of energy had resulted in some hidden traumas in their bodies, and those injuries would often prove difficult to recover from. However, the gourd's bathwater had helped them recover from them in an instant. They were still feeble from the lack of energy, but they were still able to recover quickly. This medicine, Pavilion Master Kue Zhao and the others were bewildered. The water that they had just drunk was more effective than any recovery medicines that they had consumed. It's a recovery medicine I have specially concocted. Drink it if you sustain any difficult injuries, Xianxia said as he took out several more bottles of the gourd's bathwater and distributed it among the crowd. Considering how far they had gone to help him, he would not be stingy with them. Following that, as the crowd from the 7-star pavilion consumed all kinds of pills to recover their energy, Xianxia also sat down to reinforce his cultivation. It took 3 days for everyone else to recover completely from their previous exertion. At the same time, Xianxia also managed to reinforce his lesser high immortal realm cultivation. Is there no cultivation ordeal for achieving a breakthrough to the high immortal realm? Xianxia asked curiously. On the Master-Teacher continent, those whose cultivation had reached St. 5 Dan would draw in a cultivation ordeal. It was hard to imagine there would be no cultivation ordeal for reaching the high immortal realm. The Forsaken Continent is the land that the gods have abandoned. Even though there are no longer any gods here, it's still an extremely powerful dimension. High immortals aren't powerful enough to sway the laws of the world yet, so the heavens won't send heavenly retribution upon them, Pavilion Master Kue Zhao said. The only case where one will face a cultivation ordeal is probably when one attempts to make a breakthrough to become a real god. Become a real god? As exiles, we are unqualified to become real gods. If we attempted to make a breakthrough, it would immediately draw backlash from the Hall of Gods. The heavens would also feel threatened by the act and invoke heavenly retribution upon the cultivator. A lightning tribulation would be the least of one's worries. There would be heavenly flames and heavenly obliteration as well. There are many talented individuals on the Forsaken Continent who have attempted a breakthrough, only to lose their lives tragically in the end, Pavilion Master Kue Zhao said with a bitter smile. Thus, the strongest realm on the Forsaken Continent is semi-divinity. Semi-divinity is ultimately just a pseudo-god, an existence that comes nowhere close in comparison to a real god. Besides, one needs to tap into the powers of the Hall of Gods in order to reach semi-divinity. This is not a feat that one can achieve with sheer talent. Tap into the powers of the Hall of Gods? Xianxia asked in confusion. To become a god, one must acquire the acknowledgement of the gods, Pavilion Master Kue Zhao explained. This is also why those of the 6 sects struggle so hard to enter the Hall of Gods to snatch the god character. Even just half a god character represents the qualification and possibility to reach the semi-divinity realm. Xianxia nodded in realization. It was no wonder those of the 6 sects were so intent on snatching the god character. He had thought that it was just because they were vain and wanted to use the character in their names, but who would have thought that it was the foundation to ascend to greater heights? At the same time, He realized why he had managed to become the Hall Master and Elder of the Myriad Beasts Hall and Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion respectively so easily. Most likely, they were entrusting their hopes to him. If he successfully snatched a sun god character from the Hall of Gods, those who were stuck at Heavenly High Immortal would finally be able to make a breakthrough to greater heights. Their lifespan and fighting prowess would be greatly increased. I heard that the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion has only acquired half a character, which is why they can only use it on the Sword God Hall instead of in their sex name, Xianxia said contemplatively. Does this mean that the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion possesses the means for one to achieve a breakthrough to the semi-divinity realm? 2. They do, but the difficulty is much greater. Throughout the entire Forsaken continent, the only power that has managed to acquire an entire god character is the Ethereal Hall. In other words, it's likely that they have the greatest number of semi-divinity realm experts. This is also why none of the six sects dare to oppose it. Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao explained. Zhang Xian nodded in realization. Each of the six sects had their own defined territories, and the other sects would be unable to interfere in their affairs. On the other hand, the Ethereal Hall was a power that wielded influence across the entire Azure. It turned out that this single Shahuashan Sun God _ character was the key. If it's impossible to achieve a breakthrough without the Sun God _ character, pardon me for asking this, but it seems like your cultivation has long reached the semi-divinity realm. How is that? Zhang Xian asked in bewilderment. All three heads of the six sects that he had met thus far were semi-divinity realm experts. If it was impossible to make a breakthrough without that character, how did they manage to reach their current realm? This is why we looked for you, Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao said with a smile. Oh, you might have heard about how the Azure Bridge leading to the Hall of Gods descends every 100 years. Those on the Forsaken Continent are able to reach the Hall of Gods via this bridge and possibly snatch the Sun God character. For each battle 1-1, one can absorb a sliver of aura of divinity, which is the key to achieving a breakthrough to the semi-divinity realm. I was one of the challengers 100 years ago, Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao said. One can absorb a sliver of aura of divinity by winning a battle? Then, what if one loses a battle? Those who lose their battles usually lose their lives as well. Lose their lives? Zhang Xian was astonished. So, this means that each of the current heads of the six sects have won a match? Han Jianxiu, Qin Yuan, and Kuei Xiao were all semi-divinity realm experts. Even though he had not met the leaders of the three remaining sects, it was likely that they were not too weak. Did they manage to win their battles as well? Honestly, this was a little hard for him to believe. He had fought with the experts of the Hall of Gods before, and he knew just how frightening they were. It was no exaggeration to say that they were nigh invincible in their power class. Even Han Jianxiu and Kuei Xiao would not stand much of a chance against them. It might still be possible for the two of them to win out of sheer luck, but it felt like too much of a coincidence for all six heads of the six sects to win their battles. The heads of the six sects did win a match each against the warriors of the Hall of Gods, but they aren't from the same batch of challengers. Take Du Qingyuan from Starchaser Palace for example. She reached the semi-divinity realm 1,000 years ago. There have been quite a few challengers from Starchaser Palace in the years since, but none of them have managed to survive the battle. 1,000 years ago? Zhang Xian narrowed his eyes in astonishment. Are semi-divinity realm experts able to live that long? Most high immortals could only live up to 300 years, but Du Qingyuan had actually reached the semi-divinity realm 1,000 years ago. Did this not mean that she had lived for a whole 1,000 years? That would be equivalent to 10,000 years on the Master-Teacher continent. This was really frightening. Usually, semi-divinity realm experts can only live for 500 years at most, but those from Starchaser Palace are a little unique in terms of their constitution. They enjoy a far greater lifespan than the rest of us. Despite that, it's clear that Du Qingyuan is swiftly approaching her end. It's likely that she only has a few more years ahead of her. Like her, Hall Master Qin Yuan is also reaching the end of his lifespan, Pavilion Master Kuei said with a shake of his head. Thus, they hope that a new semi-divinity will appear in their sects this time around. Otherwise, the fragile balance of power maintained among the six sects will shake. Xianxia nodded slowly in agreement. He could finally see why Qin Yuan had unhesitatingly passed down the position of Hall Master to him. With his lifespan coming to an end, Qin Yuan could only entrust his hopes to him and pray that he would be able to clear the Azure Bridge and successfully become a semi-divinity expert, thus becoming a pillar to prop up the Myriad Beasts Hall for the next 500 years. Although the situation among the six sects was relatively peaceful, they knew that this would swiftly change as soon as one of them displayed any sign of weakness. Even if the other sects did not make a move on them, they would lose their resources and talents to the other powers. As time went by, they would eventually become a second-tier power, and their prestige would become a thing of the past. Xianxia suddenly recalled something. Pavilion Master Kuei, you mentioned earlier that there will be a duel with others from the six sects, and there will be no danger. May I know what that means? Thinking back, it was weird that Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao had asked him to participate in a duel against the other powers instead of challenging the Azure Bridge. After all, the reason Pavilion Master Kuei wanted him to join the 7-Star Pavilion was likely because he wanted him to become the 7-Star Pavilion's representative on the Azure Bridge. Weren't you wondering earlier why there were semi-divinity realm experts in all of the six sects? Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao said. There are 5 warriors guarding the Azure Bridge. If you can achieve victory in the duel among the six sects, you will be able to become the leader of the expedition. If so, you will be entitled to leave the other 5 members to deal with the 5 warriors while you enter the Hall of Gods right away. In other words, you will have won a battle even without having to fight. Through that, you will have effectively gained the qualification to make a breakthrough to the semi-divinity realm. The expedition leader will be able to enter the Hall of Gods without fighting at all. Wait a moment, what happens to the other 5 members who have to fight against the warriors of the Hall of Gods? Xianxia asked. Chances are that they would lose their lives, Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao said grimly. In view of this, if all the disciples are equally powerful, the duel will be skipped. The position of the expedition leader will be selected through a specific sequence. It's the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion's turn to become the expedition leader this time, and it will be the Myriad Beasts Hall's turn the next time around, and after that will be our 7-Star Pavilion's turn. This arrangement maintains the balance of power among the six sects. On top of that, it also unites us together against the Hall of Gods. Of course, there are cases where there's a great disparity in power. If so, the sequence will be disrupted. This is to allow the genius to conserve his strength in the earlier stages and save his energy for snatching the God character from the Hall of Gods. There are also extreme cases like in Hall Master Kong's generation. Due to his overwhelming strength, even if he didn't take on the position of the expedition leader, he would still have been able to clear the Azure Bridge and enter the Hall of Gods with ease. Such circumstances often give rise to more semi-divinity realm experts. Even if all 6 don't succeed, there will still be at least 2 or 3 of them. Xianxia nodded. Even if they alternated the expedition leader each and every time, due to the lifespan of a semi-divinity realm expert being only 500 years, there would be a period of time where a sect would be without a semi-divinity realm expert. That would mean a period of vulnerability for the sect, and things could easily go wrong during that time. Thus, there was still a need for them to compete over the position of the expedition leader despite the current arrangements. This was why those from the sects bestowed him with the position of an elder and willingly provided him with all kinds of resources. Clearly, they wanted him to vie for the position of expedition leader in their stead. As long as there was someone to guard their sect, everything else was of secondary importance. After finishing his piece, Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao looked at Xianxia expectantly. Elder Lu, you must give it your all. We'll also be providing you with whatever support you require to reach the heavenly high immortal realm as soon as possible. Even when he challenged the young man with his cultivation suppressed to the true immortal realm, the latter was able to defeat him without the slightest hint of exhaustion. Most likely, he should be able to crush the candidates from the other sects with ease. It was a done deal for him to reach the semi-divinity realm. He might even be the ray of hope for them to snatch a Zusun God character for their sect. If so, the continued prosperity of their 7-Star Pavilion would be ensured. Rest assured. Xianxia nodded. If not for the other party sacrificing themselves for him, he would not have been able to achieve a breakthrough and become a high immortal. This favor was more than enough for him to put his all toward helping them. Having understood the situation, Xianxia turned his attention back to reinforcing his cultivation. Meanwhile, the aerial immortal beast sped ahead, and in less than half a day, a massive ocean came into sight. We have finally arrived at the Sea of Exiled Stars. Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao stood up. Xianxia also walked over to the window to take a look. He could see deep blue water beneath him. Looking into the distance, it felt like the ocean was fusing together with the sky, and they were currently traversing in a mystical space that existed between the sky and the ocean. Traveling alongside them were all kinds of fish and birds, painting an incredibly beautiful sight. So, this is the Sea of Exiled Stars? Xianxia was amazed. To think that the experts of the Forsaken Continent were unwilling to step foot in such a beautiful world. Indeed, at nighttime, the ocean beneath will look as if stars have fallen into it, inducing the urge to chase after them. Sometimes, if you travel fast enough, you might even be able to catch up with them. This is probably the reason behind the name of Starchaser Palace, Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao said. But nature tends to manifest danger amid beauty. The only reason we haven't been attacked yet is because we are currently on a carriage carrying the insignia of the 7-star pavilion, and it's being pulled by many high immortal realm beasts. Ordinary cultivators would never be able to make it this far. Most of them would have already encountered innumerable dangers, so how could they be in the mood to enjoy the beauty? I see, Xianxia replied deeply. It would be foolish to underestimate what lay beneath the surface of calm waters. It was likely that there were countless powerful beasts hiding within the Sea of Exiled Stars. Those who dared step into their territory recklessly would find themselves in great danger. Watching as the immortal beasts around him slowly venturing into the depths of the Sea of Exiled Stars, Xianxia could not help but ask, "Where is Starchaser Palace?" At the center of the ocean, there's a massive island known as Starchaser Island. Starchaser Palace and the indigenous population of the Forsaken Continent all reside there. Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao explained. The immortal beasts continued ahead. After advancing roughly 2,000 li, Xianxia could see a lot of beasts prowling beneath them in the ocean, seemingly contemplating launching an assault. If not for Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao releasing his aura as a semi-divinity realm expert to deter them, it was likely that some immortal beasts would have already made a move on them. It was no wonder no one dared to approach this area. Putting aside the threat from the indigenous population, just these immortal beasts were enough to make any cultivator stop in their footsteps. Around half a day later, a massive island finally came into view. It was several thousand li in width, and there was a humongous, bustling city located at its center. From afar, one could feel a unique aura shrouding the city, forming some sort of force field that deterred others from approaching. This aura feels a little familiar. Xianxia was a little taken aback. He was certain that he had felt this unique force field somewhere before. Thus, he activated his Eye of Insight to take a closer look. Boom! His eyes narrowed his astonishment as his body tensed in agitation. Isn't this the aura from the otherworldly demonic tribe? A familiar energy was being emanated by that massive island. It was the killing intent unique to the otherworldly demonic tribe. The reason he did not notice it immediately was because the killing intent lost its violent nature when mixed with the mercury-like spiritual energy of the azure, making it feel warm. In any case, the presence of the killing intent meant that there were otherworldly demons on the island. Could the indigenous population that Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao had spoken about refer to them? That would explain the origin of the otherworldly demons. They must have somehow slipped into the Master-Teacher continent by breaching the dimension barrier, thus bringing a huge catastrophe upon the lifeforms there. With such thought in mind, Xianxia quickly took a closer look at the figures walking around the massive city, but what he saw simply left him even more bewildered. They were all roughly the size of ordinary humans, and there was nothing odd about them. They did not have the bloodthirsty and savage presence of otherworldly demons. Could his senses have been off? Back when I was in the Kungsu domain, the otherworldly demons that were exposed to the mercury-like spiritual energy lost their bloodthirsty and violent nature. This is probably the cause of the anomaly, Xianxia thought. Ancient sage Yanqing and the others had done experiments on the otherworldly demonic tribe to test out their tolerance to the mercury-like spiritual energy, and they had proved that those who managed to withstand the ordeal would gain properties similar to those of ordinary humans. Starchaser Palace is located at the very center of the island. If we fly in directly, we might end up sparking a conflict, so we'll get off just ahead. Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao told Xianxia. The aerial immortal beast pulled the carriage down, and soon, they landed on a platform. As soon as they landed, a group of metal-armored guards marched over. Elder Hong Wu walked over and passed his token over. The guards took a look at the token before opening a path ahead. With a sharp glint in his eyes, Xianxia assessed the two guards in front of him carefully. Just as he had guessed, they were indeed otherworldly demons who had absorbed the mercury-like spiritual energy. Furthermore, they dressed the same as the deities from the heavens who had descended to the Master-Teacher continent. Could they be on the receiving end of the rituals conducted by the otherworldly demonic tribe on the Master-Teacher continent? If that was the case, could the female deity, who had taken Sovereign Chen Yong away and claimed that she knew of Luo Ruoxin's whereabouts, possibly be an expert from Starchaser Palace? It seemed like he would have to look into this matter then. Our 7-star pavilion has a branch here. Elder Lu, I'll take you there before helping you gather the items you require to achieve a breakthrough to the heavenly high immortal realm, Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao said. Xianxia nodded in response. The group quickly made their way down the streets. The city was extremely large, boasting a scale greater even than that of Biyuan City. If Xianxia had not been too confident in his deduction earlier, he was certain of it now that he was making his way through the streets. Those living here on Starchaser Island were all otherworldly demons. Their bloodthirst and savagery had been neutralized by the mercury-like spiritual energy, but they remained a deeply belligerent race. As such, they were extremely hostile toward outsiders. Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao noticed that Xianxia was looking around, so he sent a telepathic message over. Even though we have a branch here, we are still deemed as outsiders. We do conduct trade with them, but we don't have any close ties in the city. We also don't intend to put too much focus on building relations here, or else it might just backfire on us. Xianxia could relate to those words. It was not that the otherworldly demons were heartless creatures that only knew of slaughter, but it was a fact that they did have warlike tendencies. If things did not go according to their wishes, their primary instinct was to resort to violence, especially if the other party was not one of their own. As such, it was not easy to forge relations with them. Given so, it would be best to minimize interactions to the bare minimum, or else it would only spell trouble. This was the same for Xianxia. He was an invincible existence back on the Master-Teacher continent, but over here, there were probably plenty who were able to defeat him. Thus, it was best for him to exercise prudence. After walking for roughly 2 hours, a 7-star pavilion branch came into sight. Just like the headquarters located in Biyuan City, there were many treasures on display, but their tiers clearly paled in comparison. As soon as they stepped in, the manager immediately received them warmly and prepared the best accommodation for them. Elder Lu, you should rest here for the time being. I'll go and prepare the resources you need, Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao said. If I may ask, what do you intend to prepare? Xianxia asked curiously. Even though Lesser High Immortal and Heavenly High Immortal are cultivation stages in the same realm, it shouldn't be too easy to achieve a breakthrough from one to the other within a short period of time. However, it sounds like you have a way that will allow me to achieve a breakthrough quickly. Achieving a breakthrough to the High Immortal realm was indeed the greatest hurdle, but it was not as if the path ahead would be easy. Achieving a breakthrough from the Lesser High Immortal realm to the Heavenly High Immortal realm was no simple task. If one described the true immortal realm as a pond, the high immortal realm would be an ocean. It was not too difficult to fill up a pond, but filling up an ocean was truly troublesome. One would have to pay a heavy price if one wanted to hasten the process. Furthermore, what he was lacking at the moment was not just cultivation resources but cultivation technique manuals as well. No matter how large an ocean was, As long as one had a river constantly flowing into it, it was only a matter of time before it filled up. However, he had not even constructed a river to his ocean yet. If he relied on rainwater falling into it, how long would it be before it was filled to the brim? Under such circumstances, Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao claimed that he would be able to help him achieve a breakthrough. Thus, Xianxia could not help but be curious about what was it that made the other party so confident. It said that a semi-divinity realm beast once appeared in the Sea of Exiled Stars. As long as I am able to capture it and procure its blood and beast core, it shouldn't be too hard for you to reach the heavenly high immortal realm. Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao revealed his thoughts. A semi-divinity realm beast? Xianxia frowned. Didn't you mention that one needs to challenge the Azure Bridge in order to reach the semi-divinity realm? Based on what had been said thus far, it sounded like the slots to challenge the Azure Bridge were dominated by the Sixth Sex. It did not seem likely that those from the Beast tribe would have an opportunity to slip in. Upon hearing the question, Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao quickly looked around him warily before sending a telepathic message over. That's indeed the case, but there has been an exception to that recently. 2 months ago, in a certain part of the Sea of Exiled Stars, the sky has collapsed and something fell to the ground. It touched the rocks nearby, turning them fiery crimson in color. No flames and weapons were able to harm the rocks at all. If heavenly high immortal realm beasts come into close contact with it, they have a chance of achieving a breakthrough to the semi-divinity realm. Rocks? Could they be godblood rocks? Xianxia narrowed his eyes in astonishment as his body tensed up. The other reason he had come to the Sea of Exiled Stars was to investigate the origin of the godblood rock. He had not thought that Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao would have known of its existence. If the fact that those rocks had turned into godblood rocks was not conclusive of anything yet, the fact that even immortal beasts were achieving breakthroughs should at least mean something. You know of godblood rocks? Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao turned his gaze over. I've heard of them before. Xianxia nodded. I read about them in the ancient records. Those rocks are likely godblood rocks. If we can capture those semi-divinity realm beasts and procure their blood and beast cores, even if it isn't sufficient to achieve a breakthrough to the semi-divinity realm, it should at least be enough for you to make a breakthrough to the heavenly high immortal realm, Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao said. As the head of the 7-star pavilion, he possessed vast knowledge about artifacts and treasures. Even without a suitable cultivation technique, the young man should still be able to achieve a breakthrough to the heavenly high immortal realm with just the blood and beast cores. It was just that, hunting down semi-divinity realm beasts was easier said than done. Putting aside their strength if they attempted to run away, he was not absolutely confident that he would be able to catch up to them. Thus, it was only a possibility. He could not guarantee that it could be done. May I know where those rocks are located? Xianxia asked. He found it hard to curb his agitation, especially since this matter concerned Luo Ruoxin. I'm not too sure about the exact location, but I spotted a semi-divinity realm beast not too far away from here. If we want to know the location of the godblood rocks, we'll just have to capture that beast and question it. I intend to head over to test out its strength right now. It would be best if it's weak enough for me to subdue, Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao said. Even among semi-divinity realm cultivators, there were bound to be differences in their strength. He had reached the semi-divinity realm many years prior. Even though he was not a match for Han Jianxiu, those beasts that had reached the semi-divinity realm 2 months ago should be well within his means to deal with. As long as those beasts did not possess an overpowered bloodline, he was confident that he would be able to capture them. I'd like to follow you to take a look, Xianxia said. You wish to come along? Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao frowned. Rest assured, even though my cultivation is only at the lesser high immortal realm at the moment, I do have my own self-preservation means. Even if the other party is stronger than me, I'm confident that I'll be able to get away with ease. Xianxia assured Pavilion Master Kuei. Is that so? Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao hesitated for a moment before nodding grimly. All right then. He thought that it would be a good opportunity for this young man to witness the strength of semi-divinity realm experts as well so that he would be prepared should he face one of them in the future. At the very most, He would just have the latter watch from afar to avoid getting implicated in the fight. "Let's head over then," Pavilion Master Kuei said. He lowered his cultivation to the heavenly high immortal realm before soaring into the sky. Xianxia quickly followed him. His cultivation had already reached the high immortal realm, so even if he did not utilize the God Sword intent, he would still be able to maintain his flight. They traveled for roughly 4 hours, till all that was around them was water. The sky had already darkened, and just as Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao had said earlier, the starry sky reflected on the clear ocean felt as if the stars had really fallen into the water. These stars drifted across the surface of the water, and it felt as if one could pluck them with the stretch of a hand. The two of them waited patiently for a moment before a small boat drifted over. Pavilion Master Kuei. Standing atop the boat was an elder dressed completely in green. Xianxia took a look at the person before him, and he realized that he was unable to see entirely through the person before him. This elder had reached the heavenly high immortal realm as well, and his strength was likely higher than that of the first elder. "How is it?" Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao asked. The elder clasped his fist and said, "Pavilion Master Kuei, I placed the item that you gave me into the depths of the ocean a month ago, and it was indeed effective. That semi-divinity realm beast arrived here a few days ago, but it was extremely wary. It hasn't made a move yet." "Good. Any beast that is able to survive in the ocean and reach the heavenly high immortal realm is bound to have a sharp sense of danger. Otherwise, it would have died long ago," Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao said with a smile, not surprised by what he had just heard. The world of the beasts was even cruder than that of humans. A beast would have to survive till the heavenly high immortal realm before having a chance to reach the semi-divinity realm. Those who could live up to that stage were the cream of the crop, possessing an exceptional nose for danger. Otherwise, they would have long fallen prey to other beasts. "Pavilion Master Kuei, I have already set up the formation. As long as we continue biding our time, it will only be a matter of time before the semi-divinity realm beast strikes. However, I'm not too sure how long it will take," the elder replied. "It's fine. Let's head over to take a look," Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao replied as he landed on the boat. Xianxia quickly followed suit. "Elder Lu, this person here is Elder Feng Qian from our sect. Elder Feng, this young man here is Elder Lu. He'll be representing our sect for the Azure Bridge." Pavilion Master Kuei quickly introduced the two to one another. "Elder Lu Yang." Elder Feng Qian greeted Xianxia, but a slight frown could be seen on his forehead. He had thought that the young man beside the Pavilion Master was just a disciple, but who would have thought that he was their candidate for the Azure Bridge? That decision meant that this young man was the top cultivator among those younger than 100. But this young man was only in his early 20s. When had the 7-star Pavilion become such a weak organization? Since Elder Lu was chosen as the candidate for the Azure Bridge, I believe that you possess extraordinary abilities. It happens that I have some confusions about my cultivation that I would like to consult you on," Elder Feng said with clasped fists. Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao could tell what Elder Feng was trying to do, but he did not interject. As long as Xianxia survived the Azure Bridge, he was bound to become the next head of the 7-star Pavilion. On the other hand, Elder Feng was the closest aide of the Pavilion Master, tasked with the responsibility of carrying out missions in the shadows. For a smooth succession to occur, Xianxia would need to acquire Elder Feng's approval. Thus, this was a good opportunity for Elder Lu to win Elder Feng over to his side and build authority within the sect. If he could not even win the support of Elder Feng, it would be difficult for him to acquire the support of the entire sect. If so, his seat as the Pavilion Master would not be stable. "Feel free to speak," Xianxia said with a nod. "I have cultivated the 7-star palm to 3 Dan thus far, but I found that I was unable to advance its mastery any further. May I ask if you have any good suggestions, Elder Lu?" Elder Feng asked. The 7-star palm was one of the strongest battle techniques of the 7-star Pavilion, and many of the elders had cultivated it before. Before Xianxia could respond, Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao interjected. "Isn't the question you have asked far too general?" It was understandable that Elder Feng would want to test Xianxia's right to become the next Pavilion Master, but at the very least, the question should be more detailed. There must have been several hundred reasons for one to be unable to cultivate beyond 3-dan 7-star palm, and Elder Feng did not even bother to specify his own physical condition. How was anyone supposed to answer this question? Not even Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao himself would be capable of answering such a question. It's fine, Pavilion Master Kuei. Xianxia raised his hand with a smile, following which, he turned to Elder Feng and said, "If I'm not mistaken, you suffered severe internal injuries that nearly led to your death 81 years ago, right?" "That's right." Elder Feng nodded as he shot a glance at Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao. 81 years ago, he had been chased by his sworn enemies and nearly lost his life. It was Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao who had saved him, which had led to him pledging his loyalty to the man. Throughout the years, he had willingly served the 7-star pavilion from the shadows, resolving all possible threats that the sect faced. This matter was one of the confidential secrets of the sect, but who would have thought that Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao would trust the young man so much as to tell him this as well? "I didn't tell him that." Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao's eyebrows shot up in astonishment as well upon hearing Zhang Xian's words. "This fellow did not even know who you are before meeting you earlier. I also have no idea how he knows about the matter 81 years ago." Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao was just about to ask Zhang Xian how he knew about that matter when the latter continued speaking. "There was no need for anyone to tell me that. It's obvious with just a glance. Back then, through the use of many precious treasures and medicinal herbs, you managed to recover your cultivation. However, the fact is that the injuries you sustained then have left a heavy trauma on your body. When your Jinqi flows through your Jinhai and Jiangyong acupoints, you feel a numbing sensation jolting through your body, but these 2 points happen to be crucial for the cultivation of the 7-star palm. Given the blockage of your acupoints and the numbing sensation that hinders your movements, it's a given that you would be unable to cultivate the 4-dan 7-star fist. How did you?" Elder Feng widened his eyes in disbelief. Those were his greatest secrets, and he had never mentioned it before Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao before. Yet, this young man was able to point them out accurately. Was the young man really able to see through him? "Not only so, your left arm has been getting more and more stiff throughout the years, such that it isn't obeying your control anymore, right?" Zhang Xian asked. Elder Feng's expression darkened. The young man was absolutely correct. He had no idea why, but his left hand had started to suffer sudden bouts of twitching in the last 2 years before turning incredibly stiff. He had tried all kinds of means to resolve this issue, but it was not working at all. He had even consulted many famous physicians, but none of them were able to see through his affliction. How did this young man know about it? "The cultivation technique that you started cultivating with is the Emerald Ripple art. It was created by a predecessor when he was suddenly inspired by the currents flowing through the Emerald Ripple Sea. However, after suffering severe injuries 81 years ago, you felt that this cultivation technique wasn't strong enough for you, and it just so happened that your Jinqi had been completely depleted. Thus, you forcefully changed your cultivation technique to the Grand Solar Art. The might of your blows did grow stronger, but your meridians, which have been nourished by the water attribute of the Emerald Ripple Art, were suddenly exposed to the fire attribute of the Grand Solar Art. This is equivalent to casting a bright sun over lush fields without providing it with sufficient water. What do you think would happen?" Zhang Xian explained with a slight smile. Realizing where he had gone wrong, Elder Feng narrowed his eyes in astonishment. The fields would dry up and crack, thus becoming infertile. The infertility of the lands is the least of your worries. As time goes by, it'll turn into a land of death where no life can thrive. Zhang Xian said. "Land of death where no life can thrive? Surely it isn't as serious as that." Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao frowned. He did know about Elder Feng changing his cultivation technique. In fact, the Grand Solar Art had come from him. Back then, he had tried to convince the latter out of it as he was well aware of the risks of abruptly changing one's cultivation technique. But the latter's mind had been made up. The latter had been willing to go to any lengths as long as he could have his vengeance. Eventually, he had given in and bestowed the latter with the Grand Solar Art. He had paid close attention to Elder Feng's physical condition while the latter cultivated, and things did go wrong on several occasions. However, using his prowess as a semi-divinity and many valuable medicinal herbs, he had made sure to nourish the latter's body properly to resolve the traumas. He had thought that the problem had been resolved, but who could have known that they had not resolved the root of the problem at all? There's a limit to what a human body is able to tolerate. Xianxia placed his hands behind his back as he spoke. The severe injuries he sustained back then destroyed his vitals, and under such circumstances, he should have been carefully nourishing his body to slowly recover his strength. Yet, he chose to forcefully change his cultivation technique. It's really a blessing that he didn't die on the spot. Even I can hardly imagine the amount of treasures you wasted in order to nourish him. I'll be perfectly honest with you here. The stiffening of your arms is just the initial symptoms. Within 2 years, the stiffness will spread to your legs, and your spine will begin to distort, making it difficult for you to walk. If you fail to resolve it within 5 years, your progressively weakening meridians will eventually collapse under your own strength, causing your cultivation to dissipate. Elder Feng frowned. Is what you said true? It was true that the young man had managed to see through the stiffness in his left arm, but that did not mean that he would unconditionally believe everything that the young man said. After all, this was too shocking. Other than the occasional problems his left arm caused him, he did not feel like his condition was too severe. As such, it was hard for him to believe that his cultivation would dissipate within 5 years. If you don't trust me, we can conduct a quick test, Xianxia said as he flicked his finger lightly. This was a simple move without any sword qi or jin qi imbued into it. The finger felt as a light tap on Elder Feng's shoulder, but the latter's entire body immediately jolted. As if someone had petrified him on the spot, his entire body stiffened. Perspiration rained down his cheeks as he instinctively took a step back to retreat. However, before he could even back away, Xianxia's finger had struck forward once more to tap the center of his chest. This single tap produced a slight jolt in Elder Feng's body, causing him to experience a tearing pain in his meridians. Pooh! A mouthful of blood spurted from his lips. The sheer pain caused his wrinkles to sag a little, making it seem as if he had aged a decade in an instant. Xianxia retracted his finger and asked, "How are you feeling?" I could feel that my meridians are on the verge of shattering." Elder Feng gasped frantically for air as he replied with eyes widened in fright. He looked at the young man before him for a moment before quickly clasping his fist. "Elder Lu, I beseech you to point a way out for me. If you save me, I'll pledge my loyalty to you and serve you as the next pavilion master with my utmost dedication." The fact that the young man was able to peer through his problems and even determine the reasons behind his afflictions showed that the young man was indeed a person of great capabilities. He would have no qualms serving a man like that. The solution is very simple. You just have to cultivate your emerald ripple art once more, Xianxia said with a light chuckle. Cultivate the emerald ripple art once more? How is that possible? The one who had spoken this time around was not Elder Feng but Pavilion Master Kue Xiao. He found Xianxia's words incomprehensible. Putting aside the fragile state of Elder Feng's meridians, if the latter cultivated the emerald ripple art right now, there was a good chance that it might cause a conflict with the grand solar art. The slightest carelessness could cause his cultivation to go berserk or even result in his death. Of course, I don't mean the emerald ripple art that you have practiced before. What you'll be practicing is the one that I have modified, Xianxia said. He flicked out a jade token and quickly placed his finger on it lightly. A sliver of his consciousness slipped into the jade token and imprinted the modified emerald ripple art on it. Following which, he passed the jade token to Elder Feng. Accepting the jade token, Elder Feng took a look at the contents of the jade token, and unwittingly, his jinqi actually began to flow in accordance to the circulation pathway written on it. A moment later, he spurted out 3 mouthfuls of black blood. In an instant, his body felt much lighter and more relaxed than before. The bottlenecks that had limited him before had loosened, and his arm was not as stiff. So fast! Elder Feng clenched his fists tightly as he looked at the young man in front of him with a mixture of respect and horror in his eyes. He knew his own physical condition well. Just by cultivating the cultivation technique that the other party had given him for a moment, his condition had improved significantly. He knew that as long as he cultivated strictly in accordance to it, he would be able to make a full recovery very soon. A problem that had troubled him for 81 years and had consumed innumerable treasures from the sect had actually been resolved with just a quick glance from the young man. Such a thing was really unthinkable. Elder Feng was not the only one who was surprised by the situation. Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao was equally dumbstruck as well. He had been worried that Lu Yong would be too young to win the support of the sect. But given his capability, it seemed like his worries were needless. The young man's talents didn't just stop at his ability to learn battle techniques swiftly. The young man's grasp of the way of the medicine had also reached an unthinkable level, such that he could think of no one who could compete with him. All right, as long as you follow that cultivation technique properly, you should be able to recover from your affliction within half a year. In fact, you might even be able to raise your cultivation to new heights, Xianxia said with a wave of his hand. This matter was a walk in the park for him, so he did not mind offering the other party his assistance. Elder Feng had been using a battle technique all this time in order to induce the movement of the boat, so he had been able to compile a book regarding him in the Library of Heaven's Path to see through all the afflictions affecting him. With all the secret manuals that he had browsed through recently, it was not too hard for him to come up with an appropriate solution. Thank you, Elder Lu. Elder Feng bowed deeply. Xianxia knew that he had already won Elder Feng over, so there was no need to harp on about the matter. Thus, he pointed to the area ahead and asked, "The formation and seal right ahead were left by you, right?" While the three of them were chatting, the boat had already traveled yet another 200 li forward. They had arrived in a region where the ocean surface looked no different from that of a mirror. This area is known as the Sea of Little Mirror. The formation and seal I have left behind are indeed hidden here, Elder Feng said with a nod of his head. There were unique ores in the Sea of Little Mirror that lured a certain life form to gather in huge clusters within the region, thus creating a reflective surface on the surface of the ocean. The formation and seal that he had set up were so discreet that not even semi-divinity realm experts would be able to notice them easily. How did the young man notice them? Just as Elder Feng was pondering over this question, the young man suddenly continued speaking. The double ripples water formation is indeed able to camouflage itself in water, making it hard for anyone to notice it. Its might is also one to behold. However, it's still a little too weak to trap a semi-divinity realm beast. More importantly, the opponent is a life form whose native habitat is the water. It will be extremely sensitive to the flow of water currents. As soon as the opponent notices the presence of the formation, it will be able to make use of the ripples to propel it away. You are able to see through my formation. Elder Feng was stunned. The double ripples water formation used specially forged water droplets as formation flags. It would flow along with the water current, such that even the spiritual perception of a semi-divinity realm expert would not be able to perceive its presence. On the other hand, this young man was able to see through it as soon as he arrived in the area, and he could even point out the flaws in the formation. His eye of discernment was truly terrifying. Elder Lu, the semi-divinity realm beast that we are aiming for is a blackback tortoise. It's known for its humble speed. The double ripples water formation is ideal to trap the opponent. Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao interjected. Since they were aiming to take down a semi-divinity realm beast, it was only normal that they would do their homework in advance. They had considered the possibility of the beast making use of the ripples to flee, but since their target was a blackback tortoise, they decided to go ahead with it anyway. Due to the bulky body of the blackback tortoise, it was unable to utilize the flow of water to accelerate its speed. As long as they controlled the ripples well enough, they would be able to form a tight barrier to trap the blackback tortoise. The blackback tortoise is skilled in defense but not speed. Considering its massive physique, it's indeed not a bad idea to use the double ripples water formation against it. However, we should not forget our environment here. We are currently in the Sea of Little Mirror, and there's a brilliant moon hanging above us, Xianxia said. Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao and Elder Feng were slightly flabbergasted by Xianxia's words. They had no idea what the latter was getting at. Aren't we talking about the formation and the blackback tortoise? What does this have to do with the sea of little mirror and the brilliant moon above? Have you ever considered the possibility that the blackback tortoise isn't just keeping its distance out of wariness? Don't you think that it's possible that it has already noticed the formation you have set up, and it's biding its time for the opportune moment to strike? Xianxia asked. He had already harbored his doubts when Elder Feng said that the beast was extremely wary. Semi-divinity realm beasts were already the most powerful existence in the sea of exiled stars. Was there a reason for it to be so wary when there were only so few things in the world that could hurt it? If it was just a moment of hesitation, it might still have been wariness, but to stay away for so many days. It was clear that there was more than met the eye. After checking the formation and location in person, he finally came to a realization. What do you mean by that? Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao asked in intrigue. He was unable to figure out how all of that came together. You should know why the Sea of Little Mirror is reminiscent of a mirror. Due to the unique ores in the region, a certain life form known as the silverleaf mayfly gathers within the water in huge clusters, Xianxia said. The other two nodded in agreement. They had heard of the silverleaf mayfly before. It was a creature so small that it appeared no different from a speck of dust. Nevertheless, through sheer numbers, it was able to create a silver reflective surface on the Sea of Little Mirror. These silverleaf mayflies prey not on coral nor animal but the energy within a certain kind of ore. This entire area is filled with these ores, which keeps the silverleaf mayflies clustered in this area, thus producing this mystical sight, Xianxia said. Elder Feng nodded in agreement. He had been there for quite some time, and he had investigated the area thoroughly, so he knew that what Xianxia was saying was true. These silverleaf mayflies are not usually much of a threat, but if the ores they feed on start tremoring, can you imagine what will happen? Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao pondered for a moment before replying. If they feel like their livelihood has been threatened, they will surely fall into a pandemonium. Most of them will probably rush over in an attempt to salvage the situation. There were no beasts that would not be worried if their source of food was being threatened. Indeed, they would be stirred into motion in the hope of salvaging the situation. With so many silverleaf mayflies moving at once, are you certain that your double ripples water formation would still be useful? Xianxia asked. Elder Feng fell into deep thought as he quickly reanalyzed the situation. The silverleaf mayflies were the size of a speck of dust, so if it was just a couple of them moving around, it would not cause too much trouble. However, if all of them, covering the entire Sea of Little Mirror, were to begin moving at the same time, even the strongest of formations would collapse under a stampede of such scale. Putting aside capturing the blackback tortoise, they might even be trapped there as well. But those ores have been buried deep in the seabed for many years, and they have never moved before. It doesn't seem likely that anything peculiar will happen all of a sudden. Furthermore, what does this have to do with the full moon? Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao asked. If something was going to happen to the ores, it would have happened long ago. How unlucky would they have to be for a mishap to occur while they were here? It's true that nothing has happened so far, but it doesn't mean that nothing will happen in the future, Xianxia said. Furthermore, if what I'm thinking of occurs, you will be the trigger of it all. We will be the trigger? Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao and Elder Feng found themselves getting more and more confused by what Xianxia was getting at. How in the world are we the trigger? We haven't done anything here that would warrant something like that. The blackback tortoise fancies shiny objects. If I'm not mistaken, what you have planted in the depths of the ocean to bait, it is some kind of invaluable diamond crystal, right? Xianxia said. I'm guessing that the diamond crystal you used emanates a light that is even brighter than that of the night illumination pearls underwater, such that it will be perfectly visible even 10,000 li away. Well, you probably need at least that much if you wish to draw the attention of the blackback tortoise. However, have you considered where the energy for the light emanated by the diamond crystal comes from? Even night illumination pearls have to absorb the light from the sun in order to shine. Considering how bright the diamond crystal is, where does its energy come from then? Even if it has energy stored within it, there is no way it will be sufficient to last for so many days. You might think that it could be from the silverleaf mayflies, but I can promise you that if you dare absorb even a sliver of energy from them, they will cluster up and devour you whole on the spot. The two of them were stumped by Xianxia's question. To be honest, they had thought that they absorbed the energy from the silverleaf mayflies, but it seemed like that was not the case. It was indeed a question worth considering. Given how all light was reflected off the surface of the sea, everything beneath the surface was bound to be pitch black. And if it was not sunlight that was fueling it, what else could be? Seeing that he had managed to get them thinking, Xianxia continued. I'll give you the answer. The diamond crystal is drawing energy from the ores. During the night of the full moon, the silverleaf mayflies are in their weakest state, and they will frenziedly devour energy from the ores in order to replenish their energy. However, right now, the diamond crystal is competing with them for energy as well. The amount of energy that can be absorbed from the ores at any particular moment is limited, so such a situation could easily result in a huge problem. In the best possible scenario, there will just be tremors underwater, causing the waters to become choppy. In the worst-case scenario, a massive whirlpool will occur in the Sea of Little Mirror, devouring everything in the area. Hearing those words, Elder Feng pondered for a moment before asking, if that happens, my formation will indeed lose its prowess. However, won't the blackback tortoise be affected by the commotion and be unable to escape as well? It was true that a stampede from the silverleaf mayflies spelled trouble for his formation, but such a situation would not be advantageous to the blackback tortoise either. Given so, why would it wait till the night of a full moon in order to strike? Unable to escape? Xianxia burst into laughter. You are underestimating the semi-divinity realm blackback tortoise. It's a being that boasts unparalleled defense. Even during the stampede of the silverleaf mayflies, by its sheer weight, it will still be able to push its way through and devour your diamond crystals within 3 breaths. It won't be able to assimilate those high-tiered diamond crystals swiftly though, which means that the silverleaf mayflies will still be able to sense the power from the ores coming from the blackback tortoise. In other words, it will then become the culprit that was vying against the silverleaf mayflies for energy. Given so, how do you think those silverleaf mayflies will react? The silverleaf mayflies will attack the blackback tortoise, right? Barely after saying those words, Elder Feng suddenly narrowed his eyes as he finally understood what was going on. What you mean is that the blackback tortoise has already noticed my plans, and it's intentionally waiting till the night of the full moon not just to destroy my formation and acquire the diamond crystal, but to make use of this opportunity to devour the silverleaf mayflies as well. And perhaps, even me too. The silverleaf mayflies might be able to hinder the movements of the blackback tortoise, but there was no way that they would be able to pose a threat to it. In the long term, they would become nothing more than prey to it. At the same time, they would be trapped amid the stampede of the silverleaf mayflies, unable to escape. Under such circumstances, there was a good chance that they might turn from predators to prey. If so, that would really be terrifying. All along, they had thought that they were in control of the situation, but who could have known that they had already unwittingly fallen into the other party's trap? Your strength isn't enough to catch its eye. If it really wanted to go for you, it would have long made its move. Most likely, its target is Pavilion Master Kuei, Xianxia said. Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao was stunned. If I wasn't here, you would probably be underwater by now, camping in the vicinity of the Double Ripples water formation, waiting for the blackback tortoise to fall for the trap, right? Xianxia said with a smile. If the silverleaf mayflies rushed over to you at that instant, you would surely be pushed to a coma. After all, you don't possess the same defensive capabilities as the blackback tortoise. It wouldn't take long for them to successfully seal your acupoints, weakening you for a fair amount of time. Hearing those words, Pavilion Master Kuei Zhao's body stiffened. He knew that what the young man said was true. If the young man was not there, he would have dived into the water with Elder Feng in preparation for the moment that the blackback tortoise fell into their trap. If the silverleaf mayflies stampeded at that moment, with their dust-like physique and sheer numbers, it would be difficult for him to defend against them all at once. It would not take long for them to seal his acupoints, preventing him from driving his Jinqi in the short term. After all, He was not so fortunate as to possess the impermeable shell of the black-backed tortoise. Of course, that much would not be able to defeat a semi-divinity realm expert like him. It was only a matter of time before he freed himself from the restraints of the silverleaf mayflies. However, if the semi-divinity realm beast made use of his moment of weakness to assault him, he shuddered thinking of the consequences. Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao swiftly formed a simulation in his head based on the situation that Xianxia had predicted, and slowly, he could feel his body turning colder and colder. Even by positive estimates, the chances of him being killed by the black-backed tortoise were at least 80%. Such situations could not possibly happen by coincidence, especially when semi-divinity realm experts were involved. Most likely it was just as Xianxia had said. While they were laying a trap for the black-backed tortoise, the latter was doing the same. It seemed like they had really been outwitted. There was no greater ingenuity than a scheme that caused one's target to leap into it willingly. If they had not noticed it, the ones who were hunted would have been them. Even if they managed to get away using all sorts of trump cards, they would have been mortally wounded. Just thinking about the possibilities sent shivers down his spine. After a long moment of silence, Elder Feng asked, "Elder Lu, what should we do?" At this moment, he had unconsciously placed Elder Lu on a higher pedestal than even Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao himself. Somehow, his first reaction had become to turn to Elder Lu for advice. "Do you have any more of the water droplet formation flags that you used to set up the double ripples water formation?" Xianxia asked. "I do," Elder Feng replied. With a flick of his wrist, he took out several dozen water droplets. Even though they looked the same as ordinary water droplets, they were indeed formation flags. Due to their unique nature, they were able to meld into the water. Nevertheless, as long as they were in position, one would be able to activate those formation flags to bring out the power of a formation anytime. Good. Since the black-backed tortoise believes that it has us in its grasp, we'll just have to alter the formation accordingly to turn the tables, Xianxia said. Go! With a wave of his hand, he scattered all the water droplets in Elder Feng's hand into the water. Hula! The next moment, the dozens of water droplets vanished beneath the silvery surface of the Sea of Little Mirror. Seeing how the young man shot out all the water droplets at once without any hesitation, Elder Feng was stunned yet again. This was the first time that he had seen anyone setting up a formation like that. Was this not being a little too haphazard? It's fine now. Let's head down to wait for the black-backed tortoise, Xianxia said with a light chuckle. Just like that. Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao still felt a little insecure. Yes, we'll move according to the former plan and wait for the black-backed tortoise to appear. Make sure not to make any other movements or else we might spark its suspicion, Xianxia said. Looking at the confident look on Xianxia's face, Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao hesitated for a moment before nodding slightly. We'll move according to Elder Lu's plan. Yes, Pavilion Master Kuei. Elder Feng nodded. They quickly drove the boat toward the center of the Sea of Little Mirror. We have arrived, Elder Feng said. With a grasp of his hand, a small passageway appeared on the surface of the water. He stowed the boat away before diving in. Xianxia and Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao followed closely behind him, venturing into the depths of the dark sea. The water on the surface was glistening and slightly choppy, reminiscent of a living being. In contrast, the seabed was utterly quiet, devoid of any underwater currents at all. Felt as quiet as a silent chamber. There was a brilliant glow right beneath them coming from the diamond crystal they had planted beforehand, so they simply had to head in the direction of the light. The way in which Elder Feng had set up everything was extremely meticulous. He had made it seem as if the diamond crystal was a natural gemstone that lived in the Earth's vein, and the only reason it had exposed itself was due to a crack in the Earth's vein. If one had not known that it was all artificially set up, one might have been fooled into thinking that it was the work of nature, thus losing one's wariness around it. We'll hide here. They stopped at an area not too far away from the diamond crystal. With a wave of his hand, Elder Feng produced a mini whirlpool and dived into it. Xianxia and Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao followed closely behind him. As soon as they entered, the whirlpool vanished, and it looked as if the three had never been there. This is a spatial formation? It was no wonder Elder Feng was so confident that the blackback tortoise had not noticed them. It turned out that he had prepared a spatial formation in advance. As long as one could not find the crux of the formation to destroy the structure of the spatial formation, it would indeed be extremely difficult to notice them. But while outsiders were unable to sense their presence, they were able to see what was happening outside clearly with their eyes. Looking at the dazzling glow emanated by the crystal, Xianxia could not help but exclaim, "It must have been hard for you to find that diamond crystal. This diamond could not be melted down to forge weapons." But there was no doubt that it was one of the most beautiful objects across the entire azure. Just this single one would cost an astronomical price, likely surpassing even the value of a heavenly high immortal tier artifact. What made it even more difficult to acquire was that it was incredibly rare. Throughout the history of the Forsaken Continent, such crystals had only appeared thrice, and even the largest of them was only the size of a longan. However, the one before him was even larger than a fist. With this, its value was truly inestimable. The 7-star pavilion had really gone all out to bait the blackback tortoise. In order to acquire this diamond crystal, we had to mobilize over 10,000 people and expend a lot of resources. Pavilion Master Kuei nodded in response. He had been the one to plan this operation from the start to the end. It was true that the cost was frightening, but it would all be worth it if they could capture a semi-divinity realm beast. Putting aside its blood essence and beast core, even its skin and bones could be used to forge precious treasures. If they auctioned the completed products in the 7-star pavilion, they would surely be able to recoup their losses and even earn 10 times the amount they had invested. 2 months ago, the only semi-divinity realm beasts that the entire Forsaken Continent had seen were all from the Hall of Gods. They had never been spotted anywhere else before, so no one had successfully hunted one. As such, if they could become the first ones to do so, even if it was just out of the novelty factor, they would definitely be able to make a killing by selling its products. Furthermore, the beast core and blood essence of a semi-divinity realm beast were very likely to be able to raise one's cultivation. In this world where strength reigned mighty, cultivators were willing to pay any price as long as they could advance their cultivation. As such, the 7-star pavilion had started making preparations as soon as they caught wind of the news that semi-divinity realm beasts had started appearing in the ocean of exiled stars. Regardless of whether Xianxia had appeared or not, they would still have gone on with the hunt. Xianxia nodded in agreement. Most probably, only the unbelievably rich 7-star pavilion could afford to invest so many resources into an operation like this. The rest of the 6 sects would risk emptying out their treasuries if they tried it. Of course, the Ethereal Hall likely had the resources to pull off something like that as well, but it was hard to say for sure given how elusive it was. It had branches in all second-tier cities and above, but the location of its headquarters and its actual military might remained a mystery. Hong Long Long. While they were chatting with one another, the full moon rose into the sky. A jolt abruptly shook the surface of the sea, as if an earthquake had happened. The water began to billow, causing the mirror-like surface to distort continuously and create bizarre light patterns all around. In this moment, it felt as if all the stars had dived into the sea to frolic around. "It's beginning," Xianxia muttered softly. Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao and Elder Feng nodded in agreement. Just as Xianxia had said, something was happening in the Sea of Little Mirror as a result of the rise of the full moon. The silverback mayflies were moving around in a panic, causing the choppy waters to turn turbulent. If they had continued using the double ripples water formation, it would have been rendered ineffective by now. "It's coming," Elder Feng's voice sounded. Raising their heads, the crowd saw a massive sea tortoise slowly swimming over from afar. This sea tortoise was humongous in terms of physique. Just its width was already more than 100 meters long. It looked like a massive submarine diving through the water, pushing aside the silverback mayfly horde that stood in its way with its sheer weight. "It has indeed reached the semi-divinity realm," Xianxia murmured. The movements of this sea tortoise were heavy and slow, but in terms of strength, it was on par with Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao. If they clashed head-on with one another, even the three of them combined were unlikely to be a match for it. Xianxia's cultivation had already reached the high immortal realm, and he was confident that he was invincible within this realm. However, the gap between a high immortal and a semi-divinity was simply too great. On any other occasion, he would have already fled as far as possible in the face of an expert of such caliber. He would not have dared to confront it directly. "Prepare to activate the formation," Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao said grimly as he drove his energy to its limits. He was ready to make a move alongside the formation to deal this massive fellow a lethal blow. It was impossible to tame a beast in such a cultivation realm. Instead of wasting his effort, he would rather strike it down directly. "Something's not right." Xianxia's eyebrows shot up. "What's not right?" The other two turned their heads. The black-backed tortoise was already extremely close to them. If they did not activate the formation right now, it was highly likely that the black-backed tortoise would simply rush over and devour the diamond crystal. Once it fled the area of effect of the formation, all their preparations would be rendered useless. The black-backed tortoise is after the diamond crystal, and the situation it was intending for has come to be. Shouldn't it rush right over to snatch the diamond crystal? Why is it still loitering around the area, as if it's waiting for something? "Don't you think that it's bizarre?" Xianxia asked. "Well," Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao and Elder Feng thought about it once more. And indeed, something was a little weird. The massive black-backed tortoise was in a good position to devour the diamond crystal whole right away. But instead of doing so, it was circling around the area as if it had not noticed it at all. Its plan was to snatch the diamond crystal and kill Elder Feng and Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao by capitalizing on the stampede of the silverback mayflies, and the opportunity to do so was right in front of it. Yet it was refusing to make a move. Hee, no wonder it has been heading in this direction all this while. Turns out that it has noticed this thing. As the saying goes, a man will die for his greed, and a bird will die for food. Beasts are ultimately no more than beasts. To lose its life over a mere diamond. TSK. It would be rude for me not to make a move when such a massive prey is right before me. While the three were trying to figure out the reason behind this anomaly, a voice suddenly sounded from above, following which a brilliant ray of light shone down from the surface. A figure had dived into the water, parting the silvery mirror on the surface to allow some light in momentarily. A semi-divinity realm expert? Xianxia narrowed his eyes. The figure that had entered the water was actually a semi-divinity realm expert as well, just like Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao and the black-backed tortoise. That would explain why the latter had kept circling around the area instead of devouring the diamond crystal right away. It seemed like it was baiting this fellow into making a move. "It's the head of the Black Mirror Citadel, by Xianxia." Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao was stunned for a moment before sending a telepathic message to Xianxia to explain the situation. Xianxia assessed the newcomer as he muttered, "The head of the Black Mirror Citadel?" Of the six sects, Black Mirror Citadel was known for its expertise in crafting weapons. The Tongshang sword was said to be the work of one of the blacksmiths of the Black Mirror Citadel. Who would have thought that he would meet their head over here? Why is he here? Elder Feng was taken aback by the current situation. Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao shook his head and said, "Since we were able to acquire the intelligence that semi-divinity realm beasts have started appearing in this region, it isn't too surprising for the others to be able to do so. There was no one who did not know how valuable semi-divinity realm beasts were. Just like how the seven-star pavilion wanted to hunt one down, the same went for the other powers." "Do we activate the formation?" Elder Feng asked with a livid expression. With the abrupt appearance of Bai Shenxing, all their previous plans had been messed up. "Hold on for the time being." Xianxia raised his hand. "I have modified the Double Ripples water formation to make it even more stable, such that it will be able to stand its ground even amid the stampede of the silverback mayflies. However, in return, it has become much more difficult to activate it, such that I'm the only one here who is able to do it. For now, we should keep it as our trump card." Trump card. Previously, I thought that the black-backed tortoise was making use of the full moon to lure Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao in. However, now that I think about it, such a plan is infeasible. There's no way it would have known for sure that Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao would be coming. On the other hand, Citadel Lord Bai Xianxing has been following him for quite some time. Most likely, its target has been him all along, Zhang Xian remarked with a smile. He had already heard the news that the Azure Bridge was descending in advance on his way here. Even if the black-backed tortoise knew of the news and predicted that Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao would make his way here, there was no guarantee that the latter would arrive prior to the full moon. If so, it would have been meaningless for it to bide its time here. After all, its plans would unravel as soon as the night of the full moon arrived. In other words, the one whom the black-backed tortoise was baiting had never been Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao. With the appearance of Citadel Lord Bai, the final piece of the puzzle clicked into place. Most likely, the black-backed tortoise had noticed both the diamond crystal and Citadel Lord Bai Xianxing, so it had intentionally lured the latter here in order to make use of the stampede of the silverback mayflies to kill him. Hong Long. While they were talking, the tremors intensified. As the diamond crystal absorbed more and more energy from the ores, the silverback mayflies moved in greater fluster. All those movements caused cracks to appear on the seabed. Paying no heed to Citadel Lord Bai Xianxing, the black-backed tortoise looked around it and realized that the double ripples water formation still had not been dispelled. A hint of worry appeared in its eyes as it realized that things were not going exactly to its plan. However, it knew that it could not afford to wait any longer. Thus, it dived forward with its massive body. Whew! As if it had teleported, it arrived right before the diamond crystal in an instant and devoured it whole. Is this what you mean by not fast? Zhang Xian's lips twitched in horror. Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao had told him that this humongous sea tortoise was only known for its defensive prowess, but its speed was severely lacking. He had taken that information for granted, thinking that it made perfect sense. Who could have known that such a heavy creature would be capable of charging at such speed? Its speed was faster than him even when he used all his strength. If they really fought one another, a ram from the black-backed tortoise at that speed might have just taken him down. This, with an awkward look on his face, Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao turned his gaze toward Elder Feng. It didn't move this quickly the last time I met it. It traveled at a speed roughly the same as mine, Elder Feng hurriedly explained. Naturally, he had investigated what the black-backed tortoise was capable of prior to setting up a trap for it. In fact, the entire trap had been built in order to capitalize on the slow speed of the black-backed tortoise. They did not expect it to have been concealing its true strength the whole time. It's much smarter than I thought, Zhang Xian said with a bitter smile. It actually knew how to hide its true abilities and bide its time in order to lure others into a deadly trap. While this black-backed tortoise might have appeared to be a little dull, it was far more cunning than it appeared. Indeed, those who were able to reach the semi-divinity realm really should not be underestimated. What should we do now? Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao asked. Since the black-backed tortoise has already made its move, we should let the two of them fight one another and be the ones to reap the rewards of their effort. Based on his previous plan, once the black-backed tortoise walked into their ambush, they would immediately activate the formation, and with the strength of the silverback mayflies and Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao, they would swiftly take it down. In fact, even capturing it alive would not have been out of the question. The appearance of Citadel Lord Bai Xianxing was outside their expectations, but it did not affect them too much. Instead, it would just make things simpler for them. They could reap the reward once the two of them tired one another out. While they were chatting with one another, the black-backed tortoise swallowed the diamond crystal whole, but the diamond crystal continued to absorb the energy from the ores non-stop. This provoked the silverback mayflies into action. They immediately began flocking over, causing the surrounding water to billow deafeningly. The black-backed tortoise was not the only one who came under their attack. Citadel Lord Bai Xianxing also suddenly found himself swarmed by innumerable silverback mayflies, forcing him to release his Jinqi and form a protective barrier around himself. Caught off guard by this abrupt situation, Citadel Lord Bai Xianxing took a look around him before looking downward. Friends hiding below, let's take down this black-backed tortoise together. Given its size, there's more than enough to go around. His voice caused the surrounding water to billow, and it arrived in the ears of Zhang Xian and the others clearly. He's found us. Elder Feng was stunned. That's not necessarily the case. Since the blackback tortoise was able to notice that there's something amiss about the diamond crystal, as a semi-divinity realm expert, Citadel Lord Bai might have noticed something as well. Most likely, he's trying to coax us out to deal with the blackback tortoise alongside him. It's fine, just ignore him, Xianxia replied with a shake of his head. Given how conspicuous the diamond crystal was, the chances were that someone would have dug it out by now. It was too much of coincidence for it to appear there at such a moment, especially since the blackback tortoise was attracted to shiny things. With such evidence, it was not difficult for Bai Xianxia to figure out that someone else had laid a trap there to ambush the blackback tortoise. It was just that he did not know whom the other party was and what power they belonged to. Boom! The blackback tortoise saw that the formation did not activate even after the shout. But it was extremely certain that there was someone hiding there. The fact that those that were hiding there did not make a move despite an invitation from a semi-divinity realm expert likely meant that they were confident of dealing with it. With this, it knew that if it really fought against this first semi-divinity realm expert and exhaust itself, there was a good chance that it might lose its life. Thus, with a furious roar, it rammed its body right toward Bai Xianxia. This time, it moved with even greater speed. Before one could even blink, its massive body had materialized right in front of Bai Xianxia. Its humongous physique left one feeling as if a comet was crashing right toward one. This ram wielded the ability to destroy even a heavenly high immortal in an instant. Let's see who is stronger. Bai Xianxia seemed to have expected this move from the blackback tortoise, and he burst into laughter. He swiftly conjured a massive shield right before him. As soon as the shield appeared in the water, it immediately lengthened itself until it was over several hundred meters in width and height, the same size as the blackback tortoise. As the two collided with one another, a resounding reverberation reminiscent of the chime of a bell echoed loudly in the air. The silverback mayflies in the surroundings were immediately jolted into powder. Pavilion Master Kuei Zhao's eyes narrowed. That shield is a semi-divinity realm artifact? He had known Bai Xianxia for many years, and they were extremely familiar with one another. They had fought several times before, and they were equally matched in terms of fighting prowess. When did the other party gain a semi-divinity realm artifact like that? With such an artifact in hand, there was no way that Pavilion Master Kuei Zhao would stand a chance against him anymore. It was no wonder he dared to challenge the blackback tortoise without any preparation. With just this artifact in hand and his superior cultivation, he was more than capable of standing his ground against it. Lock! After blocking the blackback tortoise's ram, Bai Xianxia laughed once more, and he rotated the shield in his hand. Hula! It immediately scattered into something reminiscent of a fishnet. Innumerable metal chains darted forth and wrapped themselves around the blackback tortoise, locking it firmly in place. It turned out that this semi-divinity realm artifact was a weapon with flexible form. This is bad. At this rate, the blackback tortoise will really be his, Elder Feng exclaimed in panic. The seven-star pavilion had prepared nearly an entire month for this, and the blackback tortoise was already well within their reach. They never would have thought that someone else would snatch their prey at a crucial moment like this. There's no need to panic. If it was that easy to capture the blackback tortoise, it would already be dead by now, Xianxia consoled with a smile. Right after he had said those words, the blackback tortoise suddenly opened its mouth, and the diamond crystal floated out of its body. The appearance of the diamond crystal immediately illuminated the dim surroundings, but this time, it seemed to shine with even greater splendor than before. Hong long long long. At the same time, the tremors in the surroundings became more intense. Frenzied currents tore through the water, stirring up massive waves on the seabed. Somehow, the blackback tortoise was increasing the rate at which the diamond crystal was absorbing energy from the ore. Hoo-hoo-hoo. As the tremors grew even more violent, the silverback mayflies flew into even greater frenzy. They immediately charged over with utmost desperation, swarming the blackback tortoise and the diamond crystal in an instant. Damn! Seeing this, Bai Xianxia's face turned livid. Scram, you pests! He waved his hand furiously to fend off the silverback mayflies as he tried to pull the steel chains that he had wrapped around the blackback tortoise. However, it felt as if he had lost the connection with his semi-divinity realm artifact, leaving him unable to control it. Voila! Just like that, his semi-divinity artifact lost its effectiveness and fell through the body of the blackback tortoise and collapsed at the bottom of the ocean. Elder Lu, what's going on? Even Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao was unable to make sense of the situation. A semi-divinity artifact should have been extremely powerful, not to mention that it possessed its own consciousness. How could it be rendered ineffective just because it was swarmed by a large number of silverback mayflies, such that it even lost the ability to fly? Most artifacts are forged with metal, and that chain he is holding is no exception. While silverback mayflies are living beings, they do have an extremely high level of metal content in their bodies. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to form such a bright reflective surface on the water. Xianxia explained with a smile. These silverback mayflies might be small, but they emit a unique force field that they use to communicate with one another. It's due to this force field that they are able to maintain a huge, orderly formation. Any weapon, when coming into proximity with such sheer number of silverback mayflies, will find the connection between its body and its spirit obstructed due to the compounded force field, thus sealing off its strength. The blackback tortoise must have known about this, which is why it intentionally lured Citadel Lord by Xianxia here. The other two were stunned. They never would have thought that the tiny silverback mayflies would be capable of neutralizing the effects of semi-divinity realm artifacts. If they headed over, would their acupoints be sealed, resulting in them losing their fighting prowess, too? It's no wonder they say that those unfamiliar with oceanic creatures should stay away from the water. It seems like there are many baffling wonders underwater that are beyond our imagination. Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao shook his head and sighed. The Sea of Exiled Stars was rumored to be not beneath the City of Collapsed Space in terms of danger, but as a semi-divinity realm cultivator, he had thought that there was nothing much for him to fear anymore. After all, even the strongest beast living in the waters would only be at the semi-divinity realm, just like him. However, it seemed like strength was not enough to guarantee one's survival. If one let one's guard down, it was only a matter of time before the oceanic creatures devoured one alive. Naturally, as a beast native to the Sea of Exiled Stars, the blackback tortoise was well aware of these creatures, which was why it had chosen to lure Citadel Lord by Xianxia over and lure him into using his weapon. It was all in order to cripple him. It's about time. Elder Feng, may I trouble you to release the seal on this spatial formation? Xianxia said. Elder Feng was slightly taken aback by the abrupt request. He was just about to nod and get into action when the young man suddenly shook his head. Never mind, we won't make it in time at this rate. I'll do it myself. After saying those words, he took a step forward and stomped lightly on the ground. Wang! A huge whirlpool immediately appeared above the hidden spatial formation, forming a passageway similar to what they had come in through. Seeing such a sight, Elder Feng's jaws slackened. For a very long time, his mouth remained agape. He had put in a lot of effort to set up this formation, and even with the insignia controlling the formation in his hand, he knew that he would not be able to stop it all of a sudden. Yet, the other party had actually managed to do it with just a simple stomp of his foot. Was such a thing possible? Before Elder Feng could recover from his shock, the young man raised his hand toward the opened passageway and grasped upward. Pooh! The next instant, the falling semi-divinity metal chains vanished from sight. Close! After taking away the metal chain, the young man stomped his foot once more, and the spatial formation whirred back to action. Once more, the three of them vanished from the seabed. You snatched Citadel Lord Bai's semi-divinity artifact? Elder Feng and Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao looked at one another in horror. Do you know just how valuable semi-divinity artifacts are? Such an act is practically no different from making enemies out of the Black Mirror Citadel. Besides, can an artifact of such a tier really be put in one's storage ring so easily? Even if you manage to store it in there, if the artifact resists, it will still be able to break out of your storage ring and flee. The two of them were not the only ones who were taken aback by the situation. Above, Bai Xianxing was on the verge of descending into lunacy. It was one thing for him to lose control of his artifact, but he had never thought that those fellows hiding below would actually snatch his weapon without the slightest hesitation. That weapon was something that their Black Mirror Citadel had paid a heavy price and even reneged on their promise in order to acquire. For it to be stolen away just like that, he felt like he would go insane in that instant. "Who the hell are you all? Give my weapon back!" Bai Xianxing roared furiously as he attempted to dash to the seabed. The spatial formation had only opened up for a brief instant, such that even with his cultivation, all he had seen was a palm reaching out. He had not been able to catch a clear glimpse of who was hidden inside. But no matter who the culprit was, whoever dared to steal his weapon would have to pay with their life. However, how could the black-backed tortoise allow Bai Xianxing to move as he wished? It had not been easy for it to strip the latter of his semi-divinity realm weapon, so there was no way it would allow the latter to have any chance of acquiring it back. Thus, without any hesitation, it dashed right toward him. This time, before striking its target, it retracted its head into its shell. Kacha! The unbelievably resilient tortoiseshell crashed right into Bai Xianxing, causing the latter's face to turn ghastly pale. That strike had shattered a number of his ribs, and a spurt of fresh blood escaped from his mouth. They were both semi-divinity realm experts, and Bai Xianxing's cultivation was a little higher. However, he was still unable to withstand such heavy ramming from the black-backed tortoise. Pong pong pong! Having managed to pull off a successful heavy strike, the black-backed tortoise continued with its offense, leaving Bai Xianxing with no choice but to continuously retreat. He desperately summoned his Xianxia to form a barrier in front of him so as to guard against the black-backed tortoise's attacks. He had to block a series of consecutive attacks before he finally managed to catch a breather to regain his footing. Just when he thought that he could turn the tables around, an incredibly brilliant crystal appeared right in front of him. Its blinding light left his eyes slightly glazed. In that instant, Bai Xianxing's soul nearly escaped from his body. He immediately tried to back away, but it was already too late. The surrounding silverback mayflies had already encircled him. His Xianxia barrier was swiftly devoured, and before he could retaliate, the silverback mayflies had already squeezed their way into his acupoints. My strength! The sealing of one's acupoints was no different from stripping a train of its engine. Bai Xianxing was suddenly in a position where he was no longer able to drive his Xianxia properly. This abrupt loss of energy caused his body to plummet downward. Pong! Making use of this opportunity, the black-backed tortoise gathered its momentum and rammed over once more. The flustered Bai Xianxing immediately gathered all his physical might to defend against the attack. Kacha! Kacha! Without the augmentation from his Xianxia, his hands swiftly fractured inch after inch as he was blasted right into the seabed, creating a massive crater beneath. Powerful! Witnessing such a scene, Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao and Elder Feng felt their bodies turning cold. They could not help but imagine themselves being in the same position as Bai Xianxing. They had been confident in their ploy against the black-backed tortoise, especially since they had devoted many resources and spent months preparing for it. They had thought that, with all they had done, it should not have been too difficult for them to capture the black-backed tortoise. However, little did they know that the other party was simply going along with them in order to lure them into its trap. Honestly, Citadel Lord Bai Xianxing was truly a formidable cultivator. If not for the aid of the silverback mayflies, there was no doubt that the victor of the duel would have been Bai Xianxing. However, the environment always played a key factor in the outcome of a battle. Bai Xianxing failed to take this into consideration, so he ended up landing himself in such a tragic state within a few blows. Had Elder Lu not seen through the black-backed tortoise's ploy in advance, they would have charged right into the trap and ended up in the same position as Bai Xianxing, or perhaps even worse. Hong Long. Even after successfully launching a powerful attack, the black-backed tortoise did not let down its guard. Instead, it dived back into his tortoiseshell and continued ramming toward Bai Xianxing. "Till kill you." For the roles of the hunter and the hunted to be reversed all of a sudden, Bai Xianxing was incredibly indignant. With a ferocious roar, he brought out 3 swords and drove them forward. As expected of the head of the Black Mirror Citadel, The 3 swords were all at heavenly high immortal tier. Ding ding ding. The swords clashed against the shell of the blackback tortoise, but they did not even leave a scratch or hinder its speed at all. Bai Xianxia narrowed his eyes. In the face of such a situation, what choice did he have other than to turn tail and flee? He had lost his semi-divinity artifact, his arms and ribcage were fractured, and his innards were jolted. If this continued, he would die for sure. Boom! Before Bai Xianxia could get far, the blackback tortoise struck his back once more, smashing him all the way into the ground. "We have to make a move right now," Xianxia remarked as he released the spatial formation and rushed out. Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao and Elder Feng, who had been watching the situation intently, quickly dashed out from their hiding spots. They knew that Bai Xianxia would really lose his life if they continued biding their time. The 7-star pavilion was not close with the Black Mirror Citadel, but they had no intention of letting Bai Xianxia die like that, especially given the recent movements from the Hall of Gods. The blackback tortoise immediately noticed the presence of Xianxia and the others, but it did not rush into making a move. Instead, it waited patiently to see what they were up to. "Pavilion Master Kuei, we'll be counting on you," Xianxia said. Don't worry." Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao nodded as he charged forward as if a bolt of lightning. He swiftly channeled of his energy in his palm, generating a surge of energy so immense that the surrounding water began bubbling nonstop. All the silverback mayflies that were gathered around the blackback tortoise immediately dissipated into ashes under the outpour of energy. On the way to the Sea of Exiled Stars, in repayment for helping him achieve a breakthrough, Xianxia had given Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao and the others some pointers on their battle techniques. Even though it had only been a few short days, they managed to make massive advancements in their fighting prowess. It was the same bolting lightning clutching clouds as before, but it was at least 2 times stronger. Lightning crackled from his hands, making it seem as if he was the god of thunder. Sensing danger, the blackback tortoise immediately retracted its body back into its shell and revolved its body. As a result, the lightning in Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao's hands simply scorched the surface of the shell before being deflected away. The attack had failed to inflict any internal injuries to the blackback tortoise. "That tortoise is formidable," Xianxia murmured. Not only was it fast, it also possessed a massive tortoiseshell that allowed it to easily deflect any sharp strikes. Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao was not weak by any means, but it was apparent that even he was having trouble trying to hurt the latter. In the blink of an eye, those two had already exchanged more than 10 blows. The sheer might from their confrontation caused the Sea of Little Mirror to boil up. Steam rose endlessly from the surface of the water. The shockwaves from the duel between 2 semi-divinity realm experts were more than enough to destroy everything within a radius of 10,000 li. If not for the fact that they were underwater, this battle would have drawn many experts to the area. Spectating the battle in wonderment from the side, Elder Feng could not help noticing a peculiar detail, and a frown formed on his forehead. He turned to Xianxia and asked, "Why doesn't the blackback tortoise use its ram against Pavilion Master Kuei?" When the blackback tortoise was fighting with Bai Xianxia earlier, it had relied heavily on its powerful rams in order to cripple the latter. Yet, when faced with Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao, it seemed to be taking a more passive role in the battle, primarily focusing on defending against the other party's attack. "It's apprehensive of the double ripples water formation, so it doesn't dare make a reckless move," Xianxia said with a light chuckle. Elder Feng widened his eyes as he came to a realization. The blackback tortoise was truly a wary individual. The area where it moved around throughout the battle had been outside the perimeter of the formation, such that the formation would not be able to hurt it even if they activated it now. "No, that's not right. Wasn't it waiting for the double ripples water formation to activate earlier to trap Citadel Lord Bai so that it could kill him? Doesn't that mean that it isn't afraid of the formation?" Elder Feng asked. "Well, the situation is slightly different now. It might still have been able to squander its energy carelessly earlier, but it can't afford to do so anymore," Xianxia replied. Those words made Elder Feng frown. This huge fellow had simply been ramming its humongous body around, not bothering to use its Jinqi or any of its other talents. It should have plenty of strength left in it, so why did Elder Lu make it sound as if it was already in a drained state? Those silverback mayflies are capable of rendering even a semi-divinity artifact powerless. It's true that the blackback tortoise's defense is impressive, but do you really think that it wouldn't suffer any damage when it has been the main target of the silverback mayflies throughout the battle? Xianxia asked. Even at this moment, there were still plenty of silverback mayflies attached to the body of the blackback tortoise. Considering how they were able to bring down a semi-divinity artifact, it was impossible for the blackback tortoise to be completely unaffected by them even with its powerful defense. Since that's the case, why don't we join in the battle too? Hearing that the blackback tortoise was swiftly getting worn down, Elder Feng heaved a sigh of relief as a glint flashed across his eyes. Xianxia waved his hand and said, "No rush. Since it's biding its time, we should do the same." Having complete trust in the young man, Elder Feng did not question his judgment and continued spectating the battle. During this period, Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao and the blackback tortoise exchanged another 20 blows. The former's offense had clearly become a little wearied, lacking the ferocious aggression from before. Similarly, the latter seemed to be extremely exhausted, taking in large breaths of air. At this moment, the blackback tortoise opened its mouth once more. "Who?" The diamond crystal that had done in by Xianxia earlier flew out from its mouth and headed right toward where Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao was. Humph! There was no way Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao would not be guarded against this move after witnessing what had happened to Bai Xianxia. But just as he was able to dodge to the side, a shadow suddenly appeared in front of him. "Don't dodge it." It was Xianxia. With a light smile, he reached forward and grabbed the diamond crystal. "Who?" The diamond crystal immediately vanished from sight. He had thrown it into his storage ring. This time, Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao was not the only one who was taken aback by the situation. Even the blackback tortoise was visibly stunned. The reason it had endured so many blows was to wait for an opportunity to toss the diamond crystal toward its enemy. But who could have known that this fellow would suddenly appear from nowhere to throw it into his storage ring? This was no ordinary diamond crystal. It harnessed a tremendous amount of energy, producing light that could even be seen from 10,000 li away. How could the storage ring possibly not explode from something like that? If it was possible for them to keep it with a storage ring, they would have already done so. Why would they bother going through so much trouble to dodge to the side? Seeing through the blackback tortoise's bewilderment, Xianxia asked with a smile, "Are you wondering why I am able to keep this diamond crystal in my storage ring?" With a flick of his wrist, the diamond crystal immediately materialized above his hand, floating quietly in the air. What? The blackback tortoise widened its eyes in disbelief. "You actually managed to tame the diamond crystal?" In order to make use of the power of the diamond crystal to lure the silverback mayflies, it had burned its blood essence after swallowing the diamond crystal in order to forcefully tame it. But in the blink of an eye, the diamond crystal had become another person's property. While the diamond crystal was not a weapon, something of its tier was bound to already possess its own spirit. Once it had pledged loyalty to a master, unless its master died, it would never switch allegiance. Just what in the world did the young man do? "I did. I killed the spirit in the diamond crystal and re-enchanted a new one. Naturally, who else would the new spirit submit to other than me?" Xianxia replied calmly. Then he flicked his finger. Wang! The diamond crystal flew right toward the blackback tortoise before glowing even brighter than before. Hula! The agitated silverback mayflies immediately rushed over and encircled the blackback tortoise tightly. "I underestimated you lot," the blackback tortoise said as it stared deeply at Xianxia. Without any hesitation, it turned around to flee. Its initial plan had been to take down Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao as well, and by devouring the two of them, it would have been able to raise its cultivation. However, its plan had been foiled by this young man. At this very moment, its energy was nearly entirely depleted, so it had no choice but to flee for the time being. "Don't you think that it's too late for you to think about leaving only now?" Xianxia remarked as he took a step forward. Wang! The billowing sea immediately quietened down, as if it had been sealed by some kind of power. Even the rampaging silverback mayflies had fallen silent. Shocked, the blackback tortoise quickly picked up speed to ram its way outward, but it was swiftly rebounded by some sort of barrier. Its face turned livid as it uttered in disbelief, "What kind of formation is this? How can it be so powerful?" It had made sure to examine the area carefully before, and it was certain that the formation that had been prepared for it was the Double Ripples water formation. While that formation was able to trap it for a brief moment, as long as it charged its way out desperately with all of its might, it would still be able to make a safe getaway. So what the hell was this? He had actually been rebounded by the barrier even though he had already put all of his strength behind the collision. What kind of formation was this? All formations would require energy to sustain them. There were no clear pulsations of energy in the area, so how was such a resilient barrier formed? The Double Ripples water formation is just an ordinary confinement formation. It wouldn't have been able to trap you. So, I made some modifications to it, expanding its area and prowess. All this while, the formation has been absorbing the energy released by the 3 semi-divinity realm fighting here. For this reason, unless I release this formation personally, it'll be no different from 3 semi-divinity realm experts blocking your pathway. You don't stand a chance at all, Xianxia explained. Since the formation that Elder Feng had prepared was insufficient, he had no choice but to modify it slightly. The main reason he had not interfered in the fight so far was to allow the formation to gather more energy, such that it would reach a level where the blackback tortoise was no longer able to breach the barrier. Only with this would they be able to hold the swift blackback tortoise there. The formation has been absorbing our released energy? Who the hell are you? The blackback tortoise tried a few more times, but it was just as Xianxia had said. Even if it was at its full strength, it still would not have been able to breach the barrier. Knowing that it did not stand a chance at all, its face turned extremely livid. The cultivation of the young man before it was not too high, but he was able to tame the diamond crystal and set up such a powerful formation. It was as if he was the true mastermind pulling the strings behind the scenes, and everything had gone according to his calculations. Just who in the world was this person? The blackback tortoise was still thinking that it would be able to make its name through this battle in the Sea of Little Mirror so that no humans would dare disturb it anymore, but after all the scheming that had gone around, it had still ended up being done in. "You want to know who I am?" Xianxia looked at it and smiled. "Little tortoise, acknowledge me as your master. Acknowledge me as our master, and I'll tell you who I am." Acknowledge him as its master? Elder Lu intends to tame the blackback tortoise? Pavilion Master Kuei Shao and Elder Feng looked at one another in horror. Semi-divinity realm beasts were incredibly proud. Even after all the preparation they had done, they dared not think that it would be possible for them to tame the blackback tortoise. Moreover, why would the other party submit just because it was told to do so? Even if Hall Master Zhengyang from the Myriads Beasts Hall was there personally, there was also no guarantee that he would be able to tame the blackback tortoise. Just as they had guessed, as soon as it heard Zhang Xian's words, the blackback tortoise's face immediately darkened. Reminiscent of a volcano on the verge of an explosion, it spat. "You want me to acknowledge you as my master? You'll first have to prove yourself." Boom! With a roar, it charged right toward Zhang Xian furiously. "Seal!" Without taking even a step, Zhang Xian tapped his finger lightly. Hula! Energy swiftly gathered within the formation, pinning the humongous blackback tortoise down. As if a fish in frozen water, no matter how it struggled, it was unable to break free. "Submit to me or face death," Zhang Xian said after sealing the blackback tortoise's movements. "Kill me if you can." The blackback tortoise scoffed as it dived back into its shell. As a semi-divinity realm beast, its shell was comparable to that of a semi-divinity artifact, making it nigh indestructible. As long as it were to hole itself inside its shell, there was nothing the other party could do after trapping it. Semi-divinity realm beasts had their own pride and honor. How could it possibly acknowledge a human so much weaker than itself as its master? Not to mention, the formation that was trapping him had to be sustained with sufficient energy. As long as it held on for long enough, the formation would collapse on its own. allowing it to get away. Do you think that I'm helpless against you just like that? Xianxia had long guessed that the black-backed tortoise would make such a move, so he clapped his hands and said, "Little chick, it's your turn to receive our guest." Coming. The little yellow chick waddled its way out. Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao and Elder Feng blinked. Were they seeing thing? A heavenly high immortal realm little yellow chick? It was true that the cultivation of the chick was not too low, but it was only the size of a palm. What could it possibly do against the black-backed tortoise? Paying no heed to their shock, little chick waddled its way up the back of the black-backed tortoise. But after climbing for a long while, a water current suddenly swept it off its feet, causing it to fall off. It had to hurriedly flap its thumb-sized wings desperately before finally getting back on. The same thing happened a couple more times. Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao and Elder Feng were literally tearing clumps of hair out. Was this little creature really capable of dealing with the semi-divinity realm black-backed tortoise? What a joke! Cooped in its shell, the black-backed tortoise also secretly peeked out from its shell, and it was stunned when it saw a little yellow chick climbing up its shell. You can try to tame me, but you can't insult me. No matter what, I'm still a semi-divinity realm beast, one of the strongest existences on the Forsaken continent. Even those two semi-divinity realm experts ruling over two of the six sects are no match for me. There are so many ways you could have used to attempt to tame me, but you actually brought me a chick instead. It would be one thing if it was a really hot chick. That would still come under the art of seduction. But what the heck is this? The hell, who brings out a real chick in battle? The black-backed tortoise was stifled. If not for the fact that it was in a weakened state and was unable to breach the seal, it would have rammed the fool who dared use such a strategy against it through the 18 levels of hell. Meanwhile, little chick continued falling a few times, and eventually, it gave in. It turned to Xianxia and yelled, "Don't you know that chicks are bad in water? Instead of standing there like a fool, why don't you come over and help? Xianxia, didn't you swim perfectly well in boiling water the last few times?" Mentally reminding himself that it was futile to bicker with an idiot, he walked up, grabbed the little yellow chick by its neck, and threw it upward. "Go! Hoo! Piang!" Little chick crashed on top of the back of the black-backed tortoise and rolled off a little. "Hurry up and make your move," Xianxia said. "Rest assured, leave it all to me." Little chick nodded. Standing atop the 100-meter-wide tortoiseshell, it abruptly opened its tiny mouth. Hoo! Its fingernail-sized mouth opened several 100 meters wide and chomped down on the massive tortoiseshell, swallowing it whole. It formed a bizarre sight. It was as if yellow fur had grown all over the tortoiseshell instead. "There, I'm done." The little yellow chick fluttered its tiny wings triumphantly. "What are you doing? I'm telling you to help me tame it. Why are you swallowing it instead?" Xianxia was rendered speechless. This fellow sure was unreliable. "I needed you to help me scare it into submission, not swallow it whole. What do I have to gain from having it eaten by you?" He quickly leaped up to the head of the inflated little chick and smacked it. "Spit it out. Now." All right. Little chick harumphed indignantly as it spat out the black-backed tortoise. By this moment, the massive black-backed tortoise was already on the verge of dying. It stuck its head out from its shell with a dazed look on its face. "Who am I? Where am I? Submit to me," Xianxia ordered. Those words immediately snapped the black-backed tortoise out of its daze. With an indignant look, it roared, "You're dreaming." "Fine." Xianxia turned to little chick and said, "You can continue eating it." So the little yellow chick opened its mouth wide once more. Wait. I'll submit to you." The black-backed tortoise cried out desperately. It had no choice but to submit. It did not fear death. But if others learned that it had been eaten by this little chick, the imposing reputation that it had built up over the years would really go to ruins. "That's more like it." Xianxia nodded in satisfaction as he quickly carried out the acknowledgement ritual. Seeing this, Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao and Elder Feng widened their mouths in disbelief. It was tamed just like that? Was that little yellow chick really so formidable? They had honestly thought that the young man had brought out the little chick in order to discuss the black-backed tortoise, But who could have known that such a small creature would actually have the capacity to swallow the massive black-backed tortoise? That should have been physically impossible. And now that they thought about it, could this little chick be the reason that the young man had been able to snatch away by Xianxia's semi-divinity metal chain earlier? Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief after the soul contract had been sealed. He took a look at the black-backed tortoise and said, "You are too big at the moment. Make yourself smaller." "Yes, master." The black-backed tortoise immediately contracted its body until it was around 2 meters in diameter. Xianxia waved his hand and took out a few bottles of chicken soup. "Drink this." The black-backed tortoise dared not to disobey its master's orders. It immediately swallowed the chicken soup, and a moment later, its eyes widened in bewilderment. In truth, it had been in a terrible state from the prolonged battle. The continuous ramming had taken a toll on it, causing it to sustain severe internal injuries. Furthermore, the continuous attacks from the silverback mayflies had caused significant damage. It had never thought that it would be able to recover in an instant just by drinking a few bottles of chicken soup. Could almost feel vitality gushing through its body. It was really the chicken soup of life. Could the little yellow chick be a divine beast? Could my master actually be a god? The gaze that the black-backed tortoise looked at its master with was different from before. The initial reason it chose to submit was because it thought that it would be much more humiliating for it to die at the hands of a chick than to submit to a human. But right now, it realized that there was more to this young man. The fact that the little yellow chick was able to swallow it so easily meant that it was no ordinary heavenly high immortal. In terms of abilities, the other party definitely far surpassed him. Considering how it was already at the semi-divinity realm, any beings that were so much stronger than it could only be true divine beasts. The fact that its master was able to tame a divine beast, even though it might still be young at the moment, meant that he was no ordinary human. Paying no heed to the shocked black-backed tortoise, Xianxia leaped down to the seabed and held the 3 heavenly high immortal tear swords that Bai Shenxing had brought out earlier between his fingers and flicked them several times. A moment later, a metallic reverberation echoed from their bodies, reminiscent of cries of pleasure. Those 3 swords had submitted to him. Who? He stowed them into the storage ring. After that was done, he took out a tamed beast sack and moved the black-backed tortoise and little chick into it. Then, he turned to Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao and said, "This diamond crystal is something you paid a heavy price to acquire. I'll return it to you now." While he did play a vital part in ensuring the success of the hunt, he still felt guilty about cutting in line to tame the black-backed tortoise. On the other hand, however, he was planning on leaving the black-backed tortoise to guard the 7-star pavilion after he left the Azure, and that would definitely be much more beneficial to the 7-star pavilion. After all, no amount of money could possibly buy 1 semi-divinity realm guardian. That being said, he would feel guilty about taking away the diamond crystal given its sheer value, so he chose to return it. Receiving the diamond crystal, Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao's face reddened a little. He had been confident in his strength and the operation he had planned. He had thought that it would be easy for him to slay the black-backed tortoise, but little did he know that he would almost lose his life there. On the other hand, the young man before him had used only a single formation and a chick, and he had easily tamed the black-backed tortoise. It seemed like he had severely underestimated the prowess of this young man. "How should we deal with Citadel Lord Bai?" Xianxia asked. Bai Shenxing was still lying unconscious amid the mud of the seabed. He had sustained far too severe injuries from the ramming of the black-backed tortoise to recover in a moment's time. If he finds out that we have tamed the black-backed tortoise, the relationship between the 2 sects would surely sour. "We should just leave right now," Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao said. They had only appeared after Bai Shenxing was knocked out, which meant that the latter should not know that they were involved in the matter. No matter what, the Black Mirror Citadel was still a trading partner of the 7-star pavilion, so it would not be good to fall out with them. Not to mention, they had taken away Bai Xuanxing's semi-divinity artifact. If the latter demanded it after he awoke, they would be placed in a dilemma. Since that was the case, they might as well quickly evacuate the area. "Leave right now." Xianxia thought deeply for a moment before walking over to Bai Xuanxing's side. He plucked the other party out from the mud and took his storage ring off. "Who dares to?" Xianxia was jolted awake by someone taking away his storage ring, and he immediately bellowed furiously. But before he could even open his eyes, he felt a sharp pain at the back of his head. "Put on." He fainted once more. Xianxia retracted his palm calmly. With the storage ring in hand, he leaped over to Pavilion Master Kue Zhao's side and said, "Let's go." Considering how this fellow was able to casually bring out a semi-divinity artifact and 3 heavenly high immortal tier swords, there was no doubt that he was extremely wealthy. It would be a pity to leave such drops lying around. This, Pavilion Master Kue Zhao shook his head helplessly. He did not think that Xianxia would be so greedy. Eventually, he held himself back from saying anything. Together, the 3 of them swam to the surface of the water. As they left the Sea of Little Mirror, they noticed a full moon reflected on the silvery surface of the water, and they could not help but feel a cold chill. Those mirror-like silverback mayflies were insignificant creatures in their eyes, but who could have known that they would actually be so frighteningly powerful? In armies, they could take down even a semi-divinity artifact without any issues. If not for the young man beside them discovering it in advance, they might have ended up in by Xianxia's position, or perhaps even on their way to meet their maker. As such thoughts flashed through their minds, they could not help but glance at the young man beside them. Pavilion Master Kue Zhao turned to Elder Feng and asked, "What do you think?" "He has far surpassed my expectations." Elder Feng nodded. "I'm willing to submit to him." "Good," Pavilion Master Kue Zhao replied with a smile, following which, he turned to Xianxia and said, "Elder Lu, I have a request to ask of you." Xianxia frowned slightly in response. "May I know if you are willing to take over my position as the head of our 7-star pavilion?" Not expecting such a request, Xianxia was taken aback for a moment before hurriedly shaking his head. "My apologies, but I'm too used to wandering the lands. I'm afraid that I don't have the capability to become the head of the 7-star pavilion." It was not that he was uninterested in becoming the pavilion master. The 7-star pavilion was known to be the richest organization on Forsaken Continent after all. But he was already the head of the Myriad Beasts Hall, and it would be inappropriate for him to take on another leadership position in the 7-star pavilion. That definitely isn't the case. If you are lacking in capability, then I should be utterly ashamed of myself, Pavilion Master Kue Zhao replied bitterly. A strong leader was integral to a powerful organization. Considering how the young man was able to tame the blackback tortoise easily, there was really no candidate more suitable than him. "Elder Lu, I humbly beseech you to lead our 7-star pavilion." Elder Feng clasped his fist as well. This, Xianxia was conflicted. First the Myriad Beasts Hall, and now even the 7-star pavilion was acting in such a manner. Why was it so difficult for him to be an ordinary elder? Was it his fault that he was so outstanding? Thinking about it, the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion was still the best of all. He could just remain an innocent honorary elder, unburdened by the weight of an entire sect. Noting Xianxia's hesitation, Pavilion Master Kue Zhao pressed on. "There's a limit to the lifespan of semi-divinity realm cultivators, so I won't be able to protect the 7-star pavilion for too long. However, semi-divinity realm beasts are known for their longevity. This is especially so for the blackback tortoise, which is rumored to be able to live for several thousand years. If you become the sect leader and leave the blackback tortoise to guard our sect, we won't have to worry about our security for the next several thousand years." Hearing those words, Xianxia nodded. The Azure was nothing more than a pit stop for him. It was only a matter of time before he approached the Hall of Gods in search of Luo Ruoxin. In the first place, he was already planning to leave the blackback tortoise behind to guard the 7-star pavilion. After all, he was indebted to the 7-star pavilion for all their help. With such thoughts in mind, Xianxia pondered for a moment before nodding. "I don't mind becoming the sect leader, but I'm too used to living a carefree life. I won't be getting too involved with the affairs of the 7-star pavilion." There isn't a problem with that. The role of the sect leader is just to serve as a strong front to deter aggressors. You can leave the affairs of the sect to the first elder. Pavilion Master Kue Zhao's eyes lit up after hearing Zhang Xian's agreement, and he laughed heartily in response. Elder Feng brought out the boat once more, and the three of them quickly got on it and headed back to Starchaser Island. Some time later, Zhang Xian arrived back at his accommodation in the 7-star Pavilion's branch. He brought the blackback tortoise out from his tamed beast sack and had it let out some of its blood for him. Then, he sat down cross-legged on the floor and absorbed a droplet of the blackback tortoise's blood into his body. Tzzzzzzzzzzzzzz. As soon as the droplet of blood entered his body, Zhang Xian could feel all his muscles coming to life. A terrifying surge of energy gushed through his meridians and gathered in his dantian. With a reddened face, he hurriedly drove his Xianxia to assimilate the energy. This won't work. Without a high immortal realm cultivation technique, it won't matter no matter how much energy I absorb. He had thought that even without a cultivation technique, he would still be able to force a breakthrough by gathering sufficient energy via the energy in the blood of the semi-divinity realm beast. However, that was easier said than done. It was likely that he would first explode into bits before he could even raise his cultivation. Since I'm unable to raise my cultivation, I should nourish my body. Knowing that it was futile to raise his Xianxia cultivation in such a manner, he could only turn his attention to something else. The blackback tortoise was known for its defense, and its blood essence and extremely useful in nourishing one's body. Controlling the energy from the blood droplet through his meridians, his physical body swiftly grew stronger. 2 hours later, the might of his physical body could already rival that of heavenly high immortals. Heaving a sigh of relief, Zhang Xian took out the semi-divinity metal chain from his storage ring next. With the threat of the little yellow chick and him pointing out the flaws reflected in the library of Heaven's Path, it did not take long before Zhang Xian managed to tame it as well. You are called Little Tortoise, and you are called Metal Chain. Zhang Xian formally announced the names of the two semi-divinities. A certain Little Tortoise, a certain Metal Chain. After all that was done, Zhang Xian let the Serpentine Dragon and the others out. This is the blood essence of a semi-divinity realm beast. Each of you will have 10 droplets each. Whether you will be able to make a breakthrough or not is up to your capability, Zhang Xian said as he flicked the blood essence of the blackback tortoise over to them. Those few beasts had all reached the heavenly high immortal realm, and their bloodlines were extremely powerful. If they consumed the blood essence of a semi-divinity realm beast, they might be able to take another step forward. It would be best if they could make a breakthrough, but otherwise there was no huge loss. The Serpentine Dragon, 9-headed fiery phoenix, and the others quickly bowed their heads in gratitude as they swallowed the blood essences. For hours later, they managed to advance their cultivation significantly, but they were still unable to overcome the final bottleneck limiting them. It seemed like it was not that easy to reach the semi-divinity realm after all, or else there would not have been so few of such experts in the world. Seeing that they had reached their limits, Zhang Xian returned them to the tamed beast sack before taking the blackback tortoise out once more. I want you to recount to me how you were able to achieve a breakthrough to the semi-divinity realm, and where you managed to do it, Zhang Xian instructed. This was the primary reason he had chosen to tame the blackback tortoise instead of killing it. Ever since he learned the details surrounding the Godblood Rock, he had been wondering if it had anything to do with Luo Ruoxin. I achieved a breakthrough over in the vacant sea, the blackback tortoise revealed. Vacant sea. It's roughly 2 million li away from here. It's an empty region of the ocean. There are no islands or humans in the area, and that's where it got its name from, the blackback tortoise explained. It's far away. Zhang Xian frowned. How did you manage to achieve a breakthrough then? Based on what I know, only those have challenged the Azure Bridge are able to make a breakthrough to the semi-divinity realm. It's true that it's impossible for those who haven't challenged the Azure Bridge to reach the semi-divinity realm, but 2 months ago, I unintentionally swallowed a droplet of fresh blood, and before I knew it, I'd already reached the semi-divinity realm. A droplet of fresh blood? Zhang Xian clenched his fists tightly together. A semi-divinity realm expert was conducting some kind of ritual above the vacant sea, and shortly after, a crack appeared in the sky, and a figure fell down. That figure seemed to be injured, and fresh blood was dripping from her body onto the surface of the sea. I and a few other heavenly high immortal realm beasts drank her blood, and successfully reached the semi-divinity realm shortly after. The black-back tortoise quickly went through his story. A figure? What did that figure look like? Do you know where she went afterward? Xianxia asked anxiously. She's a young lady. I wasn't able to catch a clear glimpse of her appearance, and I'm not too sure where she went. After drinking her blood, I immediately fainted from the sheer energy it harnessed. When I came to, I was already at the semi-divinity realm. To be honest, I'm not too sure how it happened either, the black-back tortoise replied awkwardly. Only some time after reaching the semi-divinity realm did it deduce that it had something to do with the young lady who had appeared from the sky that day. Most likely, she was a true god. That would explain why her blood harnessed so much power, allowing it and a few other semi-divinity realm beasts to successfully make a breakthrough. Does she look like this? Xianxia quickly flicked his finger and drew out Luo Ruoxin's portrait in midair. I can't remember anymore. The black-back tortoise shook its head. For some reason, my memories of her are a little hazy. It distinctly remembered seeing the young lady descending from the sky, but other than her gender, somehow it was unable to recall her appearance, physique, or anything else. Its mind would simply draw a blank each time it tried to think about it. Most likely that was the doing of the young lady. Xianxia erased the portraits and instructed, "Take me over to the vacant sea you spoke of." The black-back tortoise was horrified. It quickly explained, there were a few more semi-divinity realm beasts who achieved a breakthrough that day. It's very dangerous to head over there right now. It might have managed to achieve a breakthrough to the semi-divinity realm, but it was well aware that it was not the strongest in the vacant sea. Those who had swallowed more blood that day were much stronger than it, which was also why it had swiftly left the region after regaining consciousness. It would be too dangerous to head over there. I understand your concerns, but this is a trip that I have to make, Xianxia said firmly. Without a doubt, what had allowed the black-back tortoise to achieve a breakthrough was the blood of a god. The incident had happened 2 months ago, which translated to roughly 600 days on the Master-Teacher continent. It matched the time that he first met Luo Ruoxin. There was a good chance that the god who had descended from the sky was Luo Ruoxin. However, he would only be able to verify it if he headed over personally. Seeing that its master's mind was made up, the black-back tortoise thought about the little yellow chick and the semi-divinity artifact in its master's possession, and it felt a lot more assured than before. All right then, let's go. Xianxia could not bring himself to wait even a moment longer. Leaping onto the back of the black-back tortoise, he quickly sent a telepathic message to Pavilion Master Kuei Xiao to inform the latter before quickly heading in the direction of the vacant sea. As a semi-divinity realm beast, the black-back tortoise sped through the water swiftly like a bolt of lightning. Heavenly high immortal realm cultivators would often require at least a day to travel a distance of 2 million li, but with the black-back tortoise traveling at its maximum speed, it only took half a day for him to arrive at his destination. Floating in the air, Xianxia gazed down at the vacant sea from above. Just as the black-back tortoise had described, there was not a person or an island to be seen. All that could be seen was the ocean, which seemed to merge together with the sky at the horizon. However, unlike the deep blue water in the other parts of the Sea of Exiled Stars, the water here had a slight tinge of redness to it, giving it an eerie undertone. It felt like some kind of tragedy had happened there. The water in this region used to be deep blue in color, but ever since that young lady's blood dripped into the water, the area turned into such a state. It hasn't been able to revert back to its original state even after the passing of 2 months, the black-back tortoise said. Nodding slightly, Xianxia carefully activated his Eye of Insight and entered the water to take a closer look. The slightly red ocean water was surprisingly abundant in spiritual energy, making it feel like a blessed land. It had nourished the beasts and plants living in the area, making them far stronger than those in the other parts of the ocean. Most likely, this had something to do with the blood of the god. Xianxia swam all the way of the bottom of the ocean, and over there, he found a couple of crimson-colored rocks. They were the godblood rocks he had seen at the Wuhai market previously. There were not too many of such rocks, and most of them did not harness as much power as the one he had seen previously. Xianxia casually placed his hand on one of the rocks and used the Library of Heaven's Path to analyze it. The compiled book was the same as before, reflecting just the name Godblood Rock. Xianxia swam around the area and noticed that the area tinged with redness wasn't too vast. He turned to the black-backed tortoise and asked, "Where did that figure appear back then?" "It appeared south of where we currently are, but Master, I recommend you don't head there. The area is currently dominated by the 3 shark brothers. They were the ones who chased me away back then," the black-backed tortoise said with a reddened face. 3 shark brothers? Xianxia frowned. "They are the conquerors of the vacant sea. They were already extremely powerful at the heavenly high immortal realm, such that I was never a match for them. Back then, in view of my powerful defense and the fact that I've never provoked them, we never crossed one another. However, after consuming the blood and achieving a breakthrough to the semi-divinity realm, they grew much stronger than before, even more so than me. In order to claim the blood lingering in the region for themselves, they forced me out of the area I previously resided in. As I was no match for them, I had no choice but to leave," the black-backed tortoise said. "You are saying that all 3 of them have reached the semi-divinity realm?" Xianxia's face darkened.